Clang, clang, clang. In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged over 100 blows. Yin Zira's physical strength and combat experience were both exceptionally strong. How is this possible? The 13th Protector's eyes nearly popped out. How could someone at the upper-level God rank 3 be so powerful? I don't believe it. Triple slaughter formation. The 13th Protector muttered ancient incantations, and his sword transformed into 3 blades. A powerful formation was set up in the air, filled with killing intent. Time-space eye. Yin Zira's eyes glowed with light, seeing through every detail of the formation. TCH, you have the nerve to use such a formation? It's not even as complex as the offensive formations of Yuan Lingdan. Yin Zira locked onto the formation's core and gathered thunder in her right hand. Thunderflame slash. Yin Zira condensed terrifying divine power and struck with full force. Crack. Puff. Instantly, the formation's core shattered, and the 13th Protector's aura weakened by 1/3. The 13th Protector quickly retreated, looking at Yin Zira as if she were a monster. Did you hide your true strength? The 13th Protector couldn't understand how someone at the upper-level God rank 3 could have such overwhelming power. I don't need to hide my strength from you. I'm only a step away from breaking through. Yin Zira's divine power surged, stronger than even a true God rank 1. Ah, you wretch, don't be so arrogant. The 13th Protector's eyes sharpened, and his greatsword glowed with a red light. Deathly strike. In an instant, his sword energy transformed into countless ghostly wails rushing forward. Thousands of vengeful spirits roared and surged toward Yin Zira. These were the souls he had slain and sealed within his blade, later refined into part of his sword energy, increasing its offensive power while targeting the soul. Yin Zira took a deep breath, and divine power surged within her. The heavenly flame of radiance and the earthly flame of the lotus rolled out, emitting an intense heat that spread around her. The powerful, scorching divine power gathered on Yin Zira's body. Flame rampage. Yin Zira roared and charged forward. Souls, being of a yin and cold nature, were perfectly countered by the pure, yang energy of the heavenly flame of radiance and the earthly flame of the lotus. What kind of temperature is this? What have you done? Before even making contact, the 13th Protector's aura was halved. He couldn't understand what Yin Zira had done, but the moment of contact brought an unbearable heat that instantly set his robes ablaze. Ah! The scorching sensation on his skin was beyond what divine power could suppress. This is the flame of a heavenly treasure. The 13th Protector looked at Yin Zira as if she were a ghost. Now you realize it? Too late. Yin Zira charged forward with the free will ruler in hand. The 13th Protector turned and fled, pulling out a 1,000-mile talisman that whisked him away in an instant. Wanna run? You'll have to ask me first. With the golden rock speed, Yin Zira caught up to the 13th Protector in the blink of an eye. You won't escape. The 13th Protector swung his greatsword to block Yin Zira's attack, but was sent crashing to the ground. Boom. In the massive crater, the 13th Protector spat out a mouthful of blood. His greatsword stood beside him, his aura weak. Yin Zira landed and charged straight at him. If you want me dead, I won't let you off either. Soul salvation, blood sacrifice to battle heaven. The 13th Protector's expression turned wild, and his blood vessels began to surge. His greatsword also emitted a hum. Yin Zira sensed danger and quickly retreated. Roar! The 13th Protector's body began to swell, transforming into a 2-meter-tall monster. Multiple divine powers surged within him. These were the powers he had previously devoured but hadn't yet refined, stored within his body. Now, he unleashed all of them, putting himself at risk of exploding at any moment. His greatsword also contained countless restless souls, which seemed to be the powers of those he had defeated in the past. This power continued to grow, corroding the surroundings. Even from a distance, the wails of the souls could affect Yin Zira's consciousness. Getting closer would be even more dangerous. That massive body made it seem difficult to land a fatal blow. Ding! Detecting host's crisis. Recommendation. Flame Rampage, Flame Transformation, Flame Barrier. 3 divine techniques combined. Create the host's own technique, Flame God Strike. Effect: self-enhancement by 50%, defense by 60%, combat power burst by 100%. Yin Zira smiled faintly. This was indeed an ultimate trump card. Chapter 544. Seeking Old Friends. Trouble arrives. Alright, exchange it. Ding. 3 divine techniques merged. Congratulations, host. You have created your own true god technique. Flame God Strike. Yin Zira took a deep breath, instantly summoning the power of heavenly fire and the azure lotus of earth fire, filling his body with immense flame energy. The concentrated firepower gathered on his Thuishin Ruichi, a weapon. Flame God Strike. A terrifying heat and blinding white light illuminated the heavens and earth. Yin Zira transformed into a blazing meteor, streaking across the sky and directly piercing through the body of the 13th protector. Boom! 100 Jiang column of fire shot into the sky, reaching the clouds of the 9th heaven, incinerating all traces of the battle and erasing the 13th protector's existence from the world. Even the vengeful souls were completely vaporized, not a single trace remaining. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a true god of the 1st rank. Reward: 100,000 villain points. Yin Zira nodded in satisfaction when a voice sounded. What a pity, what a pity. That was a fine soul, a good supplement. Within the Chinkuan Refinement Tower, the double-headed tiger shark whale voiced his regret. Those souls were already corrupted. Aren't you afraid of affecting your own consciousness? It's better to find some high-quality, pure souls to replenish your spiritual energy. Besides, didn't you say earlier that you have a way to forge a body for yourself? You'll need my heavenly fire for that. If there's anything you need, just say the word. The double-headed tiger shark whale had helped Yin Zira a great deal along the way, and it was time for Yin Zira to reciprocate. You speak well. Then get me a corpse of a heavenly god of the 9th rank. At this request, Yin Zira's mouth twitched. He hadn't even broken through to the true god realm yet, and now he was being asked to find a heavenly god's corpse? Then you'll have to wait a while longer. Yin Zira turned and returned to the Jiang family's estate. Yin Zira's battle had shocked everyone present. The Jiang family was blind and offended the esteemed young master. Please spare the lives of the hundreds in this household. The Jiang family's grand elder knelt down, and the entire Jiang family followed suit, fearing that Yin Zira would kill them all. I'm not a maniac killer. Where's the Jiang family's treasury? Yin Zira casually asked. This way, please follow me. The grand elder, being shrewd, immediately understood Yin Zira's intentions. Yin Zira took Ming Qiao's hand and walked towards the treasury, with his parents following behind. Next, let's see what useful items they have. Yin Zira's parents selected some items and medicinal herbs that could aid their cultivation. Ming Qiao did the same, and as the largest family in the area, the Jiang family's collection was naturally quite rich. All 3 of their spatial rings were filled to the brim. Yin Zira glanced at the spatial ring on the Grand Elder's finger. Give me that, and then disband the Jiang family. You can all leave. The Grand Elder's heart trembled, but he had no choice but to comply. Understood. He handed over the spatial ring, and the Jiang family instantly fell apart, with members fleeing as fast as they could. The fall of a true god of the 1st rank would naturally attract the attention of the higher-ups. In a large city, the great protector, with sharp eyes, sat calmly. A true god of the 1st rank has fallen. 13 is dead. 12-11. You 2 go and investigate what happened. Beside him, the true god of the 2nd rank, 12, and the true god of the 1st rank, 11, received the order. Yes, great protector. The 2 turned and headed towards the territory of the 13th protector. Meanwhile, Yin Zira was preparing to leave, as he still had a few people he needed to take with him. Just as he left the Jiang family, 2 powerful auras headed straight for the Jiang family. Upon arriving at the Jiang family's estate, they found it deserted, with everything cleared out. What? Where are they? 11 Protector looked around, finding the Jiang family completely empty. Probably all dispersed. said 12 Protector. Let's search the surroundings. With that, 12 Protector headed in one direction. 11 Protector had no choice but to head in the other direction. What are you planning to do now? Ming Qiao asked Yin Zira, curious why he wasn't leaving. I need to find Feng Ji and Weinuosiji, Yin Zira said as he set off down a path that was both familiar and strange. As they traveled through a mountain range, a green-winged wind spirit beast soared through the sky. This green-winged wind spirit beast would make a good mount. Yin Zira leaped into the air and with 2 punches, knocked it down. Though the beast's cultivation speed was slow, it was rich in spiritual energy, allowing it to grow rapidly. The green-winged wind spirit beast was fast, with excellent flying speed and endurance. Scream! The beast struggled on the ground. Don't move. Serve as my mount for a few days, and I'll give you 1,000-year spiritual herb. Otherwise, I'll cook you. Hearing Yin Zira's threat, the green-winged wind spirit beast growled lowly and stopped struggling. All right, it's settled. Let's go. Yin Zira stood on the soft back, feeling quite comfortable. Ming Qiao and his parents also climbed aboard. The green-winged wind spirit beast flapped its Tinzhong wings and soared into the sky. Many cities had changed significantly, as it had been some time since they had left. The familiar cities now carried an unfamiliar aura. At this moment, beneath the tallest tower in the city, it was quite noisy. A group of people were fighting fiercely, and behind them stood none other than Weinuosiji. It had been a long time since they last met, and she seemed more mature than before. In this chaotic battlefield, 3 upper gods of the 3rd rank were the main combatants. On the other side, 3 individuals with formidable auras stood. A true god of the 3rd rank and 2 of the 2nd rank. What a formidable lineup. Those accompanying Weinuosiji were her companions, many of whom Yin Zira recognized. Capture all of them. The 3rd Protector, a true god of the 3rd rank, issued the order, and everyone moved into action. In an instant, dozens of people clashed, creating a spectacular scene, akin to a massive brawl. Worried that Weinuosiji might be upset, these people dared not kill their opponents. The 3rd Protector's patience was running thin. This woman was a rare talent, and she must be captured to be trained as a disciple of their holy sect. The 3rd Protector decisively acted, knocking 2 of Weinuosiji's companions aside. You'd better listen to me. The 3rd Protector reached out to grab Weinuosiji. Boom! A surge of killing intent came from the sky, knocking the 3rd Protector's arm aside, and a powerful flame divine force sent everyone flying. Who dares to interfere with my holy sect's affairs? The 3rd Protector looked up at the sky, sensing the formidable divine force that had just erupted. Though strong, it didn't exceed the true god realm. To think someone of such a level would dare to attack him. What audacity! Yin Zira descended from the sky, landing beside Weinuosiji. Long time no see. You look quite battered, don't you? Seeing Yin Zira's figure, Weinuosiji's heart trembled. Chapter 545. The Holy Temple's True God Strikes Forcefully. She took a deep breath to steady her own breathing. I didn't intentionally put on this act. Where have you been all this time, and when did you come back? The two exchanged glances, their eyes conveying multiple meanings. Let's settle this mess first before catching up, Yin Zira said, looking at the figure in front of her. A true god of the 3rd rank, the Holy Temple certainly had no shortage of powerful individuals. Does the Holy Temple think it's so great? Yin Zira's eyes were sharp, showing no respect at all. An upper god of the 3rd rank, yet you speak so arrogantly. The 3rd Protector sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He summoned a long spear into his hand. Yin Zira also summoned her soul-soothing and wish-granting ruler. Weinuosiji's cultivation was at the 1st rank of middle gods, which was already quite remarkable. Although she knew Yin Zira's aura was far stronger than hers, she still felt that Yin Zira was pushing herself too hard. This is not something you can handle. Don't be too reckless. Weinuosiji meant well. She didn't want to see Yin Zira get hurt. It's fine. I'm here for a reason, and it's just a true god of the 3rd rank, Yin Zira said casually, as if a true god of the third rank was nothing more than a commoner. Arrogant words. Let's see how much skill you really have. The third protector shot up into the sky. Yin Zira also leaped into the air. Their figures crisscrossed in mid-air, and divine power surged violently. Weinuosiji couldn't help but admire Yin Zira. Even after so long, she was still as decisive and ruthless as ever. Even after undergoing training, she remained as sharp as a sword, always revealing her edge. Clang! The soul-soothing and wish-granting ruler and the long spear clashed, and both sides retreated 3 steps. The third protector was inwardly shocked. His physical strength was actually slightly weaker than this woman's. How could an upper god of the third rank have cultivated her body to such a powerful state? If she reached the true god realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. I underestimated you, Maiden Meow. Let's see how much weight you carry. 3 spear kill. The third protector's spear gathered divine power, and 3 spear shadows materialized around him. The killing intent was overwhelming as they charged forward. Void devouring technique. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zira swung her soul-soothing and wish-granting ruler and surged forward. 2 black spatial rifts appeared beside her, directly swallowing the 2 spear shadows. Yin Zira faced the third protector head-on. Asterisk clang. Boom. Asterisk their divine powers clashed, and both were severely injured and retreated. Yin Zira's breathing was turbulent, and her face turned slightly pale. This guy had indeed honed his spear technique well. The third protector was greatly shocked. Could an upper god of the third rank's divine technique really be this powerful? He had to admit that Yin Zira was stronger. Maiden Meow, where exactly do you come from? The third protector felt that Yin Zira must have the backing of a powerful force. He seemed to have kicked a steel plate. A rogue cultivator, Yin Zira said indifferently. She wasn't affiliated with any faction. If you join the Holy Church, you can receive the highest treatment, and any cultivation resources you need will be provided. What do you say? The third protector began to offer an olive branch again. What's wrong with the Holy Church? Scouring the land for talents. Is the Holy Church lacking successors and desperately recruiting people? Yin Zira's words hit a sore spot for the third protector. The Holy Church had recently suffered heavy losses in a major battle. Many great legacies urgently needed heirs. This was why the Holy Church was recruiting people everywhere. Would you be willing? The third protector asked tentatively. Yin Zira held her soul-soothing and wish-granting ruler. The Holy Church is too mediocre. I'm not interested, she said, each word slapping the third protector in the face. Fine. 8 spear severance. The third protector summoned 8 spears and charged forward. Each spear gleamed with sharp light. Yin-yang burning heaven art. Time-space eye. Yin Zira's expression turned serious. The heavenly flame of the sun and the earthly flame of the lotus in her body began to surge. Her aura erupted with immense power. Relying on her own divine power and strong physique, Yin Zira directly charged into the midst of the 8 spears. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk she knocked 3 spears away. The remaining 5 spears lunged forward. Yin Zira dodged the Daozan angles by sidestepping. Her clothes were torn by divine power, and blood splattered. Take this spear. The third protector charged forward with the determination to kill. He aimed at Yin Zira's vital point. Time-space eye. My own divine domain. Yin Zira swept the battlefield, reversing her divine power. She weakened the opponent's aura and enhanced her own combat power. In those few seconds, the third protector felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, unable to move. What's happening? He felt like he had seen a ghost, but his body refused to move. Yin Zira rushed to his side and thrust her ruler through his chest. With a kick, she sent the third protector crashing to the ground, creating a crater hundreds of meters wide. The surrounding people scattered in fear, completely shocked. Did I see that right? An upper god of the third rank defeated a true god of the third rank? Is Maiden Meow cheating? Many people whispered in astonishment. while the Holy Temple members' faces turned grim. They had suffered a crushing defeat. The fourth and fifth protectors rushed to the third protector's side, feeding him life-saving pills. Yin Zira thought the guy was dead, but to her surprise, he survived. She looked at the third protector. Her ruler should have pierced his heart. The third protector opened his eyes and looked at Yin Zira. Are you curious why I'm still alive? He clutched his chest and gasped for breath. The healing medicine had been administered in time, and his injuries were rapidly recovering. The third protector stood up, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Yin Zira was speechless. What was there to be proud of for not dying? Didn't he feel ashamed? Not curious. Since you're still alive, I'll just kill you again, Yin Zira said, and his expression changed slightly. Yin Zira always meant what she said. Brother 3, are you all right? The two stood beside him. Together, take down this maiden Meow. The third protector's eyes were sharp. The two nodded seriously and summoned their own swords. The three were about to attack together. Do you have any shame? Weinuosiji's eyes were sharp. 3 of them attacking together against an upper god of the third rank. They had no sense of shame at all. Nonsense. This maiden Meow is clearly stronger than a true god of the first rank. The third protector defended himself, but he didn't realize that his words only made people look down on him even more. Might makes right. No need for words. Attack. The third protector charged forward, this time unleashing his killing moves without holding back. 13 chains sever heaven. His spear danced, and 13 phantoms followed. Sever heaven slash. Break heaven strike. The two roared and charged forward. 3 true gods attacking together, and Yin Zira stood still. My own divine domain. Flame god strike. Chapter 546. Departure to Xianxia, trouble following. The twin explosions of Tianhua Yaoyang and Dihua Qinglian within Yin Zira's body. In an instant, Yin Zira turned into a small sun, blinding everyone. Boom! The heavens and earth changed color, flames shot into the sky, and the entire street was engulfed in scorching fire, with 2 streets completely turned into a sea of flames. Fortunately, everyone had quick legs and ran fast. Otherwise, their lives would have been at stake. Even after escaping, everyone couldn't help but glance back at the situation on the streets, wondering which side had won. The flames continued to burn, the high temperature making everyone sweat profusely, as if the city had instantly entered the height of summer. The air felt unbearably hot, and everyone was parched. In the center of the 2 streets, a few figures gradually emerged. Yin Zira had an injury to his abdomen, but it wasn't serious. On the other side, the 3 were in varying states. 1 dead, 1 severely injured, and 1 lightly injured. Fourth brother. The third protector looked at the fourth protector, whose chest had been completely pierced, striking straight at the heart. Just a moment ago, the divine power of this guy should have been exhausted. How did this happen? The third protector looked at Yin Zira, feeling as if he had witnessed the growth of a demon. At this moment, Yin Zira's breathing was chaotic. In that instant, he had used the system to instantly recover from his injuries and launched a fierce attack on one of them, resulting in this outcome. Now, the other side was dumbfounded and lacked the courage to fight him again. 3 against 1, resulting in 1 death and 2 injuries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a true god of the second rank, rewarding 200,000 villain points. Ding! Host urgently exchanged 100,000 points to recover from injuries once. Yin Zira frowned. The system reported only after the battle was over. Could it be that the system's internet speed has slowed down? System, retreat. The third protector said, and the fifth protector helped him, and the 2 disappeared without a trace. Yin Zira wanted to kill the 2, but his injuries didn't allow it, so he could only wait for another opportunity. Zira. Ming Qiao came over and supported him. Weinuosiji also looked at Yin Zira with worried eyes. Thank you for coming to help me solve such a big trouble. Yin Zira looked at her. No need to be polite. I'm going back to Xianxia. Would you like to come with me? In front of so many people, Yin Zira said this directly, making Weinuosiji stunned. She glanced at Ming Xiao, who nodded. Although the atmosphere felt a bit subtle, staying here any longer would likely bring even more trouble. All right. Weinuosiji nodded happily. Why didn't I see Fengji? Yin Zira looked around. He remembered he was also here before. He went out to handle some business and will be back soon, Weinuosiji said. All right, go and have someone call Fengji back. Once everyone is here, we'll set off. Yin Zira smiled calmly. Okay, I'll send someone to look for Fengji. The group then rested at Weinuosiji's place for 3 days. 3 days later, Fengji returned. I heard you, the guy, are back? Fengji patted Yin Zira's shoulder, and the two shared a laugh. Everyone's here, let's go. At this moment, a large group of people appeared in the sky, including the third protector and the fifth protector. Brother, that guy is extremely gay. I still can't figure out how fourth brother died. The third protector's face was dark. He felt he had brought shame to the holy sect, as people from all factions were now mocking them. 3 true gods couldn't defeat a mere upper god of the third rank, making the holy sect members feel even more embarrassed, each one more humiliated than the last. He must have used some secret technique to restore his divine power and dealt a fatal blow to fourth brother. Even if he won unfairly, you all lost disgracefully. The first protector, a true god of the fifth rank, had a sharp gaze, and the scar on his face was a badge of honor from fighting for the holy temple. Hearing this, the third protector remained silent. The group arrived at Weinuosiji's residence, but it was already empty, with no one in sight. The third protector approached the door, where the person who had been guarding it was still there. Where are the people who lived here? The third protector glared at the person at the door. They left 2 hours ago, the person stammered. The third protector returned angrily to the first protector's side. Brother, those people left 2 hours ago, the third protector said unwillingly. They must have entered the star domain. Second brother, let's go after them. The two exchanged glances and headed straight for Xianxia. There should have been the 14th protector guarding the door, but he didn't come to report, so the situation couldn't be good. At this moment, Yin Zira was piloting a large ship, decorated with luxurious ornaments and made of rare metals, stocked with abundant supplies. Enough for everyone to eat for a long time. This was a high-level warship rented from the Union of Gods, using his purple gold token. As everyone gazed at the endless starry scenery in space, their hearts were filled with excitement. The outside world was so vast. Staying inside would truly make one a frog in a well. Just as everyone was enjoying the scenery, 2 figures quickly approached from behind. The guy, do you think you can just leave after killing someone? A roar came, and the divine power of a true god of the 5th rank erupted, creating 10 tornadoes that trapped the ship in the middle. Yin Zira arranged for 5 people to channel their divine power to stabilize the ship, which activated the shield but was stuck in the middle and couldn't move. This is the first protector. Weinuosiji's face turned pale. The most troublesome person had arrived. These guys are really annoying flies. I'll kill as many as they send. Yin Zira's killing intense sword. Such a beautiful atmosphere was ruined by these annoying pests, and he couldn't help but be angry. Yin Zira held the Sui Xian Rui scale. Thunder Flame Slash. Yin Zira roared. He unleashed the Thunder Flame Slash 10 times in a row, breaking all 10 tornadoes and hovering in midair. The divine power fluctuations spread across the universe, so tiny, like a fleeting flower. This should be the guy, an upper god of the 3rd rank. The second protector took out a spear, with rolling thunder power. Brother, let me see how much this guy weighs. Twin Moon Slash. The second protector swung his spear and charged forward. Yin-Yang Scorching Heaven Technique. Void Devouring Divine Skill. Yin Zira knew the opponent's aura was strong, so he activated 2 divine techniques simultaneously. 2 dark cracks opened beside the second protector, quickly absorbing the divine power around him. Is this all you've got? Ah. The second protector's nerves crossed with Yin Zira's. Thunder surged continuously, and Yin Zira's own Tianhua Yaoyang and Dihua Qinglian also erupted with terrifying divine power. Wherever the Sui Xian Ru E scale passed, brilliant flames appeared. The area where the two fought was filled with constant divine power collisions. Yin Zira initially fell slightly behind, but quickly regained momentum. Chapter 547. Frenzied Combat, Physical Strain. Such terrifying power, such intense heat. It must be a heavenly flame. This Miao Zi is truly a treasure trove. The Grand Protector watched from the sidelines, his eyes filled with greed for the heavenly flame. If he could obtain it, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Boom! The divine power of the two erupted, causing a violent ripple of energy to spread like waves in the ocean. The people on the ship were also affected, and the barely maintained protective shield shattered. Injured, go rest. The rest, take their positions. Weinuosiji issued the command. His subordinates moved orderly, seamlessly replacing each other, and the protective shield was rebuilt once more. In the battlefield, Yin Zira's energy was nearly depleted. He swallowed recovery pills without hesitation, as if they were free. The second protector raised an eyebrow. Even he didn't have as many stored pills as this Miao Zi. Miao Zi, let's see how long you can last. Thunder over the four seas. The second protector brandished his spear, unleashing terrifying lightning that spread out as a sea of thunder hundreds of feet wide. Yin Zira's eyes sharpened. Chinkuan Refinement Tower. Thunder Flame Slash. With a fierce gaze, Yin Zira charged forward, channeling all his divine power into the Thuishin Ruyi. The Chinkuan Refinement Tower circled around Yin Zira, absorbing a significant amount of lightning energy to refine. He then redirected this absorbed power to the Thuishin Ruyi. For bolts of lightning descended, and Yin Zira wielded the Thuishin Ruyi to confront them directly. Boom! Blue sparks of lightning burst forth in the cosmos, tiny yet brilliant. The second protector retreated 100 steps, clutching his chest as blood trickled down his shoulder. Yin Zira also retreated 100 steps, his divine power exhausted. Ding! Detecting host in crisis, redeeming 100,000 points, restoring divine power. Yin Zira panted heavily, his divine power restored in an instant. How is this Miao Zi's divine power restored? The second protector's eyes widened. His divine power had clearly been depleted. This Miao Zi is extremely strange. Brother, we must kill him quickly. The Grand Protector said sharply, his expression fierce. Withstanding a true god of the fourth rank for so long and even seriously injuring him while restoring his divine power. This was beyond the realm of common sense. Such a being could only be described as a monster. Whether it was a secret treasure or a secret technique, anything that allowed Yin Zira to restore his divine power was a formidable threat. Miao Zi, if you can withstand this attack, I will acknowledge you as the strongest. Thunderous might across the 8 directions. The second protector condensed all his divine power, creating 8 lightning avatars that charged towards Yin Zira. Yin Zira activated both the heavenly flame radiance and the earthly flame lotus within him. Blazing God Strike. Yin Zira transformed into a fiery deity, charging forward with scorching heat that could incinerate the heavens and the seas. The intense light turned from red to dazzling white. Boom! Blue lightning and red flames intertwined, forming a massive orb of blue-red energy, hundreds of feet in diameter. Gradually, the red light devoured the blue, and in the shadows, the void-devouring divine art absorbed the lightning power, weakening the second protector's strength. The second protector was burned by the flames and severely injured, fleeing in retreat. You think you can escape? Yin Zira locked his gaze on the second protector, pushing the golden rock steps to their limit, piercing through the second protector's body. You! The second protector tried to accuse him of not fighting fairly, but he couldn't speak, his life force dissipating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a true god of the fourth rank, rewarding 400,000 points. Brother! The Grand Protector's eyes were sharp, his vision nearly splitting. He drew his recovery sword, aiming to take Yin Zira's life. Ding! Detecting host in crisis. redeeming 100,000 points, restoring divine power. Yin Zira's divine power was restored instantly. Time-space Dao eyes, bind him. Yin Zira's gaze was fierce, his energy reversing, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. The Grand Protector reached within 10 feet of Yin Zira, but his figure was trapped. How is this possible? The Grand Protector's heart was shocked. His divine power momentarily halted. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Yin Zira burned all his divine power, launching a frenzied assault. The Grand Protector concentrated all his divine power on his body, making it as hard as a diamond drill. Yin Zira channeled all his strength and divine power into the Thlishin Ruyi Chi. The inscriptions on the Thlishin Ruyi Chi glowed sequentially, illuminating the entire weapon with an intense radiance. Crack! The defense shattered, and the 10-second restraint on the Grand Protector's body ended. Swish! The blade flashed, and the Grand Protector's arm was severed. Yin Zira dodged, retreating 100 feet. Miaozi, I will kill you. Yin Zira was filled with mystery, and the Grand Protector couldn't allow him to continue his rampage. He had to kill this Miaozi, regardless of his injuries, and he chased after Yin Zira's figure. At this moment, Yin Zira's divine power was exhausted. Ding! Detecting host in crisis, redeeming 500,000 points to restore divine power and heal bodily injuries. In the previous attack, Yin Zira's muscles were all strained, and his body was barely able to move. A surge of divine power, as vast as the sea, instantly filled his body, and his stiff body regained its flexibility. Yin Zira gripped the Sui Xian Rui ruler with both hands, blocking the Grand Protector's assault. Dang! The Grand Protector's attack was too powerful. The Sui Xian Rui ruler was knocked aside. Take your life. The Grand Protector swung his sword directly at Yin Zira. Venomous Thorn Bell Barrier. Yin Zira summoned the Venomous Thorn Bell Barrier to protect himself. Crack! The Grand Protector's full-force attack shattered the Venomous Thorn Bell Barrier instantly. Be careful! Ming Qiao and Weinuosiji both shouted in unison. Slaying a true god of the 4th rank had shocked them, but facing a true god of the 5th rank, they were also extremely nervous. Yin Zira's parents wanted to help, but they knew that going would only add to the trouble. They couldn't assist Yin Zira, so they could only stand on the ship. At this moment, Yin Zira looked at the ferocious Grand Protector and smiled faintly. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed. From the Chinquan Refinement Tower, a massive hand emerged, directly grabbing the Grand Protector. How dare a mere pest try to kill him? Come here. The double-headed whale shark seized the Grand Protector, beating him half to death before tossing him out. Yin Zira swung the Thlishin Ruyi Chi, decapitating him in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. No one could see what had transpired. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a true god of the 5th rank, rewarding 500,000 villain points. Yin Zira swallowed some medicine to recover from his injuries and returned to the ship. At this moment, everyone on the ship was petrified. A true god of the 4th rank and a true god of the 5th rank, beings they considered supreme, were now gone. Zira! Ming Qiao and Weinuosiji hurried over, and Yin Zira's parents also approached. I'm fine, but I need to rest. I've used too many secret techniques, and my body can't take it anymore. I've already set the course for Tanchi Xingyu. Don't disturb me. Chapter 548. Settling the family, heading to the tournament. With that, Yin Zira returned to his room to rest and recuperate. The battles this time had been too sudden, and forcing the killing of a true god of the 4th rank had already pushed his body to its absolute limit. If it weren't for the intervention of the double-headed whale shark, his life would have been lost right there. First, I need to recover from my injuries, then restore my divine power. It's also time for me to prepare for the breakthrough to the true god realm. At this moment, Yin Zira noticed the collections of the Great Protector and the Second Protector. Having roamed the lower realms for so long, the two had naturally accumulated a wealth of treasures. This sudden influx of resources turned Yin Zira, who had nearly depleted his own stash, into a veritable tycoon overnight. There were countless pills, herbs, scrolls, weapons, armor, and more. Yin Zira took out what he needed immediately and stored the rest in the Chinkuan refining pagoda for future use. Throughout his journey, the path of killing had led Yin Zira to a profound understanding of his own path to the true god realm. He realized that his path to becoming a true god would have to be forged by himself. His understanding of the strength required to reach the true god realm had already reached its peak. Now, he needed a trigger, a breakthrough opportunity. The pure divine power droplets from the Chinkuan refining pagoda dripped into Yin Zira's body, aiding in his recovery. The heavenly fire of radiance and the earthly fire of the green lotus also helped refine the impurities in his body and strengthen his physique. Yin Zira's muscles breathed in divine power, restoring his strength. Without Yin Zira's divine power support, the journey took a full month to reach the vicinity of the Tanchi star domain. The Tanchi star domain remained as tranquil as ever. The warship headed straight for the eastern star. With Yin Zira's aura on board, the three group leaders sensed it immediately and came aboard at once. "We welcome the head of the family." The three true gods of the 5th rank initially caused great tension among the crew. But when they heard their words, everyone was left dumbfounded. Inside the warship, Yin Zira opened his eyes. After a month of recuperation, his aura had finally stabilized. The three group leaders have worked hard. Yin Zira stepped out. When the yellow group leader saw Yin Zira, he was extremely excited. "Master Yin, after you left, we made a series of renovations to the Yin family's residence in the city. We hope you'll be satisfied." The yellow group leader spoke with great respect. Yin Zira looked at the magnificent building below, with a large Yin character catching the eye. "You've done well. These things will be beneficial for your cultivation." Yin Zira distributed the true god 5th rank weapons, armor, and high-quality medicinal herbs he had seized earlier to the three group leaders. The three group leaders received these treasures with gratitude. "Thank you, Master Yin." The excitement in their hearts was palpable. "This time, I've come to settle my family here. I'll have to trouble the three of you in the future." Yin Zira bowed to the three. These three true gods of the 5th rank were his mainstay in this realm. "Master Yin, we are all your subordinates. Just give us your orders." The blue group leader spoke, bridging the gap between them. Behind Yin Zira, Ming Xiao and Yin Zira's parents were stunned. These three true gods of the 5th rank, each with formidable combat power, now bowed to Yin Zira with absolute loyalty. It was clear that Yin Zira held an extraordinary position in their hearts. Then, Yin Zira handed over a large quantity of items to the yellow group leader. "For those who follow the Yin family, distribute these rewards according to merit." The yellow group leader accepted the items. "Yes, Master Yin." He admired Yin Zira's generosity, though he had no idea these were spoils from a raid. Yin Zira looked at his family behind him. "Let's go to our new home." Yin Zira led the way, and everyone followed. The Yin family residence here was grand and imposing, occupying nearly half the city. The guards at the gate, both upper-level gods of the 1st rank, stood with spirited energy. "Master Yin." They bowed in unison, their voices resounding. "Good." Yin Zira entered the gate. The environment inside had been meticulously crafted, with a grand and noble atmosphere. Lush, spiritual herbs were planted everywhere, their fragrance soothing the mind. In the main hall, everyone took their seats. Yin Zira had his parents sit at the head, and he led everyone in a bow. "My son, rise quickly. Everyone, please rise." The couple exchanged a smile. In the lower realms, they had looked up to true gods of the 5th rank, but now, three such powerful beings were bowing to them. The feeling was quite extraordinary. Afterwards, they discussed the development of the Yin family, and Yin Zira helped strengthen the bonds between them. In the evening, a banquet was held to celebrate the reunion of the Yin family. A few days later, Yin Zira received a letter. It was personally written by Chu Tingo, announcing that the Young Supremes tournament of the Divine Alliance was about to begin and inviting Yin Zira to participate. Such a grand event. How could I miss it? Yin Zira's eyes gleamed sharply. He had been in seclusion for a long time, but had yet to break through. A trigger. Without a good trigger, breaking through this threshold wasn't so simple. Are you leaving? Ming Qiao stood beside him, looking at the letter. Yes, the Divine Alliance is hosting a strongman tournament. Ming Qiao hugged Yin Zira tightly, and then he boarded a small boat, heading straight for the Divine Alliance's location. The warship remained in the Tanchi star domain, ready for use in case of emergencies. When Yin Zira arrived at the Divine Alliance again, the scene before him gave him a slight surprise. The Divine Alliance had originally been guarded by 10 heavenly gods of the 9th rank, each exuding formidable energy. Now, multiple factions had gathered at the Divine Alliance, and the number of heavenly god 9th rank auras had increased by over 10. It seemed that this young Supreme's tournament would be even more lively. Yin Zira returned to his residence, where the 5 women were already waiting. Oh, look who's back, Yuan Lingdan teased, which Yin Zira was used to by now. The other women greeted him warmly, and Huamiaowan walked over, looking at Yin Zira. This young Supreme's tournament has attracted many factions. Shi Tian told you to be careful. Her eyes were filled with longing. I know. I saw it as soon as I arrived. With so many factions gathered, if anything happens, the Divine Alliance will be in chaos. You've reached the true god 1st rank. Yin Zira was taken aback. The 5 women were all talented, but he hadn't expected Huamiaowan to be the first to break through. Shi Tian helped me, granting me a great opportunity. It's thanks to you in a way. Yin Zira was a bit surprised. Was Shi Tian being so kind? After all, he had injured Shi Tian's beloved grandson, yet he was helping them cultivate. Was this an attempt to build a relationship? A grand event is about to begin. We need to prepare well. Yin Zira was eager to get started. Chapter 549. Various Forces, Deadly Temptation. 10 days later, the tournament began on schedule. The requirements for participation were a 3rd grade upper god or a 1st grade true god. A competition showcasing the strength of the younger generation. The Alliance of Gods, with its vast territories, hosted the event near the spirit-bound forest, not far from the central city. Here, there was a venue capable of accommodating 10,000 people, but the competition itself would not take place there. On the day of the tournament, various factions entered the venue. The surrounding major factions also made their appearances. Those who were able to participate in the Alliance of Gods were naturally all major forces, each with their own religious doctrines. As the various factions entered the venue, they carried their respective cult banners and wore uniforms adorned with unified patterns. These are the people of the holy cult. Seeing the familiar attire, it was the same as the 2 he had killed before. Yes, the holy cult is also a major force. Today, the leader of the group is the chief elder, Feng Su, a 9th grade celestial god, who is here to protect the young woman. The white-clothed woman in the middle of the group is the holy maiden, Feng Ling, a 1st grade true god. It is rumored that she possesses a miraculous bloodline power. Yin Zira nodded at Huamiaowan's words, glancing at the formation. There were 3 5th grade true gods and 2 2nd grade true gods. Such a powerful formation. No wonder they are a holy cult. So, do you have a grudge against the holy cult? Or are you interested in the holy maiden? Huamiaowan teased. Yin Zira turned to look at Huamiaowan, reaching out to hook her chin. Do you believe I would bite you now? Huamiaowan was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red as she bit Yin Zira. This intimate scene unfolded in broad daylight, showing their boldness. Ugh, do you two really have to flaunt your love like this? Yuan Lingdan remarked with exasperation. Why, do you want to try it too? Yin Zira turned with a mischievous smile. His lineup, consisting entirely of beautiful women, was also the most luxurious. Shortly after, another powerful formation entered, led by a man in a black, tight-fitting battle suit with a roaring beast tattoo on his forehead. For some reason, seeing this young man made one think of Shen. What force is this? Yin Zira asked curiously. This is the beast god evil cult, one of the famous ancient evil cults. The leader is this generation's blood saint son, Mieji. Protecting him is the Blood Azura, the hall master of the battle hall, known for its combat prowess among the 10 halls of the beast god evil cult, a 9th-grade celestial god. Huamiaowan introduced one by one. Yin Zira was inwardly shocked. Is Mieji not also the brother of Shen? Yin Zira casually asked. Huamiaowan nodded, then looked at Yin Zira with curiosity, but could also guess a thing or two. Do you know her? Huamiaowan looked over, her gaze sharp. Yin Zira didn't know what to say, but Huamiaowan suddenly changed the subject. Shen is the holy maiden of the beast god evil cult, and she can only be with the future cult leader. If she loses her virginity, she will be killed. Hearing this, Yin Zira suddenly stood up. Really? His expression slightly changed. Huamiaowan immediately understood. This guy was definitely involved. There are rumors that Shen was taken back to the beast god evil cult and found not to be a virgin, so she was imprisoned in the 9 Thunder Hell. The enforcement hall demanded that she reveal the person who defiled her. Only then would they spare her death sentence, but she has refused to speak, and her cultivation has now been sealed. She is in dire straits. Yin Zira's expression was conflicted. So, Shen had disappeared, taken away by her own cult. He had been unaware of this, and she had said nothing, not wanting to implicate him. Looking at Mieji in the arena, Yin Zira's expression was complicated. Do you want to save her? Huamiaowan asked. Yin Zira nodded. After things here are over, I will definitely go to the beast god evil cult, but before that, I need to find a way to bring in this brother-in-law of mine. Yin Zira looked at Mieji, his lips curling into an inexplicable smile. Huamiaowan's expression slightly changed. He was already calling him brother-in-law. This was really not being polite at all. At this moment, another group entered, their attire immediately recognizable. The 3 Peaks Evil Cult, a force whose disciples Yin Zira had killed, and they were known to clash immediately upon meeting. It was said that the 2 who had later gone to hunt down Yin Zira were also from the 3 Peaks Evil Cult, but their whereabouts had been unknown recently. The 3 Peaks Evil Cult has also sent a significant number of people. The young man leading the way is the strongest saint son of the 3 Peaks Evil Cult in 100 years. It is said that he has mastered the Juga 8 trigrams formation. Walking beside him is the Black Protector, one of the black and white protectors of the 3 Peaks Evil Cult, a 9th-grade celestial god. Yin Zira looked at the young man, feeling a sense of danger from him. Then, many more forces entered the venue one after another, filling the vast arena. The final group to enter wore black attire, with complex patterns hidden in the shadows. You need to be careful with this force. Jiang is a disciple of the Dark Soul Hall. Even though he was abandoned, he has remained loyal to the Dark Soul Hall and might target you. Huamiaowan looked at the final force and introduced them. Oh, that guy Jiang. All right, I'll cut him down when I have the chance. Yin Zira said nonchalantly. At this point, the doors closed, and all the forces had arrived. The venue now had over 10 9th-grade celestial gods. On the main stage, the 10 9th-grade celestial gods of the Alliance of Gods also came to maintain order, creating a spectacular scene with so many high-level experts. Those above are the 10 elders of the Alliance of Gods. These elders are extremely powerful, with their main attributes being wind, rain, thunder, lightning, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The one known as the leader of the elders masters temporal and spatial powers. Huamiaowan looked at the 10 elders above, respectfully introducing them to Yin Zira. At this time, the leader of the 10 elders, the elder with temporal and spatial powers, Young Elder, stepped forward. We thank the various religious sects for taking the time from their busy schedules to attend this Young Supremacy Tournament at the Alliance of Gods. This tournament is different from previous ones, as the power within our Void Realm has undergone a mutation. Therefore, this tournament will offer numerous opportunities for discovery, and the rules are simple. Enter the Void Realm, obtain the 3 specified herbs, and the first 100 to exit within a month will proceed. The final decision will be made among the top 10, who will receive the refining of the soul-refining true flame from the Alliance of Gods. Of course, there will be numerous generous gifts prepared, ensuring that none of our fellow practitioners will be disappointed. Yin Zira was inwardly shocked, the soul-refining true flame. It was also a heavenly flame, the heavenly flame radiance, extremely young and powerful, while the soul-refining true flame could refine one's soul, allowing for spiritual ascension. It was said that if one was fortunate, their soul power could increase tenfold. With so few methods of cultivating the soul, this was a rare shortcut. Chapter 550. Sneak Attack from the Shadows, Protecting the Brother-in-Law. How many people yearn for such an opportunity? Just this alone makes the competition incredibly alluring. Upon hearing Elder Yang's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Now, there was a reasonable explanation for why so many sects had gathered this time. A trial filled with endless opportunities, set in the void realm that the Divine Alliance considers a treasure trove. Such a tantalizing prospect was enough to prompt all major factions to make their move. Now, I declare the 30th Young Supremes Tournament of the Divine Alliance officially open. Everyone, you may begin. With that, Chief Elder Yang Dingtian pointed towards the sky. Boom! The heavens trembled, and thunderclouds rolled. A portal of space and time, hundreds of feet wide, hovered in the sky. A void realm crafted by the gods of the Divine Alliance. Open! Elder Yang poured all his divine power into the gate, and the ancient, intricate runes on it began to glow. The 100-foot gate slowly opened, releasing a rich, intoxicating spiritual energy, like fine wine, that made one feel utterly enchanted. When the gate fully opened, everyone could see a lush, verdant landscape inside. Towering trees, centuries old, stretching towards the heavens, forming another perfect world. Go! Various groups displayed their powers and rushed into this perfect realm, eager to seek their fortunes. Yin Zira, accompanied by several women, also charged into this world. Upon arriving in this realm, Yin Zira first took out a map, which marked 3 red dots indicating the approximate locations of the herbs he needed to collect. This place is full of dangers. Let's move together. Show me your maps. Comparing the 6 maps, they discovered that the locations of the herbs were almost contiguous. Yin Zira took out a piece of paper, redrawing the map and connecting the dots into a line. This is our route. Perfect. Let's go. Having determined the direction, the group set off. Collecting materials for 6 people would take some time, and finding individual opportunities would depend on luck. The first herb was located at the foot of a mountain range 1,000 miles away, necessitating a journey through an endless primordial forest. As they traversed the forest, they marveled at the massive trees, so huge that 5 people could barely encircle them. The grandeur of such a forest was beyond imagination. The 6 of them set off at the fastest speed, arriving at the foot of the mountain. The towering peaks stretched into the heavens, hundreds of feet high, making them feel minuscule in comparison. Yin Zira checked the map again, confirming they were indeed at the right place. 2 people per group, search around for any traces of the herb. Yin Zira's command was followed by swift action. The little cat demon sniffed the air. Though the dense spiritual energy hindered her senses, she still managed to find some clues. Yin Zira, relying on his own perception, searched for the herb's location. Suddenly, a terrifying divine power storm surged forth, directly towards Yin Zira. However, the power wasn't aimed at him, but was a ripple from a battle nearby. The Dark Soul Hall is nothing but cowards, resorting to sneak attacks. Miyaji of the Beast God cult clutched his wounded abdomen. If not for his momentary carelessness, how could this despicable sneak have succeeded? Victory goes to the strong. Enough talk. An Ing, wielding his weapon, unleashed continuous attacks, firmly suppressing Miyaji. The Beast God cult will not let you off. I remember this debt. Pfft. Miyaji spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Others may fear the Beast God cult, but the Dark Soul Hall does not. An enraged roar echoed, as divine power surged, and the 2 powerful figures clashed repeatedly. The divine power of a true god of the first rank surged endlessly, like waves spreading out. In Yin Zira's perception, the two were at the true god first rank, but were still consolidating their foundations. However, their auras were already stronger than most true gods of the second rank. Clearly, they were building a solid base to break through to higher realms. An Ing of the Dark Soul Hall unleashed his ultimate attack, intent on slaying Mieji of the Beast God cult. How could Yin Zira allow that? After all, this was his brother-in-law, and he had to protect him. Flame Rampage. Yin Zira charged forward, unleashing all his divine power. The sudden attack caught an Ing off guard. Yin Zira's speed and strength were too overwhelming, and the strike severely wounded him, causing him to crash to the ground. Who dares to interfere with my affairs? An Ing glared at Yin Zira. In his knowledge, this man was unknown, so why had he attacked? The unexpected rescue left Mieji puzzled. He didn't recognize this person. I changed neither my name nor my seat. Yin Zira of the Divine Alliance. The Divine Alliance had helped Yin Zira so much, so using their name was acceptable. After all, they were practically one and the same now. The Divine Alliance is always just. When did it produce a despicable person like you? An Ing sneered, claiming to know all the Divine Alliance's geniuses, yet Yin Zira wasn't among them. I don't want to be called despicable by a despicable person. You want to kill, but have you thought about being killed? The cycle of heaven and earth, the way of justice. Yin Zira stood not far from Mieji, leaving him a handsome silhouette. He thought he had to make a good impression on his brother-in-law. Why did you save me? Mieji was genuinely curious. He truly didn't know Yin Zira, and the relationship between the Beast God cult and the Divine Alliance was mediocre at best. I helped you for personal reasons. You'll know who I am later. Yin Zira stared at an Ing, wielding his Sui Xian Rui ruler. You wounded him, so I should seek justice for him. Yin Zira gathered divine power, preparing for a second attack. An Ing, already injured, feared that if Mieji and Yin Zira attacked together, he wouldn't be able to escape. Realizing it was best to retreat and seek another opportunity, he decided to leave. I remember you, brat. Just you wait. With that, an Ing crushed a jade pendant in his hand, disappearing on the spot, a jade with spatial powers. This an Ing ran pretty fast. Yin Zira muttered, frustrated. He had wanted to impress his brother-in-law, but now the man had escaped. Next time, he wouldn't let an Ing get away. Chapter 551. Mysterious Identity, the First Herbal Medicine. It was best to first secure control over the surrounding space. I'm really sorry. I intended to capture him as a token of greeting, but since he escaped, we'll have to discuss it next time, Yin Zira said gracefully, quickly approaching with some high-grade spirit medicines to heal injuries. Mieji looked at Yin Zira with curiosity. The man claimed to have personal reasons, but what exactly were those reasons? Moreover, he had boldly declared his intention to capture the shadow, yet even Mieji himself wasn't fully confident in capturing the man. This person's aura was only at the upper level of the third rank of the divine realm. How could someone like that capture a true god of the first rank? Of course, Mieji didn't dare to underestimate him. The strike earlier was something even he couldn't withstand. This man definitely had some skills. He reached out to take the high-grade spirit medicine offered by Yin Zira. Thank you for your help, brother. I will remember this favor and repay it in the future. Mieji expressed his gratitude sincerely. We're family. No need for formalities. I still need to find some herbs, so I'll take my leave now, Yin Zira said before turning to leave. Mieji stood frozen, puzzled by the phrase, we're family. No need for formalities. Did Yin Zira have a familial connection with him? When did he gain such a relative? Yin Zira returned to the side of the little cat demon, continuing his search for medicinal herbs, as finding them was the most critical task. There's a cave over here. Should we go in? Fire Miaowan's voice came from the other side. Upon entering this place, special positioning devices had been distributed to everyone to facilitate communication and location. Hearing Fire Miaowan's voice in his ear, Yin Zira realized that if there was a cave, it must be significant. Wait for everyone to gather before entering. Don't act rashly, Yin Zira instructed, then hurried towards Fire Miaowan's location with the little cat demon. Fire Miaowan could only wait in place, wondering what lay inside the pitch-black cave. When Yin Zira arrived, the 6 of them entered the cave together. 2 torches provided the only light, though they seemed weak in the narrow cave. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed from ahead. Yin Zira noticed the damp walls ahead and held the torch to the ground. Before them was a wet area, with the skeletal remains of an ancient beast lying there. The skeleton had turned into white bones, and among them, a spirit herb swayed in the wind. It was the curved spirit herb Yin Zira had been searching for. Found it. This is the curved spirit herb, Yin Zira said, reaching out to pluck the herb, but a surge of malevolence came from above. Looking up, a dark figure plummeted towards him. Be careful, Fire Miaowan exclaimed, instinctively swinging her sword towards the shadow. Roar! The creature let out a painful howl as black fluid sprayed out. Fire Miaowan's strike had accidentally pierced a joint in its body. If not for the smooth skin that provided strong defense, her attack might have been blocked. The little cat demon threw a torch forward, illuminating the 2-meter-tall beast. At first glance, the women felt a strong urge to vomit. The creature was a grotesque underground spider, its skin taut over bones, hairless, and incredibly ugly. Its 8 eyes were scattered in all directions, making it look like a lost soul. Yin Zira got up, dusted himself off, and rubbed the back of his head. That thing came down pretty hard, but its stance wasn't low enough, almost tearing my clothes. Yin Zira summoned the Heart Follows Mind ruler and charged forward. The 5 women behind him seized the opportunity, ready to strike. A beast just breaking into the true god first rank dares to attack me? I'll kill you. With a roar, the Heart Follows Mind ruler glowed brightly, swiftly stabbing forward. Roar! The underground spider's skin was incredibly smooth. The Heart Follows Mind ruler left only a trail of sparks as it slid across its surface without breaking through. Using the faint torchlight, Yin Zira discovered a layer of slime on the spider's body. This slime dulled the sharpness of weapons, preventing them from piercing its skin. When a weapon touched its skin, its body would move, reducing the weapon's power and causing it to slide off. I didn't expect you to smear protective fluid on your skin. Quite the skincare enthusiast, aren't you? As he spoke, Yin Zira infused his body with divine power, unleashing the might of the heavenly fire radiance and the earth fire lotus. In an instant, Yin Zira became a blazing figure, illuminating the entire cave. The underground spider sensed the imminent threat of death and turned to flee, but could it escape? Thunderfire slash. The Heart Follows Mind ruler, enveloped in flames, evaporated the slime upon contact. Swish. It pierced through the spider's body, from behind all the way to its throat. Splash! Black fluid splattered everywhere as the true god first-rank underground spider was slain. Yin Zira turned and tossed its body into the universe-refining pagoda, where it was transformed into energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a true god first-rank beast. Reward: 100,000 points. Let's go. We're off to find the second herb. The group left the cave, only to find the weather had drastically changed. The sky darkened rapidly, with rolling clouds and the threat of a heavy downpour. Let's head to the location of the second herb first, then find a place to take shelter from the rain, Yin Zira suggested, and the group quickened their pace. The second herb was located halfway up the mountain. Easy to obtain if they reached it, but difficult due to the unpredictable weather. As they hurried to the halfway point, the heavens seemed against them, with thunder rumbling continuously. The previously clear weather had turned into a storm in an instant. It's about to rain, let's find a cave quickly, Yin Zira said, hastening his steps on the mountain path. At that moment, the little cat demon, leading the way, pointed to the top and said, "There's a cave up there, but I don't know if anyone's inside." Yin Zira looked up and, sure enough, there was a hidden cave. If not for the little cat demon's sharp eyes, they might have missed it. Let's go. We'll take shelter in the cave above. The 6 of them leaped into the cave, which was a Tinjiang space, not large but sufficient to accommodate them. Chapter 552. The young lady of the Chu family, unreasonable. A short while after everyone entered the cave, the heavens opened outside, and torrential rain poured down, accompanied by thunderclaps that shook the sky. It seemed as if the heavens had been punctured, and the rain fell without restraint. Boom, boom, boom. One deafening clap followed another, like a million-jong bolt of lightning rolling across the heavens and earth, striking fear into the hearts of all and causing the world to tremble. Perhaps, as the elders of the Divine Alliance had said, the energy here had mutated, leading to many miracles. The sound of thunder alone was enough to make one's heart race, and if anyone were struck by the lightning, it would truly be a blessing from their ancestors for 8 generations. Certain death. As Yin Zira admired the lightning outside, 3 disheveled figures rushed into the cave. The trio was drenched from the rain, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a pink outfit, but underneath, she had a red undergarment, which was quite a sight. As soon as she looked up, she noticed Yin Zira's eyes fixed on her chest. "You scoundrel! How dare you stare at me like that without any manners?" The woman exclaimed in embarrassment and anger. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere between the 2 sides became tense. The 2 men immediately drew their weapons and pointed them at Yin Zira, ready for a fight. Weinuosiji, standing beside Yin Zira, was also quite speechless. Why was he always staring at beautiful women? "You're being too self-absorbed. When did I ever stare at you? It's you who's disheveled and in disarray. What kind of decorum is that? You just happened to be standing at the entrance while I was admiring the lightning outside. You were merely in the corner of my eye. As for beauty, you're no match for my woman." With that, he pulled Weinuosiji closer, acting quite intimately. Weinuosiji glared at him and stomped hard on his foot, causing Yin Zira to wince in pain and take a sharp breath. "Ha ha ha, serves you right for flirting around. Now things are getting interesting." Yuan Lingdan, ever the instigator, added fuel to the fire at just the right moment. "Stop spouting nonsense, or I'll eat you." Yin Zira had learned that with Yuan Lingdan, the only way to deal with her was to counter poison with poison. "You, humph." Yuan Lingdan was fuming, but she realized that no matter what she said, she was at a disadvantage. If she were really pushed down, it would be too embarrassing. Yuan Lingdan turned her gaze elsewhere, too lazy to bother with him. After all, he was bound to cause trouble no matter what. "How dare you bully my cousin Haiyue? You deserve a beating." Feng Duluo of the Feng family shouted, swinging his 9-section whip with a burst of Divine Lord First Stage energy. Yin Zira frowned and caught the whip with his hand, unleashing the scorching heat of his heavenly fire and green lotus earth fire. His divine power was instantly enhanced, making his body stronger, and he yanked the man forward, grabbing him by the collar. Feng Duluo hadn't expected Yin Zira to have such strength and was pulled over in an instant, looking quite disheveled. "Listen carefully. You 3 arrive later, so I am the master here. Either stay quietly and take shelter from the rain, or get out and stay outside." With that, he shoved Feng Duluo back with a slap. Yin Zira's energy as a 3rd-stage supreme deity burst forth. Although only a 3rd-stage supreme deity, his power far exceeded that of a 1st-stage divine lord. The 3 of them exchanged glances. If they were to go outside and endure the storm, it would be torturous. Fine, since they were the ones who arrived first, they might as well stay for a while. The 3 remained silent, standing obediently at the entrance to avoid the rain, and the cave fell into silence. Outside, the rolling thunder continued to roar, majestic and awe-inspiring, like a true dragon diving into the sea. The torrential rain lasted for over an hour before the dark thunderclouds in the sky began to disperse. By then, the 2 men were still fine, their bodies sturdy. However, the woman was shivering and trembling, clearly very cold. Yin Zira glanced around. He was fine, protected by his heavenly fire, but the women's faces were growing paler. It seemed that the storm outside wasn't just a simple rainstorm. It had also lowered the temperature of the surrounding environment. Yin Zira took out a pile of animal hides and lit them. The fire was heavenly fire, and if he were to burn ordinary wood, it would burn out in an instant. Animal hides, however, burn longer. With the fire lit, the temperature in the cave rose, and everyone's complexion improved. After another half hour, the rumbling thunder finally subsided, and the dark clouds above slowly dispersed. The sun shone upon the earth, reviving all life, and the air was filled with a fresh scent, as if the previous storm and thunder had been nothing but a nightmare. All right, let's set off to find the second medicinal herb. Yin Zira led the way, and the women followed behind him. At the halfway point of the mountain, the rain had washed the slopes smooth, and under the sunlight, they reflected like mirrors. The group split into pairs to search for the herb, and finally, the little Katyao discovered it at the summit of the mountain. I found it. It's over there. Everyone looked up to see a delicate six-leafed grass swaying in the wind on a protruding rock. This herb has 6.5 leaves, exactly what we're looking for, the six-legged spirit grass. Yin Zira was overjoyed and leaped toward it. His movements were swift, and he reached the rock, grabbing an indentation to steady himself before plucking the herb and placing it in his bag. Swish! A sharp air current sliced through, cutting the spot where Yin Zira had grabbed, causing the rock to crumble. They were at a height of hundreds of zhang. Yin Zira's body plummeted down the mountain, with no handholds to stop his fall. Hua Miaowan quickly unfurled the white silk scarf she used as a belt, wrapping it around Yin Zira's waist to pull him back. Yin Zira landed on a narrow ledge, looking up at the shattered rock. Coward! You dare to ambush me but don't have the guts to show yourself? Who are you, some lowlife? Yin Zira shouted, his voice thunderous. You scoundrel! You dare to take the herb I had my eye on and then insult me. Chu Tingo of the Chu family stood at the edge of the mountain, holding her fiery spear, her fiery red outfit reflecting her fiery temper. The herb you had your eye on is yours? This is my mission. If you take it, how am I supposed to complete my task? Seeing this woman's unreasonable behavior, Yin Zira's anger flared up instantly. Chapter 553, Less talk, more action if you don't agree. What I have my eye on is mine. Hand it over, or I'll just take it myself. Chu Tingo's words had barely left her mouth when two voices echoed behind her. The Mo brothers, Mo Lu and Mo Qian, stepped up beside her, clearly acting as loyal bodyguards. Mo brothers, this man is trying to take the medicinal herb I had my eye on and is shouting at me. Chu Tingo's voice rang out in the ears of the two brothers, who immediately turned their gaze towards Yin Zira, their eyes filled with hatred, as if they wanted to skin him alive. Audacious scoundrel, how dare you provoke Miss Chu? Let us brothers capture you, and let her vent her anger. Mo Lu wielded a massive saber, its size and thickness far exceeding ordinary weapons. Mo Qian held a giant sword, also much heavier than usual, with an imposing visual weight of hundreds of pounds. Moreover, these weapons were forged from special metals, making their actual weight incalculable. Just a glance was enough for Yin Zira to determine that the brothers practiced strength-based martial arts. Their muscular bodies were well developed, surpassing even his own, making them formidable opponents in close combat. Yin Zira did not dare to take them lightly. He summoned his Sui Xian Ru Yi Qi, Thlishin Ru Yi Chi, and charged into battle against the two brothers. Sky-splitting strike. Heaven-shattering blade. Thunderfire slash. The brothers unleashed their divine power at the peak of the divine realm, brandishing their heavy weapons with incredible force. Yin Zira felt as if a mountain was crashing down upon him, the pressure overwhelming. But he was not one to back down. His internal energies, the heavenly radiant yang and earthly flame lotus, surged forth, enhancing his body and closing the gap between him and his opponents. Simultaneously, his Sui Xian Ru Yi Qi transformed into two, blocking the brothers' fierce attacks. Clang, clang. The resounding clash of weapons echoed, as divine power clashed in a stalemate. Yin Zira's face turned pale. The brothers' strength was immense, on par with his own, making them truly formidable opponents. The Mo brothers were equally shocked. Among the top 10 Divine Realm disciples, they were renowned for their strength, with few equals. Rarely had anyone been able to withstand their attacks directly, usually resorting to finesse to deflect their blows. But Yin Zira had chosen the most direct method of confrontation, proving his true capability and earning their respect. Clang! Their figures crossed paths, and the mountain trembled, rocks tumbling down as cracks spread. The sheer power of their battle caused the unstable terrain to crumble under the strain. Rumble! Rumble! The mountain began to collapse, its already weakened state after a storm making it highly unstable. The relentless rain had eroded its surface, and now the intense divine energy further destabilized the loose boulders and weathered rocks. Watch out! It's a massive landslide! Huamiaowan shouted, her voice filled with urgency. Everyone looked up to see nearly 100 boulders of varying sizes cascading down towards them. Those who didn't escape quickly would face certain death. Everyone unleashed their fastest divine techniques and scattered in different directions to flee. The suddenness of the event caused the group to disband. Yin Zira fled eastward, but the sheer number of falling rocks forced him to keep moving. Ah! A scream echoed from nearby. Yin Zira looked up and saw, to his surprise, Chu Tingo slipping on the narrow path above him and falling. Should he catch her or not? Before he could decide, she was already about to land on him. It seemed like fate had decided for him. Just moments ago, he had been thinking about teaching the girl a lesson, but if she fell now, her young life would be lost. Reluctantly, Yin Zira reached out and pulled her into his arms. Holding her tightly, he continued to dodge and weave through the falling boulders, his keen spiritual senses allowing him to predict every danger and navigate through the chaos. As they emerged from the sea of falling rocks, Chu Tingo found herself gazing at Yin Zira's profile. To her surprise, the man was quite handsome. But then she remembered how she had attacked him earlier, nearly causing his death. Embarrassment washed over her, and she lowered her head in shame. After all, he had just saved her life, and she felt deeply apologetic. Once they reached safety, Yin Zira set her down and turned to leave, wanting to put as much distance between them as possible. Hey, don't go just yet. Chu Tingo called out, her voice soft and pleading. Yin Zira paused. What does the arrogant and unreasonable Miss Chu want? He asked coldly, showing no mercy. His anger had yet to subside, and not killing her was already his greatest restraint. Chu Tingo, who had always been pampered and adored by everyone, was taken aback. Yin Zira was the first person to speak to her in such a manner. Though she was angry, she also felt deep guilt. I'm sorry. I want to apologize for what happened earlier. As an apology, here are some spiritual herbs I collected along the way. I hope you can accept my apology and take them. With great courtesy, Chu Tingo presented 10 exquisite boxes, each containing rare spiritual herbs she had gathered. Yin Zira raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this sudden change in the once arrogant Miss Chu. It was hard to believe that the same person who had been so domineering was now humbly apologizing. Seeing the half-smile on Yin Zira's face, Chu Tingo looked down at herself, wondering if there was something strange about her appearance. What are you looking at? Did my face suddenly become ugly? She asked, touching her face to check. I'm just surprised that the once arrogant Miss Chu would actually apologize to someone, Yin Zira replied. Hearing this, Chu Tingo pouted her lips in frustration. It was her first time apologizing to a man, and it was to this man who made her feel both guilty and annoyed. Fine. I'm not a petty man. I accept your apology. But next time, I hope you won't act so recklessly and harm others. Remember, the cycle of karma is real. With that, Yin Zira unapologetically took all the boxes of spiritual herbs, leaving none behind. It was a well-deserved compensation. As he walked away, Chu Tingo felt an unfamiliar emotion stirring within her. She didn't yet realize that it was the beginning of a seed of nascent emotions taking root in her heart. A short while later, the Mo brothers found Chu Tingo. Chapter 554. Miss Shen, please save me. Miss Chu, are you all right? Mo Chin arrived by her side, noticing her swollen ankle and quickly retrieving some medication from his bag. Mo Lu, fuming with anger, said, "That guy dared to make you angry. If I see him again, I won't let him off." "All right, Mo brothers, I only managed to escape alive from there because of him. We must respect him in the future. He's my savior." Hearing Chu Tingo's words filled with admiration and affection, the brothers' hearts sank like lead. They grew even more resentful of Yin Zira. Glancing at each other, they both saw the competition in their eyes. After all, they were brothers vying for the same woman, which was fair. But what right did an outsider have to interfere? They resolved to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Yin Zira had pinpointed the location of the group of women and set off to find them, heading toward the third medicinal herb. The third herb was located deep within the mountain range, requiring them to cross the peaks to reach the inner region. After crossing the high mountains, they found themselves in a low-lying area. Following a heavy rainstorm, the water here was still waist-deep, deep enough to row a boat. "We'll have to wait for the water here to recede before searching for the third herb. We can't wade through it, can we?" Yin Zira said with a sigh of resignation. Who knew if some exotic beast might leap out of the water? Fighting in water would only slow down their progress even more. "I don't think it's safe to venture into the water either. Let's move on to the next location," Weinuosiji agreed. The others had no objections and set off toward the fourth herb's location. The fourth herb was situated in a forested area to the left of the mountain base, mostly covered with thickets. Though called thickets, they were enormous, each one standing over 2 meters tall. Compared to the towering 100-jong-high forests, they could indeed be considered thickets. Be careful as you move forward. These thickets contain poisonous plants. Avoid touching them, Yin Zira warned, wielding his Xianxia ruler to clear the path ahead. The women followed behind, taking care not to brush against the surrounding plants. After passing through the poisonous thicket, they arrived at a small lake. The lake was crystal clear, with fish swimming playfully, adding a serene charm to the scenery. "The scenery here is quite tranquil and elegant," Weinuosiji remarked, clearly enjoying it. "Too bad we have a mission to complete and no time to linger." Yuan Lingdan also appreciated the view but knew they couldn't afford to stay. As they searched for herbs, they wondered if the various sects had already claimed their fortunes. The map indicates the general area is here. Search the surroundings carefully and avoid touching anything poisonous, Yin Zira instructed. The group split into smaller units to search the area. Yin Zira followed the edge of the small lake and the thicket, extending his search to the sides. Not far away, he sensed divine energy fluctuations and heard a woman scream. I, Xianxia, would rather be a ghost than your woman." A woman struggled violently, her face contorted with fear and defiance. In front of her stood a man with a twisted, greedy expression. "If it weren't for your rare ice crystal water body, why would I be so captivated? Submit to me and bear extraordinary offspring. That is your destiny." Yin Zira recognized the man as none other than his nemesis, the strongest saint of the Three Peaks cult, Jua Josing. Yuyu saw Yin Zira as her lifeline. "I don't know who you are, but please save me. The Shen family of the Divine Alliance will surely repay you greatly." Hearing her plea, Yin Zira didn't hesitate. He drew his Xianxia ruler and lunged at Jua Josing. "Insect, you dare to attack me? Watergate, water bullets." As Jua Josing spoke, a dozen water droplets appeared around Yin Zira, flying toward him like bullets. Yin Zira swung his ruler, deflecting all the water bullets. He found himself within Jua Josing's 8 trigrams formation. Rumor had it that this man had mastered the powerful Tai Chi 8 trigrams. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams are indeed formidable. It's not easy to rescue her. Void Devouring Divine Art. Yin Zira used the Void Devouring technique to disrupt the surrounding divine energy and absorb it into his own powers. By weakening the divine energy in the area, he charged directly toward Xianxia. Qian Kuan Lian Hua Tower. Yin Zira threw the tower forward. The Qian Kuan Lian Hua Tower contained immense divine energy, which erupted instantly, knocking Jua Josing aside. However, protected by his 8 trigrams, Jua Josing was unharmed, though the overwhelming divine energy forced him to retreat. The Qian Kuan Hua Tower absorbed Shen Yuyu, and Yin Zira retrieved the tower. Such a rare treasure. It would be a waste not to use it. Hand it over. Jua Josing eyed the Qian Kuan Hua Tower covetously, determined to seize it. If you want my treasure, you'll have to prove you're capable of taking it. Just as Yin Zira prepared to act, multiple footsteps approached. Yin Zira frowned, unsure whether these newcomers were friend or foe. He didn't dare act rashly. But soon, he recognized familiar faces among them. Wang Haiyue of the Wang family, Feng Dolua of the Feng family, Cheng Dubu of the Qing family, Chu Tingo of the Chu family, and the Mo brothers of the Mo family. Leading them was Jiang Wanli of the Jiang family. Fellow cultivators, this man injured me and abducted Miss Shen. Jiang Wanli's abdomen was bound with white bandages, still bleeding. Although the 10 heavenly gods of the Divine Alliance had their own internal conflicts, the very name Divine Alliance signified unity against external enemies. Wang Haiyue of the Wang family was puzzled upon seeing Yin Zira again. She had encountered him in the cave and been scolded by him. Once she found her sister, she vowed to have her sister deal with him. Chu Tingo's heart raced upon seeing Yin Zira but maintained a composed demeanor. After all, with so many people present, she couldn't afford to show her feelings. Feng Dolua of the Feng family was also surprised to see Yin Zira again, realizing they were fated to cross paths. The Mo brothers, seeing Yin Zira and Chu Tingo's passionate gaze, burned with jealousy. Jua Josing, where is Miss Shen? Jiang Wanli pointed his sword at Jua Josing. Now that he had gathered a group, he was confident they could handle this one man. Chapter 555, Eerie Atmosphere. The sword points where it should. That woman is not in my possession. He took her away using a secret treasure. If you have the ability, go and get her from him. Jua Josing was highly skilled in reading people. He could tell that although these people had come to settle accounts with him, the woman in question was no longer in his hands, but in the possession of this man. He was eager to see how the 10 great families would deal with this man. Is the young lady of the Shen family in your hands? Jiang Wanli looked at Yin Zira with great anger. He had planned to stage a heroic rescue, but now that the woman had been taken away by someone else, how could he still play the role of a hero? The young lady of the Shen family begged me to save her. Out of respect for the Divine Alliance, I decided to intervene. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have bothered. Yin Zira said this, glancing at the members of the Divine Alliance present. Then release the young lady of the Shen family now. Jiang Wanli spoke, his eyes fixed on Yin Zira with a sinister expression. The young lady of the Shen family is gravely injured and should not meet with all of you at the moment. It's better to first eliminate this dangerous individual before you meet her. At this moment, Shen Yuyu was in tattered clothing. If she were to be released now in front of the members of the Divine Alliance, the reputation of the Shen family would be utterly ruined. This would be more humiliating than killing her, so Yin Zira naturally wouldn't release her now. He also had to consider the dignity of the lady. You're spouting nonsense. Release the young lady of the Shen family immediately, or don't blame us for being impolite. Lu couldn't hold back and spoke up. His hesitation in releasing her made Lu uneasy. What's more, he had a deep dislike for Yin Zira and wished he could take action now, seizing this opportunity. Lu, what do you mean by this? Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Chu Tingo was displeased. What was wrong with Lu? Why was he always going against her benefactor? Did he take her words for nothing? Chu sister, why are you defending him when he won't release the young lady of the Shen family? Lu still clung to this point. This man doesn't seem to be on our side. We should be cautious and make him release her first. Wang Haiyue of the Wang family spoke up. She already looked at Yin Zira with disdain and saw this as an opportunity to unite everyone against him. So this is how the 10 great families of the Divine Alliance unite. I don't think I've introduced myself to all of you yet. I am Yin Zira, a member of the Divine Alliance. But it seems you have no goodwill towards your own allies. Yin Zira's eyes gradually turned cold. The suspicion and division among these people were truly irritating. He could release her, But he had no reason to do so or to argue with these people. Brothers and sisters, please listen to me. Since Yin Ruoruo has already claimed to be a member of the Divine Alliance and has never harmed any of us, let's not jump to conclusions about him. Moreover, according to what he said, he helped Sister Shen. We should respect him. Chu Tingo stepped forward to defend Yin Ruoruo. However, Chu Tingo was usually very arrogant and had a strained relationship with the other families. So few of them took her words seriously. No matter what, release Sister Shen first. Jiang Wanli was extremely anxious. He had been pursuing Shen Yuyu for a long time. Earlier, during the battle, he had been defeated by Jua Josing and had fled, leaving Shen Yuyu behind. Now, he had brought reinforcements to make a show of his strength. If he couldn't prove himself, he would never have a chance with Shen Yuyu. I've said it before, she cannot be released now. She is gravely injured. What would you have me do by releasing her? Focus on dealing with the immediate threat first. Do you really think I would harm her in front of so many members of the Divine Alliance? Yin Ruoruo's gaze was sharp as he stared at Jiang Wanli. This man had ulterior motives and was clearly not to be trusted. Yin Ruoruo's words were firm and powerful, causing a ripple of unease among the crowd. The Three Peaks cult has attacked members of the Divine Alliance. We should teach them a lesson. Chu Tingo brandished her fire-tipped spear, pointing it at Jua Josing. The younger generation of the Divine Alliance all turned their eyes toward him, and in an instant, the silent scent of battle filled the air. Clap, clap, clap. Jua Josing clapped his hands. The Divine Alliance truly lives up to its reputation for strength. To deal with just one of me, you need a whole crowd? Is this your so-called path of the strong? Are all the descendants of the Divine Alliance cowards who dare not face me one-on-one? Jua Josing's words struck a nerve, as they were all young elites who prided themselves on their strength and despised relying on others. This man's 8 trigrams formation is formidable. We must be cautious. Jiang Wanli noticed the inclination among them to face Jua Josing alone and added a word of caution. I, Chengdubu of the Qing family, challenge you to a duel. The Qing family was renowned for their great axes, which could split the heavens and earth. With a domineering aura, Chengdubu took a step forward, his massive black battle axe gleaming. Very well. I, Jua Josing, accept your challenge. Come. Jua Josing stood firm, his expression calm and unafraid. Unleash the power of the heavens and earth. Chengdubu roared, stomping the ground with a force like a cannonball, charging forward and swinging his great axe toward Jua Josing. The massive axe was about to cleave Jua Josing in two. Jua Josing, however, remained unhurried, slowly uttering, Golden Gate, Gung Jiantua, clang. A golden light enveloped Jua Josing, and the great axe struck the golden barrier, but it stood firm as a mountain. How is this possible? Chengdubu was shocked. The golden light before him was only a thin layer, yet its defensive power was astonishing. Chengdubu knew that his axe strike should have been powerful enough to split mountains. Boom! The golden light flashed, sending Chengdubu flying back over 100 meters. Earth Gate, subdue the river and mountains. Jua Josing's lips barely moved. Rumble. The ground trembled, and the earth shook as hundreds of kilograms of rocks flew up, 5 of which hurtled toward Chengdubu. Be careful. The brothers of the Mo family couldn't hold back any longer. One wielded a giant sword, the other a massive blade, and together they sliced through the 5 rocks, shattering them into pieces. The shattered rocks scattered everywhere, and Jua Josing smiled faintly. The Qing family certainly has great strength, and the Mo brothers are also quite formidable. But are you planning to attack together? Jua Josing smiled faintly, curious to see if any of the young elites of the Divine Alliance could set aside their pride. The few of them exchanged glances. Chengdubu was among them, but... Chapter 556, Perilous Situations and Hidden Agendas. He was considered quite outstanding, and if even he couldn't defeat them, it would be difficult for the others. Who's next to challenge me? Or are you all too impatient and want to attack together? Jua Josing stood in place, appearing quite relaxed, but deep down, he was also on edge. If all these people attacked at once, he might really struggle to handle them all. The Three Peaks cult has some skills. Let me see how much weight you carry. Yin Zira stepped forward. After all, he was also a member of the Alliance of Gods. He couldn't let these incompetent people drag him down as well. Are you standing up for the Alliance of Gods, or are you also a member of the Alliance of Gods? Jua Josing looked at Yin Zira, the first time he had truly acknowledged this person. I, Yin Zira, am a member of the Alliance of Gods, and also the holder of the purple gold badge this year. Is that identity enough? As he spoke, Yin Zira summoned the Sui Xian Rui ruler, his eyes sharp and filled with killing intent. What a formidable aura. I've heard that the purple gold badge represents the highest status within the Alliance of Gods. I'm quite intrigued by you. Let's see what you've got. Jua Josing was eager for the challenge. Thunderfire slash. Yin Zira roared, and the Sui Xian Rui ruler in his hand swung forward, surrounded by thunder and fire, exuding a deadly aura. Watergate, water bullet barrage. Jua Josing remained still, standing at the water gate. Water surged from beneath his feet, directly toward Yin Zira's face. Boom! The thunder energy, known for its destructive power, struck the water, but the soft flow of water absorbed his strength. The flames and water collided, creating a large amount of steam that obscured everyone's vision. Two figures separated from the mist. The 8 trigrams and 5 elements were indeed no simple matter. Yin Zira's heart trembled slightly. This man had the capital to be arrogant. However, in front of him, it still wasn't enough. Void-devouring divine technique. From within his body, the heavenly fire of radiance and the earthly fire of the green lotus spun wildly, filling his entire being. He charged forward once again. Fire gate, blazing inferno. Jua Josing said with a smile. Whoosh! Dozens of fireballs shot toward Yin Zira. Yin Zira swung the Sui Xian Rui ruler, using the eye of space-time to track the trajectory of the fireballs. With the golden rock step beneath his feet, he quickly dodged. At the same time, he opened 2 black voids in front of him. The 8 trigrams formation was about controlling a portion of the battlefield with one's divine power. Yin Zira manipulated the void-devouring technique to disrupt the 8 trigrams and 5 elements formation, creating 2 weak points. Dodging all the fireballs, he charged straight toward Jua Josing. Thunderfire slash. Yin Zira unleashed his full force once again. Not bad. You can dodge my fireballs and disrupt my formation, but it's still far from enough. Wood gate, 100 plants flourish. Rumble. The ground trembled, and thick trees erupted from the earth, growing wildly. Jua Josing stood on those trees, like a king ascending into the sky. Yin Zira's strike landed on the trunk of a tree, but the tree continued to grow wildly, with dozens of trees now entangling him. We should help him. Chu Tingo said anxiously. This Yin Zira is quite skilled. He represents the Alliance of Gods. Let's see if he can defeat Jua Josing. Jiang said, showing no intention of helping. You. Chu Tingo's eyes sharpened. She hadn't expected Jiang to be such a vengeful person. Her impression of Jiang had always been good, but now, it had completely collapsed in an instant. Jiang, however, didn't care at all. Failing to save the Shen family's young lady was the greatest pain in his heart. Chu's sister, don't be impatient. This Yin Zira is quite arrogant. Let's see if he has any other tricks up his sleeve. Mo Lu said with a smile, eager to see Yin Zira's humiliation. Chu Tingo was speechless, looking at Mo Lu with disdain. In the battlefield, Yin Zira struggled to cut through the surrounding trees. Wood? What's so great about it? Yin scorching heaven technique. Yin Zira's eyes sharpened, and the heavenly fire of radiance and the earthly fire of the green lotus erupted from his body. A scorching red and terrifying green flames surged forth. 2 types of heavenly flames. Jua Josing's voice was filled with shock. The 2 flames instantly set his trees ablaze. The 100-jiang forest was reduced to a sea of fire in minutes. Such heavenly treasures. This Yin Zira has the capital to be arrogant. Jiang Wanli, seeing the two flames, couldn't help but feel greedy. If he could obtain these flames, his future achievements would be limitless. At this moment, his eyes were filled with greedy desire as he looked at Yin Zira. The others looked on with envy and greed. Only Chu Tingo felt a sense of relief, as the situation had been perilous. Yin Zira stood in the sea of flames, calm and composed. Jua Josing quickly retreated, adjusting his 8 trigrams and 5 elements formation, his eyes sharp as he looked at Yin Zira. I didn't expect you to possess such treasures, but the 5 elements are interdependent and mutually restraining. How much of the power of these flames can you unleash? Yin Yang Gate, Life-Death Gate, open. Jua Josing's eyes sharpened, and the 5 elements reversed, creating a terrifying aura. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. All 5 elements work together, creating an even more terrifying and powerful momentum. Facing the yin-yang swirling vortex in front of him, Yin Zira's eye of space-time constantly monitored the energy changes within. Both the black and white energy circles were extremely terrifying. Be careful. Chu Tingo's hands unconsciously clenched into fists, worried for Yin Zira. An interesting formation, very powerful, but not enough to be a threat. Yin-yang scorching heaven technique, thorny golden bell barrier. The heavenly fire of radiance and the earthly fire of the green lotus burned fiercely, enhancing Yin Zira's strength and protecting him with the thorny golden bell barrier. Yin Zira charged directly into the yin-yang vortex. I don't know if you're smart or foolish to enter the strongest part of the formation. Haha. Jua Josing laughed proudly, certain that Yin Zira was doomed. No, I must help him. Chu Tingo grabbed her fire lance, ready to act. Chu's sister, if you intervene, it will mean that Yin Zira can't defeat Jua Josing, and the face of the Alliance of Gods will be lost. The elders gave him the purple gold badge, so he must have his own strengths. Don't be impatient, let's wait a bit longer. Jiang Wanli said slowly, his eyes revealing a hidden greed. He hoped Yin Zira would be half dead, so he could lead the others to kill Jua Josing and claim the flames for himself. At this moment, Yin Zira had already entered the formation, where Yin and Yang formed the skeleton. Chapter 557, Mercilessly Wiping Out. Inside, the elements of the 5 elements were spinning wildly. When they complemented each other, the energy unleashed was terrifyingly powerful. When they were in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint, the energy released was significantly weaker. Clang, clang, clang. In just a few breaths, the thorny golden bell cover had endured hundreds of attacks, and it was on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Yin Zira's eye of space-time was searching for the weak points of the formation amidst the most dangerous energy storm. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the thorny golden bell cover shattered in an instant. Xianxia refining pagoda, Yin Zira waved the free will ruler in his hand, continuously blocking the surrounding energy orbs. However, the attacks were simply too numerous, and he was beginning to struggle. Inside the Xianxia refining pagoda, vast amounts of divine power were stored. At this moment, they were released to resist the overwhelming onslaught of divine power. Caught between 2 fronts, with enemies at both the front and back, Yin Zira's divine power was rapidly depleting, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion. The situation was critical. By chance, the eye of space-time discovered a relatively weak spot, which seemed to be the core of the formation. Yin Zira looked at that weak point and decided to take a desperate gamble. Primordial Divine Domain, Flame God Strike. The energies of the heavenly flame radiance and the earthly flame lotus were all injected into this attack. At this moment, Yin Zira transformed into a dazzling little fire figure and charged straight ahead. Boom! The energy collided, and the dazzling flames burst forth within the black and white energy ring. How is this possible? Jua Josing's eyes widened in disbelief as his 8 trigrams 5 elements yin-yang disc shattered. Pooh! Jua Josing spat out a mouthful of blood, as he was also severely counterattacked. Boom! The terrifying residual energy waves surged outwards, shocking everyone from the Divine Alliance. No one had expected Yin Zira to actually break Jua Josing's 8 trigrams 5 elements. Yin Zira stood there, his divine power completely depleted. At his weakest moment, Jiang Wanli's greed could no longer be suppressed, and he charged straight towards Yin Zira with murderous intent. Jiang Wanli, what are you doing? Chu Tingo shouted, but Yin Zira turned to see Jiang Wanli's sinister smile. Once you're dead, everything will be mine. Ding. Detecting the host's crisis, exchanging 100,000 points for cultivation. Restoring divine power. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zira's divine power had returned to its peak state. He reached out and grabbed Jiang Wanli's sword. What did you just say? Jiang Wanli felt as if his body was completely immobilized. This can't be. Your divine power should have been completely drained. Jiang Wanli screamed in horror, as if seeing a ghost. Even the most potent elixirs wouldn't allow for such a rapid recovery. This was beyond human capability. Yin Zira swung the free will ruler, piercing through Jiang Wanli's chest. The members of the Divine Alliance were shocked. He had killed someone right in front of them, but no one spoke up, because in that instant, Yin Zira had no divine power, and Jiang Wanli's attack had already tarnished the reputation of the Divine Alliance. Such actions would bring shame to the Alliance. Even though some had personal ties with Jiang Wanli, no one dared to defend him for such a disgraceful act. Yin Zira summoned the Qingquan refining pagoda and tossed Jiang Wanli inside, obliterating all traces of his existence. Yin Zira glanced at the others, but no one said a word. These people were also concerned about their reputation. Anyone who dared to speak up at this moment would be courting death. Everyone was puzzled about how Yin Zira had managed to restore his divine power so instantly. At this moment, Jua Josing, weakened and gasping for breath, stared at Yin Zira in horror as his divine power returned in an instant, as if seeing a ghost. He crushed a jade pendant in his hand, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. You're pretty fast at running away. Yin Zira shook his head. His body was now severely overtaxed, or else he would have made sure to keep that guy permanently detained. Everyone had ways to protect their own lives, but Jiang Wanli had been controlled by his insatiable greed, leaving him no chance to use his survival tactics before being killed. Yin Zira turned to look at the members of the Divine Alliance, too lazy to say anything more. Are you all quite idle? Shouldn't you be focusing on completing your tasks? I'll take my leave first. With that, Yin Zira turned and left, intending to reunite with the others and continue searching for medicinal herbs. The group stood there, looking at each other in silence. That guy just left like that. Wang Haiwei grumbled unhappily. What did they even count for? Otherwise, what did you want to say? Mo Lu replied, his heart still simmering with frustration for missing the opportunity to kill that scoundrel. Today's events, we'd best keep them to ourselves. It's embarrassing. Chengdubu added. Their noble families were also concerned about their reputation. Jiang Wanli had attempted to kill a defenseless person, only to be killed himself. If this got out, it would be a huge embarrassment for the Divine Alliance. Assassinating someone without divine power and being killed in the process? It would be a laughable scandal. Soon, everyone dispersed, and with Jiang Wanli dead, no one seemed to care about the whereabouts of Miss Shen anymore. Chu Jiaomei, let's go, Mo Qian said. Chu Tingo shook her head. I have a good relationship with Sister Shen. I'm worried about her. You guys go ahead. Saying that, Chu Tingo dashed towards Yin Zira's direction. The Mo brothers exchanged glances, then went off to seek their own fortunes. At this moment, Yin Zira returned to the previous location and reunited with the group of women. Where did you go to meet another beauty? We've already found the 4th herb. Now we're considering whether to go for the 3rd one. Yuan Lingdan sat on the ground, saying helplessly. The group had waited for Yin Zira for half a day, and every moment here was precious. Ran into some trouble over there. Miao Wan, take care of Miss Shen. As Yin Zira spoke, he took out the Qingquan refining pagoda and released Miss Shen from within. Great. You really did leave her to me. The last 3 words, Yuan Lingdan didn't say out loud. Seeing Miss Shen's disheveled state, she was speechless for a moment before finally blurting out, "Are you even human?" Yuan Lingdan had assumed that Yin Zira had somehow mistreated Miss Shen. Yin Zira gave her a big eye roll. "What nonsense are you spouting? It was the Three Peaks cult that did this. I just brought her back. But this matter shouldn't be spread around. It concerns her reputation," Yin Zira said, and Shen Yuyu, now in a disheveled state, could sense everything happening outside the Qingkuan refining pagoda, especially Jiang Wanli's actions, which she found even more disgusting. Hua Miaowan helped her bandage her wounds, and since their figures were similar, Hua Miaowan lent her a set of her own clothes. After regaining her strength, Shen Yuyu's first action was to bow deeply to Yin Zira in gratitude. Chapter 558. A bustling scene. A favor to sell? Thank you, young Master Yin, for saving my life. I am willing to serve you in any way possible in the future. This gesture of kneeling caught Yin Zira slightly off guard. No need for such grand gestures. I am also part of the Divine Alliance, and saving you was just a small matter. As he spoke, Yin Zira helped her to her feet. Shen Yuyu looked at Yin Zira. From the rumors she had heard, Yin Zira was always surrounded by a group of beautiful women. She had thought he was a playboy, but when she offered herself in gratitude, he politely declined. This proved that some things must be seen with one's own eyes and not taken at face value from gossip. Since the fourth herb has been found, let's head to the location of the third herb. After all, the fifth herb is quite far away, and going back and forth would waste time. After saying this, Yin Zira looked at Shen Yuyu. "Miss Shen, do you have any plans for what comes next?" Shen Yuyu glanced at the group, which was filled with beautiful women. She wanted to repay the favor, but it seemed they didn't expect anything in return. "I need to adjust my condition. Please go ahead, young Master Yin. When I return, I will certainly express my gratitude." Shen Yuyu bowed to Yin Zira and the others. "Take care, then." With that, Yin Zira led the group away. Not long after they left, a figure appeared beside Shen Yuyu. "Sister Yuyu, are you all right?" Chu Tingo arrived, worried about Shen Yuyu but also curious about Yin Zira. "I'm fine, thanks to young Master Yin saving me." "Tingo, what are you looking for?" Shen Yuyu noticed that while Chu Tingo was genuinely concerned, her eyes were darting around now that she saw Shen Yuyu was unharmed. "No, I was just curious about where young Master Yin went." Chu Tingo looked around, disappointed not to see him. "Oh, I see. Little girl has a crush?" Shen Yuyu teased, knowing the two were as close as sisters, even though they weren't blood-related. "No, Sister Yuyu, don't say such things." Chu Tingo blushed and lowered her head, quite unlike her usual self. "My Tingo is a gem among women, yet even she admires young Master Yin. Alas, it seems we both have fallen for someone we shouldn't." Shen Yuyu sighed, her tone tinged with resignation. "Sister Yuyu, you too?" Chu Tingo looked at Shen Yuyu, her expression uncertain. "Silly girl, haven't you seen the group? There are so many beautiful women around him. Do you think he lacks company? Even if we were willing to serve him, he might not even look at us. Fate is a strange thing, but only when someone truly cares for you does your effort feel worthwhile. If their heart isn't with you, even if we throw ourselves at them, it's useless." Shen Yuyu was more accepting than Chu Tingo, but she too felt a knot in her heart. Both were exceptional women, yet today they felt a sense of loss. They exchanged a glance and gave a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Yin Zira and his group had arrived at the location of the third herb, a basin. "It should be around here. Let's search," Yin Zira said, then sat down to adjust his condition. After the previous battle, his energy hadn't fully recovered, and his body was still under strain. If another dangerous situation arose, he might not be able to handle it. However, this was a competition ground, and danger was always lurking. The women spread out to search for the herb, while Yin Zira rested, with Hua Miaowan guarding him. Yin Zira knew Hua Miaowan was protecting him, but he also needed to stay vigilant. So, his perception remained focused within 1,000 meters of his surroundings. "Han Yufeng, I didn't expect you to be such a person." A woman's voice rang out, filled with anger. Joyo, from childhood to now, I've only ever loved you. Why can't you understand my feelings? A man pleaded desperately. I've always seen you as a brother. I don't love you. Young Joyo said coldly. Joyo, my feelings for you are genuine. If you wanted the stars, I'd pluck them for you. Can't you see my sincerity? Hearing this cliched line, Yin Zira almost burst out laughing. The most useless thing in the world is a promise. People can say anything with just a flick of the tongue, but few can actually follow through with actions. This man claiming he could pluck stars for the woman? Why not go ahead and do it before boasting? However, Hua Miaowan had mentioned that among the 10 great families of the Divine Alliance, the second was the Han family. Could this Han Yufeng be the one? And the first family, the Yang family, had a participant named Yang Joyo in this competition. TSK. Yin Zira was speechless. Why did all the gossip and drama of the Divine Alliance seem to fall into his lap? Han Yufeng, stop talking. From now on, I don't want to see you. Please leave. Yang Joyo's tone was sharp and unyielding. Joyo, my feelings for you are true, as clear as the sun and moon. Must you be so cruel to me? Han Yufeng's voice was filled with anguish, as if his heart was pierced by 1,000 arrows. Leave. Yang Joyo repeated. Those who love but cannot have, some give up, while others crumble. Yang Joyo, because of you, I've never looked at another woman, and now you treat me like this. Han Yufeng attacked. Do you love me, or my grandfather's flames, Han Yufeng? Yang Joyo retaliated. Yin Zira raised an eyebrow, finding this quite amusing. It seemed the flames had a close connection to the Yang family. Soon, the sound of their battle echoed, and the energy waves reached the basin. The women all gathered back, worried it might be someone hostile to Yin Zira. I wonder who's fighting. Should we go check it out? Hua Miaowan asked, always deferring to Yin Zira. An internal conflict within the Divine Alliance. There's a favor worth selling here. Since the Yang family was the owner of the flames, gaining a favor from them could be beneficial. Someone's up to something again. Yuan Lingdan couldn't help but tease, seeing Yin Zira's sly smile. I have my reasons. Did you find the herb? Yin Zira shot Yuan Lingdan a look, tired of her constant teasing. Yes, we found it. Yuan Lingdan handed over the herb, which was relatively common and not guarded by any powerful beasts. You go to the location of the 5th herb. I'll catch up later. Chapter 559. A grand spectacle, applauding with enthusiasm. Yin Zira said a word and then set off. The women looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Well, this lord is gone again, Yuan Lingdan continued to complain. Let's listen to him and head to the location of the 5th medicinal herb, Hua Miaowan suggested. She believed that Yin Zira must have had his reasons for leaving and turned to head towards the location of the 5th medicinal herb. Yin Zira, of course, was going to observe the heated battle. He also calculated that if he could get his hands on that flame, it would be worth the trip. But he also wanted to see how strong these two representatives of the younger generation of the Gods Alliance were. These two were far more powerful than Chu Tingo and Jiang Wanli. They were the outstanding generation, while Han Yufeng and Yang Joyo were the peak generation, two completely different concepts and weights. As Yin Zira approached within 100 meters, he could already feel the terrifying divine energy fluctuations ahead. Flaming divine whip. Heavenly slash. The two unleashed their strongest attacks. Judging from the residual divine energy, both were at the peak of the true god first rank, comparable to Jua Josing. Yin Zira cleverly concealed his aura. The two fought spectacularly, to the point where one might think they were mortal enemies. But love that cannot be obtained often transforms into something else. As the old saying goes, if you can't have it, then destroy it. Han Yufeng's eyes were sharp as he secretly struck, sending out 3 silver needles silently. Yang Joyo, wielding her whip, hadn't expected Han Yufeng to be such a despicable person. She dodged 2 needles, but was still struck in the calf by 1. Despicable. Yang Joyo pulled out the needle, which was black, poisoned. I knew you, Yang Joyo, were extremely proud, so I made this especially for you, Han Yufeng said with a smug smile. Yang Jiuyo's breath was chaotic, her divine energy scattered, and she couldn't gather her strength. I'll kill you. Yang Jiuyo's eyes were sharp as she swung her whip. But without the ability to gather her divine energy, the whip was easily caught by Han Yufeng. Hee, you wouldn't bear to kill me, because I'll marry you, and you wouldn't kill the father of your child. With that, he pulled Yang Jiuyo into his arms. The scent of a woman filled his nostrils, arousing his primal instincts. Without a word, he threw her down on the ground, ready to proceed. Clap, clap, clap. Yin Zira clapped his hands as he walked out. Bravo! Truly impressive. Han Yufeng's eyes sharpened as he looked at Yin Zira. Don't want to die? Then get lost. A mere third-rank upper god wasn't worth his attention. Yang Jiuyo, her consciousness fading, looked at Yin Zira with pitiful eyes, her lips mouthing the words, "Save me. Please continue, young Master Han. I'll just enjoy the show of your vigor." Yin Zira sat down beside them, acting as if he were watching a grand performance. You, scoundrel, get out. Han Yufeng, who was conscious of his reputation, couldn't proceed with someone watching. You tell me to leave, and I leave? That would be so undignified. Yin Zira acted like a rascal. Han Yufeng had no choice but to stand up, his body bent, his lower body ready to erupt. But now was not the time. He could only hold back. If he held back for too long, he might explode. Die! Han Yufeng charged without hesitation. Yin Zira smiled faintly, holding the Sui Xian Rui scale in his hand as he rushed forward. Swish! Clang! You! Blood spilled from Han Yufeng's throat as he collapsed. Just a trash, Yin Zira said as he walked over to Yang Jiuyo. The drug had taken effect, and her consciousness was fading. But in her fading consciousness, she called out for Brother Tao. It seems Yang Jiuyo already has someone she likes. I won't take advantage of her in this state. Is there any medicine that can detoxify this poison? Ding! Detoxification pill, 200,000 points. Exchange? Exchange. Yin Zira said immediately, and a vial of medicine appeared in his hand, which he gave to Yang Jiuyo. After taking the medicine, the effect was immediate, and Yang Jiuyo gradually calmed down. After half a day, Yang Jiuyo opened her eyes and saw Yin Zira sitting beside her, while Han Yufeng was nowhere to be seen. In her last moments of fading consciousness, she had seen Yin Zira kill Han Yufeng. She quickly checked her clothes and found no signs of anything amiss. Thank you, Yang Jiuyo said, then picked up her whip. I just happened to pass by. Since Miss Yang is fine, I'll take my leave. Just as Yin Zira was about to leave, Yang Jiuyo couldn't help but ask, what happened to me after I was poisoned? Her expression was filled with worry and anxiety, as if she had something difficult to say. What do you think? Yin Zira suddenly grinned mischievously. Yang Jiuyo's expression instantly darkened, and tears fell uncontrollably. Hey, I was just teasing. I detoxified you. Yin Zira hadn't expected Miss Yang Jiuyo to be so sensitive that she started crying immediately. Seeing Yin Zira's flustered demeanor, Yang Jiuyo couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, Yang Jiuyo said, relieved that the worst hadn't happened. Be more careful in the future. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Yin Zira bowed and turned to head towards the location of the fifth medicinal herb. Looking at his retreating back, Yang Jiuyo felt a strong sense of gratitude and thought that if they ever met again, she would definitely repay this kindness. Yin Zira rushed towards the group at his fastest speed. At the location of the fifth medicinal herb, the women were still searching when Yin Zira arrived and joined the search. Found it! The little cat spirit exclaimed, holding the herb with great joy. Good. Then let's head to the location of the sixth herb, Yin Zira said. How come you're back already? That's not like your style. Shouldn't you have brought back a beauty? Yuan Lingdan continued to tease, causing Yin Zira to twitch the corner of his mouth in annoyance. I did save a beauty, but she already has someone she likes, so I came back. How about you submit to me instead? Yin Zira said, pulling Yuan Lingdan's hand and pulling her into his arms. Yuan Lingdan unleashed all her divine energy in anger and embarrassment. Yin Zira quickly retreated, realizing that this little girl still had a fiery temper. I was just joking. Who would like a little girl who hasn't even developed yet? Yin Zira teased, turning and walking away triumphantly. Yuan Lingdan was furious, as this guy always managed to make her fume. All right. There are people over there. Everyone be careful. Yao Juhong was also speechless facing these two troublemakers. At a time like this, they could still bicker. Chapter 560. 10,000 Years Treasure. Everyone chases. At that moment, a sound like a gust of wind came from the other side. A golden figure darted past the crowd, so fast that no one could tell what it was. However, the aura of spiritual energy it exuded was overwhelming, and wherever it passed, a fragrant medicinal scent lingered. This is a 10,000 years treasure. Yin Zira's eyes gleamed with excitement. The herbs they had collected were only of the 10,000-year level, but a 10,000-year treasure could become sentient. Without hesitation, she broke into a run. Behind her, powerful auras were in hot pursuit. Quick! That thing went that way. A familiar voice echoed from behind. It was Wang Haiyue of the Wang family. Following close behind were Feng Duoluo of the Feng family and Cheng Dubu of the Cheng family, both rushing forward. Seeing Yin Zira and her group, the three did not stop but continued their chase. It's a 10,000-year treasure. After it, Yin Zira shouted, turning to follow. The other women exchanged glances and quickly joined the pursuit. A golden light streaked ahead, with a crowd of people chasing behind, creating a lively scene. At the front, a powerful aura emerged. Miyagi, it's been a long time. Let's see how much you've improved. Jua Josing's voice rang out, his divine energy spreading continuously. Jua Josing, last time you barely won half a move against me. This time, I won't let you off so easily. Ah! Miyagi roared, and the two clashed, their divine energy radiating in all directions. At that moment, a golden figure rushed into the middle of their battlefield, passing right under their noses. A 10,000-year treasure. The two exclaimed in unison, and their battle paused as they both gave chase. Wang Haiyue, who had caught up, saw the two men pursuing the treasure and her expression changed. The 10,000-year treasure was an extremely rare treasure, capable of helping one break through the bottleneck of the true God realm and lay a solid foundation. Such a great temptation was irresistible to anyone. Yin Zira continued to chase relentlessly. The other women also exerted their full speed, as this was a mad competition. Who would emerge victorious was still uncertain. Miyagi and Jua Josing chased the treasure to the edge of a waterfall, the sound of rushing water echoing loudly. The golden light directly dove into the water, hiding its aura. The two men exchanged glances, staring at the waterfall before them. This 10,000-year treasure can hide its aura. It must be an extraordinary treasure. Jua Josing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a treasure would be perfect for refining his body. Miyagi's gaze was sharp. A 10,000-year treasure was rarely seen and could be used to solidify his own realm. Each of them had their own desires. At that moment, Wang Haiyue, Cheng Dubu, and Feng Duoluo arrived. Seeing the waterfall, their expressions darkened. The 10,000-year treasure has hidden itself in the waterfall. What should we do, brothers? Wang Haiyue looked at the two men, her expression conflicted. After all, it was not easy to encounter such a treasure, and now it seemed to be slipping away. She was unwilling to give up. Don't worry, Sister Wang. That thing will come out eventually. We just need to be patient, Feng Duoluo said, his gaze fixed on Jua Josing and Miyagi, both of whom were formidable opponents. This was their greatest threat at the moment. Such a treasure is not something you lowly beings should even think of touching. You can leave now, Jua Josing said with a smile, his tone dripping with murderous intent. Do you think you can defeat the three of us alone? Wang Haiyue retorted defiantly. After all, they were the young elites of their respective families. not just some common folk who could be ordered around so easily. What a sharp-tongued little girl. Let me deal with you first. Without another word, Jua Josing attacked, summoning water gates, water bullets. Hundreds of water bullets flew directly toward Wang Haiyue. Sister Wang, be careful. Chung Dubu swung his massive battle axe, unleashing a powerful strike. Boom! The terrifying divine energy spread, instantly destroying the water bullets. Himph! You want to protect this flower? Let's see if you have the ability. Wood gate, 100 plants flourish. Boom! The ground trembled as 100 trees sprouted, directly rushing toward the three. The three quickly drew their weapons and launched a frenzied counterattack, but the trees grew too fast, wrapping around their bodies and trapping them. Now, you can die. Jua Josing prepared to strike. Just as he was about to act, Yin Zira arrived, seeing the three on the verge of being killed. Although she disliked Wang Haiyue, she was still part of the Divine Alliance. Moreover, Chung Dubu was a man of character, and for that reason alone, he was worth saving. Thunder Flame Slash. Boom. Yin Zira unleashed a powerful attack, cutting down the 100 trees in one strike. The three were saved and landed safely. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Chung Dubu bowed, Feng Duoluo followed suit, and even Wang Haiyue, after hesitating, bowed as well. You're no match for him. Go seek other opportunities, Yin Zira said sharply, her gaze fixed on Jua Josing. In just a few days, his aura had grown stronger. It seemed the opportunities here were indeed plentiful. So it's you again, Yin Zira, ruining my plans. You saved them, but let's see if anyone can save you. Jua Josing's eyes gleamed with hostility. Last time, he had been defeated by Yin Zira, and he harbored a grudge. Fortunately, his luck was good, and he encountered a severely injured beast. After exhausting all his strength to kill it, he refined the beast's energy, greatly enhancing his own cultivation. This time, he intended to reclaim his honor. Last time, I was too lenient with you. This time, I'll make sure to teach you a proper lesson, Yin Zira said, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Jua Josing's expression changed. It was as if he were some lowly servant, which infuriated him. Yin Zira, you're asking for death. Wood gate, thorny path. Boom. Countless trees sprouted, this time covered in black poisonous thorns. It seemed his newfound power was wood-based, with a toxic effect. You're already so sinister in appearance, and now your techniques are equally treacherous, Yin Zira said, her gaze sharp. From within her body, the heavenly fire of the radiant sun and the earthly fire of the azure lotus erupted, enveloping her as the vines closed in. This time, my vines are fire-resistant. I absorbed the power of the flame shield beast, greatly enhancing my cultivation. You, Yin Zira, are skilled in fire. Let's see how you can counter my move this time, Jua Josing said, watching Yin Zira from within the thicket of vines, a smug smile on his face. Inside, Yin Zira wielded the free and willful ruler, launching a frenzied assault. However, the vines had become much faster and more troublesome to deal with. Void Devouring Divine Technique. Two dark fissures opened beside Yin Zira, devouring the divine energy around her. Chapter 561. Capturing the Treasure Medicine. Fair Distribution. A vast amount of divine power was devoured by the Void Devouring Technique, and even the branches extended into the void were consumed. Taking advantage of this gap, Yin Zira gathered divine energy, scanning the surroundings with her eyes, searching for weaknesses through the Tao of space-time. A glimmer of light flashed before Yin Zira's eyes. Found it. Thunderfire Slash. Yin Zira launched a powerful attack, striking at the weak point. Crack, crack. Countless trees snapped instantly, falling to the ground. How is this possible? My wooden gate has been breached. Jua Josing's expression changed. Previously, even Miyagi had been trapped by this technique for a long time, only managing to break free using a special method, which had cost him greatly in terms of stamina and left him severely injured. Yet, Yin Zira landed on the ground unscathed. Not bad, you've improved. But even so, you're still no match for me. Yin Zira's divine energy surged as the inscriptions on her Sui Xian Ru E ruler glowed one by one, raising the temperature around her. Let's see how long you can stay so arrogant. Fire gate, blazing inferno. Dozens of flames rushed forward. They crashed into Yin Zira's body, but these flames were no more than a tickle to her. Yin Zira charged straight ahead. Jua Josing stomped his foot, causing the earth to crack and propel him into the air. Yin Zira pursued relentlessly, with countless sharp rocks flying toward her midway. Her Tao of space-time eyes sensed the danger instantly, and she dodged quickly. Gathering divine energy with the golden rock step, she rushed to Jua Josing's side and kicked him down with a single move. Jua Josing spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He glared at Yin Zira with resentment, thinking that after improving his cultivation, he could finally deal with this so-called genius. But now, he had been defeated once again. He was filled with resentment. Yin Zira landed directly in front of Jua Josing. Jua Josing hurriedly got up and took 3 steps back. His disheveled appearance made him look more like a stray dog. Miyaji watched from the side, feeling a shiver of fear. He had fought Jua Josing for a long time without a clear victor. Yet, in just a few exchanges, Jua Josing had been kicked down. If he were to fight Yin Zira, it would likely be a tough battle. You brat. This is still during the competition. I'll deal with you after the tournament ends. Jua Josing found an excuse for himself and turned to flee. Jua Josing, last time you escaped, do you think I'll let you run this time? Yin Zira charged forward with a fierce killing intent. Earth Gate. Subdue the rivers and mountains. Jua Josing's surroundings were surrounded by rising earth, shielding his figure. Thunderfire Slash. Yin Zira unleashed a powerful strike, breaking through the defense in front of her. The cunning fellow used some secret treasure and transformed into 3 figures, fleeing in 3 different directions at high speed. Oh, not bad. Like a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows. Yin Zira found it quite amusing. All right, this time I'll let you escape. Next time, we'll pick up where we left off. Yin Zira stored away her Thuishin Ruyichi and turned to face Miyaji. We meet again, brother Miyaji. What a coincidence. Yin Zira bowed to Miyaji, who returned the gesture. I owe you a favor from before. This 100,000-year treasure medicine should rightfully belong to you. I'll take my leave now. As Miyaji spoke, he was about to leave, but Yin Zira stopped him. Don't be in a hurry. The treasure is hidden in the waterfall, masking its aura. Let's see who can claim it based on our own abilities. What do you say? Yin Zira's proposal piqued Miyaji's interest. The world's treasures belong to those who are capable. All right. Miyaji agreed without hesitation, staring at the waterfall, trying to spot the treasure, but after a long while, he saw nothing. Yin Zira also used her Tao of space-time eyes to search for the treasure medicine, but she too found nothing. Strange, could it have escaped? Yin Zira looked around, feeling a bit embarrassed. At that moment, the group of women arrived. The little Katya sniffed the air and said, "It's in the waterfall. It has disguised itself as a water attribute being." Yin Zira and Miyaji exchanged glances, and both made their move simultaneously. The 5 women prepared, knowing that this creature had an incredibly fast escape speed and unique escape methods, so they had to be cautious. The 2 of them attacked, and a golden light shot through the space between them. Both reached out to grab it, but they only caught a phantom, nothing in their hands. This thing can create illusions of itself. Interesting. Yin Zira followed closely, and Miyaji chased after her. The 5 women unleashed their divine energy, forming a temporary divine barrier around the area. The golden light collided with the barrier, revealing a ginseng that looked like a tiny human. The little thing shook its head comically, looking quite amusing. A 100,000-year ginseng. It's become sentient. Yin Zira reached out to grab it, but the 2 golden little legs moved quickly, avoiding her grasp. Miyaji tried to grab it with his other hand, but the little legs jumped in midair and quickly changed direction. Clang. It collided with the energy barrier once more, falling to the ground. Just as it got up, Yin Zira caught it in her hand. You little thing are quite the runner. The golden ginseng swayed from side to side, full of spirit. But with divine energy infused in her hand, Yin Zira wasn't about to let this little creature escape. Brother, it seems you have the upper hand. Miyagi had to admit that Yin Zira was quicker. Yin Zira swiftly divided the 100,000-year treasure medicine into 6 parts, distributing it among the 5 women and Miyagi. This isn't appropriate. Yin Zira handed the best portion to Miyagi, which made him feel awkward. It's appropriate. We're all one family, no need to be so formal. Haha, I still need to find more medicinal herbs, so I'll take my leave first. With that, Yin Zira turned and left, leaving the group of women in a daze, but following her nonetheless. Miyagi looked at the 100,000-year treasure medicine in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then began to refine it, strengthening his own power being the most important. Yin Zira was a formidable opponent, and he needed to become stronger. The next time they met, he would have to surpass her to repay these favors. On the way, Yuan Lingdan's curiosity couldn't be contained. I say, did you just acknowledge him as family? Yuan Lingdan couldn't help but ask. The situation with the beast god cult was still unclear. If Yin Zira had truly acknowledged him as family, there would likely be more trouble ahead. No, but since he's her brother, I naturally have to take care of him. Yin Zira's expression remained calm. But even when Miyagi was captured and sealed, he didn't protest. You don't know the relationship between these siblings. Why are you treating him this way? Yuan Lingdan couldn't understand what Yin Zira was planning. Family is family, and naturally, we play the family card. Miyagi broke the rules and deserved to be punished. But the crime that should have led to execution was merely imprisonment, not because of any other reason. It's because his sister is the Holy Maiden. No one dares to touch her. Chapter 562, Superior Beast, Leaving a Shadow. So, I need to make Miyagi even stronger. That way, Mieshin's life will be safe, and everything else will fall into place naturally when I arrive. Yin Zira smiled calmly. He was paving the way for his journey to the beast god cult, and Miyagi was the best choice. I didn't expect you, Miaozi, to think things through so thoroughly, Yuan Lingdan said, giving Yin Zira a rare compliment. Do I have to be the lecher in your eyes? Yin Zira was exasperated. Was there some kind of feud between him and Yuan Lingdan in their past lives? Why did they always seem to exasperate each other? Haha, it's all about how you handle things. Look at you. Are you afraid of being talked about? Yuan Lingdan glanced at the 4 beautiful women, each of whom clearly harbored feelings of admiration. Fine, then I'll take you down first. Before Yuan Lingdan could react, Yin Zira lunged forward and grabbed her chest. Get lost. Yuan Lingdan erupted in anger, unleashing her divine power and sending Yin Zira flying to the side. She sped up her pace, trying to distance herself. Although she had instinctively retaliated, her mind was in complete disarray. However, she was unwilling to share a man with a group of women. That was her bottom line. Absolutely not. Yin Zira dusted himself off, watching Yuan Lingdan's panicked escape with amusement. The sight of her flat chest was hardly captivating. You always tease her like that. What if she lets you touch her? Are you going to take responsibility? Hua Miaowan said, standing beside him with a look of exasperation. I can handle all of them if I have to. My combat abilities are quite formidable. Yin Zira boasted without hesitation. Understanding the implications of his words, Hua Miaowan's ears turned red, and she quickly picked up her pace. This guy really had no filter. Yao Jiahong followed behind, watching the commotion in front of her with a pang of jealousy. She sighed inwardly. Oh well, guess it's just fate. The little cat Yao followed behind, her eyes glued to Yin Zira. To her, the master was the most important, and Yin Zira came next. The pure-hearted little girl didn't think much beyond that. The group continued their search for medicinal herbs. The subsequent searches went smoothly, and after gathering all the necessary herbs, they were finally ready to seek out their fortune. This is the territory of the Divine Alliance. We should probably ask someone from the Divine Alliance for information, Yin Zira said, scanning the area. This domain had been meticulously crafted by the members of the Divine Alliance. Only they would know what treasures lay hidden here. As Yin Zira muttered to himself, the sound of battle echoed through the air. Roar! A beast's roar shook the heavens. Such a terrifying presence could only belong to a formidable creature, not some minor beast. Be careful! A familiar voice shouted. Yin Zira looked up to see Shen Yuyu shielding Chu Tingo, who had been knocked aside by a black tail. The tail was covered in glossy, jet-black scales. Let's go check it out, Yin Zira said and charged forward, the women following reluctantly but obediently. The Mo brothers swung their weapons at the beast's head, their formidable strength creating sparks as they struck the creature. Roar! The beast roared again, sending the brothers flying to the other side. Only then did Yin Zira get a good look at the creature. Black Scale Python Dragon. This is a superior beast. Legend has it that this creature can evolve into a true dragon after surviving a heavenly tribulation. Yin Zira's expression turned serious. The Black Scale Python Dragon before him exuded a powerful aura, comparable to a divine deity of the 5th rank, likely at the peak of the 4th rank. However, the Black Scale Python Dragon was renowned for its scales, which provided incredible defense, coupled with its ferocious combat prowess and lightning-fast speed. Taking it down would be no easy task. Roar! The Black Scale Python Dragon lunged at Chu Tingo, its fury evident. It seemed Chu Tingo had taken something precious, enraging the beast. Venomous Spike Shield. Yin Zira shielded Chu Tingo. Clang! The Black Scale Python Dragon bit down, but the venomous spike shield absorbed its divine power and reflected spikes, piercing through the beast's mouth. Roar! Blood spurted as if it had bitten into a porcupine. The Black Scale Python Dragon recoiled, its mouth gaping open as it quickly retreated. Yin Zira reached Chu Tingo's side. Her lips were stained with blood, and her breathing was unsteady. How did you manage to provoke such a troublesome creature? A divine deity of the 4th rank. A superior beast. Yin Zira asked, curious. Because I took its treasure, Chu Tingo said, producing a black glazed pearl, a medicinal herb nearing 10,000 years old. The mere scent of it invigorated the spirit. You're quite the troublemaker, aren't you? Yin Zira turned to face the beast. Let's attack together. Be careful. Yin Zira summoned his Theishin Ruyichi and charged forward. The women exchanged glances and joined the assault. Thunderflame Slash. Yin Zira unleashed an attack on the beast's massive head. The Black Scale Python Dragon's black eyes focused on Yin Zira, its crimson pupil glaring. It opened its gaping maw and lunged forward. Yin Zira's Sui Xian Rui ruler transformed, holding the beast's mouth open. Trying to eat me? I'll turn you into barbecue first. With that, Yin Zira tossed a ball of heavenly flame and a ball of earthly flame into the beast's mouth. He leaped down, and his Theishin Ruyichi, Freeheart and Will ruler, fell alongside him. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rocked the area, spreading terrifying flames. Roar! 2 gleaming, sharp teeth fell to the ground as the Black Scale Python Dragon's lower right jaw was blown apart, blood flowing from the wounds. It had lost 2 of its massive teeth. The intense pain fueled its fury, and it turned its hatred toward Yin Zira, swinging its massive tail. The little catyaw transformed into a striped tabby and quickly swatted the tail away. Boom! The tail slammed into the ground. The women unleashed their attacks, weakening the beast's divine power. Yin Zira leaped onto the Black Scale Python Dragon's back, gripping his Theishin Ruyichi tightly. These scales are amazing. If I could make a set of armor out of them, that would be even better. With that, he activated the Yin-Yang Scorching Heaven technique, transforming into a blazing figure. The runes on his Sui Xian Rui ruler glowed brightly. Blazing God Strike. Yin Zira let out a roar as his Theishin Ruyichi, a weapon, pierced through the beast's tail. He then sprinted towards its head, his Theishin Ruyichi slicing through the scales, charring the flesh, and leaving a trail of scorched meat from the tail all the way to the head. His speed, divine power, and flames were overwhelming. A third of the black-scale python dragon's body was cut open, blood gushing like a river. The women focused their attacks on the wounds, further compounding the beast's injuries. Roar! The black-scale python dragon, severely wounded, retreated quickly. Its body was covered in blackened burns, its injuries horrifying, with white bones visible. Chapter 563. Understanding the terrain, moving forward together. It watched the group warily, especially Yin Zira, who was engulfed in flames. Those flames could burn through its proud defenses, turning it into a mere piece of meat in someone else's hands. The black-scale serpent dragon beast, with a flicker of intelligence, turned and fled, knowing that continuing the fight would cost it its life. The previous attack had drained all of Yin Zira's divine power, so he didn't pursue it. Dealing with such a formidable creature was already extremely challenging. If he hadn't exhausted himself to deliver that decisive blow, the outcome of further combat would have been uncertain. After all, this was a superior divine beast at the peak of the 4th rank of true divinity. Even a human at the 5th rank of true divinity might not be its match. Still want to keep fighting? Yin Zira stood firm, 2 balls of flame spreading around him. The entire world seemed to grow hotter under the influence of those flames. Seeing the flames, the black-scale serpent dragon beast turned and fled, not wanting to end up as a roasted delicacy. The battle came to an end. "Thank you," Chu Tingo said, her eyes glowing with admiration. A beauty's heart flutters for a hero. The Mo brothers were speechless. How did this guy keep showing up? What a coincidence, we meet again, Yuyu said, stepping forward with a smile. Her heart was filled with joy, and an air of intimacy lingered in the air. Huamiaowan stood silently, unsure of what to say. Looking around, she realized the group was filled with beautiful women, all of whom were focused on Yin Zira. Ahem, well, I'm glad you're all safe. Since we're all part of the same alliance, it's only right to lend a hand, Yin Zira said, trying to diffuse the tension. Chu Tingo produced the black lapis lazuli. This is a rare treasure, even more valuable than a 100,000-year-old medicinal herb. The dark, luminous herb exuded an extraordinary aura, its divine energy sending a shiver through one's soul. I didn't act for the herb. Besides, you've all fought hard for it, so I won't take it, Yin Zira said. It's just a coincidence we met. Could you tell me more about what treasures this void realm holds? Yin Zira was lost, having found all the herbs he needed but unsure where to seek his fortune. Oh, you're here for the first time, and no one's told you yet, Chu Tingo said. The void realm has 4 major areas. To the east lies the ancient battlefield, to the south is the garden of rare herbs, to the north is the ancient beast battlefield, and to the west is the core area of the void realm. Chu Tingo quickly summarized the layout, and Yuyu continued. The ancient battlefield contains divine-level skeletons and powerful weapon remnants. The herb garden has herbs tens or even hundreds of thousands of years old. The ancient beast battlefield holds the remains or essence blood of true dragons and phoenixes. The most mysterious is the core area of the void realm to the west. There are rumors that it contains the energy core of an entire planet. Yuyu's explanation was detailed, painting a vivid picture of the allure of each area. Yin Zira thought for a moment. Each direction held immense temptation, but the distances were vast, and they could only reach 2 locations at most. I'll definitely head to the core area of the void realm in the west. As for north or south, what do you all think? Yin Zira asked the group of women. They exchanged glances, all open to either direction. The north. The ancient beast battlefield. Little cat demon enthusiastically raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I support little cat demon. Yuan Lingdan chimed in. I agree too. Huamiaowan added. We agree as well. Yao Jiahong and Jiang Yin exchanged glances, both agreeing. All right, then we'll head to the ancient beast battlefield in the north and find some bones for little cat demon, Yin Zira joked. Little cat demon pouted, annoyed. What did he mean by finding bones for her? She was a cat, not a dog. The group of women burst into laughter, the atmosphere harmonious. Until we meet again, Yin Zira said, bowing slightly. I'd like to join you. Can I come with you? Chu Tingo mustered her courage and asked. She simply wanted to be with Yin Zira. Yin Zira was momentarily surprised, then looked at the others, who had no objections. Sure, the more the merrier. Let's go, Yin Zira said with a smile. With such a strong group, they wouldn't fear any ordinary opponents. Chu Tingo smiled with delight. Shen Yuyu glanced at Chu Tingo, and the two women exchanged knowing smiles. The Mo brothers felt awkward, unsure whether to follow or not. Where else could they go? Mo brothers, what are you standing around for? Let's go. Chu Tingo said, breaking the silence. Yin Zira looked at the two, noticing Chu Tingo's expectant gaze. After a moment's hesitation, they nodded. All right, Mo Lu said reluctantly, and the two followed closely behind Chu Tingo. The group set off toward the ancient beast battlefield in the north, crossing mountains and racing across the grasslands. Under the blue sky and white clouds, they occasionally spotted grazing beasts, the scene peaceful and serene. With no beasts attacking, the group refrained from unnecessary actions, focusing instead on seeking their fortunes. At the end of the 1,000-mile grassland lay a desolate desert. The wind carried sand and countless bones, weathered by wind and sun, lay scattered across the land. As they approached this barren area, a sense of ancient history seemed to envelop them. Little cat demon sniffed the lingering aura of beasts, her heart trembling with both fear and excitement. If she could find something valuable here, it would be a great boon for her. Let's go. Time to seek our fortunes. Yin Zira stepped into the desert, gazing at the towering skeletons around them. What kind of battle had taken place here, resulting in so many powerful beasts lying dead? The group moved through the desert, appearing small against the vast expanse. Little cat demon excitedly sniffed around, eager to find something. The others also searched, hoping to uncover any hidden treasures. Yin Zira, meanwhile, examined the massive skeletons with his Dao eyes of space and time, finding no divine energy within them. However, finding treasures and opportunities often depended on fate. If they stumbled upon something immediately, it would be the real surprise. As they ventured deeper, the number of bones increased, and by the time they reached the central area, it was a sea of skeletons, with hundreds of thousands of corpses. On a mountain of white bones, a massive skull seemed to howl at the sky. That's a true dragon skeleton, Yin Zira exclaimed, gazing at the enormous skull. The true dragon's bones had weathered over time, its divine energy dissipated. Yet, the ancient dragons might still loomed over the land, a testament to its status as the king of beasts, a peak existence among creatures. Yin Zira was deeply moved, while also searching for his own fortune. Ouch! Little cat demon yelped, falling to the ground with a thud. Chapter 564, Dragon's Aura, Phoenix's Remnant Soul. Before them was a sharp claw, resembling that of a feline. This has the scent of the mingling cat clan. The little cat yaw sniffed the scent and grew greedy. After sniffing, she even knelt down to pay her respects to the remains. I thought you came here to look for something, or maybe to pay respects to your ancestors? Yin Zira joked. This is also my ancestor. I should kneel and pay my respects, the little cat yaw said sincerely. Her bloodline told her that she was also a descendant of this aura. Yin Zira rolled her eyes dramatically and then turned to step on the bones of these beasts, heading towards the highest point of the bone mountain. The others also scattered to search for opportunities among the sea of bones. Yin Zira climbed to the top of the bone mountain and stood on the skull of a true dragon, overlooking the vast expanse of bones. Looking around, it was impossible to tell how many top-tier beasts had died here. It was unclear why they had fought so fiercely back then. This was the ancient battlefield of beasts. Can you sense any mysterious presence here? Like essence blood or bones? Yin Zira asked the double-headed shark whale resting inside the Qingkuan refining pagoda. After all, it was also a top-tier beast. Miao Z, there are indeed many top-tier beast bones here, but after millions of years of weathering, the divine power within has been exhausted. Even if you release the heavenly flame yang to refine the entire battlefield, it would be difficult to obtain essence blood or bones. But I can only tell you one thing. Only descendants related to the beast clan can gain chancheng and insights here. Among those you brought, except for the little cat Yao, the others will find it hard to obtain any opportunities. Hearing what the double-headed shark whale said, Yin Zira was speechless. Was it so difficult for her, not being of the beast clan, to gain any opportunities? Just as Yin Zira was puzzled, an unusual fluctuation came from another storage space inside the Qingkuan refining pagoda. I almost forgot about you. Since you are reacting, there must be something you need here. With that, Yin Zira took out the fiery red egg. This was the egg of the 7-colored blood phoenix discovered along with the double-headed shark whale. Phoenixes can be reborn through nirvana. Within this red egg, Yin Zira could sense an endless surge of bloodline power. If this 7-colored blood phoenix could hatch, it would surely become a great asset to her. At that time, I was attracted by its surging bloodline power and went to find it. But I didn't expect to be ambushed by its subordinates' killing array, resulting in the loss of my own body. What a regret. The double-headed shark whale was deeply gonkai as it saw the egg. It had traveled the world, a god among gods, able to look down on many heroes. Yet, it had stumbled on that small mountain peak, leaving it as just a soul in this pitiful state. Once the red egg was brought into this world, it could sense the residual true dragon Weiya gathering around it. It seemed to want to suppress it, as the true dragon's Weiya would never allow anyone to surpass it. After thousands of years of wind and snow, the true dragon remained a Yi Dai Batu. Buzz. Under the true dragon's skeleton, a humming sound emerged, and dazzling red light illuminated the sky. At the true dragon's feet was the skeleton of a true phoenix. Chirp. A phoenix cried Jing the world, and a phoenix engulfed in flames flew out from under the true dragon's feet, its red figure transforming. At this moment, the true dragon's skeleton also emitted golden light, as if after millions of years, the remnants of their divine power still remained, engaged in battle. As long as the phoenix rose, the true dragon would suppress it. The Weiya of that era reappeared, shocking everyone present. Such Weiya was enough to crush them into dust. In the void, the true dragons and true phoenix's illusions began to fight again, as if this battle had lasted for thousands of years without end. Buzz. The red egg erupted with surging bloodline power. After a brief struggle, the true phoenix and true dragon were still no match for the true dragon's Weiya. The remaining soul power alled on into the red egg, and the true dragon's power also rushed towards the red egg, as if it would not stop until it was destroyed. Roar! The true dragon roared angrily, its eyes emitting golden light, as if it wanted to crush the red egg before stopping. This won't do. This 7-colored blood phoenix egg is something I obtained with great difficulty, and I'm still waiting for it to hatch. Without hesitation, Yin Zira rushed to the red egg's side, balfa all his divine power to protect it. Roar! The true dragon roared angrily and charged forward. Boom! The sky changed color, the wind and clouds shifted, and terrifying thunder power erupted like heavenly punishment. Yin Zira and the red egg were both blasted away. The red egg rolled a few times, and Yin Zira could only summon the Qingkuan refining pagoda to sew it inside. Otherwise, the true dragon would have crushed it with one step, and Yin Zira would have nowhere to cry. Roar! The golden dragon roared Jingtan, and everyone felt a mun in their chests, fun touche. With the disappearance of the true phoenix's aura, the true dragon's obsession also dissipated into the world. The red egg was so into the Qingkuan refining pagoda, and the true phoenix's aura also disappeared from the world. In the mountain of corpse Haigu, the true phoenix's skeleton Sunjan turned to dust, and the huge corpse Haigu also collapsed, causing the true dragon's skull to lower by half an inch. Yin Zira his chest. The true dragon's pai Xianxia Yisun Jian almost scattered him. Fortunately, he had a solid foundation, a strong body, and extraordinary mental strength, allowing him to barely survive. Yin Zira could only sit on the ground, adjust his breath, and tune the medicinal herbs that restore divine power to begin refining them. The Jingtanyi band that occurred here naturally attracted everyone's attention. Seeing Yin Zira able to withstand the true dragon's Yi, all the women's hearts almost jumped out of their mouths in worry. But the Mo brothers were Xingzai Hua, secretly laughing. When they saw that Yin Zira had survived, they felt that they should never oppose this man again. Yin Zira adjusted his breath on the spot, and Hua Miaowan came to his side to protect his safety and guard him. Shen Yuyu and Chu Tingo also worriedly walked over, guarding Yin Zira on both sides. Yin Zira's breath had not yet recovered when a roar came from the side. "How dare you make my ancestor so angry? How dare you take away the Tanhuan of the person he killed?" After sniffing, the little cat Yao knelt down before the skeleton, showing deep reverence. "I thought you came here to find something, or to pay respects to your ancestors?" Yin Zira joked. "This is also my ancestor, so I should pay my respects," the little cat Yao said devoutly, her bloodline telling her she was a descendant of this aura. Yin Zira rolled her eyes dramatically and then turned to walk over the bones of the beasts, heading towards the highest point of the bone mountain. The others scattered around, hoping to find some opportunities among the sea of bones. Yin Zira climbed to the top of the bone mountain, standing on the skull of a true dragon, gazing at the expanse of bones. Looking around, it was impossible to tell how many top-tier beasts had perished here, and one could only wonder why they had fought so fiercely back then. This was the ancient battlefield of beasts. Can you sense any mysterious presence? Essence blood? Bones? Anything? Yin Zira asked the double-headed shark whale resting inside the Qinkuan refining tower. After all, it was a top-tier beast itself. Miaozi, there are indeed many top-tier beast skeletons here, but after millions of years of weathering, their divine power has been depleted. Even if you release the heavenly fire radiance to refine the entire battlefield, it would be difficult to obtain anything like essence blood or bones. But I can tell you this. Only descendants related to the beast clan can gain any inspiration or inheritance here. Among those you brought, except for the little cat Yao, the others will have a hard time finding any opportunities. This sentence is already in English, but it can be slightly refined for better readability and natural flow. Among those you brought, except for the little cat Yao, the others will likely find it difficult to discover any opportunities. Hearing the double-headed shark whale's words, Yin Zira was speechless. Was it really so difficult for someone not of the beast clan to gain any opportunities? Just as Yin Zira was pondering, an abnormal fluctuation came from another storage space inside the Qinkuan refining tower. "I almost forgot about you. Since you're reacting, there must be something here you need." Yin Zira then took out the fiery red egg. This was the egg of the 7-colored blood phoenix, discovered alongside the double-headed shark whale. Phoenixes could be reborn from the ashes, and within this red egg, Yin Zira could sense an endless surge of bloodline power. If this 7-colored blood phoenix could hatch, it would surely become a tremendous asset. Back then, I was drawn to its surging bloodline power, which led me to seek it out. But I never expected to fall into its trap and lose my physical body. What a regret. The double-headed shark whale sighed, reminiscing about its travels across the heavens as a god among beings. It had once looked down on countless heroes, yet it stumbled on that small mountain, reduced to just a soul in such a wretched state. As soon as the red egg appeared in the world, it could sense the lingering aura of the true dragon, gathering around it as if to suppress it. How could the true dragon's aura allow anyone to surpass it? After thousands of years of wind and snow, the true dragon remained the supreme ruler. Buzz. Under the skeleton of the true dragon, a hum resonated, and bright red light illuminated the sky. At the dragon's feet lay the skeleton of a true phoenix. Screech. A phoenix cry shook the world, and a fiery phoenix emerged from beneath the dragon's feet, its red figure shimmering. At the same time, the skeleton of the true dragon glowed with golden light, as if, after millions of years, the remnants of their divine power still remained, ready to fight. As the phoenix rose, the dragon's pressure descended. The ancient aura returned, and the hearts of everyone present trembled. Such pressure could crush them into dust. In the void, the phantom of the true dragon and the phantom of the true phoenix clashed again, as if this battle had lasted for thousands of years without end. Buzz! The red egg burst with surging bloodline power. After a brief struggle, the phoenix and the dragon, unable to withstand the dragon's pressure, merged their remaining soul power into the red egg. The dragon's power then rushed directly towards the red egg, as if it would not rest until it was destroyed. Roar! The true dragon roared, its eyes glowing golden, as if it would crush the red egg to pieces. This won't do. This 7-colored blood phoenix egg is hard-earned, and I'm waiting for it to hatch. Without hesitation, Yin Zira rushed to the red egg, unleashing all his divine power to shield it. Roar! The true dragon roared in fury, charging forward. Boom! The sky changed, the wind and clouds shifted, and terrifying thunder erupted like divine punishment. Yin Zira and the red egg were both blasted away. The red egg rolled a few times, and Yin Zira quickly summoned the Qingquan refining tower, taking it inside. Otherwise, the true dragon would have crushed it with a single step, and Yin Zira would have no place to cry. Roar! The golden dragon's earth-shaking roar made everyone feel a tightness in their chests, and they all spat out blood. With the disappearance of the phoenix's aura, the true dragon's obsession dissipated into the world. The red egg was taken into the Qingquan refining tower, and the phoenix's aura vanished from the world. In the mountain of bones, the phoenix's skeleton turned to dust, and the massive bone structure collapsed, causing the true dragon's skull to sink by half an inch. Yin Zira clutched his chest. The true dragon's blow had nearly shattered him. Fortunately, his foundation was solid, his body strong, and his mental strength extraordinary, allowing him to barely survive. Yin Zira sat down on the ground, adjusting his breath and swallowing medicinal herbs to restore his divine power, beginning to refine them. The earth-shaking changes naturally attracted everyone's attention. Seeing Yin Zira withstand the true dragon's attack, all the women's hearts nearly leapt out of their mouths in worry. But the Mo brothers couldn't help but snicker. When they saw Yin Zira survive, they decided they would never cross this man again. Yin Zira was adjusting his breath on the spot when Hua Miaowan came to his side, guarding his safety and protecting his cultivation. Shen Yuyu and Chu Tingo also approached with concern, standing guard by Yin Zira's side. Before Yin Zira's breath had fully recovered, a roar came from the side. How dare you provoke my ancestor's wrath and take away the remnant soul of the one he killed? Chapter 565. Battle amongst all. Crisis arises. Before them stood a young man wielding a golden broadsword, his killing intent palpable. His current cultivation was at the peak of the first rank of true god, and the aura he exuded was even stronger, about 3/10 beyond that of the peak of the second rank. What are you talking nonsense about? All these corpses here are from exotic beasts. Are you saying you're one of them too? Yuan Lingdan was the first to step forward. Yin Zira was still resting, and they had to ensure her absolute safety. I am not of the human race. I am a descendant of exotic beasts, a dragon tiger lion-wing beast. As he spoke, Long Jinwei raised his golden blade and pointed it directly at Yin Zira. According to our ancestral teachings, the true dragon slays only evil exotic beasts. The souls and remains here are not to be taken. Release that red egg now, and I won't lay a hand on you. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. With that, Long Jinwei brandished his golden blade, aiming it at Yin Zira. You're quite amusing. Everyone here is seeking fortune. Now that you see Yin Zira has found her fortune, you're angry and pull out this nonsense about being a descendant of the true dragon to suppress us. Who do you think you are? If you truly were a descendant of the true dragon, why wouldn't the dragon resonate with you? Why wouldn't it pass on its residual soul power to make you stronger? Yuan Lingdan's words struck deep, but they were also logical. This man's claims were baseless and smacked of trying to deprive others of their fortunes. Who do you think you are, little girl, to doubt me? You're looking for death. Take this. Long Zhenwei swung his golden broadsword and slashed directly at her. I see you're too weak to counter my words, so you want to silence me by killing me. Truth be told, Yuan Lingdan wasn't one to be trifled with. She immediately summoned an attack formation and engaged him in battle. Boom, boom, boom. Their movements were incredibly swift. In just a few breaths, they had exchanged over 100 blows. The terrifying divine energy rippled outwards, and Long Zhenwei's combat prowess was undeniable. He was driving Yuan Lingdan back step by step. This man has ulterior motives. He must be after that red egg. We must stop him. Yao Juhong exclaimed, joining the fight. She could see that Yuan Lingdan was no match for him, and the situation was dire. With Yao Juhong joining the fray, Jiang Yin also attacked, and the three women fought against one man in a lively spectacle. Heaven-shattering slash. Long Zhenwei unleashed all his divine power, and golden light erupted from him. Yao Juhong and Jiang Yin both brandished their swords, channeling their divine energy to counter his attack. Pooh, pooh. Both women coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground with injuries to their abdomens, blood flowing freely. Juhong's sister, Xiao Mao, was about to transform into her true form, a striped black and white tabby cat. Roar! She transformed into a blur, charging straight toward Long Zhenwei. A mere cat demon descendant dares to attack me. Long Zhenwei swung his golden blade, which was no ordinary weapon. It was forged from the bones of his ancestors. The golden blade radiated an intimidating aura, but Xiao Mao showed no fear. Despite the pressure, she swung her large claws to strike. Boom! Bones shattered, and debris scattered everywhere. Long Zhenwei leaped into the air, soaring thousands of feet. Yuan Lingdan seized the opportunity and summoned 3 attack formations to suppress him. Yao Juhong and Jiang Yin exchanged glances, then swallowed healing pills to recover their injuries. They leaped up and charged at Long Zhenwei to strike. Long Zhenwei focused on resisting Yuan Lingdan's attack formations, utterly disdainful of the 2 women's sneak attack from behind. Seeking death. He unleashed a powerful golden light, shattering all 3 of Yuan Lingdan's formations in one go. He then turned and slashed at the 2 women with his blade. Not good. Shen Yuyu and Chu Tingo both moved to intervene, not allowing Yao Juhong and Jiang Yin to fall here. The 2 women stepped forward to block Long Zhenwei's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Divine energy erupted in the air. The 4 women unleashed their full power in a joint attack against Long Zhenwei. Shen Yuyu and Chu Tingo were also outstanding women in the Divine Alliance, and their divine energy was considerable. Boom. The 5 powers collided, and all 5 were forced back. The 4 women were slightly injured, while Long Zhenwei's blood surged within him. To participate in this competition, he had suppressed his cultivation and did not break through to the 2nd rank of True God. In reality, his combat strength was already 3/10 stronger than that of a 2nd-rank True God. At this moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yin Zira standing alone. This was a rare opportunity for a sneak attack. One blade to sever the heavens. Long Zhenwei roared, channeling his divine energy into his blade and hurling the golden sword toward Yin Zira. Not good. The women's faces changed, and they all rushed toward the golden blade, but their speed was no match for it. The golden blade was about to strike Yin Zira, and the women were frantic. A low roar sounded as the Imo brothers charged to Yin Zira's side. One wielded a broadsword, the other a heavy blade, and together they intercepted the golden sword. Clang! The brothers' powerful divine energy formed a wall, shielding Yin Zira. The golden blade struck their weapons, emitting a resonant hum. The brothers withstood the pressure, spitting out a mouthful of blood and taking 3 steps back, but they managed to block the attack. This bought the women time to return to Yin Zira's side. The women were furious, realizing they had almost let Yin Zira be injured. As her guardians, they had failed miserably. It seems this person holds great importance in your hearts. Surrounded by so many beautiful women, he's quite the lucky one. I'm envious. Long Jinwei sneered, glancing at Yin Zira with a hint of jealousy. Since you care so much for him, I'll send you all to the afterlife together. Long Jinwei swallowed a golden pill, and the latent bloodline power within him surged. His aura underwent a drastic change. Now, wielding the golden blade, he exuded a domineering presence that pressed down on everyone. It's an honor for you to witness me unleashing this move. Heaven-cleaving slash. Long Jinwei's eyes turned blood red as he delivered his full power in one strike, sending a chill of death through everyone. Everyone, no holding back. Give it your all. Shin Yuyu shouted, channeling all her divine energy. Facing such a terrifying move, she had no choice. The women all gathered their divine energy, preparing for a desperate battle. Chapter 566, Do you think you can kill me? The Emo brothers, seeing no need to hold back, unleashed all their divine power, condensing it onto their weapons as they prepared to face the formidable attack. A dazzling array of divine energies clashed with the golden greatsword. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, divine power surged, and everyone present spat blood, collapsing to the ground and retreating 100 steps. Long Jinwei stood in midair, gazing down at the crowd below with the disdain of an emperor looking at ants. Who do you think you are, brat? How dare you act so arrogantly and harm my woman? Once the dust settled, golden light could be seen on the ground, protecting everyone. Seeing Yin Zira regain her breath and stand up, everyone finally relaxed. If she had been disturbed during her recovery, the backlash would have been severe, but fortunately, that didn't happen. Yin Zira stood up, her breath now almost fully recovered. She looked up at Long Jinwei in the sky, her eyes sharp as if facing a formidable foe. I didn't expect you to withstand the true dragon strike and still have the strength to counterattack. Impressive, but you haven't yet recovered your peak strength. How do you plan to fight me? Long Jinwei didn't take Yin Zira seriously. After all, she was only a third-rank upper god. What was there to fear? I don't need to recover all my strength to deal with a beast like you. Yin Zira's words were laced with sarcasm, showing even more disdain for him. You're bold. Let's see how much of that arrogance you can back up. Long Jinwei roared, swinging his golden greatsword as he charged at Yin Zira. Without hesitation, Yin Zira activated the Yin-Yang Burning Heaven technique, unleashing the Heaven Flame Radiance and Earth Flame Lotus. Terrifying fiery energy surged through her body, and every rune on her Sui Xian Ru E ruler glowed brightly. Seeing the injuries to the women around her, Yin Zira was furious. Why keep such trash alive? Thunderfire slash. Yin Zira charged upward, unleashing divine power against the golden light. Boom! Crack! The golden path before Long Jinwei shattered inch by inch, exploding in his horrified gaze. Pooh! Long Jinwei spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating 100 steps and crashing into a pile of bones, buried beneath the falling remains. Yin Zira stood unharmed. After enduring the true dragon strike, her soul and body had undergone a significant transformation, making her stronger than before. With a casual wave, she distributed several bottles of healing medicine to the others. Roar! A thunderous roar came from the ruins, and the dragon tiger lion wing beast transformed into its true form. Its wings spread 10 zhang wide, its lion fangs sharp, and its massive claws dug into the ground, exuding a terrifying divine pressure that enveloped 100 miles. Humph! Transformed into your true form, have you? You've hurt those close to me. Do you think you have enough lives for me to take? Fueled by rage over the injuries sustained by the women due to this creature, Yin Zira charged forward with her Sui Xian Ru E ruler, gathering immense divine power. The dragon tiger lion wing beast gathered its divine power and spat out a golden energy beam with devastating might. Break for me! Yin Zira swung her Sui Xian Ru E ruler, and a sharp light sliced through the energy beam, splitting it into two, leaving 200 zhanglong ravines. With the golden Pong steps, Yin Zira charged forward, her Sui Xian Rui ruler carrying a terrifying divine might, slashing towards the dragon tiger lion-winged beast. Roar! The dragon tiger lion-winged beast roared, gathering golden light around its body. Dang! The Sui Xian Rui ruler struck the golden energy shield, and the red divine power clashed with the golden divine power. The two forces grinded against each other, consuming vast amounts of divine energy. The dragon tiger lion-winged beast gathered its divine power in its mouth, spitting out a small golden orb. Though small, the orb contained terrifying divine energy. The golden orb shot toward Yin Zira, exploding in front of her. Boom! Golden light shot into the sky, and Yin Zira's figure was engulfed in the light. The dragon tiger lion-winged beast's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, but soon, red light erupted, and Yin Zira emerged, wreathed in flames, heaven flame radiance and earth flame lotus protecting her. Yin Zira's eyes were sharp as she activated the yin-yang burning heaven technique, unleashing the flames. The Sui Xian Rui ruler pierced through the golden energy shield, severing one of the dragon tiger lion-winged beast's wings. Blood sprayed, and within the blood, there were traces of golden blood. This creature indeed possessed some powerful bloodline. Roar! The dragon tiger lion-winged beast, heavily injured, refused to retreat, driven by its pride. It charged at Yin Zira, slapping her away. Both figures retreated. Yin Zira's body had been strengthened, but this brutal strike nearly shattered her. After all, she was human, not a beast, and withstanding such an attack was already a miracle. The dragon tiger lion-winged beast lay on the ground, blood flowing continuously. It had some regenerative abilities, but the damage from the heaven flame radiance and earth flame lotus persisted, making recovery slow even with its bloodline power. Looking at its severed wing, the dragon tiger lion-winged beast glared at Yin Zira with intense hatred. Roar! Its bloodline power surged, and a murderous aura filled the air. Humph! Are you a stray dog? All bark and no bite. Yin Zira wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, gripping her Sui Xian Rui ruler as she struggled to stand. The dragon tiger lion-winged beast stomped the ground and charged at Yin Zira. Yin Zira gripped her Sui Xian Rui ruler with both hands and charged upward, augmenting her strength with the golden Pong steps. Boom! The two figures crossed paths. Swish! Yin Zira stood 10 meters away, her face pale, blood spraying from her shoulder. Boom! The dragon tiger lion-winged beast lost a front leg, now reduced to 3 legs. Human, I will make you die. The dragon tiger lion-winged beast's eyes were bloodshot, its bloodline power surging. You want to kill me? Do you think you're worthy? Yin Zira stood firm, activating heaven flame radiance and earth flame lotus. The power unleashed was no less formidable than the dragon tiger lion-winged beasts. Heaven flame radiance and earth flame lotus, treasures of heaven and earth, naturally restrained beasts. The dragon tiger lion-winged beast eyed the red-green flames with apprehension. However, it couldn't believe that it couldn't defeat a mere third-rank upper god. Roar! Its bloodline power fully erupted, golden light enveloping its body. Flame god strike. Yin Zira charged forward, red-green light and golden light illuminating half the sky as they collided violently. Chapter 567. Slaughter and Refinement. Inquisitive Arrival. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, and the 100-meter-long skeleton instantly turned into white powder, which was then incinerated into nothingness by the scorching heat in the air. Everyone watched in awe as the terrifying divine energy rippled through the surroundings, hastily summoning their own divine power to protect their safety. The powerful and fearsome waves of divine energy surged past them, nearly sweeping them away. Young Master Yin. The little cat Yao looked worriedly at the energy center. If she were in that range, she would surely be reduced to ashes. She wondered how Yin Zira was doing. The other women also felt a tightening in their hearts, all hoping to catch a glimpse of familiar figures amidst the divine energy waves. The Mo brothers, watching the chaotic center of the divine energy, were equally awestruck. If they were to face Yin Zira in battle, the outcome was obvious. They would be defeated. The overwhelming surge of divine energy shook the surrounding skeletons, a testament to the younger generation's prowess. As the divine energy dissipated, Yin Zira's figure appeared before everyone. Contrary to their expectations, Yin Zira was unharmed, standing perfectly intact. In contrast, the dragon tiger lion-winged beast lay lifeless on the ground. Yin Zira summoned the heavenly flame of radiance and the earthly flame of the green lotus, enveloping the body of the dragon tiger lion-winged beast. He extracted its claws and fangs, setting them aside as materials for crafting weapons. Its skin, too, was a valuable material for making soft armor. He then wrapped the beast's corpse in flames to refine and extract its essence blood. As time passed, a fist-sized golden blood began to roll within the flames. Despite the massive size of the beast, only a small amount of high-grade essence blood was extracted. Though disproportionate in size, the golden blood contained a terrifying power that could suffocate anyone. Yin Zira divided a tenth of the golden blood, distributing 1 drop to each of his companions, as they had all participated in the battle. The remaining 9/10 he swallowed directly, sitting down to refine the essence blood and enhance his cultivation. The others stared at the tiny droplet of golden blood before them. Though small, it contained divine energy of an astonishing magnitude. As they refined the blood, they gradually realized the immense power within that tiny droplet, comparable to the boundless ocean or even a 10,000-year treasure herb. Through the heavenly flame of radiance and the earthly flame of the green lotus, Yin Zira fully refined the golden blood's power, transforming it into divine energy that seeped into his bones and blood, strengthening his body to rival that of a beast. Time passed, and Yin Zira's injuries had fully recovered, his aura even stronger than before, especially the enhancement of his physical body, which had undergone a dramatic transformation. With flames in hand, Yin Zira's speed of refining divine energy far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. When he finished refining the divine energy, he stood up to find that the others were still in the process of refining their portions. Unable to do much else, Yin Zira wandered around the area, searching for any other discoveries among the sea of bones. However, he couldn't stray too far and had to remain nearby to protect his companions, so he could only explore the immediate surroundings. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a powerful aura rapidly approached. This person's aura was at the level of a true god first stage, and it was extremely formidable. Moreover, there were similarities to the dragon tiger lion-winged beast, suggesting they might have come from the same place. Who dares to kill someone from my demon beast cult? A roar like a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl reverberated through the air. A young man strode forward, gripping a tiger-headed saber, his presence Ba Chi Serju. Seeing the group seated on the ground, each exuding the scent of the dragon tiger lion-winged beast, he sensed the remnants of a fierce battle in the air. But now, the aura was completely gone, indicating that something had happened. You dare to refine someone from my demon beast cult? You must be tired of living. Just as he was about to strike, another figure appeared behind him. It was none other than Mieji. Seeing Hupa preparing to attack the group, he immediately commanded, Hupa, stop. Why are you attacking these people? Recognizing Hua Miao Wan and the others, Mieji knew that Yin Zira must be nearby. Holy Son, our demon beast cult member was killed here, and these people are refining its essence blood. Shouldn't we avenge him? Hupa said unhappily. The situation isn't clear yet. Don't act rashly, Mieji calmly replied. Long Jinwei had always been discontent with his position as the Holy Son, and now that he was dead, it was for the best. Hu Per, who had a good relationship with Long Jinwei, was determined to kill the group to vent his anger. I thought who was making such a commotion? So it's brother Mieji. Yin Zira had been about to act, but upon seeing Mieji, he knew the fight wouldn't happen. Mieji was also taken aback when he saw Yin Zira. Yin Zira's aura had grown even stronger than before, while his own progress paled in comparison. I didn't expect to see Brother Yin here. In just a few days, your aura has grown even stronger. Mieji bowed to Yin Zira, genuinely friendly despite not knowing their exact relationship. Holy Son, do you know this person? If so, why did he kill someone from our demon beast cult? Pupa directly questioned, unable to understand why Yin Zira would attack someone from the demon beast cult. I didn't know the beast I killed was from the demon beast cult. If I had, I would have spared its soul, Yin Zira said, indicating he truly didn't know. If he had, he wouldn't have destroyed its soul. You, Pupa's eyes widened, at a loss for words. It seemed that even if Yin Zira had known, he still would have acted. Brother Yin, where did my subordinate offend you to the point of being killed? Miyaji politely inquired. This person injured my companions and tried to kill me while I was recovering. Such a vicious individual, do you think I should have spared him? Yin Zira's gaze was sharp, genuinely friendly towards Miyaji but unyielding to others. Holy Son, you can't take his word alone. Now that Long Zhenwei is dead, this person should be taken back to the elders for judgment. Pupa was still relentless, unwilling to let Yin Zira go. Chapter 568. Seizing the Opportunity, Sneak Attack from the Shadows. I have a good relationship with Brother Yin, and I won't attack him. If you think you can make him capture you, you can try yourself. I won't stop you. But I'll remind you first, even if I fight Brother Yin, I don't have absolute certainty of winning. So, Miyaji didn't continue speaking at the end of his sentence. Upon hearing Miyaji's words, Amber's eyes sharpened. His strength was on par with Long Zhenwei's. Even if he were to step in, he wouldn't gain any advantage. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Brother Yin, have you found any opportunities here? Miyaji changed the subject, no longer dwelling on the previous topic. Yes, I've made some gains, Yin Zira replied, looking at Miyaji. I wonder what kind of gains Miyaji has made here? The beast god sect consists of beast kind, so they must have an advantage here. I felt a strange call, but so far, I haven't gained anything, Miyaji said, gazing at the towering bone mountain behind him. He was curious about what kind of power was summoning him. At this moment, the others behind them had finished refining their divine power, and their auras had all increased. Miyaji once again felt that faint call. He looked up at the bone mountain, sensing something summoning him from above. Without hesitation, Miyaji leapt onto the pile of bones. The massive dragon skull was the source of the call. Instantly, the terrifying aura of the world gathered around Miyaji, and the remnant soul of the true dragon entered his body. Even someone as powerful as Miyaji had to refine this force. It seems that the opportunities here are not meant for outsiders. Only those with the bloodline of beast kind have a chance to obtain them, Yin Zira sighed. It seemed this place was not his destined opportunity. At this moment, without the true dragon's suppression, the other beast kind powers began to manifest, especially the little cat demon, who had previously paid homage to the remains of her ancestor, the nether cat. A black energy now gathered and entered her forehead. The little cat demon sat down, beginning to refine the power of this ancestral inheritance. No wonder this little girl was so eager, Yin Zira said with a smile, looking at the cat demon. If she could inherit this power and increase her strength, it would enhance the combat power of their group. It would be a worthwhile journey, after all. While everyone was anticipating someone's transformation through increased strength, a few unwelcome guests sensed the commotion. Jua Josing arrived with two others, all of whom were at the level of a true god. In just a few days, his aura had grown stronger. Jua Josing felt the presence of the true dragon and wanted to seize the opportunity. When he saw that the person on the bone mountain was Miyaji, his expression changed. I didn't expect Miyaji's true dragon bloodline to be so powerful that it could awaken the remnant soul of the true dragon here. If it weren't for such a strong bloodline, it wouldn't be possible to awaken the true dragon soul. Jua Josing was tempted. If he could obtain the remnant soul of the true dragon, it would be a great opportunity. Even after millions of years, the remnant soul of the true dragon was scarce, but even obtaining a fraction of it would lead to a qualitative transformation. You two, stop the two below. I'll go up and seize Miyaji's opportunity. Jua Josing ordered, and the two behind him nodded. After speaking, Jua Josing released his earth attribute energy and burrowed into the bone mountain. The two men following Jua Josing also acted, going to confront Yin Zira and Amber. Sima Guang and Sima Qian suddenly charged out. Wind Spirit 13 Blades. Sima Guang swung his crimson blade towards Amber. Thunderbolt Strike. Sima Qian wielded his staff, aiming a blow directly at Yin Zira. Amber quickly drew his dagger to block the attack. Clang. The weapons clashed, sparks flying. Yin Zira swung his Sui Xian Rui ruler to block the black staff, and the tremendous force sent the attacker reeling backward. What incredible strength! Sima Qian was shocked. Initially, when Jua Josing had told him to deal with this upper-level god of the third rank, he thought it was a mistake. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. This upper-level god of the third rank was the most mysterious one. Yin Zira looked at the two men. Their attire was similar to Jua Josing's, but Jua Josing's clothes had two noble golden badges. Their sudden attack clearly indicated they were being directed by someone. Yin Zira's heart tightened. Where was Jua Josing? Then, he turned and rushed towards Mieji on the Bone Mountain. Seeing that Yin Zira had seen through their plan, Sima Qian's heart skipped a beat. He tried his best to summon divine power, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up with Yin Zira's speed. At this moment, Jua Josing had approached Mieji and struck a palm at his back. How dare you harm my brother-in-law? You're courting death. Golden Bell Shield. Yin Zira brandished his Sui Xian Rui ruler towards Jua Josing, while simultaneously casting a protective barrier on Mieji. Mieji was at a critical moment of refining the true dragon's remnant soul and couldn't be disturbed. Moreover, he was unaware of what was happening outside. Golden Gate. Gung Jintua. Jua Josing's reaction was quick. He immediately summoned power to block Yin Zira's attack. Clang. The Thuishin Ruyi Chi struck the golden barrier. Although Jua Josing had grown stronger over the past few days, Yin Zira had become even more formidable. His physical strength erupted, sending Jua Josing flying and plummeting from the Bone Mountain. Earthgate. Mountain River Suppression. Boom. A mountain of earth rose from the ground, catching Jua Josing. Yin Zira stood guard beside Mieji, not intending to leave. This was a critical moment of refinement, and Yin Zira wouldn't leave for a moment. You've repeatedly ruined my plans. I want you dead. Wood Gate. 100 plants thrive. Fire Gate. Scorching flame. With a roar, Jua Josing caused 100 trees to sprout and rush towards the Bone Mountain, along with countless flames flying towards Yin Zira. Is this all you've got? You think you can kill me? You're not worthy. Yin Zira activated his Yin-Yang Flame Heaven technique, unleashing the Heaven's Flame and Earth's Flame. A scorching wave of fire swept towards the trees below, turning them into a sea of flames. The flames flying in the sky were all blocked by Yin Zira, unable to get close to Mieji. Jua Josing smirked. Inside the Bone Mountain, a powerful force surged upwards. Without the true dragon's remnant soul to suppress it, the Bone Mountain instantly collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured the view. Sharp spikes made of earth and would shot straight towards Mieji. Chapter 569. Total Annihilation. Not a single one spared. Holy Sun. Amber's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this situation. If Mieji were to get into trouble, he would be doomed as well. Turning around, he wanted to go help, but Sima Guang was relentless in his pursuit, making it impossible for him to break free. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jua Josing's face turned grim as his attacks were once again blocked by Yin Zira. The Poison Thorn Golden Bell aura protected Mieji perfectly, deflecting any divine power that approached. As the divine power surged around Mieji, Jua Josing knew that Mieji was about to refine this power, and when that happened, he would have even less hope of victory against an even stronger Mieji. Open the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. Jua Josing decided to go all out, unfolding the 8 trigrams and 5 elements formation right where he stood, trapping everyone within it. The 5 elements' energies swirled and converged into a massive dragon, charging straight at Mieji with the intent to slay. You annoying fly. Yin Zira's eyes were sharp, but Jua Josing was now harnessing the power of the 8 trigrams and 5 elements of this realm, far beyond his personal capabilities. This guy was going all out, and Yin Zira couldn't hold back anymore. Since you want to play, I'll play big with you. The heaven flames of radiance and earth flames of green lotus began to spin, and the yin-yang burning heaven technique erupted to its fullest potential. The title of Supreme Heavenly Flame wasn't just for show. At this moment, Yin Zira transformed into a small sun, attacking the 5 elements with his own body. Everyone looked up at the astonishing divine power above, unable to help but wonder when they would reach such a pinnacle of power. Even a true god of the 3rd rank might not possess such might. Yin Zira turned into a devastating force, charging towards the 5 elements dragon. Come and die then. Jua Josing, his eyes bloodshot, was also going all out. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, divine power surged, and within 100 zhang of the Bone Mountain, everything turned to dust, flattened into a plain. Everyone gathered their divine power, supporting each other, just to survive the overwhelming divine power waves. Jua Josing spat out a mouthful of old blood, taking 3 steps back as he glared at Yin Zira with seething hatred. Once again, this man had blocked his path. Yin Zira stood tall amidst the heavens and earth, unscathed, but his divine power was nearly depleted, putting him in a precarious situation. Ding! Detecting the host's crisis, automatically exchanging 100,000 points for recovery of divine power. In just a few breaths, Yin Zira was restored, his divine power reaching its peak. Everyone was shocked. How could he recover so quickly? Only those who knew Yin Zira well weren't surprised. Meowzi, did you have a good fight? Yin Zira swung his heart-soul ruler and dashed straight towards Jua Josing, slashing at him. The ruler's light flashed. Sima Guang and Sima Qian both stepped forward simultaneously to block Yin Zira's attack. Boom! The divine power surged, and just the shockwave caused Jua Josing to spit out another mouthful of blood, his breath weak and unstable. But at this moment, Yin Zira was at his peak. How could these two possibly stop him? 2 insignificant ants, get out of my way! Jua Josing's repeated attempts to kill Meiji had enraged Yin Zira. His divine power erupted wildly, sending the 2 flying aside. You dare kill me? I am the holy son of the 3 Peaks Demon Cult. If you kill me, the 3 Peaks Demon Cult will never let you off. Jua Josing's eyes were filled with fear. After all, he was a once-in-a-century genius within the 3 Peaks Demon Cult. That's exactly who I'm here to kill. Yin Zira swung his heart-soul ruler, beheading Jua Josing and obliterating his soul, ensuring his complete destruction. Sima Guang and Sima Qian exchanged a glance, realizing the dire situation, and turned to flee. Think you can leave without my permission? Yin Zira flicked the heart-soul ruler, which flew out and pierced through Sima Guang's body, killing him instantly. Sima Qian was faster, but Yin Zira was even quicker. With a step of the golden rock, Yin Zira dashed straight to Sima Qian's front and smashed his head with a punch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consecutively slaying 3 true gods of the 1st rank peak, awarding 300,000 points. Bonus special reward. Restoration Golden Pill, main effect. Repair bodily injuries, heal internal wounds, and solidify foundation. Yin Zira summoned the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. His body crackled with energy, and in an instant, his divine power was restored, along with the fatigue his body had endured. This refreshing feeling was truly exhilarating. Yin Zira landed on the ground, tossing the 3 corpses into the universe refining pagoda, erasing all traces of their existence. Then, the heart-soul ruler emitted a hum, attracted by a few items in the hands of the 3 rare metals infused with divine power. Since you need these to enhance your spirit, they're yours. Yin Zira directly fused the red and black, unknown metals into the heart-soul ruler. In the next moment, an ancient divine power erupted from the heart-soul ruler, vast and majestic, as if it were the supreme heavenly power itself, making it hard to breathe. It seemed this item had an extraordinary origin, and it was incredibly smooth to use, unbreakable, and as divine power increased, it felt like something ancient was awakening. Just as Yin Zira was examining the heart-soul ruler closely, Miyagi awakened. His aura was even stronger, his divine power more profound, and he exuded an imposing presence without even trying. The benefits of refining the remnant soul of a true dragon were immeasurable. Congratulations to Brother Miyagi for reaching new heights. Yin Zira clasped his hands, relieved to see his brother-in-law safe. Thank you, Brother Yin, for risking your life to protect me. While Yin Zira and Jua Josing were battling, Miyagi had already sensed it. Yin Zira had been fiercely protecting him the entire time, a debt he deeply remembered. No need to be so formal. We're family, so let's not stand on ceremony. I'm about to lead everyone to the core region in the west. Farewell for now. With that said, Yin Zira waved to the crowd, and everyone exchanged glances before heading west. The core region in the west was crafted from the heart of a planet, containing boundless divine power. It also held countless divine laws and mysteries. If someone could refine it, it would lay the foundation for an extraordinary path to godhood, exactly what Yin Zira needed right now. He was only a step away from becoming a true god, and unraveling this final barrier to establish his path to godhood required such a treasure. To reach the core region of the Western Void, one had to traverse the desolate battlefield of the northern Yaosu Huangwuzhi. After crossing the plains and reaching the mountainous regions, one would finally arrive at the path leading to the Western Void's core region, a journey of over 1,000 miles. The time spent here had already stretched to half a month. Chapter 570, Thunderstorm, Divine Blood Silver Spider. Could they find a fortuitous opportunity in the remaining half-month? Chu Tingo and Shen Yuyu exchanged glances. After all, they would eventually have to venture into the Western Void domain. Now, traveling alongside Yin Zira seemed like a blessing. Huamiaowan watched as Yin Zira grew even stronger, while her own progress paled in comparison, causing a bit of worry in her heart. After half a day of travel, the group moved from the barren lands to the grasslands, a vast expanse of green, stretching endlessly as the gentle breeze swayed the grass. However, their curiosity about what lay in the core of the Western Void domain was greater, so they continued forward without pause. When they reached the mountainous region, the sky turned foul. Thunderclouds rolled with fury, and hundreds of lightning strikes descended as if the heavens were about to break. Could this be another love-struck couple swearing eternal love? Yuan Lingdan quipped, annoyed that the lightning had nearly struck her. That lightning was clearly aimed at you. Maybe you've done too many bad deeds, and the heavens are displeased with you, Yin Zira added, provoking Yuan Lingdan to brandish her weapon and threaten to strike. Enough, this is an anomaly of nature. Stop joking around and let's find shelter before the storm hits. Huamiaowan intervened, stopping the playful bickering. Ah, someone is so lucky, always having women to protect him. I wonder how many romantic debts he'll rack up before he stops, Yuan Lingdan continued, her words sharp even as she stopped her aggressive actions. Yin Zira smirked but said nothing. Rumble, rumble. Thunder roared, and the sky darkened as torrential rain poured down, as if the heavens had cracked. Fortunately, the group had found a cave to shelter in, avoiding the harsh weather. Roar. Amidst the violent storm, a roar shook the heavens. 100 Zhang-long black serpent, its body glistening with fury, roared into the sky. On its body, a 10-zhang-tall silver figure gnawed at its flesh. That's the divine blood silver spider. Shen Yuzhu's eyes gleamed with greed upon seeing the massive silver figure. Divine blood silver spider? What is it? Yin Zira looked outside. The silver figure was only at the 2nd level of true god, yet it was devouring a black serpent that was at the 5th level of true god. Roar. The black serpent roared, rolling its massive body in an attempt to shake off the silver figure. But the 10-zhang-tall silver figure seemed fused with its body, impossible to dislodge. The divine blood silver spider. It's a beast comparable to a 10,000-year treasure. Its blood is silver, containing divine power. Its body is incredibly tough, Even a 6th-level true god would struggle to injure a 1st-level divine blood silver spider. While its defenses and bloodline are formidable, anyone who encounters it only has one thought: to slay it and drink its silver blood. Depending on its level, consuming its blood can allow one to leapfrog 1 to 3 levels, and the divine power gained is solid, making it a true treasure for accelerating cultivation. Yin Zira blinked in surprise, unaware of such a creature's existence. Looks like we've stumbled upon a rare treasure. Alright, let's split this spider among us. Yin Zira rolled up his sleeves, eager to try. I'd love to get my hands on it, but its defenses are too strong. Our current strength might not be enough to hurt it, Yuyu pointed out the harsh reality. Our strength has improved. Don't underestimate ourselves. Yin Zira declared and charged out. Yuyu couldn't stop him, and the others followed suit. Roar! The black serpent roared one last time, finally succumbing to the silver spider, which devoured its flesh and absorbed its essence. A true god level 5 black serpent was killed by a smaller divine blood silver spider, which continued to consume its body. The law of the jungle among beasts was simple and brutal. The strong preyed on the weak. Interesting, this small one killed a much larger beast, Yin Zira said, swinging his weapon, the Xianxia Rui scale. Thunderfire slash. With a powerful strike, he hit the divine blood silver spider. Squeak! The spider, interrupted while devouring the black serpent's essence, was furious. Its 8 silver eyes locked onto Yin Zira as it lunged forward, thrusting its 2 front legs like spears. The silver figure charged with incredible speed. Yin Zira's time-space eyes sensed danger, and he instinctively blocked with his Xianxia Rui scale. Clang! Sparks flew as Yin Zira's body, already comparable to a beast's, clashed with the Tinjong tall divine blood silver spider, whose body was as tough as steel. Interesting. Your flesh will be mine. Yin Zira's eyes burned with battle fervor as he activated the Yin-Yang devouring heaven technique. The Xianxia Rui scale ignited with flames as he charged again. Clang, clang, clang. The red and silver figures clashed rapidly. Despite Yin Zira's vast combat experience, the spider's attacks were flawless, like those of a master swordsman, surprising him. This beast's attack skills are incredible, Yin Zira exclaimed, his Xianxia Rui scale crackling with fire. He retreated 100 steps. Attack formation. Yuan Lingdan deployed 10 consecutive attack formations above the divine blood silver spider. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, powerful divine attacks bombarded the spider. Swoosh. The silver figure dodged swiftly, evading the attacks. Yao Jiahong and Jiang Yin simultaneously cut off the spider's retreat, unleashing their strongest attacks. Clang, clang. The powerful strikes were blocked by the spider's hard silver armor. The 2 women's expressions turned serious. They hadn't expected the armor to be so tough. Hua Miao once swung her sword, delivering a powerful strike to one of its hind legs. Clang. The force sent the spider tumbling, causing her to stagger back, her blood surging. So strong. Hua Miaowan's grip ached from the impact. Chapter 571. Defeating the Beast, Feeling Remorse. The little cat demon transformed into its true form and swiped at the creature with a powerful claw strike. Ding, ding, ding. After refining the ancestral divine power, the little cat demon's attacks became even more fierce. 3 deep marks were left on the creature's hard silver armor. Chu Tingo and Yuyu also joined the attack, focusing on the armor with the 3 marks. Boom, boom. Their powerful strikes deepened the marks, causing cracks to appear. This thing has incredible defense. Chu Tingo was amazed internally. Under their attacks, an ordinary divine realm level 1 beast would have already lost a leg. The Mo brothers swung their heavy swords and axes, launching another attack on the damaged area. Ah! The brothers roared, unleashing a powerful strike. At this moment, the divine blood silver spider was enraged by the group's attacks. It waved its two front pincers and slashed at the brothers. Ding! Ding! The two heavily built men were knocked back 100 steps. Haha, this is fun. Yin Zira soared into the sky, her body spinning with the yin-yang burning heaven technique. Heavenly fire radiance and earth fire lotus erupted with intense heat, raising the air temperature by 100 degrees. Yin Zira transformed into a fiery figure and charged down, slashing at the joint of its front pincer. Crack! With the aid of the flames, Yin Zira severed its toughest front pincer. Chirp! Chirp! The divine blood silver spider swung its other front pincer at Yin Zira, who blocked the attack with her heart-soul blade. Ding! The collision of divine power sent Yin Zira back 100 steps. The other women attacked simultaneously, concentrating all their divine power on the injured front pincer. Crack! Crack! The already fractured pincer shattered further, and silver liquid splashed from its body. Chirp! Chirp! The divine blood silver spider was furious. It charged at the Mo brothers and thrust its other pincer through one of them. Mo loose spat blood and was flung 100 meters, crashing into a tree. The divine blood silver spider then attacked Chu Tingo and Shen Yuyu. Beast! Die! Thunder flame slash! Yin Zira descended from the sky and slashed at the pincer. Crack! The other sharp pincer was instantly severed, and silver liquid splashed everywhere. The divine blood silver spider was enraged and charged at Yin Zira, opening its blood-red mouth filled with sharp teeth. Wanna eat me? I'm afraid you don't have the teeth for it. Yin Zira unleashed her intense flames. She released the heavenly fire radiance and earth fire lotus into its mouth, which exploded with a bang. Crack! Crack! The divine blood silver spider's body cracked, and several teeth shattered, scattering on the ground. It looked extremely disheveled. Chirp! Chirp! It let out a sound, and its silver blood began to surge. It was unleashing its bloodline power, boosting its combat power, speed, and strength exponentially. It turned its gaze to the others, except for Yin Zira, who posed a deadly threat. The rest would die. Its direct target was Huamiaowan. No! Yin Zira quickly gathered divine power and launched an attack from behind, but its speed was too fast. Huamiaowan was pierced through the abdomen and flung 100 meters away. No! Yin Zira's attack hit the divine blood silver spider, but the effect was less than satisfactory. Die! Flame God strike! Yin Zira was furious. She gathered all her divine power and unleashed it at its head. Crack! The massive head was severed in half, leaving only 4 of its 8 eyes. At this moment, Yin Zira's divine power was almost depleted. The divine blood silver spider lay on the ground for a moment, but the remaining 4 eyes instantly turned blood red and charged at Yin Zira. Be careful! Yuan Lingdan shouted, launching a frantic attack from behind, but it was too late. Ding! Detecting host's crisis, redeeming 100,000 points to restore divine power. In an instant, Yin Zira's divine power was restored. She held the heart-soul blade. Flame God strike! Yin Zira transformed into a red light and pierced through its head, splitting its entire body in half. Congratulations, host! You have slain a divine realm level 1 rare beast. Reward, 100,000 points. Bonus ability, silver skin enhancement. Duration, 1 minute of invincibility. Yin Zira ignored these notifications and quickly went to Huamiaowan's side, feeding her a healing pill and bandaging her wounds. Her face was grim. Under the effect of the pills, Huamiaowan's vitality gradually returned, and her pale face turned rosy. Sorry, I became your burden again, Huamiaowan said weakly. She hadn't been able to help, and had become Yin Zira's biggest burden. Nonsense! You're the best, Yin Zira said, hugging her. The others nearby were all feeling a bit jealous. Mo Lu lay on the ground, with Mo Qian taking care of him. Meanwhile, Yuan Lingdan led the group in dismembering the divine blood silver spider. Each of the 8 people took one of its legs, while the rest of the corpse belonged to Yin Zira. Don't underestimate a single leg. Just one leg was powerful enough for them to refine. Taking more might cause them to explode. Yin Zira threw the corpse into the universe refinement tower, where it would be refined perfectly for absorption. The group sat down to rest and recover for a day, restoring their combat power. Hua Miao Wan and Imo Lu recovered about 70 to 80% of their strength. This time, everyone has recovered well. Earlier, I was careless and caused 2 people to suffer severe injuries. In the future, everyone must be more careful, Yin Zira said, feeling guilty about Hua Miao Wan's injury. The group nodded and continued westward, reaching the core area of the void domain at top speed. Here stood a magnificent palace, covering an area of 100 mu. Many forces were entering, all hoping to find their own fortunes and perhaps even comprehend the core power of this place. This is the core world of the void domain, built by the 10 great celestial gods. It's said that there are 88 arrays here, finding the core of the planet, Shen Yuyu said, looking at the magnificent structure. As they approached, they could feel the constant divine energy fluctuations, truly a blessed treasure land. Let's go inside and take a look, Yin Zira said, leading the way, with the others following behind. As they entered the main gate, they stepped onto an array. Yin Zira glanced at the array beneath her feet. It was designed to bind the powerful divine energy in the center, not to target others. So, the group continued forward. Chapter 572. Energy Outburst, Chaotic Battlefield. Upon entering the Grand Hall, it was already filled with many people. The various cult factions had been meditating here for quite some time, and the rest of the Divine Alliance members had also gathered. It seems we're among the later arrivals, someone remarked, noting that the better spots were already occupied, leaving only those farther from the core. Yin Zira gazed at the blue energy in the center, complex and variegated, containing the power of rules. Surrounding this blue energy were 88 arrays of energy seals, trapping it layer by layer, pressing down upon it. What should we do now? Yuan Lingdan looked around, seeing everyone meditating, and felt a bit anxious. However, standing far away made it impossible to sense the power of the rules. Don't rush. If it were that easy to comprehend, someone would have done it long ago, Yin Zira replied calmly. She stood to the side, observing the powerful rules here with great curiosity. At that moment, a man sitting in the arena suddenly spat out blood. I refuse to accept it. Could my path be wrong? Why can't I comprehend these rules? His eyes were bloodshot, but he could no longer enter the state of meditation. That was a decent spot. As he reluctantly stood up, 3 people simultaneously darted toward it. The 3 exchanged glances, then clashed, all of them being peak true god first rank, their battle intense. At this moment, Dark Shadow of the Dark Cult, sitting at the forefront, had a sharp gaze. My path cannot be wrong. There must be something strange here. Since you won't let me comprehend you, then let everyone share you. With that, Dark Shadow took out a treasure and thrust it toward the 88 arrays. The onlookers sneered, thinking that the 88 arrays set by 10 heavenly gods were not something a true god first rank could break. But the next second, they were shocked. What Dark Shadow held was no ordinary item. It was a treasure specifically designed to break arrays, crafted by their clan's experts. Crack! The 88 arrays were interlinked, their energy mutually supporting to achieve infinite cycles and suppression. But now, one was destroyed, upsetting the balance within. Hum! The blue energy in the center of the arrays emitted a humming sound, as if it had long been dissatisfied with being suppressed by these arrays. Asterisk crack. Crack! Asterisk the blue energy erupted with terrifying force, sweeping across the entire hall and knocking everyone out. The grand hall collapsed instantly, and the earth trembled violently. Boom! The blue energy shot straight into the sky, but a powerful energy seal in the heavens trapped it within this 100-acre realm. Within this realm, there was a ley line containing hundreds of arrays. These arrays bound the entire area, fearing that one day the 88 advanced arrays would be breached, allowing the energy to break free. Now, the blue energy unleashed infinite rule power, colliding with the barrier, attempting to break through. Divine power swept through the realm, and everyone struck by it spat out blood, but could comprehend more of the rule power. Yin Zira's gaze was fixed on the blue light. Hey, you're not thinking of doing something crazy, are you? Yuan Lingdan looked at Yin Zira, sensing an ominous feeling. Isn't life about doing something crazy? With that, Yin Zira leapt into the air, flying straight toward the blue light. What would happen if I absorbed that blue light into my body? He asked the system in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's current body strength would result in instant explosion. Yin Zira was speechless. He wasn't willing to give up. Is there any way I can take it with me? He asked again, knowing this was the core rule power of the planet. Ding! You can place it in the Chinkuan Refinement Pagoda. Using all your points to enhance the pagoda's strength can bind this power within it. Yin Zira's eyes lit up. Alright, that's what I'll do. He charged toward the blue light, and many thought it was a suicidal move. But in Dark Shadow's eyes, no one would rush forward without certainty. Stop him! Dark Shadow's sharp gaze commanded, and his 4 protectors, East, South, West, and North winds, moved in unison. East wind held a flute, producing magical sound waves, while South wind wielded an umbrella, setting up a defensive stance. West wind carried an axe surrounded by lightning, exuding explosive attack power, and North wind held a pair of daggers, moving with lightning speed toward Yin Zira's back. Be careful. Seeing someone attacking Yin Zira, those behind him couldn't sit still and jumped in to help. The little cat demon transformed into its true form, a black and white tabby cat, with Yuan Lingdan, Hua Miao Wan, Yao Jiahong, and Jiang Yin leaping onto its back. The cat dashed to the side of the 3 attackers, and the 5 women clashed with them. At the same time, Yin Zira sensed the sharp killing intent behind him, summoned his Sui Xian Rui Qi, and turned to block. Dang! Divine power erupted, and both retreated 3 steps. You shameless sneak attacker! Thunder flame slash! Yin Zira turned and unleashed an attack, with lightning and fire wrapping around his weapon, striking his opponent. North wind's movements were eerie, swiftly dodging Yin Zira's Sui Xian Rui cudgel, but the lightning and fire on the weapon burned his arm. Gale slash! North wind's figure instantly split into 3, attacking Yin Zira from 3 directions, each clone possessing deadly power. Venomous Thorn Golden Bell Cover. Golden light enveloped Yin Zira. Asterisk dang. 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 Asterisk 3 fierce attacks struck the venomous thorn golden bell cover, which then reflected 3 venomous thorns back at North Wind. North Wind's movements were as swift as the wind, dodging them easily. Yin Zira narrowed his eyes at the quick figure. This guy was fast indeed. Yin Zira stepped on the golden Pong steps, beginning to chase him in mid-air. Meanwhile, on the ground, Dark Shadow wasn't idle. He poured out all the bottles and jars he had brought, setting up an array. This was prepared by his master before he came. Even if you are a powerful law, I will take you. Dark Shadow's gaze was sharp as he sat in the center of the array, activating various artifacts, 100 high-grade treasures in total. Chapter 573, Spatial Collapse, Severely Injured. All forces were simultaneously unleashed, casting a dazzling array of colors that illuminated the entire sky. A formidable power began to restrain the blue radiance. Yin Zira fought mid-air, yet she could feel the intensity of this force. It seems I'm not the only one coveting this treasure. But can he, alone, succeed? Yin Zira and Beifeng clashed incessantly, their movements swift and unpredictable. My disciple Enying is a prodigy, a natural-born supreme being. His bloodline is unmatched by any of you. With that, Enying launched a frenzied assault on Yin Zira. Meanwhile, on the ground, Enying poured out his immense power. As a natural-born supreme being, a rarity in a century, his strength far surpassed ordinary individuals. Leveraging numerous treasures to complement each other, he generated an overwhelming force that began to pull the blue energy sphere towards himself. It seemed Enying had some real skill. Come to me. You're mine now. Enying's eyes gleamed with madness. Once he absorbed the blue energy sphere into his body, aided by the seal his master had previously placed within him, he could imprison it within himself, ensuring no one could take it away. Yin Zira's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't let anyone claim such a treasure. She turned and launched a relentless attack on Beifeng. Blazing God Strike. Yin Zira unleashed all her divine power, transforming into a searing comet that hurtled towards Beifeng. Only then did Beifeng realize he had been cornered. This can't be good. Panic surged through him. He hastily activated a life-saving treasure to shield himself, but it was already too late. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Beifeng was smashed into the ground. His vital meridians shattered. Yin Zira turned and charged towards Anying. Too late now. This treasure is mine. Anying gloated, confident no one could stop him from absorbing the blue core of the planet. Is that so? Yin Zira smirked, holding the free will ruler in her hand as heavenly fire and earthly flames surged within her. Simultaneously, her physical body, enhanced multiple times, could now withstand even more terrifying energies. Blazing God Strike. Yin Zira transformed into a dazzling white speck, piercing through Anying's formation. With the eye of space-time, she had already unraveled the formation's intricacies. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as her strike shattered the formation instantly. No! Ugh! Anying's face twisted with unwillingness as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his hair turned completely white. The formation was constructed from his supreme bloodline, and only he could activate it, supported by hundreds of treasures. But now, everything was destroyed. His bloodline power was severely depleted, a fatal blow that could potentially hinder his progress for life, something his master had warned him about. Anying glared at Yin Zira with intense hatred. Meanwhile, Yin Zira had no time to spare for him. She turned her attention to the blue radiance 100 meters away. Swiftly, she summoned the Qingquan Refinement Tower and enveloped the blue sphere, absorbing it within. Ding! Detected host has absorbed the blue planet core energy, converting all points to enhance the Qingquan Refinement Tower and bind this energy. The Qingquan Refinement Tower underwent a dramatic transformation, with intricate formations layered within to imprison the planet core energy. The double-headed orca shark, witnessing this, was ecstatic. My goodness, you can actually bind a planet's core energy. This place is governed by heavenly laws. The orca shark was thrilled. It could now refine the laws of the universe while residing here. With the blue planet core no longer sustaining it, the void realm collapsed instantly. Rumble. The heavens and earth were thrown into chaos, with everything being annihilated. The magnificent realm painstakingly crafted by the 10 heavenly deities over a century crumbled and dispersed. Countless spatial rifts and vortexes appeared, greedily devouring everything in their path. This is bad. Yin Zira turned and rushed towards Hua Miaowan and the others, instantly transferring the dancers into the Qingquan Refinement Pagoda. At the same time, she too was swallowed by a spatial vortex. The surroundings were filled with chaotic spatial streams and rifts. It was precisely due to this unique environment that the 10 heavenly deities had been able to carve out a distinct realm amidst the chaos. But now that this realm had been destroyed, the complexity of the environment became a fatal flaw. What's happening? The void realm has collapsed. Above the alliance of gods, a black hole appeared, signaling the disappearance of the void realm. The space they had forcibly expanded had now become a black hole, mercilessly consuming everything around it. All heavenly deities, heed my command. Seal the black vortex above. The first elder of the alliance of gods issued the order, and everyone sprang into action. No one knew what had transpired within the void realm, but regardless of the cause, they had to prevent the black vortex from expanding further, or the entire alliance of gods would be devoured. Meanwhile, in another realm, Yin Zira groggily opened her eyes, floating like space debris in the cosmos. A cargo ship passed by, and a woman disembarked, bringing her aboard. Yin Zira glanced at her briefly before slipping back into unconsciousness. After an unknown period, Yin Zira awoke to find a masked woman by her side. "You're awake. You've been unconscious for a month." The woman's voice was crisp and clear. "I've been out for a month? Thank you for saving me." In her hazy state, Yin Zira had caught a glimpse of the woman before slipping back into unconsciousness. "You seem to have survived a spatial turbulence. Thankfully, your body is resilient. Otherwise, you'd have been crushed to death." The masked woman brought over a bowl of medicinal soup, brimming with spiritual energy. "Thank you." Yin Zira, severely injured and unable to summon her divine power, drank the soup, feeling her vitality restore significantly. "Where are we now?" Yin Zira inquired. "I'm a merchant, and we're approaching the Tuchen Star Domain." Yin Zira pondered. The Tuchen Star Domain was the closest to the Flame Star Domain. It seemed she had been thrown millions of miles away by that spatial vortex, truly terrifying. "Get some rest. We'll be unloading soon, so don't wander around." Chapter 574. Repaying Kindness, Massacre of the Entire Family. The woman gave a brief instruction and then left. Yin Zira lay on the bed, slowly repairing his body with the help of Tianhua Yaoyang. If not for Tianhua Yaoyang protecting his heart, he wouldn't know what state he'd be in right now. Outside, the sound of people moving goods back and forth filled the air. Suddenly, the sound of fighting broke out. "Who dares to steal our goods? Attack!" Followed by the chaos of battle. Yin Zira closed his eyes, listening to the sounds outside. There were about 100 people fighting, with the clashing of weapons echoing continuously. The young girl earlier was at the True God first stage, the highest level in this group, but the leader of the intruders was at the True God second stage. It seems she's in a bit of trouble. Yin Zira's body was immobile, and if someone rushed in, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Boom! A loud crash resounded as the masked woman was kicked in and flew straight onto Yin Zira. Well, I didn't expect you, Chen Shinran, known as the Jade Maiden, to be raising a man in your own room." Mocking voices came from outside. Chen Shinran's clothes were stained with blood as she looked at Yin Zira on the bed. "Don't spout nonsense. This man was someone I picked up on the road, severely injured from a storm." Chen Shinran's expression was sharp. The man's slanderous words about her reputation infuriated her. "I'm here under orders to seize your goods, no matter if you're a virgin or not. I'll take you too." As he spoke, the man brandished his blade and charged forward. Yin Zira frowned, and a small flame shot out, directly into the man's mouth. Tianhua Yaoyang instantly ignited within the True God's second stage cultivator's body. What is this? The scorching temperature of Tianhua Yaoyang erupted within him, burning and destroying his meridians. The True God's second stage expert, as if possessed, charged outside, recklessly rampaging everywhere. He began to self-immolate, and after 100 paces, he suddenly burned to ashes. The people who came with him were dumbfounded. "Attack them!" The Chen family's men shouted, and they pummeled the intruders, killing dozens and forcing the rest to flee. The mysterious death of the True God's second stage leader left them all fearing the same fate, and their morale crumbled. Inside the room, Chen Shinran was stunned for a moment before she turned to look at Yin Zira. "Thank you for your help, sir." Chen Shinran bowed deeply. "It's only fair. If you hadn't saved me, I'd still be drifting somewhere." Yin Zira said casually, and then continued lying down as his body recovered. Chen Shinran placed the best healing medicines by his side and then left the room, allowing Yin Zira to rest. Outside, the people were cleaning up the battlefield. Captain Dashin, a burly man with a broad back and thick arms, walked over, his blade in hand and his body covered in blood. "Miss, how did that thief self-immolate?" Dashin asked with a curious smile, looking at his young mistress. "It was all thanks to that man you picked up on the road. He's a hidden master. Treat him well." "How are the casualties among our men?" Chen Shinran looked around at her brothers, many of whom were injured, and her heart ached. "The brothers are fine. After the leader was killed, we counterattacked fiercely and taught those bastards a lesson." Dashin grinned, and Chun Shinran nodded slightly. Take good care of the injured brothers. The rest, hurry up and transport the goods back to avoid any further trouble. Dashin nodded. Got it. The Banyun team then quickened their pace, knowing that many were eyeing this batch of medicinal goods. Yin Zira was adjusting his condition inside the cabin. However, the move he made earlier was spontaneous, and he hadn't expected it to kill a true god second-stage cultivator. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a true god second-stage cultivator. Reward, 200,000 points. Ding! Detected severe injuries in the host's body. 200,000 points automatically converted to repair bodily damage. Whoosh! Golden light swirled within Yin Zira's flesh, and after a few breaths, his injuries were mostly healed. His damaged meridians were restored, and his body regained some strength. Yin Zira picked up the medicine on the table and swallowed it. Although he could move now, he still couldn't use much divine power. The damage to his body was too severe this time, and he'd need at least another day to recover fully. Looking outside, Yin Zira saw people bustling about, a scene of busy life. Once everything was transported, Chun Shinran and Dashin walked in. Young master, I was the one who carried you back. My name is Dashin. Dashin chuckled, a simple and robust man. His cultivation was at the upper god third stage peak, just a step away from the true god first stage. Thank you, Yin Zira said with a calm smile. We're about to board the carriages now. Let me help you. With that, the burly Dashin came over and helped Yin Zira into the carriage. 30-odd carriages moved in a grand procession, with about 100 guards patrolling. Yin Zira lay in the carriage, continuing to regulate his breathing. After 3 days, the caravan arrived in Fengdu City. Over the days, Yin Zira learned that Chun Shinran was the eldest daughter of the Chen family. The Chun family was the second largest medicinal supplier in Fengdu City, and the ship was filled with medicinal herbs. Fengdu City was a bustling small city, with a simple and honest populace, much like Dashin. The city's simple folkways were filled with gentle laughter, quite different from the bustling grandeur of larger cities. The convoy proceeded toward the Chun family's residence in the eastern part of the city. Dashin and Chun Shinran led the way. That's strange. Why is no one at the gate? And the doors are closed, Dashin said, pushing open the gate. The moment it opened, everyone was shocked. The courtyard was filled with corpses. The entire Chen family of 180 had been slaughtered in the hall. Chun Shinran saw her father, half kneeling with 5 stab wounds, his eyes glaring in death. Father! Chun Shinran hugged her father and wept. Seeing such a horrific scene, no one knew what to say. It was unclear which faction had been so ruthless, slaughtering the entire family, old and young, without mercy. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures appeared behind them, a true god 5th stage cultivator leading 2 true god 1st stage cultivators. Little girl, the Chen family is now just you. Blame your father for defying the orders of the Sanfeng cult. As he spoke, the true god 5th stage cultivator raised his blade to kill Chun Shinran. Chun Shinran, only at the true god 1st stage, was nothing in his eyes. Chapter 575, True God of the 5th Rank, 3 Circles of Battle. The two beside him, Dashin and Yin Zira, were both upper gods of the 3rd rank, which was even more insignificant. Clang. Yin Zira summoned the free will compass to block the attack. An upper god of the 3rd rank dares to stop my attack? I guess you think your life is too long. The true god of the 5th rank glared and swung his giant blade. Just a true god of the 5th rank. What are you pretending for in front of me? Yin Zira showed no fear and summoned the universe refining tower, releasing the 5 women inside. As soon as they appeared, they saw the true god of the 5th rank battling Yin Zira and quickly joined in to help. Clang, clang, clang. The 5 women assisted Yin Zira in fighting the true god of the 5th rank, while Dashin took on one of the true gods of the 1st rank. Chun Shinran also regained her senses and fought against another true god of the 1st rank. 3 separate battle circles erupted with divine power. We've been cooped up in your universe refining tower for so long, and as soon as we come out, you make us fight. Yuan Lingdan complained, but she continued to summon attack formations one after another. My body hasn't fully recovered yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to trouble you. Yin Zira retorted without hesitation. Shouldn't you at least explain the situation to us first? Yuan Lingdan said, exasperated. Wouldn't he at least let them fight with some clarity? This young lady, Qin Shinran, picked me up from the cosmos. Now, her entire family has been massacred, and this man is here to kill her. Do you think I should help her? Yin Zira's eyes were sharp, and his attacks came one after another. If that's the case, this debt must be repaid. Yuan Lingdan's eyes sharpened, and her attacks grew even stronger. A bunch of ants dare to act wildly in front of me and seek death. A true god of the first rank and a few upper gods of the third rank at their peak. Such a lineup was not enough to intimidate a true god of the fifth rank. Boom, boom, boom. The three battle circles grew increasingly fierce. Dashin's physical body was strong, but he was still facing a true god of the first rank. Soon, his disadvantage became apparent, and he was kicked away with a single strike. Miaowan, go help Dashin, Yin Zira said. Miaowan nodded and turned to charge at the true god of the first rank. Yao Julong and Jiang Yin wielded their swords and attacked the true god of the fifth rank. The true god of the fifth rank glared at the two and swung his giant blade wildly. Although Yin Zira's body hadn't fully recovered, he was still looking for an opportunity to kill this man. The little cat Ya transformed into its true form, a black and white striped cat, and struck with lightning speed, tearing 3 deep gashes into the true god of the fifth rank's back. Crack! The true god's divine power defense shattered instantly. Yin Zira seized the moment and swung the free will compass, unleashing a thunder flame slash. Ah! The true god of the fifth rank was thrown into disarray and turned to attack Yin Zira. Yin Zira was struck head-on by the man's burst of power, his blood surging, and he retreated 3 steps. Roar! Seeing Yin Zira injured, the black and white striped cat charged again, attacking from both sides to disrupt his footing. Yin Zira swallowed some divine recovery pills to steady his breath. The true god of the fifth rank had underestimated these 5 women. Each had unique and powerful attack methods, leaving him vulnerable from all sides and in complete disarray. He set his sights on Yin Zira, knowing he was the core of the group. If he could kill him, the situation wouldn't be so troublesome. Die! The true god of the fifth rank roared, his giant blade gathering divine power, aiming for Yin Zira's head. Yuan Lingdan rushed in front of Yin Zira and deployed 3 defensive arrays. Crack! 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 The 3 defensive arrays shattered one after another. Yuan Lingdan wielded her weapon, taking the hit to buy time for Yin Zira. However, she was not yet at the true god level and found it difficult to withstand the blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood and turning pale. Die, you wretch! The true god of the fifth rank's eyes were wild, his divine power surging. You want me to die? Take a look at yourself first. Yin Zira gathered divine power and unleashed it, throwing the heavenly fire radiance and earthly fire lotus as bombs. These are heavenly and earthly flames. Not good. The true god of the fifth rank felt a chill and hastily retreated, but the 2 flames still exploded at the closest distance. Boom! The cyan red flames instantly illuminated half the sky. The true god of the fifth rank was blasted 100 meters away, crashing through 3 walls before stopping. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in blood, almost roasted to a crisp. Yin Zira's instantaneous unleashing of the flames had inflicted massive damage on the true god of the fifth rank, but he had also suffered backlash. Yin Zira's face turned pale, and his condition worsened. Meow! The black and white striped cat acted immediately, slashing off one of his arms in a flash. Ah! You damned beast, I'll skin you alive. The true god of the fifth rank roared in fury, swinging a punch at the striped cat. The striped cat disappeared like lightning, striking nothing but air. Yao Julong and Jiang Yin took the opportunity to ambush from behind, piercing through his chest. A true god of the fifth rank with chaotic divine power was unable to withstand the attack. Just as he was about to strike the two women, Yuan Lingdan deployed 10 attack arrays from above, surrounding him from all sides. Boom, boom, boom. The already heavily injured true god of the 5th rank was in even worse shape, as attacks from all sides pierced through his body, tearing apart his limbs and torso. Ah! The true god of the 5th rank roared in fury but was helpless. These opponents were either too fast or too sharp in their attacks. There was also a formation master, and they worked together seamlessly, leaving him no breathing room. He gathered his divine power and broke out of the array, with only one target in mind, Yin Zira. He wanted to kill this wretch, as he could see that this wretch was the key connection among the women. Be careful. Yuan Lingdan rushed to Yin Zira at the first moment, her eyes full of concern, deeply worried about his safety. No good. Stop him quickly. Yao Julong exclaimed and rushed over, with Jiang Yin following closely. The striped cat was the fastest, charging at the true god of the 5th rank and slashing its claws across his back. Slash. 5 streaks of blood stained his clothes, but even so, the true god of the 5th rank did not stop. With a death-defying attitude, he continued toward Yin Zira, delivering a punch to his chest. The true god of the 5th rank was dumbfounded, staring at Yin Zira. Why was this man unharmed? Instead, it was his own chest that was pierced by the free will compass, and he fell straight down. The women who rushed over immediately stopped in their tracks. Chapter 576, Departure to the Alliance, Breakthroughs for All. Seeing Yin Zira's skin covered in a faint silver hue, resembling armor yet not quite armor, it gave off a sense of incredible hardness. This was the special skill she had acquired after slaying the divine blood silver spider, skin reinforcement, which granted her immunity to attacks for 1 minute. Yin Zira was gasping for breath, her divine energy completely depleted, and she plopped down on the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host. Slaying a true god of the 5th rank has earned you 500,000 villain points. Yin Zira immediately tossed the true god of the 5th rank into the universe refining pagoda, where his divine energy was refined and absorbed for her own use. At the same time, all of this person's treasures were now before her, including a golden brocade box. The mysterious fragrance emanating from it caught her attention. Upon opening it, she found a rejuvenation pill. The rejuvenation pill's effect was to heal injuries, which was exactly what Yin Zira needed at that moment. She swallowed the pill, and her body crackled as her injured meridians and bones rapidly healed. Even her old ailments were restored. The rejuvenation pill truly lived up to its reputation. Yin Zira sat on the ground, meditating for an hour to recover her divine energy. By then, the 5 women had already assisted Chen Shinran in slaying the other 2 true gods of the 1st rank. The battle in the courtyard finally came to an end. Chen Shinran knelt before her father's body, bowing deeply. Father, daughter is unfilial. I returned too late and was unable to help you. In truth, Chen Shinran regretted why she hadn't returned sooner. If she had, perhaps her father would still be alive. Death cannot be undone. I hope you can grieve in moderation. I wonder why your family was targeted. Yin Zira approached and stood beside her, asking softly. Before I returned, father sent me an urgent letter, instructing me to hurry back home. After purchasing the medicinal herbs, I immediately set off to return. As she spoke, Chen Shinran approached her father, pulled out the knives from his body, closed his eyes, and laid him down. After calming her emotions, she continued, but I was still too late. In father's letter, he mentioned that the 3 Peaks cult has been searching frantically for medicinal herbs to heal injuries, as if in a great hurry. And according to rumors, a war between the cult and the Divine Alliance has already broken out on the Divine Alliance's side, with a vast scope of involvement. Even heavenly gods have fallen, and the 3 Peaks cult has suffered heavy losses. So, they have been targeting smaller herb families along the way, forcing them to serve the cult. But my father refused, and this is the consequence. At this point, Chen Shinran's heart broke once more, and she couldn't help but cry. Her entire family of 180 was slaughtered, leaving her all alone. Yin Zira was shocked. He hadn't expected the cults to actually attack the Divine Alliance. The Divine Alliance, on the surface, was guarded by 10 heavenly gods, but it also had a century-old foundation. It had deep roots there, and attacking now was highly unusual. And what could possibly be the reason for multiple cults to unite against the Divine Alliance? I am also a member of the Divine Alliance. Now that the Alliance is in trouble, I should return. Yin Zira had a title in the Divine Alliance and had obtained the most precious treasure in the Void Realm. It was only right that he returned to help the Divine Alliance. Thank you for your care over these past few days. Now, I must return to the Divine Alliance. Before I leave, I am willing to do one more thing for you to repay your kindness. What do you wish for me to do? Yin Zira looked at Shinran, who looked back at him. She knew this man was extraordinary, capable of slaying a true god of the 5th rank despite being only a high god of the 3rd rank. Such incredible strength undoubtedly placed him among the top echelons of the Divine Alliance. Perhaps he could help her fulfill her wish. I hope you can help me avenge my family and destroy the 3 Peaks cult. Shinran said to Yin Zira, each word deliberate and clear. Ding. Detecting host's act of gratitude. Special reward for completing the task of destroying the 3 Peaks cult. 10 million villain points. Hearing this, Yin Zira smiled faintly. It was exactly what he had in mind. All right, I promise you. I will help you destroy the 3 Peaks cult and avenge your father and family. At these words, Shinran knelt before him and kowtowed. This is my debt of gratitude to you. You don't need to bow to me. Yin Zira quickly helped her up. I hope to hear news of the 3 Peaks cult's destruction soon. I wish you a safe journey. The 3 Peaks cult may still target me, so I will take the remaining people and go into hiding in another star domain. But I will keep an eye on the news of the 3 Peaks cult. I hope you won't disappoint me. Seeing Shinran's sincere gaze, Yin Zira nodded. Then, Yin Zira took out his small ship and, along with the other women, set off toward the Divine Alliance. Even at top speed, it would take 7 days to reach the Divine Alliance. During these 7 days, everyone focused on training and recovering their divine energy, preparing for battle. Their method of training was to enter the Universe Refining Pagoda together, where they could comprehend the rules of the Blue Star's core to break through their own cultivation barriers. As the master of the Universe Refining Pagoda, Yin Zira naturally received the pagoda's blessings, including the rules of power, which merged with his body and enhanced his cultivation. As they neared the divine realm, the women who had been diligently training finally made progress. Yuan Lingdan, Yao Jiahong, and Jiang Yin, who had been stuck at the high god of the 3rd rank for too long, had already accumulated enough divine energy, combat experience, and consumed various treasures. Now, with the completion of the rules of power, they all broke through to the true god of the 1st rank. They had comprehended their own rules of power and achieved the breakthrough to the true god of the 1st rank. Miaowan, who had been at the true god of the 1st rank for a long time, had also consumed many treasures during this journey. Now, she had also comprehended the rules of power and broke through to the true god of the 2nd rank. Yin Zira himself received the greatest inspiration, confirming his path and breaking through to the true god of the 1st rank. Ding! Congratulations, host. Breaking through to the true god of the 1st rank has earned you 10 million villain points. Additionally, you have gained the spatial prison ability. Yin Zira waved his hand, and a small, white cube appeared in space before him, which was quite interesting. So this is the power of space. After accumulating so much power, he had finally broken through to the true god of the 1st rank. Now, he could finally compete with those old true god experts. Chapter 577. The Chaos in the Alliance of Gods. The small boat sailed at its fastest speed to the vicinity of the Alliance of Gods. In just a few days, the once grand and majestic continent of the Alliance of Gods had become a dilapidated and chaotic mess. The powerful divine aura had diminished to less than half its former strength. What on earth had happened to the Alliance of Gods to cause such a fierce and devastating battle? Not far from the Alliance of Gods, several fleets of warships were stationed. These cosmic warships were massive, and each one emanated a formidable aura. There were no fewer than 20 individuals at the peak of the ninth heaven god realm among them. Such a lineup could easily obliterate any force. When Yin Zira thought of this, his heart sank. Good heavens, when did ninth heaven gods become so common? There are so many of them? It was common knowledge that the resources and wealth required to reach the god realm could amass to an astronomical figure. To produce so many ninth heaven gods, it would take the precious resources of at least 20 star domains. It seemed that the full details could only be understood by entering the Alliance of Gods itself. Yin Zira arrived at the continent of the Alliance of Gods. The nearby patrol squads were extremely vigilant, pointing their weapons at him. They were like startled birds, unable to distinguish friend from foe, and were solely focused on proceeding with caution. There's no need to be nervous, everyone. I am also a member of the Alliance of Gods. Saying this, Yin Zira produced his identification, a purple gold badge. This is a purple gold badge. It seems you are indeed a member of the Alliance of Gods. Please go ahead. The patrol squad immediately became highly respectful, as the purple gold badge held the highest status within the Alliance of Gods. Yin Zira directly headed to his residence, but what he saw made him furious. His house had been reduced to rubble. If not for the remnants of two nearby estates that still bore some familiar traces, Yin Zira would have thought he had come to the wrong place. At that moment, a man approached Yin Zira. May I ask if you are Lord Yin Zira? The man bowed respectfully. I am Yin Zira. Who are you? I am a subordinate of Lord Tianxian, and I have been waiting here specifically for you. Your residence was destroyed by the Three Peaks cult. Lord Tianxian has been guarding your estate. This is also a symbol of status within the Alliance of Gods, but now he is seriously injured and recuperating at home. He has instructed me to invite you to his residence for a detailed discussion upon your return. The subordinate spoke respectfully. If that is the case, please lead me to Lord Tianxuan's residence. After saying this, Yin Zira followed the servant to Lord Tianxuan's residence, accompanied by his entourage. At the gate stood two divine lords of the fifth heaven, their auras sharp and their bodies bearing wounds. Two esteemed lords, this is the young master Yin Zira, whom Lord Tianxian has been waiting for. The servant bowed slightly and spoke to them with great respect. Since this is the person the divine lord has been waiting for, please come in. The two respectfully opened the gates. Following the servant, Yin Zira arrived at Lord Tianxuan's bedroom. My lord, I have brought young master Yin Zira to you. The servant reported respectfully from outside. Cough, cough, cough. Young master Yin has returned. Please come in quickly. Inside the room, Lord Tianxuan's aura was unstable, indicating that he had suffered serious injuries. Yin Zira stepped into the room, while the others waited outside. Lord Tianxian lay on the bed, looking sickly and weak. His meridians had been severely damaged, and his body was in a frail state. Although he was being treated with excellent medicines to recover, his condition seemed to be worsening. It has only been a few days, and I am unaware of the many major events that have occurred within the Alliance. Now that Lord Tianxian is in such a critical condition, I truly feel guilty. Yin Zira's expression was filled with remorse. After all, he was a named member of the Alliance of Gods, yet he had not contributed to the Alliance. Young Master Yin, you are mistaken. This battle came upon us suddenly. After the collapse of the Void Realm, 10 Ninth Heaven Gods simultaneously took action to investigate the cause. However, the three great cults did not give us any breathing room. They incited numerous small cults that harbored enmity towards the Alliance of Gods to attack us. Their slogan was that the Alliance of Gods had framed and disgraced the heirs of the three great cults. As he spoke passionately, Lord Tianxian coughed several times, even spitting up blood. I have just returned to the Alliance of Gods and am unaware of the situation. If there is anything I can do to help, please do not hesitate to instruct me. Yin Zira said seriously. After all, he felt it was his duty to contribute to the Alliance. Lord Tianxian nodded happily, then looked at him solemnly and said, After the collapse of the space, many people escaped, but all the accounts point to you. Did you obtain the core of the Void Realm? To this, Yin Zira nodded directly. Indeed, the three great cults want this core and went to such great lengths to start this war. However, regarding the acquisition of the Void Core, even the 9 great gods feel troubled. Since it was obtained by someone destined for it, they dare not say anything against it. After all, you hold the purple gold badge, granting you the right to inherit the Void Realm. The grand competition was originally intended to be decided after 10 kilometers and 100 people's internal struggle, with the top 10 experiencing the soul-refining true flame to strengthen their souls. Now, the competition has become so chaotic from the very first round. The heirs of the 3 major doctrines have all met with misfortune, and the subsequent problems are endless. However, it seems that the 3 great cults have now turned their attention to the soul-refining true flame. The soul-refining true flame is the core existence of the Alliance of Gods. The reason the Alliance of Gods is so powerful is that the soul-refining true flame enhances one's soul power. The 10 ninth heaven gods have always existed to protect the soul-refining true flame, but now 5 of them have fallen. The remaining 5 will likely struggle to preserve the soul-refining true flame in the upcoming battles. Therefore, an internal decision has been made to allow someone from within the Alliance of Gods to inherit the true flame. Elder Shi has recommended you. You possess 2 heavenly flames, making you the most suitable candidate. That is why I have sent someone to guard your door, waiting for your return. Yin Zira looked at Elder Tianxian, feeling quite surprised that Elder Shi had recommended him. This was something he hadn't expected, especially since he had once fought against the Shi family. Elder Shi truly was selfless. So, am I to now refine the soul-refining true flame? Yin Zira asked Lord Tianxian, his tone revealing his excitement and anticipation. Chapter 578, First Appearance, Much Discussion. Originally, it was decided that you would participate, but later Elder Kunshin recommended his descendant, Guangzhoning, who possesses the attribute of light and is exceptionally talented. He is one of the outstanding members among the many descendants of the Divine Alliance. Yin Zira's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, good things will always attract competition. Now that I'm back, does that mean I have to fight this Guangzhoning? Yin Zira's tone gradually turned cold. The current situation was already fraught with tension, and having to fight an internal member made him feel somewhat displeased. Elder Kunshin, Elder Shi, and 3 other heavenly gods of the 9th rank will be witnessing the match, Elder Tianxian said word by word. Yin Zira let out a cold laugh first. These old fellows were still the same. Under the witness of the 5 elders, to prove my strength? Huh? Fine, I won't disappoint you. Yin Zira's gaze was sharp, and his tone was icy. Since someone had come forward to be beaten, he would make sure they wouldn't even recognize their own mother afterward. Elder Tianxian also felt a chill in the air. He seemed to sense Yin Zira's killing intent, and it seemed that this match would become quite interesting. Elder Tianxian had a servant deliver a letter to Elder Shi, notifying him that the match could proceed. 3 days later, the 5 elders gathered together, and Elder Kunshin had already given his descendant, Guangzhoning, some advice. This battle could only be won, not lost. Whoever obtained the soul-refining true flame would bring glory to their ancestors and become famous throughout the world. Guangzhoning, holding a folding fan and dressed in white, stood on the arena with an air of leisure. Secretly, his gaze was sharp and arrogant, looking down on everyone. He had his own confidence, being a young man at the peak of the 1st rank of True God, and able to break through to the 2nd rank of True God at any moment. He was also a top-tier existence within the Divine Alliance. I heard someone is challenging Senior Brother Guang. Who dares to challenge Senior Brother Guang? Doesn't he know that Senior Brother Guang has fully mastered the divine power of light? Ordinary people are no longer his match. I'm not sure. This person claims to be from the Divine Alliance and is said to possess a purple gold token, which the Divine Alliance values greatly. However, this person has yet to appear. The disciples of the Divine Alliance were in lively discussion. In their eyes, Guangzhoning was a tall mountain, and anyone challenging him was simply being disrespectful. As Yin Zira stepped into the arena, he could hear the discussions around him. It seemed he didn't have much support within the Divine Alliance. Strangely, he didn't see the disciples of the 10 elders of the Divine Alliance who were supposed to participate in the competition. After the match, Yin Zira would ask where those familiar faces had gone. Yin Zira walked step by step onto the arena, feeling the gazes of those around him. Elder Shi, seeing Yin Zira's arrival, was inwardly excited. This young man was the true hope of the Divine Alliance. Elder Kunshin, this is Yin Zira, the holder of the purple gold token of the Divine Alliance, Elder Shi introduced solemnly. The other elders also turned their gazes toward Yin Zira. Elder Kunshin examined Yin Zira closely, observing the domineering and audacious air in his features. This young man is too arrogant and domineering. He is not suitable to be groomed as the successor of the Divine Alliance, Elder Kunshin said, and the other elders nodded in agreement. With Elder Yang, the head elder, still recovering from his injuries and unable to emerge, Elder Kunshin was the most influential among the 5 elders present. The other 3 elders seemed to listen to his words, and it remained to be seen how Yin Zira would perform. If he could amaze everyone, perhaps he could turn the tide with 4 votes against 1. But if Yin Zira couldn't achieve that, then there was nothing he could do. The two stood on the arena, looking at each other. The referee elder looked at the two and said, "Are you both ready?" "Referee elder, I am ready," Guang Zhoning said respectfully to the referee elder. "I'm ready too. Please begin," Yin Zira said in a flat tone. Respect or disrespect didn't exist in his world. The purple gold token allowed him to stand above ordinary elders. "I hear you are the holder of the purple gold token. I almost got it myself back then. Now, let's see the difference between us." Guang Zhoning's eyes changed unpredictably as he waved his fan and charged forward. His fan was specially made, with the frame made of rare interstellar metal. "Flying dragon in the sky," Guang Zhoning roared, gathering the power of light in his hand and forming a green dragon above his head, which roared and charged straight at Yin Zira. Xiao Ning's sword skills have become even more refined. One of the elders flattered, and the others smiled without speaking. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zira brandished his Thixin Ruyi Chi, charging upward with both hands, gathering formidable divine energy, his imposing presence overwhelming. Elder Shi smiled faintly. Yin Zira's momentum was not weak either. Boom! The clash of their powers erupted, causing the entire arena to tremble. Scrape, scrape. Guang Zhoning retreated 3 steps, while Yin Zira stood still, unmoved. The stronger and weaker ones were immediately apparent. "Well done. No wonder you are the holder of the purple gold token." Pursuing the sun with the azure dragon, Guang Zhoning gathered his light attribute to form a giant dragon, charging toward the sky. His light attribute was powerful, mainly because it could purify the enemy's attributes and enhance his own power. At this moment, Yin Zira stood still, looking at the azure dragon above his head. "This azure dragon has a good color. If I could keep it, wouldn't that be interesting?" Space cage. Yin Zira pointed his right hand at the sky, and a region was fixed, forming a space cage, turning a certain area into his domain. Roar. The light attribute energy formed an azure dragon, which dashed back and forth in that region like a trapped insect in a big box, unable to break out, looking very ridiculous. Some people below who didn't like Guang Zhoning couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I never thought this cunning guy would have such a humiliating moment today. It's so satisfying." There were also those who had been wronged by Guang Zhoning and harbored resentment, now speaking up. At this moment, Elder Kunshin's face darkened. His proud descendant had made such a disgraceful move, and his own face was instantly lost. Elder Shi smiled wryly. This Yin Zira, he really was something. He could have easily destroyed the move, but instead, he chose to trap the azure dragon and play with it like an insect. The other elders' expressions also slightly changed, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 579, Delivering Food, Easily Crushed. "You scoundrel! Release my azure dragon!" Guang Zhoning roared in fury, but Yin Zira ignored him completely. "You! Ah! Guang Zhoning launched a swift assault, aiming directly at Yin Zira. Yin Zira brandished her Shinruyi to fend off his white fan. The two figures clashed repeatedly, exchanging over 100 moves in the blink of an eye. They separated, and Guang Zhoning looked disheveled, his clothes stained with blood, his eyes filled with resentment. Yin Zira gripped her Shinruyi, her gaze sharp as she stared at Guang Zhoning. She could tell from his narrow-mindedness that he was not a virtuous individual. Explode! With a shout from Yin Zira, the white area in the sky above shattered instantly, and the azure dragon within dissipated into the heavens. The surge of divine energy slowly spread, sweeping across the entire arena. Everyone present gasped in shock. This person was truly powerful. Yin Zira stood in the center of the arena, her expression calm as she gazed at Guang Zhoning. At this moment, Guang Zhoning's heart was filled with panic. His ultimate move had been so easily countered. Could it be that this person was already this strong? I won't accept this. Devouring Dragon of the Sea. Guang Zhoning unleashed another move, gathering all his divine energy into his hands. Roar! A miniature white dragon coiled around him, its power earth-shaking. What now? After the azure dragon, you bring out a little white worm? Fine, whatever you bring, I'll take it. As she spoke, Yin Zira summoned her Qingquan refining pagoda. The Qingquan refining pagoda had been greatly enhanced and had transformed into a Chaos Supreme Treasure. A Chaos Supreme Treasure. On the high platform, the 5 elders all stood up, their eyes filled with covetousness as they gazed at the Qingquan refinement pagoda. Even as heavenly gods of the 9th rank, none of them possessed a Chaos Supreme Treasure. This showed just how rare and precious such a treasure was. Kill. Hearing the voices from the high platform, Guang Zhoning's heart tightened. When he realized that the small, exquisite pagoda in front of him was a Chaos Supreme Treasure, his greed surged. In his mind, although Yin Zira possessed such a treasure, her current strength was only at the true god 1st rank. It was unlikely that she could fully unleash the power of the Chaos Supreme Treasure. If he could turn the tables and kill her, then this treasure would become his. Driven by greed, he launched a fierce attack. Clang! The white dragon directly collided with the Qingquan Lianhua pagoda. Upon sensing the dense light attribute divine energy, the pagoda immediately absorbed and transformed it into spiritual nourishment. This! Guang Zhoning was so enraged that he didn't know what to say. His freshly unleashed move had been swallowed up like food being delivered to someone else. From the high platform, the 5 elders' expressions varied. Elder Shi was grinning from ear to ear, while Elder Kunshin's face was as dark as ink. Guang Zhoning was at a loss. How could he continue fighting when every move he made was feeding his opponent? He felt like he was being drained dry. I didn't want to use this move, but you forced my hand. If something happens to you, don't blame me for being merciless. Illumination of the world. Guang Zhoning shouted in anger, and all the light attribute energy within him began to surge. A powerful divine force gathered in his bloodline. I heard that Guang Zhoning once obtained a rare scroll, inscribed with methods for using light attribute energy. This kind of power has never been seen before. Could it be that he's been hiding this move all along? The onlookers around the arena began to murmur, as this was the first time they had seen Guang Zhoning use such a technique. What a slime move! Yin Zira watched the terrifying move unfolding before her, her eyes narrowing slightly. This was a technique worthy of her attention. Blazing God Strike. Yin Zira stomped her foot on the ground, and the yin-yang scorching heaven technique within her body rapidly circulated. The heavenly flame of radiance and the earthly flame of the azure lotus erupted simultaneously. Red and green flames spiraled upward, shooting straight towards the heavens. What the hell is this move? Its power is terrifying. This guy is so strong. Everyone around the arena was stunned. Originally, they had thought Yin Zira was just an unknown, but now it seemed they were terribly wrong. On the high platform, the 5 elders were dumbfounded. Seeing the Chaos Supreme Treasure had already left them speechless, but now they witnessed two supreme heavenly flames displayed with such mastery. This young man would surely lead the divine realm to its peak of glory. This was the unanimous thought of the other three elders. Elder Kunshin, watching Yin Zira's display of power, felt a sudden sinking in his heart. He knew that he would never again have the right to claim the soul-refining true flame for his family. In the nine heavens, blinding white light attribute energy erupted, while on the other side, red and green energies intertwined and shot upward. Boom! The three colors, white, red, and green, exploded across the heavens and earth, illuminating everything. All the spectators around the arena were blown away like autumn leaves in a gust of wind, clean and efficient. Boom! The terrifying vortex of power continued to spread, causing the entire Divine Alliance continent to tremble violently. Even the Elder Yang, who was in seclusion, felt the abnormal energy in the world and teleported to the scene, thinking a great battle had broken out. What exactly happened here? Elder Yang asked the five elders above. Reporting to Elder Yang, this is the venue for the match between the golden token holder Yin Zira and Elder Kunshin's disciple, Guang Zhoning. Just now, the two of them clashed with a powerful move, and the entire arena was destroyed. The outcome is yet to be seen. Elder Shi reported the situation truthfully. Elder Yang looked at the devastated scene and took a deep breath, understanding the immense energy that had been unleashed. Even as a heavenly god of the ninth rank, he would have found it difficult to withstand such power. He knew Guang Zhoning, a narrow-minded individual who was unfit to be a successor. However, light attribute energy was incredibly rare, and for the development of the Divine Alliance, he had agreed to it. Now, it seemed that this young man named Yin Zira was full of potential. The golden token of the Divine Alliance was not issued lightly. He must have exceptional qualities. As the chaotic divine energy gradually settled, the figures of the two combatants appeared before everyone. Guang Zhoning, once dressed in white, was now tattered, his clothes burned in multiple places. At a glance, he looked more like a roasted pig. Yin Zira, on the other hand, was dressed in pristine, unblemished clothing, her expression calm and composed. This was the difference. Chapter 580. The Flame Awakens, Trial Begins. I will kill you. Guang Zhoning had never suffered such humiliation in his life. This was the first time he had ever lost face so badly in front of others, especially during such an important competition. Raging with fury, he charged at Yin Zira. Yin Zira was speechless. Did he think this competition was a game? You are nothing but a weakling before me, insignificant. With that, Yin Zira stomped the ground, unleashing the golden rock step, a speed so astonishing it left everyone in awe. She dashed straight toward him. Guang Zhoning tried to defend himself, but he was too slow. Swish! The Sui Xian Ru Ichi whizzed by, disarming Guang Zhoning by knocking his fan away and leaving a gash over a foot long across his chest. Blood gushed out as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ninger! Elder Kunshin rushed to his most beloved descendant, feeding him a life-saving pill before turning his gaze to Yin Zira. The winner of this match is Yin Zira. Elder Yang announced the result while releasing his divine pressure. Elder Kunshin glanced at him, then stood up and bowed. We will follow Elder Yang's decision. Although Elder Kunshin's heart burned with anger, he had no choice. Yin Zira was indeed a genius. Yin Zira, come with me to the Flame Hall. Elder Yang said, using his divine power to pull Yin Zira to his side and lead him directly to the Flame Hall. Yin Zira could sense the elder's urgency, as if he couldn't wait to see him refined by the flames and become the spiritual pillar of the Divine Alliance. At the entrance of the Flame Hall stood two elders of the 7th rank of True God. Greetings, Elder Yang. The two 7th rank True Gods showed great respect to Elder Yang, for he was the strongest among the heavenly gods. Yin Zira, follow me inside. Elder Yang led the way, and Yin Zira followed him into the hall. This was the Flame Hall, where the soul-refining true flame was enshrined. The soul-refining true flame was a great treasure of the Divine Alliance. Thus, it was heavily guarded, with advanced defensive and offensive arrays everywhere. The complexity and power of these arrays were such that even a Yuan Lingdan might struggle to break them. However, with a wave of Elder Yang's hand, the arrays dissipated, revealing a blue flame that danced in the air as if it had a soul. This is the soul-refining true flame of the Divine Alliance. Elder Yang's voice had just fallen when a woman's voice echoed. Young old man, is this the successor you've chosen? The talent is not bad. It seems to contain both the heavenly flame radiance and the earthly flame lotus. Interesting, very interesting. Hearing the woman's voice, Yin Zira was slightly stunned. There was no woman here. Who was speaking? Moreover, this person called Elder Yang old man, which implied her status was even higher than Elder Yang's. That foolish brat, don't look around anymore. I am the soul-refining true flame before you. I have existed in this world for millions of years. 10 masters have claimed me before, and you will be my 11th. But whether you can refine me and make me your own power depends on your abilities. If you cannot withstand my trial on your soul, you will scatter into nothingness. Are you prepared? The woman's tone suddenly sharpened, for if Yin Zira truly couldn't withstand her trial, he would indeed scatter into nothingness. It was a gamble of utmost daring. I never expected the soul-refining true flame to have developed its own intelligence. That was something I didn't foresee. But it doesn't matter. Please begin the trial. I am willing to endure all hardships. If I can't even endure this trial, what right do I have to speak of helping the Divine Alliance? Such empty wishes? Yin Zira's eyes were sharp. If he couldn't even refine a flame, he would be a laughingstock. Good. Indeed, the holder of the purple gold token of our Divine Alliance this generation has great courage. Then, let the trial begin. I will seal this place until you break through. Elder Yang, seeing hope in Yin Zira, radiated golden light from his eyes. Very well then, begin. The soul-refining true flame burst into blue light, filling the entire space with blue flames. Elder Yang's figure gradually faded. Now, Yin Zira found himself in a sea of blue, where countless souls howled. The soul-refining true flame refined souls from all corners of the world. Those who endured survived. Those who couldn't became part of the flame, serving as its spiritual nourishment. It's simple to endure my trial. Withstand the refinement of your soul. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, but controlling these is extremely difficult. If any one of these emotions or desires controls you, you will lose yourself. This is my warning to you. Now, the trial begins. The 7 emotions and 6 desires refer to joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire, as well as the desires for sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and thought. In the sea of blue flames, Yin Zira's surroundings changed. He suddenly found himself dressed as an emperor, with the world bowing before him, calling him the Son of Heaven. Yet, this did not stir even a ripple in his heart. Then, beautiful women surrounded him, testing his control over desire. These too failed to move him. But then, the soul-refining true flame seemed to dredge up memories from his past. Moments of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness that he could never forget. However, those days were gone. The Yin Zira of today was no longer the same as before. These memories could no longer affect him. Then, Song Mingyue appeared by his side, embracing him. Song Mingyue was his greatest love, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. Though this mark was indelible, its impact was limited. After all, women were not the entirety of his life. What he pursued was strength. Next, the blue lucky energy within his Chinkuan refining pagoda transformed into his own energy. He broke through the peak of the heavenly god realm, reaching an even more terrifying level. Now, with a flip of his hand, he could destroy stars. With a turn of his wrist, he could slay all enemies of the heavenly god realm. He had become a ruler, looking down upon the world. Such a feeling was exhilarating, but it was still not enough. Not enough. Not enough. As his desire for power grew, his heart suddenly raced. Chapter 581. Chaos of the Cult, Sword Swing. No, none of this is real. It's all fake, all an illusion. I must steady my mind, or I will be consumed by this power. Yin Zira realized there was a trap and quickly steadied his mental state. In that instant, traces of his soul burning appeared, almost dragging him into an abyss of endless darkness. Hee. I didn't expect you, a mere disciple, to be so alert. You instantly sensed the danger you were in. For that alertness alone, you might have some potential to become my master. A blue-clad woman appeared before him. She was stunningly beautiful, exuding a unique charm. Perhaps she was naturally born in the heavens and earth, as her beauty was crystal clear. She sat before him. Disciple, the next test is for your soul strength. If you can withstand the pressure I impose, you will earn my recognition. You will become my master. But if you fail, your soul will be devoured, and you will lose yourself. Are you prepared? When the blue-clad woman mentioned becoming her master, Yin Zira's heart skipped a beat. It evoked fantasies of something wonderful. Yin Zira bit his tongue to steady his emotions. He couldn't falter, not at this crucial moment. He had to keep his heart steady. At any moment, this woman might dig a pit and bury him in it, leading to a loss greater than the gain. Then, traces of soul fusion began between the two. This was the soul essence of the soul-refining true flame, also his true flame essence. The essence of the soul-refining true flame was immensely powerful. When Yin Zira made contact, his soul felt an intense burning heat. However, the heavenly flame radiance and earthly flame lotus protected Yin Zira's essence, so the soul-refining true flame couldn't completely refine him. Now comes a battle of wills. I absolutely cannot lose. Yin Zira and the soul-refining true flame faced each other, each with their own characteristics. The true flame constantly tried to refine his soul, but it couldn't refine Yin Zira, so all he had to do was endure in this tug of war, strengthening his soul power, waiting for the right moment to counterattack and devour it. He could then become its true master. Time passed bit by bit. The outside world was not calm. The battle between the Pantheon Alliance and the three major cults had reignited. Elder Jiang and the other four elders also charged forward. The battle erupted at the first line of defense of the Pantheon Alliance. If Yin Zira were here, he would see the guardians of the three major cults' heirs he had slain, all fighting here. The Pantheon Alliance has provoked the cults together. We should cleanse them all, said a heavenly god of the 9th rank, a guardian of a cult. Others echoed him, launching fierce attacks against the many heavenly god-level elders of the Pantheon Alliance. Some were even obliterated with a single punch. Now, the first line of defense of the Pantheon Alliance had turned into a sea of fire. Those who had returned with Yin Zira were resting in Elder Tianquan's residence. That guy's been in closed-door cultivation for so long. Why hasn't he come out yet? The battle outside has already started. Yuan Lingdan was an impatient person, eager to go out and help, but without Yin Zira's permission, he dared not act on his own. Elder Jiang took him to refine the soul-refining true flame. When he reappears, he will surely surprise you. So, be patient and wait for him. If something happens to you, I can't account for it. Elder Tianxian looked bitter. Although he was still at the heavenly god level, his strength had greatly diminished. Ensuring the safety of these people in his residence was his limit. A woman waited anxiously for Yin Zira's return, while Yin Zira himself had just reached equilibrium with the soul-refining true flame. Now it's time for me to counterattack. I'm waiting for the day you call me master. Yin Zira said triumphantly, then began trying to refine the soul-refining true flame, turning its power to his own use. Rumble. The heavens and earth changed color. The sky of the Pantheon Alliance turned dark. It seemed the three major cults had used dark magic to alter the weather, unleashing thunderstorms and corrosive rain upon the Pantheon Alliance. This rain could dissipate people's divine power, making the already weakened Pantheon Alliance even more vulnerable. Hold the line. We absolutely cannot let them run rampant on our territory. Elder Jiang shouted, and all the elders unleashed their full power to resist the cult invaders. At that moment, a dark figure charged straight toward the flame hall. I hear that brat is here. He killed my cult's heir, and I will make him die without a grave. The first warrior, a heavenly god of the 9th rank and the strongest fighter of the Dark Soul Hall, rushed over. He swung his flaming greatsword and slashed down at the flame hall. 2 gatekeepers of the 7th rank of True God exchanged glances and infused their power into the array to maintain the safety of the flame hall. Clang! The red flaming greatsword struck the energy shield and was repelled. Himph! This pathetic array dares to block my attack? You are too naive. Let me show you the difference in power. Great annihilation! The first warrior roared, swinging his flaming greatsword, which transformed into a 1,000-zhang giant blade, towering between heaven and earth. It crashed down toward the flame hall. Elder Yang sensed the danger and rushed here, activating the strongest defensive array to resist. Boom! Within 100 zhang of the Pantheon Alliance, energy surged. Many people of the Pantheon Alliance were blown away by the energy, suffering heavy casualties. Elder Yang, already heavily injured, was in poor condition. Now struck by this energy, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood, his aura even weaker. Hemph! The first elder of the Pantheon Alliance, Elder Yang, is just SOSO. What do you have left to challenge me with? Quickly let that brat come out and die, or I'll cleave this flame hall and leave you all without a grave. The first warrior's duty was to protect the shadow. Now the shadow was severely injured, unconscious. It had all happened after being swept out of the chaotic void. The first warrior shifted his anger to the Pantheon Alliance, suspecting these people were behind it all. Chapter 582. Challenging the God of War, the battle begins. Boom! A devastating explosion of fire erupts within the flame hall, as the flames of the partridge spread like waves, engulfing the entire world. The Dark Soul Temple's first general, Heavenly God Peak, has long been known for his unmatched combat prowess. Today, I, Yin Zira, have come to challenge you. Blue Soul Refining Flame, Red Heavenly Fire Radiance, Green Earth Fire Lotus. 3 types of flames erupt beneath Yin Zira's feet. Despite his mere true god 2nd rank aura, his ability to control flames is even more powerful than that of a heavenly god. At such a young age, he can manipulate flames to this extent. If he grows up, the consequences will be unimaginable. The first war god, Lei Ying, has a sharp gaze, and even now, he feels a sense of threat from Yin Zira. At this moment, Elder Kunshin arrives at the Flame Hall with many disciples of the Gods' Alliance. After all, this is the sacred ground of the Gods' Alliance, and they cannot allow these intruders to wreak havoc. A bunch of heretics, don't even think about causing trouble in the sacred ground of our Gods' Alliance. Elder Kunshin shouts the slogan, but his eyes never leave Yin Zira. He knows that Yin Zira has already obtained the soul-refining true flame. This makes him feel a mixture of envy, jealousy, and hatred. He has coveted this flame for years but never obtained it, and now it has fallen into the hands of a newcomer. This complex emotion is known only to him. The enforcers of the Dark Soul Temple have arrived to provide support. The Temple Master has ordered us to follow the commands of the first general, Lei Ying. A deep and powerful voice echoes, and a group of people dressed in black ceremonial robes of the Dark Soul Temple arrives. Each one is sharp and fierce, exuding a bloody aura. The members of the Dark Soul Temple arrive in force, their ranks filled with elders of True God 5th rank to True God 9th rank. Everyone, follow my orders and slaughter them all, leaving no survivors. After Lei Ying gives the command, the numerous elders of the Dark Soul Temple behind him draw their weapons and powerful treasures, charging forward. Elder Kunshin and the disciples of the Gods' Alliance also engage in battle. Meanwhile, Elder Shi sits on the ground, swallowing pills to restore his divine power. In an instant, dozens of people clash, and battles between True God 5th rank and True God 9th rank erupt. Only Elder Kunshin and the first general, Lei Ying, engage in a fierce battle of heavenly god level. Yin Zira stands there, feeling a bit awkward. While everyone else is fighting, he is left out. Blood shatters the heavens. Lei Ying roars, swinging his massive blade and condensing overwhelming blood energy, aiming it at Elder Kunshin's head. Mountain of Taishan Crush? Elder Kunshin counters, swinging his hands and condensing divine power. An invisible mountain presses down from the sky. Break it for me. Lei Ying bellows, and his blade emits a dazzling red light. The invisible mountain above is split in two, and countless cracks spread, shattering above their heads. Elder Kunshin's gaze sharpens. He did not expect Lei Ying's combat power to be so formidable. Old man, show me all your tricks. The first war god, Lei Ying, is known as the Berserker. This nickname is well-deserved. Once in battle, he becomes extremely ferocious. Elder Kunshin and the first general, Lei Ying, clash in the sky above. In the 9 heavens, divine power surges, making their battle the most dazzling in this chaotic battlefield. However, Yin Zira stands at the front of the flame hall, watching the various battle circles. He also wants to help, but for now, there is no place for him to intervene. He will wait and see if any elders are struggling, and then he will step in to assist. At this moment, a battle between 2 true god figures ends, and the true god 5th rank elder from the Gods Alliance is severely wounded, falling to the ground and creating a 100-meter-wide crater. The first war god, Lei Ying, has ordered us to slaughter all of you. Brat, with so many treasures in your possession. This true god 5th rank figure targets Yin Zira. He reaches out and grabs towards Yin Zira's face. Old fool, with your measly strength, you dare to think you can kill me. Yin Zira summons the Follow Heart, ruler of will, and concentrates all his divine power into a single point. Flame God Strike. Taking advantage of the old man's inattention, Yin Zira unleashes his most powerful attack. How is this possible? A true god 2nd rank could unleash such a terrifying attack? The true god 5th rank is dumbfounded and immediately summons his life-saving treasure. A golden light condenses around his body, forming a circular golden barrier. Ding! Yin Zira's Follow Heart, ruler of will, directly strikes the golden defense. Although the golden defense appears thin, its protective power is terrifying. Brat! My golden body defense can withstand attacks from true god 9th rank. You, a true god 2nd rank, want to break my defense? Dream on. Seeing the old man's smug expression, Yin Zira suddenly smiles. You're just a true god 5th rank. Before I even reached the true god level, I killed someone like you. What right do you have to roar in front of me? Then, Yin Zira's Yin-Yang flame heaven annihilation rapidly circulates, and the power of the 3 flames erupts, filling every corner of his body. Every rune on the Follow Heart, ruler of will, lights up, and the terrifying temperature instantly raises the temperature within 100 miles by 100 degrees. Old fool, let's see how you can be so arrogant now. Yin Zira unleashes his terrifying power, and the scorching temperature directly burns the treasure. Crack! A crisp sound echoes, and the treasure that the true god 5th rank has always been proud of shatters. No, this can't be possible. You're only a true god 2nd rank. How could you break my defense? Swish! A scorching light pierces through his body. A line of blood appears at his throat. The true god 5th rank perishes. However, this time, Yin Zira does not receive a system notification. Ding! Since the host has already reached the true god 2nd rank, there are few true god-level beings who can pose a threat to you. Therefore, killing true god-level beings will no longer increase your points. Notification. Hearing this, Yin Zira felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to earn some points, but after acquiring the soul-refining true flame, this reward was no longer available. It seems that from now on, he must kill heavenly god-level experts to gain points. However, there are still several ranks between him and the true god level. I said, my current abilities aren't enough to reach the heavenly god level. Is there no special reward? Yin Zira is quite dissatisfied and raises a soul-piercing question. Ding! Detecting the host's psychological imbalance, a special reward is granted. The host can now convert acquired items into their own power, and an additional physical enhancement option has been added to the skill fusion system. Chapter 583. Redefining the Limits. This is no human. Yin Zira opened the interface and discovered that it allowed the integration of various rare items with his own body, enhancing physical and spiritual strength. He glanced at the true god 5th rank corpse behind him and without hesitation, tossed it into the Qingquan refinement pagoda, turning it into nourishment and divine energy for the pagoda. At the same time, all the loot from the true god 5th rank also fell into his hands, including a black metal that flew into the body refinement interface on its own. A note below mentioned, stellar black gold, rarity 0.001%, hardness exceeding peak spiritual weapons. Who would have thought that this palm-sized black metal had such capabilities? If it were to enhance his physical body, it would surely make it far stronger than before. What a rare treasure. However, it was somewhat frustrating that he needed to gather 3 rare metals to achieve a single enhancement for his body, similar to the requirements for skill and treasure upgrades. At this moment, Yin Zira looked at the enemies on the battlefield. These individuals were all highly skilled and must have rich reserves. Finding some rare metals would be much simpler, he thought. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than delivery men bringing him treasures. Suddenly, they felt a chill down their spines, as if being watched by something. The battle between Lei Ying and Kunshin was also intensifying. When Lei Ying noticed the fall of a true god 5th rank, he realized how terrifying Miaozi had become. A true god 5th rank defeating a true god 6th rank was not just a stroke of luck. It was a testament to absolute strength. Break the heavens. The first general, Lei, swung his greatsword towards Elder Kunshin, determined to quickly deal with this old man to address the young troublemaker. Elder Kunshin, feeling the intense killing intent from General Lei Ying, stood his ground without yielding. Break the heavens. Elder Kunshin gathered terrifying divine power in his hands and slammed it directly towards Lei. Boom! The divine power of 2 heavenly god 9th ranks erupted in the void. Layers of terrifying divine power spread like a surging flood. Yin Zira glanced at the heavenly god 9th rank battle. The sheer power of their clash was still beyond his reach. However, a true god 6th rank from the Dark Soul Hall swiftly approached, wielding his spear with the intent to kill Yin Zira. Return my brother's life. Heavenly 9 slaughters. The divine power of the true god 6th rank surged forth. Yin Zira brandished his Thuishin Ruichi. You think you can take my life just because you say so? What do you think you are? Clang. The collision unleashed terrifying divine power. Yin Zira spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated 100 steps, his figure disheveled. Looking at the true god's 6th rank, the situation was even more shocking. One of his arms had disappeared, and his spear had fallen to the ground. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. A mere true god's 2nd rank brat. Blood sacrificed to the world. The true god's 6th rank activated his secret technique, invoking the hidden power in his bloodline, and extended his blood-soaked hands towards Yin Zira. These blood-soaked hands looked less like those of a human and more like the claws of a zombie. Do you think only you have secret techniques? Yin Zira's body surged with the rapid circulation of the yin-yang scorching heaven technique, and 3 types of flames erupted, filling his entire body. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zira bellowed, and the Thuishin Ruichi erupted with terrifying radiance. Each character on it glowed brightly, blinding the eyes with white light. The light illuminated the entire world, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The one who fell to the ground was not Yin Zira, but the severely injured true god 6th rank. Is this kid cheating? Defeating 2 true god 5th ranks and now a true god 6th rank. Is his divine power endless? The rest of the Dark Soul Hall members, seeing this, were all shaken. What level could possibly defeat this true god 2nd rank brat? Yin Zira's divine power had also been exhausted. Although killing true god level experts didn't convert into villain points, he could still use his remaining points to exchange for cultivation and restore his divine power. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zira restored his divine power for the 3rd time, reaching peak condition. You were clearly out of divine power just now. How did you recover? The true god's 6th rank was dumbfounded. Was all his previous combat just a waste? Not only had he been utterly crushed by a true god's second rank, but now this brat had restored his divine power. He, on the other hand, was severely injured and lying on the ground. If this got out, he would be the laughingstock of everyone. How did I recover my divine power? Do you think I'll tell you? You'll only find out when you're in hell. Yin Zira activated his golden rock steps and rushed to the true god's 6th rank side. The latter turned and tried to flee. He no longer wanted to fight this brat. He was terrified. This person was not human. He was more like a demon of death, whose next move could not be predicted by normal standards. Now you want to run? What were you thinking when you were barking earlier? Yin Zira activated his time-space Dao eyes. He locked onto the terrified figure and beheaded him, then kicked his body into the Chinkuan refinement pagoda, followed by his head. This familiar series of actions made people suspect that Miaozi had done this many times before, covering up evidence. Killing a true god 5th rank had already shocked everyone, but killing a true god 6th rank left them speechless. Is this Miaozi even human? Who can challenge him? A true god 2nd rank defeating a true god 6th rank. If he reaches true god 9th rank, could he kill a heavenly god? Someone posed a soul-stirring question, genuinely doubting whether Yin Zira could achieve this. Whoever doesn't accept me can step forward. The loot from the true god's 6th rank was also quite rich, but none of the items flew into his body enhancement interface. It seemed there were no particularly rare treasures. Now, Yin Zira shifted his gaze to the entire battlefield. He wondered who else would bring him good fortune and points. Perhaps he should simply issue a bold challenge. A true god's 2nd rank daring to provoke everyone else, and the rest were all unwilling to back down. This brat is truly arrogant. Let me deal with him. Chapter 584. Completely embarrassing, utterly speechless. A divine lord of the 7th rank, having issued a bold threat, charged forward wielding a large battle axe. Here he comes, another one bringing me equipment. I quite like that big battle axe you're holding. Hand it over quickly. Yin Zira held the Sui Xian Rui ruler in her hand, her gaze fixed greedily on the battle axe. What an arrogant brat. I haven't even taken your life yet, and you're already eyeing my precious weapon. Let's see if you have the skill to take it from me. Shock the 8 directions. The divine lord of the 7th rank roared, swinging the battle axe with all his might. The axe swung with the force of splitting the heavens and earth, and 8 figures charged at Yin Zira from 8 different directions. Each clone was as powerful as the real body, aiming to seal her fate. What a magnificent display! Yin Zira stood within the toxic thorn bell shield, protecting herself, while holding the Sui Xian Rui ruler upright before her. Boom, boom, boom. All 8 attacks struck the toxic thorn bell shield. The toxic thorns reflected by the shield were also chopped off by the battle axe, showcasing the sheer brute force and decisiveness of the attacker. Crack! A crisp sound erupted, and the toxic thorn bell shield shattered instantly. Yin Zira's blood splattered, and her condition was unknown. Ugh! A disheveled figure plummeted to the ground, the battle axe spinning and embedding itself into the earth. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, it seemed the divine lord of the 7th rank was about to win. How did it turn out like this? What exactly did that brat do? As the dust in the air dispersed, Yin Zira stood unharmed in the same spot. At the moment the battle axe came crashing down, Yin Zira realized her divine power was insufficient to withstand the sharp attack. Thus, she summoned the Universe Refinement Pagoda and took shelter within it. The Universe Refinement Pagoda, already a Chaos Supreme treasure, absorbed the blow from the battle axe. The rebounding divine force sent the attacker flying, severely injuring his internal organs. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground like a dead dog. This brat is too damn cunning. He's already defeated 3 opponents. Who else can defeat him? I don't want to step up. The members of the dark cult exchanged glances, each hesitating. Maybe they should just send a heavenly god to deal with him. Such thoughts echoed in their minds, but the heavenly gods were currently engaged in battles of their own against the alliance of gods. Who had the time to deal with a mere divine lord of the 2nd rank? However, looking back, the divine lords of the 5th rank from the dark cult had truly brought shame upon themselves. It was unclear whether they had chosen the wrong day or what, but encountering such an unlucky brat had left them utterly humiliated, their pride shattered. Arg! Who is this arrogant brat? A mere divine lord of the 2nd rank dares to challenge the Dark Soul Hall. Now I will make you regret being born. This man was a peak divine lord of the 9th rank and also a subordinate of the Dark Soul Hall. Finally, someone worth taking seriously. I hope you won't bore me. Yin Zira issued a bold challenge, hinting that if he didn't fight properly, he would meet the same fate as the others. Interesting little brat, daring to speak to me like that. Watch as I, Zhou Cheng, slay you. Phoenix soars to the 9 heavens. He swung his green sword, unleashing 9 sword shadows, each transforming into the shape of a phoenix. Evidently, his sword technique was related to the Phoenix clan. Thunderfire Slash. Yin Zira activated the Golden Rock Steps, moving faster than lightning, piercing through 5 clones. With the Sui Xian Rui ruler in hand, she unleashed the Thunderfire Slash to counter the remaining 3 figures. Under the scrutiny of the space-time Dao eyes, one of the 3 figures was the real body. Clang, clang, clang. The clash with the 3 figures unleashed 3 terrifying energy waves, 2 of which dissipated instantly. The remaining figure blocked Yin Zira's attack, the real body. Impressive brat, you actually saw through my flaw. Phoenix Burst Strike. The divine lord of the 9th rank roared, swinging his sword with immense power. A mysterious divine force surged from his bloodline. Interesting. His bloodline contains the power of the Phoenix clan. It seems he has some connection to them. Could he be a half-breed, born from a union between the Phoenix clan and humans? Spectators whispered among themselves, curious about his origins. At this moment, Yin Zira also felt the intensity of his attack. Your attack is indeed strong, but it's still far from enough. Yin Zira's Yin-Yang Scorching Heaven technique began to operate at high speed. 3 types of flames surged forth, instantly boosting her strength to rival that of a divine lord of the 9th rank. With the Sui Xian Rui ruler in hand, she clashed with him. What kind of secret technique is this to boost divine power so drastically? This brat has too many treasures. Spectators watched in awe, their greed and fear intertwined, leaving them indecisive and uncertain. Boom! A terrifying surge of divine power erupted in the air, sending both combatants flying backward in a disheveled state. The divine lord of the 9th rank was now covered in charred, blackened skin, resembling a roasted pig. In contrast, Yin Zira's clothes remained intact, a stark contrast that further humiliated the Dark Soul Hall's divine lords. By now, Yin Zira's divine power was nearly depleted. This was the 4th time she had used points to exchange for cultivation enhancements and restore her divine power. In just a few breaths, her strength returned to its peak. The divine lord of the 9th rank was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of blood. How could they continue fighting against someone with such endless recovery? Brat, what cheating method are you using to instantly restore your divine power? Don't you find that shameless? Upon hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but roll their eyes. After uttering those words, the divine lord of the 9th rank realized how blatantly he was slapping his own face. A divine lord of the 9th rank bullying a divine lord of the 2nd rank, and yet he criticized her for using special methods? Was he expecting her to stand there and take his blows? The Dark Soul Hall truly has no shame. Your words are utterly laughable. Chapter 585. Reunion with an old friend, a disgraceful state. Yin Zira held the Fleishin Chu in her hand, pointing it at the old man's nose as she unleashed a torrent of curses. The 9th rank true god's face alternated between red and white. You're strong, Zira, but I'll make you pay for this. Blood rage. The 9th rank true god roared, and his blood began to surge violently. His muscles and bones expanded rapidly, and in just a few breaths, his body reached nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a giant ape. His scorched skin, burned by heavenly fire, began to heal at an astonishing speed. By stimulating his bloodline, he accelerated his recovery, and his aura became increasingly ferocious. Ah! The ninth-rank true god let out a thunderous roar, his momentum overwhelming. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he shot forward like a launched cannonball, pure physical strength, not divine power or flight. Yin Zira, gripping the Thuishin Ruichi, quickly activated the Yin-Yang Burning Heaven technique, filling her body with 3 types of heavenly fire to enhance her strength. Her veins and bones were infused with scorching flames. She raised her hands to meet the massive fist, the size disproportionate between the two. Boom! The earth trembled with a deafening shock. 100-meter-wide crater suddenly formed, and the surrounding land cracked and shattered. In the depths of the crater, Yin Zira's hands braced against the massive fist. Her bones creaked under the strain, and her face turned crimson from the immense pressure. The strength of this opponent was simply too great. Hee. Let's see how many punches you can take, Zira. Boom, boom, boom. The ninth-rank true god unleashed a flurry of punches, each one as heavy as a mountain. Yin Zira endured them one by one, but her body screamed in pain, a sign of imminent collapse. If this continued, she would be crushed into a pulp. Ah! Yin Zira wasn't about to sit still. She ignited the 3 types of fire, wrapping herself in flames and transforming into a blazing figure. She swung her fist, meeting the giant's punch head-on. Boom! The 3 colored flames, brimming with absolute heat, pierced through the ninth-rank true god's fist and struck his head. The soul-refining true fire, though not physically damaging, burned his soul. This is the soul purification effect of the soul-refining true fire. The ninth-rank true god's soul was thrown into chaos, and his body became paralyzed. Yin Zira seized the opportunity, wielding the Thuishin Ruichi to strike swiftly, severing his head in one clean motion. Swish! Blood sprayed as the ninth-rank true god fell. Monster! Freak! Those who witnessed the battle were left in shock. A ninth-rank true god had been slain by a second-rank true god. What did that make them? Mere specks of dust? Seeing Yin Zira's gaze turn toward them, those with second-rank true god strength retreated in fear. They didn't believe they could withstand her onslaught. Yin Zira's expression remained cold as she tossed the ninth-rank true god's corpse into the Qinkuan refining tower. This battle had been a desperate Fending, a fight where she had barely escaped death. It was only thanks to the powerful effects of the soul-refining true fire that she had managed to slay a ninth-rank true god. Now, the ninth-rank true god's treasures were in her possession. Among them was a red vial and a piece of red bone, both of which had been added to the refining list. Previously, she had obtained a piece of true dragon bone. Now, she had a vial of phoenix blood and a piece of phoenix bone. The strength of 2 phoenixes and 1 dragon would enhance her body. The thought alone was exhilarating. Ding! Conditions detected as met. Initiating refinement to strengthen the host's body. Yin Zira sat down, swallowing a pill to recover from her injuries. Simultaneously, the bloodline power of the 2 phoenixes and 1 dragon was refined into pure energy, flowing into her body. In the blink of an eye, her bones crackled as multiple fractures and strains were healed. Her body began to itch as new flesh grew, radiating vitality and making her aura even stronger. True dragons and true phoenixes were the pinnacle of the exotic beast world. Every part of their bodies was a treasure, and the 3 items Yin Zira had refined contained terrifying amounts of energy. In an instant, her cultivation surged to the peak of the 3rd-rank true god. Had she not suppressed it, she might have broken through to the 4th-rank true god in one go. But that wouldn't have been a good thing. Even if she could absorb any treasure to boost her cultivation, without honing her divine power and skills, her strength would remain superficial. A hollow shell of power would be useless in battle. Yin Zira understood the importance of building a solid foundation to reach greater heights and see farther. No one dared to approach her. Who knew when she might suddenly lash out? After finishing her recovery, Yin Zira looked up to the 9 heavens, where the battle between Elder Kunshin and Lei Ying continued. Meanwhile, The elders of the Divine Alliance and the members of the Dark Soul Hall were locked in a fierce struggle, neither side willing to back down. Just as Yin Zira prepared to join the fight, a familiar aura caught her attention. In the distance, she spotted a familiar figure, Chu Tingo of the Chu family. The lively young girl with whom she had fought in the competition. Now, she was injured and fleeing from the Three Peaks cult. Little girl, there's no point running. Most of the Chu family is dead, and even your ancestor has been slain by my master, Vice Hall Leader Hun Ao. Your Chu family is finished. If you want to live, become my woman. The young man behind her sneered lecherously, his eyes filled with desire. I already have someone I love. Even if it means dying, I won't be with someone like you. Chu Tingo cried out in shame and anger, her mind filled with images of Yin Zira. She didn't know that Yin Zira had emerged from her seclusion, only that he was still undergoing the trials of the Flame Hall. In her heart, she believed that Yin Zira would succeed. But now, she might never see him again. The young man chasing her was of a similar age, but at the third-rank true god level, far beyond her reach. She finally understood what her sister meant when she said, "There's always someone stronger. Hard work is the only path to true strength." Will I ever see you again, Yin Zira? Chu Tingo whispered shyly, her voice barely audible, meant only for herself. Meanwhile, Yin Zira was rushing toward her, sensing everything around her. She had inadvertently heard those words. Seeing Chu Tingo's longing for him at this moment, Yin Zira couldn't help but think of the words of the Fate Spirit Pill. How many romantic debts would he end up owing? But, to be fair, these debts weren't his fault. It was simply because he was too handsome. The true god of the 9th rank, at this moment, alternated between flushing red and turning pale. Bravo, Miaozi. You are indeed strong. But I will make you pay for this. Blood rage. The true god of the 9th rank roared, and his blood began to surge violently. His muscles and bones swelled rapidly, and in just a few breaths, his body grew to nearly 2 meters tall. His massive frame resembled that of an ape. The skin burned by the heavenly fire began to recover at an astonishing speed. This was the effect of stimulating his bloodline to accelerate the healing of his injuries, and his aura became more ferocious. Ah! The true god of the 9th rank bellowed, his momentum overwhelming. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he shot forward like a launched cannonball. This was not divine power, nor flight, but pure physical strength. Yin Zira, wielding the free will divine ruler, swiftly activated the Yin-Yang burning heaven technique, infusing her body with 3 types of heavenly flames to bolster her physical prowess. Her meridians and bones were infused with scorching fire energy. She raised her hands to block the massive fist, a stark contrast in size. Boom! A deafening shockwave shook the earth. Rumble! 100-meter deep crater suddenly appeared, and the surrounding land cracked and crumbled. In the depths of the crater, Yin Zira held the massive fist with both hands. Her bones creaked and groaned, and her face turned crimson from the exertion. The strength of this opponent was simply too overwhelming. Hee. Miaozi, let's see how many punches you can take. Boom, boom, boom. The true god of the 9th rank swung his fists wildly, raining down blows. Yin Zira blocked each punch, one after another, each heavier than a mountain. A sharp pain coursed through her body, a sign that her physical form was on the verge of collapse. If this continued, she would be flattened into a pulp. Ah! Yin Zira wasn't going to just sit there and take it. 3 types of fire erupted from her, enveloping her in flames. In an instant, she transformed into a fiery figure. Yin Zira swung her fist, meeting the massive fist head-on. Boom! The 3 colored flames, burning with absolute heat, pierced through the true god of the 9th rank's fist and struck his head. The soul-refining true fire, though not physically damaging, could burn one's soul. This is the soul purification effect of the soul-refining true fire. At this moment, the true god of the 9th rank soul was in chaos, and his body was paralyzed, unable to move. Yin Zira drew out the Thlishin Ruyi Chur, and with a swift motion, severed his head. Swish. Blood sprayed, and the true god of the 9th rank fell. Monster! Freak! Those who witnessed the battle were utterly shocked. A true god of the 9th rank had been killed by a true god of the 2nd rank. What did that make them? Mere specks of dust? Seeing Yin Zira's gaze turn towards them, they all retreated. Though they were at the level of a true god of the 2nd rank, they didn't feel confident enough to face her. Yin Zira's expression remained cold as she tossed the corpse of the 9th rank true god into the Qingkuan refinement pagoda. This battle had been a desperate counterattack, a fight where she had barely escaped with her life. She had almost been smashed into a pulp, but thanks to the powerful abilities of the soul-refining true fire, she had managed to slay a true god of the 9th rank. Now, all the treasures of the true god of the 9th rank were in her possession. Among them was a red vial and a piece of red bone that had jumped into the refining slot. Previously, she had obtained a piece of dragon bone, and now she had a vial of phoenix blood and a piece of phoenix bone. The power of 2 phoenixes and 1 dragon would strengthen her body. The thought alone was exhilarating. Ding! Conditions detected, beginning to refine and strengthen the host's body. Yin Zira sat down, swallowing a pill to recover from her injuries. At the same time, the bloodline power of the 2 phoenixes and 1 dragon was refined into pure energy, flowing into her body. In a single breath, her bones crackled and popped. Multiple fractures and strains, along with the injuries from earlier, were all healed. Her body began to itch, as if new flesh was growing. The newly formed flesh exuded vitality, and her aura became even more formidable. True dragons and true phoenixes were the pinnacle of the beast world. Every part of their bodies was a treasure, and the 3 items Yin Zira had refined contained an incredibly potent energy. In an instant, Yin Zira's cultivation level surged to the peak of the true god of the 3rd rank. If she hadn't suppressed it in time, she might have broken through to the true god of the 4th rank in one go. But that wouldn't have been a good thing. Even if Yin Zira could absorb any good thing to enhance her cultivation, without honing her divine power and skills, she would end up with a hollow shell, a mere empty vessel in battle. Yin Zira wanted to lay a solid foundation to reach higher and see farther. No one dared to approach her. After recovering, Yin Zira looked up to the 9 heavens, where the battle between Elder Kunshin and Lei Ying continued. The other elders of the Divine Alliance and the members of the Dark Soul Hall were still locked in a fierce battle, neither side showing any signs of giving in. Just as Yin Zira was about to join the fray, a familiar aura caught her attention. Not far away, she saw a familiar figure. It was Chu Tingo of the Chu family, that interesting young girl, with whom she had fought together in a competition. Now, she was injured and fleeing from the 3 Peaks cult. Little girl, you don't need to run anymore. Most of the Chu family is dead, and your ancestor has already been killed by my master, Vice Hall Master Haneo. Your Chu family is finished. If you want to live, become my woman. The young man behind her sneered maliciously, his eyes filled with lustful desire. I already have someone I love. Even if I die, I won't be with someone like you. Chu Tingo cried out in anger and humiliation, her mind filled with the image of Yin Zira. She didn't know that Yin Zira had emerged from her seclusion. She only knew that he was still undergoing the trials of the Flame Hall. In her heart, she firmly believed that Yin Zira would succeed. But now, she might not live to see it. The young man behind her was of a similar age, but his cultivation level was at the true god of the 3rd rank. She was no match for him. As her sister had once said, there are always stronger beings beyond the heavens, and relentless cultivation is the true path to greatness. Will I ever see you again, Yin Zira? Chu Tingo murmured softly, her voice barely audible, meant only for herself. At that moment, Yin Zira was heading towards her, and everything around her was within her perception. She had inadvertently heard those words. Seeing Chu Tingo, that little girl, thinking of her at this moment, Yin Zira couldn't help but smile. This indeed aligned with what the Yun Lingdan had prophesied. How many romantic entanglements would she end up accruing? But, to be fair, she hadn't intended to incur these debts. It was simply because she was too handsome, and there was no helping it. At this moment, Bai Lizzie of the Three Peaks cult had caught up to Chu Tingo. Chapter 586, Excited Embrace. If you don't submit, I'll beat you. I told you, today you are mine, and you can't escape. Bai Lizzie brandished his sword, its blue divine energy surging as he swung it toward Chu Tingo. Chu Tingo hastily took 2 steps back, but the sword plunged directly in front of her. The powerful divine energy wave knocked her flying.
Ugh.
Chu Tingo's face turned pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura even more depleted. Bai Lizzie approached her, his eyes filled with desire as he gazed at the young beauty before him. He reached out to lift her into his arms, but Chu Tingo, lying on the ground, slapped him across the face. Smack! A fiery red handprint appeared on his cheek. Damn it! How dare you hit me? No one has ever laid a finger on me since I was born. You're looking for death. With that, he prepared to strike Chu Tingo. Chu Tingo's expression was stubborn, determined not to yield. Yin Zira. Chu Tingo whispered softly, closing her eyes. Although she didn't know what would happen next, her heart was all ready. Boom! Just as she was about to give up, a powerful aura erupted, and the Sui Xian Rui ruler stood before her, knocking Bai Lizzie aside. The people of the Three Peaks cult are truly the most despicable wherever they go. Yin Zira descended from the sky, landing beside Chu Tingo. You're here. You really came. Chu Tingo couldn't contain her excitement and rushed to embrace Yin Zira from behind. The warmth from behind made Yin Zira pause for a moment. She hadn't expected the Chu family's young lady to be so bold. Long time no see, Miss Chu? Yin Zira handed her a healing pill. Supporting her to sit down, Chu Tingo took the pill and swallowed it immediately. It has indeed been a long time. Have you refined the soul-devouring true flame? Chu Tingo looked at Yin Zira with concern. Yes, I succeeded. The concern from the beautiful woman brought an inexplicable warmth to her heart. Chu Tingo noticed Yin Zira's slightly strange expression and couldn't help but lower her head. How embarrassing, she thought to herself. She had been so passionate with a man. Moreover, at the beginning, she had almost caused his death. Now, would Yin Zira think she was crazy? Chu Tingo took a deep breath, feeling a bit helpless. She suppressed her excitement and calmed herself. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with my affairs? Bai Lizzie shouted, glaring at Yin Zira with displeasure. The people of the Three Peaks cult are all no good, and you're no exception. Yin Zira pulled out the Sui Xian Rui ruler, ready for action. Bold. How dare you disrespect the Three Peaks cult? You're asking for death. Bai Lizzie roared. He summoned his sword and charged at Yin Zira. Heaven-splitting slash. Divine energy erupted from Bai Lizzie's hands as he unleashed his move, his strength at the peak of true god rank 3, his momentum overwhelming. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zira's aura, at the peak of true god rank 2, surged forth, though a rank lower. Boom! The collision of the two divine energies was terrifying. Chu Tingo watched Yin Zira's back, her heart filled with shock. It had only been a short time since they last met, yet Yin Zira had already advanced from upper god rank 3 to the peak of true god rank 2. Meanwhile, her own cultivation had stagnated, forcing her into such a desperate situation. Clang, clang, clang. Bai Lizzie retreated a dozen steps, his sharp gaze fixed on Yin Zira. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Let's see how far your arrogance can take you. Great Fisher. Bai Lizzie shouted, his sword glowing with divine energy, a terrifying force gathering like a flood. Yin Zira gripped the Sui Xian Rui ruler tightly, divine energy surging within him. He didn't use any special techniques. He wanted to test whether his body could withstand the blow of a true god rank 3 expert. Boom! Bai Lizzie's terrifying divine energy crashed down like a mountain, crushing toward Yin Zira. Yin Zira's muscles tensed as he used his physical strength to brace for the impact. Rumble! The ground trembled, and large rocks cracked and shattered. Yin Zira was forced deep into the ground, but Bai Lizzie smirked triumphantly. Such weak power. It's barely enough to tickle me. Boom! With a kick, Yin Zira sent the massive boulder above him flying, emerging unscathed. Bai Lizzie's heart sank. He hadn't expected this man to emerge unharmed. Impressive, brat. You've got some skill to be so arrogant. Bai Lizzie became more cautious, knowing that even a true God Rank 3 expert would have to expend significant divine energy to withstand his attack. Yet, this man had taken it head-on with his bare body and survived. That alone made Yin Zira a formidable opponent. Bai Lizzie gripped his frost ice sword tightly, gathering divine energy. A Tai Chi yin-yang pattern formed around him. This caught Yin Zira's attention. His own yin-yang flame Heaven's Wrath technique also relied on Tai Chi yin-yang forces as its foundation, balancing heaven fire as yang and earth fire as yin. It was a perfect method to unleash the power of these heavenly treasures. Now, seeing someone else wield such power naturally was enlightening. Not bad. Let's see whose strength is superior. Yin Zira summoned the Sui Xian Rui ruler and leaped forward, his golden rock steps unleashing explosive speed as he closed in on Bai Lizzie. Several true God Rank 3 experts have fallen to this move. Brat, you should consider yourself honored. Heaven and Earth Slash. The black and white yin-yang energies swirled around the frost ice sword as it swung toward Yin Zira's head. Flame God Strike. The yin-yang flame Heaven's Wrath technique surged, unleashing powerful divine energy. Red and cyan clashed with black and white. Rumble. The heavens and earth seemed to darken as the two forces collided. In the air, the two divine energies intertwined, growing larger as they struggled to overpower each other. From 10 meters to 100 meters, the explosion expanded rapidly before erupting in a dazzling display. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens, leaving 100 zhang radius barren. The once luxurious estate, covering 10 acres, was reduced to dust in an instant. At the epicenter of the explosion, the two combatants emerged, battered and injured. Yin Zira's gaze was sharp. This man indeed had the capital to be arrogant. His combat experience and divine energy were on par with his own. Bai Lizzie's heart was heavy. Back when his master had sent him to train his body, he had always been lazy. Gifted with exceptional talent and comprehension, he had lived in a sense of superiority, unwilling to push himself too hard. Now, he regretted it. Impressive, brat. Your body is incredibly strong. Bai Lizzie pulled out a small red vial, quickly swallowing the pills inside. Yin Zira remained unfazed. If you can't win, just pop a pill, right? After taking the pills, Bai Lizzie's head began to steam. You shameless bastard. A true God Rank 3 fighting a true God Rank 2, and you're using forbidden techniques. This time, let's see how you can stop me. Bai Lizzie's blood surged in reverse, his divine energy surging to match that of a true God Rank 5. Chapter 587. Miss Chu, in tears. Hee, I'll still beat you. Flame God Strike. Yin Zira brandished the free and easy wand, engulfed in 3 types of flames. His entire body was engulfed in a violent flame energy, and his aura surged, surpassing the level of a true god of the 5th rank in just a few breaths. He charged straight up. Crack. Boom. In the instant their weapons touched, Bai Lizzie's weapon was instantly broken. Yin Zira delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. As the shockwave of divine power spread, Bai Lizzie rolled like a snowball, crashing into a mansion 1,000 miles away. The mansion collapsed instantly, and he was buried deep in a crater. Yin Zira didn't give the man any chance to catch his breath, charging over. He swung his staff into the dark crater. Puff. The severely injured man inside was pierced through the chest. Confirming that the true god of the 3rd rank's aura had completely vanished, Yin Zira felt relieved. After looting the man's belongings, he found something valuable, a Kirin horn. This was rumored to be a great tonic, especially for men, capable of elevating nocturnal combat power to its peak. However, what was more important was that the Kirin bloodline was extraordinary. If refined, it could create an indestructible body. Yin Zira tossed the item into the category of body enhancement. Then, he returned to stand beside Chu Tingo. So strong. She couldn't help but exclaim, looking at him. Yin Zira smiled wryly. The girl was innocent and had no bad intentions. You still have time to say that? Why not tell me what happened? Miss Chu being chased around doesn't seem quite right, does it? Yin Zira changed the subject, implying that something must have happened to the Chu family for no one to protect Chu Tingo. My great-grandfather died in battle, my father is missing, the Chu family is in disarray, and I've lost contact with my mother. Tears welled up in Chu Tingo's eyes as she spoke. From a young age, she had everything she wanted. When had she ever been chased around like this? Yin Zira felt awkward, as if he had bullied her. Why was she crying so easily? Were her tears free? Hey, don't cry. Everyone's watching. They'll think I did something to you. Yin Zira was flustered. But the more you try to calm a crying girl, the worse it gets. Chu Tingo was already very upset, and hearing Yin Zira's words made her cry even harder. Wait, let me explain. Even if Yin Zira wanted to speak, Chu Tingo wouldn't give him the chance. She just kept crying. Who dares to bully my Tingo sister? At that moment, a man rushed over. He swung his sword at Yin Zira. This is a misunderstanding. Yin Zira quickly backed away, while Chu Tingo was still crying uncontrollably. Yin Zira was speechless. What had he said to make her cry like this? Not only was she a naive girl, but also quite childish. Ah! Yuyu shouted, preparing to attack with his sword. Chu Tingo, say something? Yin Zira anxiously called out, knowing that the situation would only get more complicated if she kept crying. Seeing Yuyu, Chu Tingo quickly stood up. Don't attack, you blockhead. Hearing Chu Tingo's words, Yuyu stopped. Yin Zira looked at the young man and felt a sense of familiarity. Who is this? Yin Zira asked curiously. This is Yuyu, cousin of the Imo brothers, Chu Tingo introduced. That's why he looked familiar. Yin Zira instantly understood. The Imo brothers were honest people. Yuyu was also straightforward, attacking Yin Zira without considering the difference in their levels. He's my savior, Yin Zira. My crying had nothing to do with him. I was just missing my parents. Hearing Chu Tingo's words, Yuyu quickly bowed to Yin Zira. I apologize for the offense earlier. With that, he sheathed his sharp sword. Yin Zira also bowed to Yuyu. It's nothing. Just a misunderstanding. Yin Zira wasn't a petty person. Yuyu, why are you here? Chu Tingo asked curiously. He should be with his family now. I was ordered to support the Shen family, but I got into a fight with the enemy and lost contact with the group. I happened to see you. Yuyu explained, looking a bit embarrassed. He had good combat skills but was naturally bad with directions, always getting lost. Supporting the Shen family? What happened to them? Chu Tingo was very excited, worried about her sister Yuyu, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. I heard the Shen family was almost wiped out, with only a few survivors. Yuyu said calmly, as he wasn't very close to the Shen family. What about sister Yuyu? Chu Tingo asked anxiously. I don't know. There's no specific news. You'll have to go there to find out. Yuyu didn't know much, and could only confirm the situation on site. Chu Tingo looked at Yin Zira, who also thought of the unfortunate Yuyu. It seemed like this woman never had any good luck. All right, I'll go with you. Hearing Yin Zira's words, Chu Tingo was very excited. Let's go. The three of them quickly headed towards the Shen family mansion. Chu Tingo was very worried about Yuyu's safety and ran ahead, with Yin Zira and Yuyu following closely. When they arrived at the Shen family mansion, the sight before them made Chu Tingo burst into tears. The Shen family, 318 people, had all been killed. Yuyu was also dead, her limbs incomplete, her eyes unclosed. Sister Yuyu. Chu Tingo cried bitterly. The alliance of gods seemed like a harmonious big family, but there were many intrigues and troubles. The Shen and Chu families had a normal relationship, even having some conflicts in business. But Shen Yuyu and Chu Tingo were the best of sisters, their bond as deep as the sea. With no ill intentions, they only cared for each other. Now, the sister who was even better to her than a real sister was dead here, and Chu Tingo felt like her world had collapsed, with no light in sight. The Shen family's Shen Yuyu killed our holy son, Jua Josing. The entire family is guilty of extermination. No one is allowed to mourn such a person. A fierce aura approached. Seeing the clothes, Yin Zira was speechless. The Three Peaks cult was really foolish. Without investigating the matter properly, they wanted to cover up the truth with some clues. Are you blind or stupid? Shen Yuyu could kill Jua Josing? Your holy son isn't much, is he? Chapter 588. Extremely poisonous, soul-devouring worms. Yin Zira spoke calmly, drawing the attention of the man. You dare accuse me of inefficiency? Then tell me, what should be done about this situation? The man's gaze was sharp, and the aura of a ninth-rank true god burst forth without restraint. It was someone else who killed Jua Josing and protected Shen Yuyu, Yin Zira said, and the man's expression remained unchanged. So, you've seen our holy son, have you? The man's eyes were like blades, piercing through the air. Yes, I have. What of it? Yin Zira remained composed, showing no fear for these individuals. The aura of a ninth-rank true god surged forth. Tell me who killed Jua Josing, and I'll reward you handsomely. Dong Daxing, the third steward of the enforcement hall of the Three Peaks heretical sect, spoke gravely. Fine, I killed him, Yin Zira said with a calm smile, his tone indifferent. Dong Daxing's face darkened. After all this, it seemed this so-called Miaozi was mocking him. Do you know what you're saying? The aura of a ninth-rank true god erupted once more, pressing down on Yin Zira. Of course, I know what I'm saying. Yin Zira's own aura surged forth, countering the pressure. Two invisible forces clashed in the air, tension rising to a boiling point. You killed Sister Shen Yuyu. Chu Tingo, enraged, brandished her sword and charged forward. Don't be rash. Mo Zhongyu followed closely, worried for Chu Tingo's safety while also wary of the ninth-rank true god before them. Yin Zira was speechless. Even at this critical moment, Chu Tingo was still acting recklessly. It was a miracle she had survived this long. I'll kill you. Chu Tingo's eyes reddened as she roared and charged. A mere girl, I don't even take you seriously, Dong Daxing said casually, waving his hand. The divine power of a ninth-rank true god burst forth, creating a gust of wind that sent Chu Tingo flying. Tingo? Mo Zhongyu rushed forward, catching Chu Tingo in his arms. Yin Zira frowned slightly. Chu Tingo was no ordinary girl. How could she be blown away by a gust of wind? His peripheral vision caught the sight of Chu Tingo's lips turning black. A ninth-rank true god using poison? You're truly despicable. Yin Zira exposed the man's tactic, revealing his use of poison. Miaozi, there are 3,000 paths to cultivation. Those who take unconventional routes and succeed are the kings. What do you know? Dong Daxing was proud of his use of poison, considering it a legitimate tactic. To him, as long as he emerged victorious, the means didn't matter. The victor held the narrative. Fine. If that's your stance, then let's settle this. Yin Zira summoned the Follow Your Heart ruler, a weapon that could instantly kill a ninth-rank true god. Such shameless individuals deserved no mercy. Thunderflame slash. Yin Zira charged forward, his hands crackling with lightning, his momentum overwhelming. An impressive attack, but child's play to me, Dong Daxing said, pulling out a black bag and retrieving a black box from within. He sprinkled the black powder from the box into the air, filling it with a foul, fishy stench, akin to rotting seafood. As soon as Yin Zira entered the poison's range, he felt lightheaded. His body's 3 types of flames burned fiercely, expelling some of the black gas, but the gas clung to his divine power like a parasite, difficult to remove. Haha, Miaozi, taste my masterpiece, the Wonder Bloom powder. Its greatest effect is to corrode your divine power, causing you excruciating pain before death. Isn't it thrilling? Dong Daxing laughed, his blackened teeth revealing his sinister nature. Yin Zira's vision blurred, his divine power waning, and he began to fall to the ground. Yin Xiao. Chu Tingo leaped forward, catching Yin Zira in her arms. His body's heavenly flames continued to refine the black gas, but it required time. Little girl, since you've admitted your guilt, I'll send you on your way, Dong Daxing said, pulling out another black bottle. This time, a round, black worm emerged, its body resembling armor, glistening under the sunlight. Soul-devouring worm. Imo Zhongyu's voice trembled with fear. Though naive, he loved reading, especially tales of the unusual. In one book, he had read about the soul-devouring worm. Small in size, yet capable of burrowing into the body and devouring the soul, leaving the victim a brain-damaged husk. Absolutely don't let it touch your skin, Imo Zhongyu shouted. Protect Yin Xiao. He must not be harmed. He's the hope of the Divine Alliance, Chu Tingo said urgently, knowing that with Yin Zira's control over the refining soul true flame, he had the qualification to inherit the Divine Alliance. The refining soul true flame was the symbol of the Alliance's leader. Imo Zhongyu was puzzled but followed Chu Tingo's instructions. Though I don't like that man, I will listen to Tingo. Imo Zhongyu wielded his weapon, slashing at the 9th-rank true god before him. The member of the Three Peaks heretical sect, surrounded by a gust of wind, rose to a height of half the sky. Come and try to kill me in the air. Dong Daxing laughed triumphantly, certain he would claim Yin Zira's life today. Just as his words faded, Yin Zira's voice rang out. Are you so confident I'll die? Yin Zira suddenly stood up, and in that instant, the mark Dong Daxing had implanted in the worm vanished. Losing a fragment of his soul, Dong Daxing's aura weakened significantly. What did you do, Miaozi? Where's my worm? Dong Daxing's face darkened as he stared furiously at Yin Zira. That soul-devouring worm had been arduously captured. Its loss was unbearable. Just a worm, it can't cause any trouble. Bring out whatever you have, Yin Zira said, extending his hand toward Dong Daxing. In that moment, the refining soul true flame had refined the soul-devouring worm, allowing him to stand once more. Otherwise, his survival would have been uncertain. You. Fine. I'll see how long you can keep this up, Dong Daxing said, pulling out another black bottle and releasing another worm. Chapter 589. The deputy leader of the Three Peaks cult has arrived. The insect was a dark red color, and its eyes reflected Yin Zira's figure. Spider Horse King Peak. Extremely venomous. Enjoy it slowly, Yin Zira. Seeing this man release another insect, Yin Zira was utterly speechless. Was he a professional bug breeder? Zzz. When the insect approached within 3 meters of Yin Zira, a burst of red flames suddenly erupted. In an instant, it was burned to ashes, and the air was filled with the aroma of roasted insects, instantly whetting one's appetite for food. Yin Zira's stomach couldn't help but growl. My flames are just too powerful. Otherwise, your insect wouldn't have been reduced to ashes, and I could have tasted its flavor, Yin Zira said calmly, while Dong Daxing was trembling with anger. Although he was a true God level 9 expert, in front of Yin Zira, it seemed he had no moves to use, as all he could rely on were poisons, which Yin Zira's flames naturally counteracted. Just as Dong Daxing was at a loss for words, a thunderous roar came from the sky. Who dares to kill my disciple? Have they eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? High above, the deputy leader of the cult, Hun Ao, descended on a cloud, holding a Guangong greatsword, his aura overwhelming. Greetings, deputy leader. Dong Daxing bowed respectfully upon seeing the deputy leader. Hun Ao glanced at him before shifting his gaze to Yin Zira, as he sensed the scent of his disciple's blood on Yin Zira. Yin Zira, your body carries the scent of my disciple, Bai Lizi. You killed him. As he spoke, the aura of a heavenly god level 9 erupted, nearly forcing Yin Zira to his knees. The pressure was too intense. Yin Zira activated 3 types of flames to strengthen his body, managing to steady himself within this powerful aura. There was a talkative fellow I killed earlier. I didn't expect you to be his master. Is this a case of the young one losing, so the old one steps in? Yin Zira stood his ground without fear, which greatly surprised Haneo. A true god level 2 standing firm under his pressure was already quite impressive. Usually, a true god level 2 would have already collapsed and vomited blood on the ground. Just as he was about to attack Yin Zira, 2 more presences appeared in the sky. One was a heavenly god level 9 peak, even stronger than him, and the other was a true god level 2. Both were familiar to him, as they were from the beast god cult, one of the 3 evil alliances. The strongest combatant, the leader of the first battle hall, Zhan Wang, and the one with the true god level 2 aura was the blood saint son of the beast god cult, Mieji. Seeing Mieji, Yin Zira's heart finally settled. He didn't want his brother-in-law to get hurt. Haneo looked at Zhan Wang with sharp eyes. This is my battlefield. May I ask what brings Zhan Wang here? Haneo sensed a hint of hostility from Zhan Wang, which puzzled him. The deputy leader of the 3 Peaks cult. Are you really going to lay hands on a true god level 2 from the Divine Alliance? Isn't that a bit of a downgrade? Zhan Wang was straightforward, saying whatever was on his mind. Although the 3 evil cults were allied in attacking the Divine Alliance, they fought independently and didn't help each other. Zhan Wang's words weren't out of place. After all, a heavenly god level 9 exerting pressure on a true god level 2 was a clear disparity, and it would only make him a laughingstock. His actions would also reflect poorly on the other 2 cults, making them all look bad for bullying the weak. What Zhan Wang says is true. It was indeed my oversight. Zhan Wang's aura was formidable, and Haneo didn't dare to act arrogantly. Go and finish this Yin Zira quickly. Haneo turned and glared at Dong Daxing. Understood. I was just about to do that. Dong Daxing gritted his teeth and charged forward. Blood Soul Hand. His hands turned into skeletal claws, exuding a thick bloody aura and immense divine power. He reached out towards Yin Zira, who swung his Sui Xian Rui ruler and charged forward. Thunder Flame Slash. Yin Zira roared, unleashing powerful divine energy. Boom. The intense energy blast sent both of them staggering back. Yin Zira retreated over 10 steps to steady himself, while Dong Daxing's clothes were burned to tatters by the flames, as Yin Zira's flames suppressed his toxins. The power of the Blood Soul Hand was greatly diminished. Those with heavenly flames were naturally Dong Daxing's nemesis. Today was truly an unlucky day for him. Imph, is that all you've got? It seems you haven't hurt me at all. With flames protecting his body, he was immune to toxic attacks that would have corroded an ordinary person to the bone. To him, they were insignificant. Yin Zira's battle was observed by Mieji, and the 2 exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions despite their differing stances. I don't understand, young master, why you want me to protect this person? Zhan Wang had asked Mieji before descending. This person is an old acquaintance of mine. I don't want him to come to harm. You just need to step in and prevent heavenly god level opponents from fighting him. Even if it's a true god level 9, my friend won't be in danger. You can rest assured. These were Mieji's exact words, which kept echoing in Zhan Wang's mind. The young man in front of him was only at true god level 2, someone he could crush with a single finger. Yet, this person had withstood the attacks of a true god level 9 unscathed, which piqued his interest. Moreover, this person was an old acquaintance of the young master, but also a key figure from the Divine Alliance. The full story would have to wait to be asked of his young master. Meanwhile, Mieji was deeply impressed. Withstanding the attacks of a true god level 9 was indeed Yin Zira's strength. Hearing that the Divine Alliance had entrusted the Yin Hun True Flame to Yin Zira, he had initially doubted it, but now, seeing the power Yin Zira unleashed, he was beginning to believe it. You useless fool. If you can't kill Yin Zira, I'll take care of you myself. Seeing his true god level 9 subordinate being completely suppressed, Haneo was furious. Hearing Haneo's words, Dong Daxing's heart trembled. Thinking of Haneo's torturous methods, he'd rather die than face punishment. Blood sacrifice under heaven, Crimson Sea. Dong Daxing got serious, burning all his red blood to create a mysterious formation that enveloped Yin Zira. Even with your heavenly flames being my nemesis, to break my formation, you'd have to be at my level. Hearing this, Zhan Wang frowned. Chapter 590. The War King repels, to engage in battle. This true god of the 9th rank, boasting so much about his level to deal with a mere youngster? The people of the Three Peaks cult are of such caliber, truly making one look down upon them. It's just a mere array formation. What are you so arrogant about? Yin Zira said disdainfully. Within his body, the yin-yang burning technique circulated, with the celestial fire of radiance, the earth fire of the green lotus, and the soul-refining true fire. 3 flames, red, blue, and green, circled around Yin Zira. The surrounding space instantly rose by hundreds of degrees, blocking the red array formation from refining Yin Zira's blood. If an ordinary true god of the 2nd rank were within this array, they would have already been reduced to a pool of blood. However, Yin Zira's body and meridians were protected by flames, so he remained unaffected. This flame is extremely strange. Qinghai can actually resist the refinement of my array formation. This is not good. Dong Daxing saw that his signature array formation had no effect on this youngster, making him feel like this was his nemesis. Time-space eyes. Yin Zira activated his time-space eyes to identify the core of the array formation. The array formation was ancient and powerful, with a strong scent of blood, mostly refined from others to strengthen the array. This caused the energy within the array to be chaotic and mixed, containing various attributes. Yin Zira's soul power was extremely strong at this moment, and breaking such a complex array was merely a matter of time. Shortly, he located the core of the array formation. With his Sui Xian Ru Yi Qi in hand, he amassed formidable strength. Thunder flame slash. A roar shook the heavens. The Suishin Ruyi Chi, enveloped in lightning, struck directly at the core of the array formation. With a resounding crack, the core was shattered, and the entire array formation was instantaneously vaporized into nothingness by the searing heat of the 3 flames. All the blood on the ground was Dong Daxing's cultivation. In an instant, it was all incinerated by Yin Zira, causing him to suffer a severe loss of vitality, spitting out a mouthful of old blood and collapsing to the ground, feeling faint. Worthless. Hunao's face darkened as he looked at this man, his teeth itching with anger. Youngster, let's see how long you can be so arrogant. As he spoke, Hunao swung his Guan Gong blade to strike down. Deputy leader, this is inappropriate. A god should act like a god and not attack a junior. The War King stepped forward, his silver-white armor gleaming, powerful divine energy spreading out, suppressing Hun Ao's aura. War King, he killed my most beloved disciple. If he killed Miyaji behind you, would you let this youngster go? Hun Ao had little patience left. He didn't believe the War King would go so far as to confront him directly. I said, a god should act like a god and not attack this youngster. If it's below the god level, I have no objections. The War King's sword swung out sharply. This sword had accompanied him throughout his journey, slaying countless experts, with over 100 god-level corpses. Feeling the War King's true killing intent, Hun Ao realized that the War King was here to protect this youngster. War King, now is the time of the alliance of the 3 great cults. Are you going to attack me? Hun Ao's eyes were sharp, wondering what the War King was planning. Hun Ao, as the deputy leader of the 3 Peaks cult, how can you attack a true god of the 2nd rank? Since we are allies, don't do anything that damages the alliance's reputation. The War King's voice was firm and powerful, echoing in Hun Ao's ears. In terms of aura, he was no match for the War King, and even if they fought, he wouldn't be a match. But he was unwilling. Was he just going to retreat like this? Let this youngster run free, and his disciple would have died in vain? An eye for an eye, a life for a life. No matter who comes today, this youngster must die. Mountain-splitting strike. Haneo swung his Guangong blade with overwhelming force. Do you take my words for wind? I said, only those below the god level can attack this youngster. Don't lower my status. Great calamity kill. The War King roared, swinging his sword, and in a flash, a silver light sliced through space. Dang! A powerful mysterious wave spread out, unleashing invisible force that rippled for hundreds of miles. The tremendous force caused Haneo's palm to bleed, forcing him to retreat. You are going against me. Haneo was extremely unwilling. What exactly was the War King trying to do? Haneo, look at yourself. Are you still acting like a deputy leader? No dignity at all. Attacking a true god of the second rank, personally? It seems the Three Peaks cult's capabilities are just SOSO. This alliance is unnecessary. The War King stood there, speaking word by word. The War King's combat power was formidable. Even the leader of the Three Peaks cult would show him some respect, let alone this deputy leader. Haneo was so angry he didn't know what to say. Fine, today's events I will remember. There will be a day when I repay this favor. Haneo glared at Yin Zira, then turned and departed, dragging the humiliated Dong Daxing along with him. He couldn't bear to leave him there any longer to further disgrace himself. Today's animosity stemmed entirely from this young man. Haneo was determined not to let him off the hook and would surely settle the score with him. Haneo turned and left. Mieji summoned his weapon, pointing it at Yin Zira. It's been a long time, Yin. I wonder what level you've reached. May I have the honor of a duel? Mieji looked at Yin Zira, speaking seriously. It has indeed been a long time. Your aura has grown as well. Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Yin Zira's expression was sharp. Two tigers on one mountain. There must be a battle. Both of them were competitive, and determining a victor was crucial for both. To this, the War King remained silent. He had absolute confidence in Mieji, the most outstanding young man of the Beast God cult in a century. But what's the point of fighting you? It's boring without a bet. Let's wager something. Yin Zira smiled at Mieji, his eyes conveying a different meaning. I wonder what Yin has in mind. Mieji didn't understand what Yin Zira meant. If I win today, I will marry your sister Mieshin. At that time, you must support me. Hearing this from Yin Zira, Mieji widened his eyes, looking at him. In an instant, everything seemed to make sense. You know my sister. Are you the one she met outside? Mieji's voice was filled with shock, but also with a hint of anger. Chapter 591. Fierce Battle, True Man's Spirit. After all, the suffering his sister endured to protect that person was something only he, as her younger brother, knew. Yes. Yin Zira replied boldly. A man must take responsibility for his actions. When the War King heard Yin Zira's response, his eyes revealed his admiration for him. A man should shoulder his responsibilities himself. To resign with such a sense of duty, not bad at all. If you can defeat me, and you wish to marry my sister, I will naturally agree, and no one from the demon god cult will trouble you. But if you cannot defeat me, then I will have to take you back to clear my sister's name. At this moment, Mieji's eyes no longer held any complex emotions, only cold, naked coldness. He was determined to do everything in his power to defeat Yin Zira. He was different now, having mastered even more powerful skills. That's why his courage was so fierce, and he wanted to see the gap between himself and Yin Zira. What was it about this man that attracted his sister? Heavenly machine Hexad. Mieji leaped forward, charging towards Yin Zira. 6 powerful forces converged around him. These 6 forces were incredibly strong, containing hidden mysteries. It seemed that during his understanding of the rules of power, Mieji had gained some insights. A powerful move. Thunder Flame Slash, Poison Thorn Golden Bell. Yin Zira didn't dare to slack off. He quickly stepped into the Golden Rock Step and swung the Free Will Ruler. The Thunder Flame Slash erupted, blocking 3 of the terrifying mysterious forces. Meanwhile, Yin Zira summoned the Poison Thorn Golden Bell to protect himself, allowing the remaining 3 attacks to strike. Boom, boom, boom. Divine energy rippled across the poison thorn golden bell, and with a crisp crack, it shattered instantly. Yin Zira's skin turned silver white, a sign of his other skill, skin reinforcement. In this state, Yin Zira was invincible, barely enduring this powerful attack. It seemed Yin Zira had countered his first move. Miyaji's heart sank, and he began to gather his second move. 8 wastes annihilation. Miyaji restored his weapon, and his divine energy condensed into the form of ancient beasts. Roar. A thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth as the divine energy erupted. Impressive. Universe refining tower. Faced with the ancient beast's terrifying divine energy rushing towards him, Yin Zira could only summon the universe refining tower to block it. Dong. At the moment the beast collided with the universe refining tower, the tower burst into divine light. The stored divine energy within erupted all at once, matching the divine energy unleashed by the ancient beast. Boom! The terrifying divine energy rippled out, forcing both men back 100 steps, their faces slightly pale. Another tie. Miyaji had endured countless hardships to achieve what he had today, and the War King had witnessed it all. He held great hopes for this young man and had protected him wholeheartedly. But what surprised him was that Yin Zira's combat strength was equally formidable. On par with Miyaji, it proved his limitless potential. If he could be brought into the demon god cult, he would be a great asset. However, whether this man could defeat Miyaji and marry Shen remained to be seen. The War King continued to watch. Miyaji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and so did Yin Zira. The two men exchanged a smile, their fighting spirit even more intense. Starry Sea. Miyaji roared again, gathering all his divine energy. This was his final, strongest attack. Countless divine energies condensed into small dots. Don't underestimate those palm-sized dots. They contained pure energy capable of obliterating a true god of the first rank. At this moment, hundreds of such glowing dots appeared behind Miyaji. Feeling the overwhelming divine energy, Yin Zira's scalp tingled. If he were hit, he'd be lucky to escape with just a layer of skin peeled off. Spatial cage. Skin reinforcement. Yin Zira instantly transformed his entire body into a spatial cage, protecting himself layer by layer. At the same time, he made his final life-saving defense, turning his skin silver to maximize his defensive power. Looking up, he saw hundreds of small white dots explode around him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the Divine Alliance, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Even true gods of the 9th rank felt their hairs stand on end, sensing the stench of death. Has another madman detonated themselves? What kind of treasure could cause such a devastating explosion? The onlookers whispered among themselves, all eager to know the source of this explosive energy. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the nearly 50 layers of spatial cage defense Yin Zira had erected shattered one by one, like peeling an onion. Although he had activated skin reinforcement, making his body incredibly strong, he couldn't withstand hundreds of divine energy impacts. Just as his skin reinforcement faded, the explosions continued, threatening his life. His 3 flames erupted with their strongest divine energy, protecting his heart and body. The terrifying divine energy rippled outward until the explosion finally subsided. The energy circle at the center gradually calmed, and Yin Zira's battered figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. Is this guy some kind of cockroach? Such a terrifying blast didn't kill him? This guy's not human. If I were in that explosion, I'd be reduced to ashes. Those who witnessed the battle couldn't help but discuss, utterly in awe of Yin Zira's tenacious vitality. At this point, Miyaji's divine energy was nearly depleted, and Yin Zira wasn't faring much better. The final strike. Who's stronger? Kill. Miyaji growled, gathering all his remaining divine energy for this final attack, even burning his essence blood. Fine, let's see who's stronger. Kill. 2 spirited young men, each wielding their weapons, unleashed their full divine energy. This was their final clash, with no fancy moves, just raw, direct power. The purest, most straightforward attack collided, sending terrifying divine energy rippling outward. The ground was torn up a meter deep, and the surrounding 100 miles were turned upside down. Both are heavenly talents, not bad at all. The War King watched the two men's battle from the sidelines. Chapter 592. Escorting one cult away, 5 women suffering. Witnessing such a magnificent spectacle, he felt deeply impressed. Even at his peak as a second-grade true god, he couldn't have achieved such a breathtaking feat. The War King remained still, waiting for the 2 young men to emerge from the rubble on their own. Only then would they truly prove their mettle. With a clatter, the shattered stones cascaded down, and 2 fiery young men burst forth from the debris simultaneously. At this moment, their figures were disheveled, their auras weak, and their divine energy nearly depleted. They were no longer capable of continuing the battle. "You're still as strong as ever," Emoji said with a bitter smile. He had comprehended 3 moves, all derived from the rules and laws. He had thought himself formidable, but after fighting Yin Zira, he realized how far he still had to go. "Your 3 attacks were indeed powerful. I had to exert all my strength to withstand them. I look forward to our next battle being just as thrilling," Yin Zira said sincerely. The 2 exchanged a smile, acknowledging each other as equals. The War King, observing from the side, considered this the best possible outcome. Both were extraordinary talents with boundless futures. "I await your arrival at the Beast God cult. I will also fulfill my previous promise and withdraw from this battle. What do you say, Uncle War King?" Emoji asked, his gaze sharp. This alliance was formed solely for the purpose of acquiring the flame of soul refining. Now that this treasure has been claimed by another, continuing this battle serves no purpose. The Beast God cult hereby withdraws from this conflict. The War King's deep voice echoed across the battlefield. All the Beast God cult members fighting in the Divine Alliance region gathered together and retreated westward toward their warships. "Brother Yin, until we meet again, I look forward to your arrival at the Beast God cult." With those words, the War King departed the Divine Alliance, taking Emoji with him. Although the Divine Alliance was now free from the threat of the Beast God cult, the other 2 major cults and numerous smaller cults continued their relentless assault. Years of pent-up resentment were unleashed in this moment. Yin Zira sat on the ground, adjusting his breathing. The battle with the mask had left his internal organs injured. The Heavenly Fire's self-repairing ability helped Yin Zira recover quickly. At the same time, he also consumed medicinal pills to accelerate his recovery, as the Divine Alliance was still in turmoil. An hour later, his injuries had mostly healed. At this moment, the communicator he carried emitted an alarm. Huamiao Wan was in danger. Yin Zira sprang to his feet and activated the golden rock steps, shooting forward like lightning. He quickly turned back and raced toward the residence of Tianxian, the heavenly deity. At Tianxian's estate, a group of 3 Peaks cult members, led by a first-grade heavenly deity, had launched an attack. Tianxian, already injured, was being overpowered by the first-grade heavenly deity. The women fought valiantly, but they too were injured and falling one by one. The situation critical. "Lord Long Hai, the War King has issued an order for all Beast God cult members to retreat. Should we also withdraw?" Hearing this, Long Hai's eyebrows shot up in anger. "That Huamiao one killed my brother. I must avenge him before I return." Long Hai glared at the speaker, ignoring the War King's order. Those following Long Hai could only remain silent and comply. At this moment, the ground was covered in blood. Huamiao Wan, Yuan Lingdan, Yao Judian, Jiang Yin, and the little cat demon. All 5 women had sustained varying injuries, with Huamiao Wan's being the most severe. "Where is that Huamiao Wan now? Otherwise, I'll start by chopping off this girl's hand." Long Hai kicked the little cat demon over and stepped on her hand. "MMM." The little cat demon bit her lip, refusing to cry out, her small eyes red with pain. But her fingers were about to be crushed, the pain unbearable. Seeing this, the other women were furious. The little cat demon was like a younger sister to them, and now their youngest sister was being tormented. You old scoundrel, a first-grade heavenly deity bullying a group of first-grade true gods. How shameless can you be? Yuan Lingdan couldn't bear to see the little cat demon suffer, as they had always played together. Since you seem so eager to help her, it seems you want to take her place and die. Very well, I'll grant your wish. Saying this, Long Hai approached Yuan Lingdan, his cold weapon glinting with a chilling light. Everyone's hearts tightened. What should they do? Why hasn't Yin Zira returned yet? The distress signal has already been sent. It's a pity to kill such a young life, but your defiant gaze disgusts me. Long Hai's expression was sharp. Yuan Lingdan's unyielding eyes were a challenge to his authority. He raised his sword, ready to decapitate Yuan Lingdan. From the sky, a flash of cold light shot down, deflecting the sword with a clash. Who dares interfere? Show yourself. Long Hai glared at the sky, furious that someone had dared to disrupt his plans. You old dog, living so long and yet bullying the younger generation. Aren't you ashamed? Yin Zira saw the injuries on the women, especially the blood-soaked Huamiao Wan, and his anger surged like a volcano, shooting straight to his skull. Who are you, Huamiao Wan? How dare you disrespect me? Yin Zira's aura as a second-grade true god erupted, but it was still beneath Long Hai's notice. However, the fact that this young man had managed to knock him back 3 steps meant his strength could not be underestimated. Old dog, if you want respect, you should act like a respectable elder. A first-grade heavenly deity bullying a group of first-grade true gods. Do you even have any shame? Yin Zira landed on the ground, drawing his weapon, the Sui Xian Ru Yi, his gaze sharp and filled with fury. Long Hai glanced at the women, then at Yin Zira, understanding in an instant. You're the one who killed my disciple. His fury burned within him. His beloved younger brother, in truth his illegitimate son, had been killed, and he could not tolerate this. I've killed many. I don't know which one you're referring to, Yin Zira replied sharply, realizing this man had come seeking revenge. My disciple was Long Jinwei of the Beast God cult. Hearing this name, Yin Zira sneered. That guy? Yes, I killed him. He deserved it. At these words, Long Hai's fury exploded. This Huamiao Wan was courting death. Huamiao Wan, prepare to die. Long Hai lunged forward, swinging his weapon directly at Yin Zira, utterly devoid of shame. The old man's speed was too fast. Yin Zira quickly raised his weapon to block. Clang! The full force of a first-grade heavenly deity's divine power slammed into him, as heavy as a mountain. Scrape, scrape. Yin Zira staggered back 5 steps before steadying himself. The 3 types of fire within him protected his heart and major vessels, preventing any serious damage. Not bad. You've got some skill. Long Hai was slightly surprised that the young man had managed to withstand his attack. Let's see how many more attacks you can take. Waves of the sea. Long Hai gathered his divine power, swinging his sword with a sharp, cold light, like a surging tide rushing forward. Chapter 593, Confronting the Old Dog, an Extreme Challenge. Yin Zira felt the surging divine power within and her expression changed. Under the scrutiny of the Tao of space-time eyes, Yin Zira deftly evaded the sharpest edge and brandished her Thlishin Ruyi Tr. Thunder Flame Slash. Yin Zira roared, unleashing all her divine power in a counterattack. Boom! The divine power ripple spread, and Yin Zira retreated over 100 meters, but fortunately, she was unharmed. The gap between a true god of the second rank and a heaven god of the first rank was simply too vast. Just one strike had depleted all of Yin Zira's divine power, nearly causing her to collapse. Ding! Detecting the host's crisis, automatically exchanging 100,000 points for cultivation energy to restore divine power. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zira's divine power was fully restored. Long Hai watched as her divine power was restored in an instant, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Having lived for many years, he had never seen such a secret technique that could instantly restore combat power. This was simply beyond comprehension. Miaozi, what secret technique are you using? How is it possible to instantly restore combat power to peak condition? Long Hai looked at her, his eyes filled with greed. If he could obtain this secret technique, the thought alone was exhilarating. Old dog, why so much nonsense? If you want the treasures on me, come and kill me first. Yin Zira's words were sharp and biting, and she looked at the old man with disdain. What a sharp-tongued Miaozi. Wait a moment, I'll pluck out your teeth one by one, and see if you can still be so defiant. Wave slaughter. Long Hai roared, unleashing a second move even more powerful than the first. Wave after wave of divine power surged and erupted, layer upon layer, each layer with different energy, creating a sense of mutual enhancement like the five elements. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Yin Zira's expression turned cold. Yin scorching heaven technique. Flame God strike. Yin Zira's body ignited with heavenly fire and earthly fire, spinning like lotus flowers, while the true flame of soul refinement enhanced her soul power. On the Thuishin Ruichi, each character glowed with dazzling brilliance. Ah! Boom! A terrifying burst of divine power erupted, and Yin Zira transformed into a fiery figure, charging toward the ocean of divine power. The light of three flames exploded in the center of the divine power vortex, and a riot of colors burst forth in the sky, turning day into night. The colors were strikingly vivid. Thud! A disheveled figure fell from the sky. It was Yin Zira. But on the other side, Long Hai's figure was also in disarray. Half of his clothes burned to tatters, no longer the arrogant figure he once was, but rather resembling a ragged old beggar. Good Miaozi, you actually possess treasures of heaven and earth. I underestimated you with ordinary flames. At the same time, he was also covetous of the flames. If these flames fell into his hands, their power would be indescribable, far surpassing what Miaozi could wield. In his heart, such treasures were a waste in Miaozi's hands. At this moment, Yin Zira, lying on the ground, had exhausted all her divine power. Withstanding a strike from a heaven god of the first rank was no joke. It was indeed exhausting. Ding! Detecting the host's divine power depletion, automatically exchanging 100,000 points for cultivation to restore divine power. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zira's divine power was restored once again. This was the second time in a short period that her divine power had been restored directly, which put a significant strain on her body. However, the current situation left no room for hesitation. Interesting, Miaozi. Let's see how many times you have to restore your power. Long Hai looked at Yin Zira. The fact that her divine power had been restored again was already quite eerie. He stepped forward with the speed of wind, directly charging toward Yin Zira, his weapon gleaming with cold light as he swung it toward her face. The old man's speed was too fast. Yin Zira barely had time to react before the attack landed on her head. Spatial cage. Skin reinforcement. Before Yin Zira could react, she immediately cast a spatial cage to confine herself, creating a space of her own. Then, her skin turned silvery white. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the spatial cage shattered instantly. The sword struck Yin Zira's head. Dang! Yin Zira reinforced her entire body, especially her head and heart, using a large amount of divine power to strengthen herself. She managed to withstand the blow, though sharp pain surged through her mind. If not for the reinforcement, her brains would have splattered by now. Yin Zira summoned the free will ruler and swung it at the old man. Boom! Facing Yin Zira's strike, Long Hai casually waved his hand to block it. Yin Zira's full power attack only brought a tingling sensation to Long Hai's palm, causing no harm whatsoever. Miaozi, if your attacks are only this powerful, I'm afraid I must tell you, you can die now. Yin Zira had already consumed a significant amount of divine power when she cast the spatial cage, and the skin reinforcement consumed even more. Naturally, she couldn't unleash much power at this moment. The situation was dire. I'm currently at the True God second rank, facing a Heaven God first rank. It's simply beyond my strength. This old man is too much for me to handle. Yin Zira felt her body swelling with pain, her meridians on the verge of rupture. Forcibly restoring divine power quickly, under the condition that her body was not fully recovered, had a severe toll on her body. If it happened again, Yin Zira might suffer internal injuries. Miaozi, it's true that a heaven god first rank is a bit too much for you. Fine, I'll lend you a hand. Within the Chinkoan refinement tower, the twin-headed whale shark, still in meditation, separated a portion of its divine power and injected it into Yin Zira's brow. In an instant, Yin Zira's aura and demeanor changed, her eyes sharp as a ruler, gazing at Long Hai like an emperor. Long Hai felt a chill run down his spine, as if being stared down by a terrifying beast. Strange, how did Miaozi's demeanor change so suddenly? Long Hai felt a creeping unease, as if he couldn't defeat Yin Zira now, even though she was only at the true god's second rank. No matter what tricks you have, Miaozi, in front of me, you are nothing but an insignificant existence. Give up your life. Long Hai roared, swinging his sword with vengeance, intent on cutting her down. Insect! Blind fool! The twin-headed whale shark's divine avatar spoke sharply, wielding the Thlishin Ruyi Chur and charging forth. Dang! In the moment of their clash, Long Hai was dumbfounded, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. His weapon was split in two, broken into halves. A large gash opened on his chest, revealing the blood, flesh, and bones within, even the heart visible. If not for the instant when he used all his divine power to protect his heart, he would have been split in two. How is this possible? Long Hai spat out another mouthful of blood, his figure falling in disgrace, followed by his entourage. Chapter 594. Severely injuring one. Reinforcements arrive. Quickly, Yin Zira shielded him in the center of the group. Just as the bicephalous tiger shark whale was about to kill him, Yin Zira's soul spoke. Although he is my enemy, I will personally deal with him. This time, I will spare him, but next time, I will definitely kill him. Hearing Yin Zira's words, the bicephalous tiger shark had no choice but to retract its focus, allowing Yin Zira to regain control of her body. Take him and leave. The next time I see him, I will surely kill him. Yin Zira said this, and after exchanging glances, the few men carried Long Hai away in a hasty retreat. Turning around, Yin Zira looked at the group of women behind her. She walked over to Hua Miao Wan's side. She fed her a pill to restore her injuries, and only then did Hua Miao Wan's breathing stabilize. After that, Yin Zira distributed pills to the other women. After taking the pills, everyone sat cross-legged on the spot, adjusting their bodies and healing their wounds. Yin Zira sat beside them, acting as a guardian while also adjusting her own physical condition. After all, her body was already operating beyond its limits, with swollen veins and unbearable pain. Her bones were creaking, like an old bicycle on the verge of falling apart. 2 hours later, the sound of fighting echoed from the surroundings. The Alliance's forces had been almost completely wiped out, suffering heavy losses. The leader of this group was an old acquaintance of Yin Zira, Hanao, the deputy leader of the Sanfeng evil cult. Hurry up and finish off these people. We need to move on to the next battlefield, Hanao said impatiently, still harboring resentment from previous events. If it weren't for the Battle King's interference, he would have already killed the Miao Child and taken the heavenly fire. Just as he was pondering the relationship between Yin Zira and the beast god evil cult, he spotted a group ahead, one of whom was a familiar figure, none other than the Yin Zira he hated. Everyone follow me. There's something good ahead, Hanao excitedly announced, knowing that Yin Zira was here. With the beast god evil cult's battle king already having declared his departure from this battlefield, no one was left to protect him. This was his chance. The members of the group were all Hanao's disciples, so they obediently gathered quickly to help surround Yin Zira and the others. I thought who it was. So it's the deputy leader of the Sanfeng evil cult. What a coincidence. This is our second meeting. Yin Zira spoke slowly, not in a hurry, just trying to buy some time. The injuries of the women had not yet fully recovered, and they couldn't be disturbed. Meow child, it was the Battle King who protected you before, and I couldn't kill you. But now, no one is protecting you. Where do you think you can escape this time? Yin Zira's eyes were sharp, but his body hadn't fully recovered, and his divine power was insufficient. If he fought this old man, he would surely die. The group surrounding them were all experts at the level of true god 5th to 9th rank. They seemed to be this old man's subordinates, who were extremely loyal to him. Master, why waste words on such a meow child? Just finish him off. A true god 5th rank disciple said, wielding a royal whip. With a leap, he charged forward, thinking it absurd that his master would pay so much attention to a mere true god 2nd rank. Dragon Slayer Strike. The true god of the 5th rank channeled his divine power, and the royal whip burst into golden light, radiating an overwhelming aura as it charged forth. Thunderfire Slash. Yin Zira roared, charging upward while summoning the Chinkuan Lotus Pagoda to take the women inside. That's a Chaos Supreme treasure. Han Ao immediately recognized the Chinkuan Lotus Pagoda as a rare Chaos Supreme treasure, something he could hardly ever see, let alone possess. Hearing the words, Chaos Supreme Treasure, the other disciples' eyes lit up with greed. In the universe, chaos power is the most elusive force. Many seek to comprehend its source, with some believing it to be the origin of rule power, while others think it's the source of stellar power. Various theories abound, but seeing a Chaos Supreme Treasure today instantly ignited their desires. Boom! The divine powers of a true god 2nd rank and a true god 5th rank collided, causing both to retreat. Each took 10 steps back, the true god 5th rank's face turning ashen. He couldn't believe he had been pushed back by a true god 2nd rank, a humiliation he couldn't bear. Damn it! I refuse to believe I can't defeat you. 13 Dragon Whips. The true god 5th rank swung his royal whip, unleashing a torrent of terrifying divine power. Spatial Cage. Yin Zira's eyes were sharp as he roared, solidifying the surrounding space to trap the true god 5th rank inside. Dang! The true god 5th rank swung his royal whip, striking the spatial cage, producing a series of clanging sounds. However, the spatial cage was incredibly sturdy. A celestial god 1st rank could shatter it with a single blow. But without reaching that level, even a true god 9th rank would struggle to break free. Explode for me. The true god 5th rank felt it a great humiliation to be trapped by a true god 2nd rank. He gathered all his divine power, unleashing a powerful strike. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The spatial cage was finally shattered, but his strength was nearly spent, and his situation was dire. Blazing God Strike. Yin Zira activated the Yin-Yang Burning Heaven technique, channeling the heavenly fire of the sun and the earthly fire of the lotus to their extremes. In an instant, he transformed into a small fireball, piercing through the true god 5th rank's body. Pooh! The true god 5th rank spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe what had just happened. A true god 2nd rank had severely injured him to the brink of death. This was unbelievable. The others standing nearby also couldn't believe their eyes. Han Ao's face darkened. He had indeed underestimated Yin Zira's abilities. He knew his disciples well, and this true god 5th rank disciple, Wang Zhan, was a natural fighter with a fiery temper. But his royal whip technique was quite formidable, yet he had been beaten so badly by Yin Zira. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, there was no denying that Yin Zira was a remarkable talent. Old 5, rest for a while. Let me deal with him. A true god 6th rank, Jiang stepped forward. Wielding a long spear, he exuded a fierce killing aura, his sharp eyes indicating he was a battle-hardened veteran. What? Does the Sanfeng evil cult enjoy playing a game of wheel battle? Yin Zira's face turned pale as he swallowed a pill to recover from his injuries, looking at the circle of people around him. Meow child, don't waste your breath. You've injured my 5th brother so badly. I must seek justice from you. Zhang Yu's eyes were sharp, his character straightforward. Just as Yin Zira was about to act, a a series of piercing sounds came from behind him. It turned out that Tianxian had gone to seek reinforcements. He couldn't stand by and watch Yin Zira's women suffer in his residence. That would make him feel unworthy of Yin Zira's trust. The reinforcements were several elders from the Divine Alliance, ranging from Celestial God 1st rank to Celestial God 5th rank. Their faces were as dark as ink, their hands stained with the blood of countless battles. Chapter 595. One person fights, 2 people injured. However, these people were like leeches, impossible to exterminate no matter how many were killed, causing great frustration in their hearts. The people of the Three Peaks cult are truly annoying, one group after another, exclaimed a straightforward celestial elder of the 2nd rank. Old Zhou, don't lose your temper. Look, that's the holder of the purple gold token of our Zhongshan Alliance. Elder Yang instructed us that if we see him, we must give him extra care. He is also the future hope of our Divine Alliance, said Zhao Yuan, a celestial of the 3rd rank. Hearing Zhao Yuan's words, the other 3 immediately focused their attention on Yin Zira. This young man exuded a strong aura. Despite being surrounded by many powerful experts, he remained calm and determined, truly a promising talent for the Divine Alliance. When 5 Celestials descended in this area, even the Vice Palace Master of the Three Peaks cult, Hun Ao, couldn't help but change his expression. These 5 Celestials were no ordinary individuals, but a renowned 5 elements combination within the Divine Alliance. Their teamwork was impeccable, allowing them to engage in battle against a Celestial of the 9th rank. It was rumored that these 5 were not brothers by blood, but had met by chance and sworn brotherhood. Through constant practice, they achieved a perfect harmony, creating a miraculous existence within the Divine Alliance. Isn't this Vice Palace Master Haneo of the Three Peaks cult? To think you're so considerate of our Divine Alliance's younger generation. We should return the favor, don't you think? Said Elder Qiaofeng, a celestial of the 4th rank, who looked at Yin Zira with great admiration and quickly bowed to the other elders. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your assistance. Yin Zira humbly bows to you, said Yin Zira, showing deep respect to the elders. Well-mannered and respectful, such an attitude is commendable for someone of your caliber, said Li Yuanfeng, a celestial of the 5th rank. If others had Yin Zira's talents, they would have their noses in the air by now. Even though they were old celestials, many young geniuses weren't very respectful to them. The Three Peaks cult has always been detestable. Let's join forces and strike together, said a female celestial of the 1st rank among the 5 elders. All right, let's follow little sister's lead and attack, said old Zhou, brandishing his weapon and rushing directly at Haneo. The other 4 also moved, forming a formation that converged their divine power to press down on Haneo. I'll engage these 5 for a while. You all must kill that brat quickly and then come to assist me, Haneo said cautiously, valuing his life greatly. According to rumors, this quintet had once slain a powerful celestial of the 9th rank. As the formation pressed down, Hun Ao swung his palm, striking the massive formation above him. Boom, boom, boom. The clash sent them soaring into the heavens, with divine power surging and waves of energy rocking the world. The competition between celestials was terrifying, capable of destroying entire regions with a single move. Meanwhile, Yin Zira looked at the group before him, all of them celestials. Zhang Yu, a true god of the 6th rank, stepped forward with his spear. To harm my brother, you shall pay with your life. Yin Fei 9 spears. Zhang Yu charged with his spear, creating several illusory figures, each with devastating attacks. Yin Zira wielded his Sui Xian Rui scale, unleashing surging divine power. Thunder Flame Slash. Lightning intertwined with flames surged forth, colliding with Zhang Yu's attacks. The shockwaves spread like ripples. Boom. The air exploded with a loud noise as both men retreated 3 steps. Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. Yin Zira was indeed a formidable opponent, with such physical strength that it left his hands numb. Such power was beyond what a true god of the 2nd rank should possess. Yet this man could wield it, proving his exceptional talent. Impressive physical strength. Now, I won't hold back. Wrathful Heaven 3 Spears. Zhang Yu charged again, accompanied by 3 illusory figures. These 3 phantom images were different from before, refined through countless practices to be as real and powerful as the original. Facing the fierce killing intent like a dragon or a tiger, Yin Zira braced himself, unleashing 3 types of flames that erupted from his body, instantly raising the surrounding temperature by nearly 100 degrees. Blazing God Strike. Yin Zira unleashed his attack, and the collision produced intense sparks. Zhang Yu was forced back 3 steps by the powerful force. Just as he steadied himself, Yin Zira used the golden rock step to charge forward. Time-space eye. In an instant, Zhang Yu's body was immobilized. His expression changed, and he could no longer move. Seeing this, another brother, Wongi, a true god of the 7th rank, shouted, "No! Zhang Yu is trapped." He wielded his blood blade and rushed forward, attempting to stop Yin Zira's attack. However, his speed was no match for Yin Zira, and he failed to catch up. Swish! The Sui Xian Ru E scale slashed across Zhang Yu's chest, leaving a deep gash that revealed white bones and gushed with blood. The restraint on Zhang Yu's body vanished, and he thrust his spear towards Yin Zira's chest. Yin Zira quickly summoned the poison thorn golden bell cover, just as the true god of the 7th rank behind him struck with his blade. Ding! Ding! The 2 attacks were blocked by the poison thorn golden bell cover. Yin Zira's face turned slightly pale. Although the external attacks were blocked, the spread of divine power still affected him, causing his blood to surge and his condition to worsen. Looking at the 2 before him, Yin Zira gritted his teeth, releasing the red heavenly flame Yang, the green earth flame Qinglian, and the blue soul refining true fire. The 3 flames were thrown out simultaneously. Explode! Yin Zira roared, detonating the 3 flames at once. No! Retreat! The true god of the 9th rank shouted, turning to flee, his back chilled. But how could their speed compare to the explosion of the flames? Boom! 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 The 3 flames exploded simultaneously, creating a magnificent scene. The 3 colors shot into the sky, and the temperature in the air surged. In an instant, the 2 were engulfed by the sea of fire. At that moment, Yin Zira summoned the space cage, the poison thorn golden bell cover, and skin enhancement to protect himself. Whoosh! The terrifying flames spread, forcing the other 3 to retreat hastily to avoid being burned. The 2 closest to the flames suffered greatly. Emerging from the fire, their hair was completely burned, their eyebrows charred, making them look like monsters. Their clothes were burned to rags, resembling roasted pigs. Both had suffered severe injuries. Chapter 596. Taking turns, truly shameless. Wongi and Zhang Yu retreated in disarray, their breaths turbulent, gravely injured, with damage to their internal organs. The heavenly flames had inflicted excruciating physical pain on them, unbearable to endure. Yin Zira quickly retreated and swallowed a pill to recover from her injuries. The explosion, however, left her quite battered. Fortunately, the desired effect was achieved, as the 2 of them were severely injured. This man is extremely cunning. Let me deal with him. Xuemingji, a true god of the 8th rank, with sharp eyes and a majestic aura, stepped forward wielding a golden meteor hammer. At this moment, Yin Zira had little divine power remaining, and facing a true god of the 8th rank, her expression darkened, and the situation was extremely difficult. The people of the 3 Peaks cult are truly pathetic. Facing a true god of the 2nd rank like me, they resort to a rotation battle. I guess your sect is out of capable hands? Yin Zira taunted these individuals, buying herself some time to recover her strength. You don't need to justify your existence. You are extremely peculiar, and there's no way we'll let you leave alive. Xuemingji rarely spoke, but he was very observant. He wouldn't give Yin Zira any chance to catch her breath. A true god of the 2nd rank had severely injured 3 people, all of whom were of higher realms. This young man was truly extraordinary. Great Vajra Dragon! Xuemingji shouted, swinging his meteor hammer. It transformed into a true dragon, winding its way forward with the explosive power of a true god of the 8th rank. At this moment, Yin Zira's aura was weak, and she couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. She quickly dodged using her golden rock steps, evading the brunt of the attack. Even so, the residual force of the attack still caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Meteor shower. Xuemingji's meteor hammer split into 4 illusions, rushing towards Yin Zira, sealing off her movements from all directions. Her speed wasn't fast, was it? He would make sure she had nowhere to run. Clang. The sound of chains echoed, and the 4 meteor hammers sealed her movements from all directions, trapping her within the chains. You'll die here, brat. Clang. Clang. The sound of chains grew faster and more intense, and the space around Yin Zira gradually shrank. Flame God Strike. Yin Zira concentrated all her strength, using the Eye of Space-Time to find a weak point in the sealed space and launched a full-power attack. 3 types of flames erupted from her body, instantly burning a hole through the weak point and escaping. At that moment, outside, Xuemingji was waiting for her. A meteor hammer came crashing down on Yin Zira's face. Clang. Yin Zira instinctively reacted, wielding her Theishin Ruyichi to block the meteor hammer. The immense force shook her arms and injured her internal organs. She was sent crashing to the ground, creating a 100-meter crater. Her bones were shattered, and she had lost half her life. Pooh! Yin Zira's mouth was full of blood, her appearance disheveled. Xuemingji swung his meteor hammer from the sky, aiming it at Yin Zira's head. Die, brat! Xuemingji's face was contorted as he descended, the meteor hammer growing larger before Yin Zira's eyes. Hee, you want to kill me? You're not worthy. Yin Zira summoned the Qingquan Refinement Pagoda, a chaos treasure. Shen Tong, a true god of the 9th rank, widened his eyes. Chaos treasures were rare, and even after following his master for so long, he had only heard of them. Some ancient figures from top-tier factions beyond the 3 Peaks cult might possess one, but they were treated like treasures, their lifeblood. Now, in the hands of this brat, there was such a treasure. How could one not be envious? Boom! Yin Zira instantly released the energy within, unleashing a cataclysmic divine power storm. It directly injured Xuemingji, and a surge of powerful energy engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Shen Tong, a true god of the 9th rank, stood there, dumbfounded. Was this the power of a chaos treasure? He hadn't even seen how the attack was launched. Seeing the chaos treasure floating in midair, he trembled uncontrollably, lacking the courage to fight. This was something he couldn't contend with. Xuemingji found himself disoriented inside the Qingquan Lianhua Tower when an invisible palm suddenly struck him. Smack! A single slap left him half dead and thrown out. When he was seen again, Xuemingji was barely clinging to life. Yin Zira swallowed a healing pill and, using her Theishin Ruyichi as support, struggled to her feet. She approached the barely alive Xuemingji, raised her Sui Xian Rui ruler, and struck off his head. At that moment, Shen Tong turned and tried to flee. Run! Do you think you can escape? Yin Zira's expression turned ferocious as she activated the Qingquan Lianhua Pagoda, sending it hurtling towards him. Shen Tong, a true god of the 9th rank, pulled out a life-saving treasure. Boom! The Qingquan Refinement Tower unleashed its terrifying power, crashing into Shen Tong's protective treasure. Crack! The treasure shattered instantly. Shen Tong was sent flying, landing like a dead dog. Yin Zira seized the opportunity, swiftly beheading him, sending him to the afterlife. Subsequently, Yin Zira tossed the 2 corpses into the Qingquan Lianhua Pagoda, a feeble recompense for the divine energy she had expended. You damned brat! You dare harm my beloved disciple! I demand your life! The vice leader roared from high above. He then suddenly unleashed a powerful force, knocking the 5 of them apart and descending from the sky. He reached out to grab Yin Zira's throat, clearly intent on killing her. Old man, you may be a heavenly god of the 9th rank, but what gives you the right to kill me? Yin Zira summoned the Qinkuan Refinement Tower to shield herself, blocking the attack from Hona. Dang! The Qinkuan Refinement Tower emitted a blue energy, shielding Yin Zira as Hun Ao swung his hand toward her. The powerful divine force was immediately repelled. He looked at the small tower in shock, realizing it truly was a chaos treasure. He glanced at his hand, now stained with blood from the Qinkuan Huata. As a heavenly god of the 9th rank, his body was invincible, yet he had suffered a hidden injury due to his arrogance and underestimation of the enemy. Brat, where did you get this? This human treasure, tell me the truth. Hun Ao glared at Yin Zira, his eyes burning with desire for the chaos treasure. My thing, why should I tell you? Yin Zira didn't even consider him a threat, just a heavenly god of the 9th rank. Chapter 597. Hundun Ao's sneak attack and counterattack in one move. You dare. Hundun Ao's face alternated between red and white, clearly not expecting Yin Zira to disrespect him so blatantly. After the intense battle just now, Yin Zira's strength was no longer to be underestimated in their eyes. Moreover, this so-called Miaozi possessed a treasure of divine power. For a moment, Hundun Ao was intimidated by Yin Zira, hesitating and not daring to approach further. I dare. So what? Yin Zira sneered, his tone full of disdain. Anyway, I don't mind adding one more. With that, Yin Zira's cold gaze fell upon Hundun Ao. Hundun Ao now found himself in a dilemma. As a heavenly god of the 9th rank, could he be intimidated by Yin Zira? If word got out, what reputation and dignity would they have left? Considering this, despite Yin Zira being aided by a treasure from the mortal realm, Hun Ao remained a heavenly god of the 9th rank. In his eyes, Yin Zira was nothing more than a mere Miaozi. Ungrateful wretch, today I will teach you a lesson, you insolent brat. Hundun Ao's eyes turned red as he gathered power in his palm, condensing a blazing golden red light. Fueled by anger at Yin Zira's provocation, Hundun Ao had no intention of holding back. He even wanted to finish Yin Zira off with a single strike. Yin Zira's senses were sharper than usual at this moment, knowing that Hundun Ao was still a heavenly god of the 9th rank and could not be underestimated. The battle between the two was about to begin, far more intense than dealing with his disciples earlier, but Yin Zira was unfazed. The air around them even became turbulent due to their martial arts, with strong winds swirling around Hundun Ao and Yin Zira at the center. Gritting his teeth, Yin Zira could feel Hundun Ao's power. He wasn't going to give Hundun Ao the chance to strike first. Alright, since the opportunity is so rare, let me experience the strength of a true god of the 9th rank. With that, Yin Zira roared and transformed into a blazing light sphere, charging towards Hundun Ao at incredible speed. The two collided in the sky, creating a spatial rift and distorting the surrounding air into ripples. But at that moment, Yin Zira suddenly realized that Hundun Ao had disappeared. Hee, I thought you were so powerful, but Miaozi, you're still too naive. In the face of absolute strength, even divine weapons can only make up for so much. Hundun Ao's cold laughter echoed. Hundun Ao's voice came from above. Yin Zira looked up, but at the same time, excruciating pain shot through his back. Hundun Ao had appeared behind him undetected and struck him with a palm, sending Yin Zira flying, spewing blood as he crashed in one direction. Hundun Ao had ambushed him. Or perhaps this was Hundun Ao's tactic all along, using a phantom clone to mislead Yin Zira while preparing this strike in secret. Yin Zira clutched his chest, feeling that Hundun Ao had used at least 8/10 of his power in that strike. The might of a true god of the 9th rank was something Yin Zira found difficult to withstand. This treasure from the mortal realm, even if you don't tell me its origin. So what? Hundun Ao laughed maniacally. After killing you, Miaozi, it will be mine anyway. Yin Zira glared at Hundun Ao with all his might. Hundun Ao, as a vice hall master, you resort to such despicable tactics. Despicable tactics? Miaozi, let me teach you one thing. On the battlefield, there are only winners and losers. Hundun Ao snorted coldly. He slowly approached Yin Zira, as if ready to send him on his way. At that moment, a barrier suddenly appeared between Yin Zira and Hundun Ao, forcing Hundun Ao back a few steps. Who dares? Hundun Ao roared, furious that someone would interfere just as he was about to kill Yin Zira and seize his treasure. Golden lights streaked across the sky, emanating a power that could shake space, causing Hundun Ao's expression to change slightly. The ones who appeared were none other than the 5 elders of the Divine Alliance. The 5 elders arrived near Yin Zira and Hundun Ao, and with their combined efforts, their chi surged, unleashing powerful energy. Elders. Yin Zira was also somewhat surprised. Heh, now the Divine Alliance intervenes. Are you here to plead for mercy? Seeing the elders of the Divine Alliance, Hundun Ao's expression changed. I didn't expect things to escalate to this point, one of the elders frowned. But now that we're here, we certainly can't stand by and watch you kill Yin Zira. Yin Zira was now a member of the Divine Alliance. Moreover, he was a young talent they valued. Therefore, the elders couldn't let Hundun Ao kill Yin Zira. Yin Zira's life was something they had to protect. Oh, so the Divine Alliance is going to shelter him? Then, are my disciples just meant to be killed by Yin Zira? This Miaozi? Hundun Ao's tone grew even darker. With these 5 old men here, it would be difficult for him to leave unscathed today. This? Hundun Ao's words left the 5 elders of the Divine Alliance momentarily speechless. After all, it was a fact that Yin Zira had killed his disciples. Or are you saying that the Divine Alliance is willing to sever ties with my sect just for a single Yin Zira? Hundun Ao's tone carried a threatening edge. The 5 elders and Hundun Ao were at a stalemate, no one noticing Yin Zira's situation. Yin Zira still had one last pill, which he hadn't had the chance to take, but this had bought him time. He quietly mobilized his internal energy, rapidly guiding his chi to accelerate the dissolution of the pill's power. At this moment, he could clearly feel his shattered meridians repairing at an astonishing speed. The power of the pill surged through him, generating waves of refreshing sensations in his body. In just a moment, Yin Zira's injuries were almost fully healed. He fixed his gaze on Hundun Ao, whose power now seemed transparent to him. Even with the gap between them, the Divine Weapon's enhancement could bridge the difference. Flame God, one strike. Before anyone could react, Yin Zira concentrated all his strength, pouring everything into this one strike. And his target was none other than Hundun Ao, standing not far away. Hundun Ao only saw a flash of blazing light before him, followed by the apocalyptic flames of the Red Lotus Hellfire. Miaozi, you dare! Hundun Ao roared in fury, clearly not expecting Yin Zira to still have the strength to counterattack. Die! Yin Zira's eyes turned blood red as he unleashed all the fiery energy within him, 10 times more intense than when he had killed Shui Mingji. Chapter 598. Breaking through to the 3rd rank, killing gods along the way. A wave of scorching heat erupted, even causing the 5 elders of the Gods Alliance to stagger unsteadily under the impact. This power. The elders' expressions turned grave. Although they knew Yin Zira was powerful, they hadn't expected his strength to reach such a level. It was almost impossible, yet Yin Zira had done it. Meanwhile, Hun Ao lay on the ground. Not only that, but his chest had a gaping hole emitting white smoke. Hun Ao had been slain by Yin Zira. Yin Zira was overjoyed. Now, he no longer had any reservations. After all, a heavenly god of the 9th rank was no longer an insurmountable existence for him. However, he hadn't anticipated reaching this level so effortlessly. Congratulations, host! Successfully killed a heavenly god of the 9th rank, gaining 1 million villain points. Successfully advanced to true god of the 3rd rank. True god of the 3rd rank. Yin Zira was ecstatic. There was no feeling comparable to breaking through to a new realm. It was an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Now, Yin Zira felt the surging power coursing through his body, as if he could summon the wind and rain, manipulating the heavens and earth. This boy, his abilities have likely reached the true god of the third rank. One of the elders from the Gods Alliance, looking at Yin Zira, was both shocked and fearful. Indeed, they were fearful. The shock came from his rapid advancement, and the fear stemmed from how unbelievably fast it was. Thank you, the 5 elders, for your rescue earlier. If not for the 5 elders of the Gods Alliance, he would have been Hun Ao's sword-wielding victim by now. But unfortunately, Hun Ao was just a bit short of luck. Moreover, by killing Hun Ao, in addition to villain points, Yin Zira also gained many extra rewards. These were all extremely valuable to him. It was our duty to help you, but... The elder's expressions turned grave. Now that Yin Zira had even killed Hun Ao, the cult members would certainly not let it go. Since this matter began because of me, I naturally won't implicate the Gods Alliance. Yin Zira understood the elder's concerns and immediately said. Furthermore, he could now feel the surging power within him, as if he had been reborn, eager to test his strength. At that moment, a loud commotion came from the distance. It sounded like there were quite a few people. It seems they won't let it go easily this time. The elder's expressions weren't looking good. They looked at Yin Zira. If that's the case, then do as you see fit. Every time they trusted Yin Zira, he hadn't let them down. Therefore, this time they didn't plan to stop him, or even intended to see just how much power he truly possessed. In an instant, a formation appeared beneath Yin Zira's feet. He immediately activated the Chinquan Lotus Pagoda, and a pale blue light shield emerged. The formation emitted a dazzlingly bright light, radiating a formidable power that was awe-inspiring. If Yin Zira hadn't activated the Chinquan Lotus Pagoda in time, he would have been turned into a pile of ashes. Himph, are you so afraid of me that you can only resort to sneak attacks? Yin Zira sneered disdainfully. At that moment, 3 figures appeared, forming a triangle around Yin Zira. They were the protectors of the 3 Peaks cult, known as the Wind, Snow, and Moon. Qinli, the Wind Protector, was the leader of the 3 protectors. Previously suppressed by Hun Ao, now that Hun Ao had been killed by Yin Zira, the 3 of them might even have a chance to rise further. Moreover, Yin Zira had so many treasures in his possession. Whoever got their hands on them would greatly enhance their strength. Sneak attack? We were planning to turn you into a pile of rotten meat, but it seems you're quite lucky. Qinli glared fiercely at Yin Zira. So, you 3 intend to fight me? Yin Zira looked at the 3 in front of him. Qinli, the Wind Protector, was a true god of the 9th rank, newly broken through. Xiaoyu, the Snow Protector, was a true god of the 8th rank, already at its peak. Luobai, the Moon Protector, was a true god of the 7th rank, also at its peak. All were powerful, but at this moment, Yin Zira felt no fear. Heh, perhaps you were lucky before, but now, you might not be so fortunate. Luobai chuckled sinisterly. Want to fight us? You're not quite qualified. Oh? Then who should I fight? Yin Zira snorted coldly. He thought the 3 Peaks cult members were not only cowardly but also had poor judgment. Going through all this trouble, and it wasn't even to fight them? What a joke. Heh, of course, it's our Shadow Assassins. The Shadow Assassins, a secret assassination group of the 3 Peaks cult, were rumored to practice dark secret arts. But at this moment, Yin Zira didn't care at all. Just then, he was surrounded by a group of people. About 5 or 6 of them, and Yin Zira since they were mere true gods of the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st ranks. Is that all? Yin Zira was almost angered. He felt this was an insult to him. And Yin Zira's words undoubtedly ignited the fury of the so-called Shadow Assassins. Don't be so arrogant, boy. The leader charged forward first. Yin Zira immediately realized they were using a formation. The 5 or 6 people constantly shifted their shadows, making it hard for Yin Zira to distinguish them. However, unfortunately, their levels were too low. In front of Yin Zira, they were merely performing a clown show. Yin Zira spun around, wielding his Sui Xian Rui ruler. Those who thought they hadn't been noticed were instantly cut in half by Yin Zira's weapon. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene horrifying. System notification. Congratulations, host. Killed a true god of the first rank. Gained 100,000 villain points. System notification. Congratulations, host. Killed a true god of the second rank. Gained 200,000 villain points. System notification. Congratulations, host. Killed a true god of the third rank. Gained 300,000 villain points. Villain points surged rapidly, all in the span of a single moment. Although they were trash, they still provided some nourishment. The three protectors were stunned. How could this be? These were true gods of the third, second, and first ranks, yet in front of Yin Zira, they were so powerless? That guy. Isn't he a monster? Luo Bai muttered in a low voice. His expression was grim, as the current situation was something none of them had foreseen. Chapter 599. High-ranking skills, cross-level slaughter. Yin Zira wielded the free will divine ruler, his surroundings engulfed in a tempest of powerful aura. The newly acquired power felt natural in his hands. Now, he turned his gaze toward the third protector. Hey, if you're looking for sparring partners, at least find someone with some real strength, he said, feeling a bit exasperated. Was this third protector really just here to feed him experience points? Qinli trembled with rage, his face darkening. You don't think it'll be that easy, he growled. The situation had reached this point, and the Three Peaks cult had no way to retreat. Attack! Three Peaks, twin demonic dragons. Two pillars of light erupted in front of Yin Zira, one red, one blue, shaking the surrounding air. Within those pillars, Yin Zira sensed a formidable presence. Two formidable enemies, it seemed. System alert. Host, defeating these two enemies will yield a significant reward. Hearing this, Yin Zira grew even more excited. He was now certain that the Three Peaks cult was simply here to gift him experience points. The light dissipated, revealing two armored figures stepping out. These two, their auras feel strange, Yin Zira thought, sensing something unusual. These two were likely the so-called holy sons of the Three Peaks cult. The one on the left was at the 5th rank of the true god realm, Wei Xiao, wielding a long spear. The one on the right was at the 6th rank of the true god realm, Wei Yin, carrying a long saber. Both their weapons glowed with red and blue light. Guess I need to be more cautious, Yin Zira thought, his expression turning serious. That light gave him an uneasy feeling. Heard you think you're quite strong, but facing us brothers, you won't be walking out alive. Wei Yin sneered coldly. It was said that the twin holy sons of the Three Peaks cult had been trained in forbidden techniques since childhood, making their martial arts highly peculiar. So, Yin Zira knew he couldn't afford to be careless, but he also didn't need to be overly tense. Heh, is that so? Then stop barking and let your skills do the talking. Yin Zira shouted. Brother, why waste your energy on such a lowly foe? I'll handle him myself. Wei Xiao said, leaping high and charging straight at Yin Zira. Dragon Flame Spear Technique. Wei Xiao's spear trailed a blazing inferno, raising the temperature around him. Yin Zira wielded the Thli Shin Yichi to clash head-on with his opponent, resulting in a massive explosion of light that forced both of them to retreat dozens of meters. Yin Zira felt the impact. This man's technique was indeed bizarre, making it somewhat challenging to counter. Never thought you had some skill, but today, you must die here. Wei Xiao charged again. His spear plunged downward, aiming straight for Yin Zira. Yin Zira stepped back with the golden rock steps, dodging Wei Xiao's attack. So far, Yin Zira had been testing the waters. Although Wei Xiao's techniques were bizarre, Yin Zira hadn't sensed any overwhelming power from him. With this understanding, Yin Zira decided to take action. Thunder Flame Slash. Yin Zira swung, sending a fiery tornado toward Wei Xiao. The fiery vortex surged toward Wei Xiao, turning the sky crimson with flames. The flames engulfed Wei Xiao, and Yin Zira was a bit surprised. Was it really going to be that easy? But the next moment, the flames exploded, turning back on Yin Zira. Yin Zira had been counterattacked by his own Thunder Flame Slash. He was knocked back several meters, spitting out blood. What kind of technique is this? Yin Zira's face turned pale, blood dripping down. This technique could actually counterattack him. Ha ha ha, you're nothing special. Wei Xiao laughed triumphantly, enjoying Yin Zira's predicament. At that moment, Yin Zira heard a voice. Are you all right? It was the double-headed whale shark. What kind of sinister technique is this? Yin Zira asked between breaths. I've never seen it before, but it seems like a co-living formation, the double-headed whale shark replied. Co-living formation? The name sounded ominous. Yes, it's a formation where the two of them are connected. Look, there are threads of light linking them, the double-headed whale shark explained. Yin Zira focused and saw the faint strands of light connecting Wei Xiao and Wei Yin. Wei Yin was surrounded by a faint red aura, while Wei Xiao was enveloped in blue. I see. Perhaps attacking Wei Xiao now would result in a counterattack, Yin Zira suddenly realized. Exactly. So you should attack Wei Yin instead, the double-headed whale shark said quickly. With this realization, Yin Zira gripped the Thlishin Ruyi tightly and leaped into action. This guy still has energy left? Wei Yin seemed surprised that Yin Zira wasn't more injured. Fine, then taste my flame prison. A ball of fire surged from Wei Yin's saber, heading straight for Yin Zira. As it neared him, Yin Zira's golden bell shield activated instantly, leaving him unscathed. He has such abilities. Wei Yin's face changed. In an instant, Yin Zira was upon him, slashing down. The Thlishin Ruyi clashed with Wei Yin's saber. The two engaged in a deadly dance, each strike resonating with immense power, leaving no room for evasion. Each collision sent shockwaves of power surging, leaving no room for escape. After several exchanges, Wei Yin began to falter, unable to withstand Yin Zira's divine strength. How is this possible? Wei Yin couldn't believe it. Yin Zira had only just broken through to the third rank of the true god realm. Yet, killing you is just a matter of crossing levels. Yin Zira's power surged within him. Seeing Wei Yin's weakness, he struck with a decisive slash. Wei Yin couldn't resist, being flung away like a ragdoll. He landed heavily on the ground nearby, severely injured. Brother! Wei Xiao seemed shocked that Wei Yin had been defeated by Yin Zira. Heh, thought you were something special, but the so-called holy sons are just average, Yin Zira said, though he had expended some effort. Still, he didn't feel it was too taxing. His powerful body was rapidly healing him. I'll kill you. Wei Xiao appeared to lose his reason, charging at Yin Zira with his spear. At this moment, Yin Zira noticed that the connection between the two had been severed. However, a faint green thread now connected Wei Xiao, originating from Wei Yin. Could it be? Yin Zira gritted his teeth. These two had more tricks up their sleeves than he had anticipated. Even though Wei Yin was severely injured, it seemed he was sharing his strength with Wei Xiao. Yin Zira could feel Wei Xiao's power growing stronger. How troublesome and despicable, Yin Zira thought, his eyes flashing with disdain. No matter how many tricks they used, he would cut them down. Chapter 600. Unorthodox Moves and the Demonic Soul-Exploding Technique. Originally, Yin Zira had planned to deal with Wei Xiao first, as he was the more pressing threat. However, seeing the current situation, he decided to change his approach and target Wei Yin instead, who, despite being severely injured, was still using spells to enhance Wei Xiao's power. Yin Zira leapt directly toward Wei Yin and swung his Thlishin Ruyi down on him with a powerful strike. Wei Yin, who was focused on maintaining his spell, had become sluggish and slow to react. Taken by surprise by Yin Zira's sudden assault, Wei Yin was struck directly by the Thlishin Ruyi, which pierced deeply into his body. Wei Yin's body erupted in a blinding light, which quickly dissipated. Immediately after, the spell connecting Wei Xiao also vanished. In the next moment, Wei Yin collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a true god of the 6th rank. Antagonist points increased by 600,000. Hearing the system's notification, Yin Zira felt an even greater surge of power coursing through his body. His body was greedily absorbing the benefits from the kill, and he could barely contain the overwhelming force within him. Yet, there was no denying that the sensation of wielding such power was utterly intoxicating to anyone. Not bad, huh? Just a little nudge and you got it? The voice of the double-headed whale shark echoed. Yin Zira couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Of course, dealing with these guys is nothing. For Yin Zira, even crossing ranks to slay his enemies was no longer a daunting task. What mattered to him was power. More and more power. Ah! Wei Xiao let out a wild scream. How dare you kill my brother? Wei Yan's sudden death at Yin Zira's hands had been witnessed by Wei Xiao, and he seemed unable to accept the loss of his sibling. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll send you to join him sooner. Yin Zira's body was brimming with turbulent, surging power, and he was eager to test it against Wei Xiao. I'll kill you. Heavenly bestowed Dragon Lance. Wei Xiao leaped into the air, descending toward Yin Zira with a furious charge. The two clashed once again in the sky. Yin Zira activated his protective barrier, but it was shattered by Wei Xiao's attack, forcing him to take a few steps back. Not bad. Yin Zira was slightly surprised. After all, Wei Xiao's strength was inferior to his brother's, yet the sheer ferocity of his power seemed far beyond what a true god of the 4th rank should possess. Be careful. He seems to be using the soul-exploding technique. The double-headed whale shark's voice was urgent. Soul-exploding technique? This was the first time Yin Zira had heard of such a skill. The Wei brothers, Wei Yin and Wei Xiao, might not have been exceptionally powerful, but they certainly had their fair share of bizarre and sinister techniques. In just this short span of battle, how many forbidden and unknown demonic arts had they already unleashed? The 3 Peaks cult, they're truly twisted. Yin Zira couldn't help but mutter. It's a technique that allows one to rapidly boost their strength for a short period, the double-headed whale shark explained. Yin Zira silently took a deep breath. If not for the double-headed whale shark, how would he have known about this? If he had gone into this battle completely ignorant, facing these 2 troublesome foes would have been a recipe for disaster. I understand. I'll be careful, Yin Zira said, though a different thought crossed his mind. Wei Xiao's attacks were fierce and relentless. Yin Zira wielded his Wuxia in a defensive stance, feeling the full force of Wei Xiao's strength with each clash. Each collision between Wei Xiao's Dragon Lance and Yin Zira's Wuxia generated massive shockwaves, warping the surrounding space. The 5 elders of the Pantheon Alliance, watching from a distance, wore grave expressions. Yin Zira was their chosen one, yet the potential he displayed was almost terrifying. Such a person, could he truly be the chosen one of destiny? This Yin Zira is truly unlike any young talent we've encountered before, one of the elders couldn't help but remark. The Pantheon Alliance had encountered countless promising young individuals, but Yin Zira's level of prowess was truly rare in the world. No one could fathom just how much more power he might possess. Not far away, the 3 protectors of the 3 Peaks cult were also observing the battle. They could clearly see that Yin Zira was a true god of the 3rd rank. Yet how could someone of that level possess such strength? Do we really have to continue? Luo Bai's expression was filled with panic. They had already witnessed how the deputy leader had been killed by Yin Zira. They had believed that the Holy Sun brothers, with their mastery of forbidden techniques, would have the upper hand. But now, it seemed they were struggling against Yin Zira. Are you going to back down? You fool. The Wind Protector slapped Luo Bai across the face. Luo Bai was stunned by the slap and quickly lowered his head. I didn't mean it like that, it's just that. This Yin Zira is nothing more than a man with a divine weapon. The Wind Protector spat angrily. At this point, they were so close to taking control of the entire 3 Peaks cult. Could they afford to retreat? Moreover, if they were to kill Yin Zira, they would gain great fame. Not to mention the rare and powerful artifacts on Yin Zira's person. Possessing even one of them would allow them to dominate the world. Yes, Luo Bai didn't mean it like that. The Moon Protector glanced at the Snow Protector, Luo Bai, signaling him to keep quiet. Even if the Holy Suns can't handle him, we still have a chance. The battle between Yin Zira and Wei Xiao continued. Yin Zira began to unleash his full strength, engaging Wei Xiao in direct combat. With his Thuixin Ruichi, Yin Zira drew a circle around himself, unleashing a burst of energy that was immediately followed by the activation of the earth fire Qinglian. A vivid, apocalyptic red lotus blossomed, hurtling toward Wei Xiao with devastating force. Ugh! Wei Xiao couldn't withstand the power of the earth fire Qinglian, instantly being knocked back. His body was scorched in several places, and the shock of the divine power caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But soon, he leaped back into the air. Demon's Curse Wheel. Yin Zira felt a strange aura once again as several golden wheels appeared around him. The wheels spun and moved toward Yin Zira, radiating a sinister power even from a distance. Yin Zira leaped to avoid them, then quickly activated the earth fire Qinglian to attack the cursed wheels. However, the wheels seemed unaffected by his attacks. Damn it! With these glowing wheels present, Yin Zira couldn't move as freely as before. He had to constantly dodge them, while also fending off Wei Xiao's relentless attacks. The earth fire Qinglian had already left Wei Xiao severely injured, yet his assaults remained fierce. It seemed the soul-exploding technique was the reason for his continued ferocity. Chapter 601. Mastering the Dark Art, Battling the Three Protectors. Wei Xiao's spear conjured an illusion of a dragon's head, and as Yin Zira gazed at the phantom, she felt an intense pressure bearing down on her. After a moment of thought, Yin Zira decided to rely on her protective shield once again. However, this time, Wei Xiao shattered it completely. Yin Zira was sent flying dozens of meters, spewing a large mouthful of blood with a poo. At this moment, a strange blue-purple glow surrounded Wei Xiao, and black smoke billowed around him. It seemed his technique had improved even further. Now, his level surpassed even Wei Yin, approaching the peak of the 6th rank. This soul burst technique is so powerful. At this moment, Yin Zira realized she had underestimated her opponent. But it was precisely this realization that made her even more excited. Holding the Thuixin Ruichi, Yin Zira instantly imbued herself with heavenly fire, her fighting spirit burning even more fiercely despite her injuries. Every vein in her body was now fiercely ignited by the power of fire. Damn you, die! I must avenge my brother. Wei Xiao looked utterly monstrous, teetering on the edge of madness. However, Yin Zira had noticed the brightest light emanating from Wei Xiao's chest. So, she guessed that must be his weakness. Yin Zira's speed was incredible. With a step on the golden rock steps, she vanished instantly. Wei Xiao's full power attack missed entirely. This naturally enraged Wei Xiao, who felt he was being toyed with by Yin Zira. Come out. Stop playing these tricks. Wei Xiao was furious, his only desire now to settle the score with Yin Zira and avenge his dead brother. Hatred had consumed his reason, but Yin Zira appeared silently behind him like a ghost. It's you who should die. Prepare to meet your end. Without hesitation, Yin Zira thrust the free will divine ruler directly into the glowing spot on Wei Xiao's chest from behind. A massive energy source erupted from there, shaking even Yin Zira. She could feel a powerful force surging from that spot. Something was about to happen. Be careful. The voice of the double-headed whale shark echoed at this moment. Almost simultaneously, Yin Zira activated her protective shield. As the pale blue shield expanded, a huge black sphere of light burst from Wei Xiao's chest, horrifyingly bright. Even within the shield, Yin Zira felt the impact of the black light sphere. If not for the shield, she might have been engulfed by the black light sphere. Congratulations, host. You have killed a 4th-rank true god, gaining 500,000 villain points. Congratulations, host. You have learned the technique, Soul Burst. What? Yin Zira was surprised. She had indeed been interested in the Soul Burst technique, but she hadn't expected to actually learn it. Check what this Soul Burst technique is. Yin Zira immediately thought to use the system to investigate. The system's answer was swift. The Soul Burst technique has ranks. The one Wei Xiao used was the simplest 1st-rank Soul Burst. A first-rank soul burst could elevate him by 2 ranks. If practiced to the 9th rank, what kind of power would that be? But this is a dark art, isn't it? Yin Zira was a bit concerned. Truthfully, watching Wei Xiao, she had easily discovered his weakness. But if she used it, wouldn't her weakness be easily discovered too? Higher ranks of soul burst are harder to detect, and this technique is generally used against opponents far above one's level. It's not necessary for ordinary battles. This technique is for breaking through limits. A slight movement stirred in Yin Zira's heart, breaking through limits. But the people she encountered now probably didn't deserve her using this technique. Forget it. As for how to use the soul burst technique in the future, she'd decide later. Right now, she had 3 more people to deal with, the 3 protectors of the 3-peak cult. At this moment, the onlookers below were already in an uproar, everyone discussing this scene incessantly. That Yin Zira is a monster, isn't she? Never seen anyone so powerful. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he just killed those 2 from the 3-peak cult by crossing ranks. Everyone was in shock, as Yin Zira's performance had far exceeded all expectations. Now, it's your turn, isn't it? Yin Zira leaped forward, directly confronting the Snowy Moon 3 protectors. Watching Yin Zira's movements, it was clear he intended to challenge the Snowy Moon 3 protectors one by one. You are too bold. Protector Luobai of the Moon said first. In fact, he was the most wary of Yin Zira among the 3, as he saw Yin Zira as no different from someone practicing dark arts. No, Yin Zira's possession of the Chaos Treasure was even more terrifying than dark arts. What, are the 3 protectors of the 3-peak cult afraid? Yin Zira sneered. Although the ranks of these 3 protectors were higher, in Yin Zira's mind, they were just here to provide experience. Having already killed Huneo and now being even stronger, how could he possibly lose? Hee, afraid of you? We're afraid you'll die without a grave. Protector Qin Li of the Wind said with a sinister expression. All his dispatched men had been killed by Yin Zira, and now he felt utterly humiliated. There was no need to be polite to this brat anymore. Now, he just needed to kill him. With that, Protector Qin Li leaped out. Immediately after, Protector Zhao Yu of the Snow followed, and Protector Luobai of the Moon, with no choice, quickly followed suit. The 3 surrounded Yin Zira, each taking a corner, waiting for him to land before they instantly began casting, forming a spell formation. 3 Yang formation. With a shout from Protector Qin Li of the Wind, a sudden gust of wind rose from the ground, rushing straight toward Yin Zira. Yin Zira immediately leaped up, but as soon as he did, he felt his foot being pulled down. A chain suddenly caught his ankle. Yin Zira was startled, but immediately exerted force. However, no matter what he did, the chain on his foot didn't budge. This is bad. A sense of unease surged. At this moment, the whirlwind was already before his eyes. The whirlwind was right in front of Yin Zira, but he couldn't break free from the chain before him. Chapter 602. 3 together, the malevolent artifact strikes. Hee, feel the power of this wind prison. Protector of Wind, Qin Li, smiled faintly, his expression twisted with malice. The swirling tornado had already engulfed Yin Zira. Yin Zira felt as if his entire body was being sliced apart. Yin Zira tried to summon his protective barrier, but to his surprise, his strength seemed to be suppressed. At that moment, he suddenly saw something. A monstrous, cup-shaped object floated before him, radiating an aura of evil. It was absorbing his strength. His body was now battered and bruised. Now, Yin Zira was like a fish on the chopping block, utterly defenseless. This will drain me to death. Yin Zira realized. He had been too careless, or perhaps he had underestimated these 3 protectors entirely. There was no other choice now. He could only rely on the Lotus Pagoda. Yin Zira desperately focused his consciousness and, with his remaining strength, entered the space within the Lotus Pagoda. Are you all right? The double-headed whale shark immediately appeared. Since the Universe Lotus Pagoda now served Yin Zira, the The creature was fully aware of his situation. You can't hide here. The double-headed whale shark was frantic. That thing will absorb all your strength. It was referring to the cup-shaped artifact used by the three protectors. What exactly is that thing? Yin Zira was panicked. He had never seen anything so bizarre. Even after all the battles he had fought, he had never encountered such a situation. He might have been incredibly powerful, but if he couldn't use his strength, what good was it? That is a malevolent artifact, the counterpart to a divine artifact. It possesses immense power, though this is the first time I've seen one in reality. The double-headed whale shark's tone was sincere, indicating this was truly a dire situation. Yin Zira began to feel a headache coming on. A malevolent artifact? It sounded terrifying. But this is the space within the universe Lotus Pagoda. Can those three even break in? Yin Zira found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, that should be impossible. Your body may be here, and you can't feel it, but the artifact's absorption hasn't stopped. The double-headed whale shark explained. What? Yin Zira was dumbfounded. He had never encountered anything so sinister. Even after entering another dimension, he was still being drained. Meanwhile, outside, boss Yin Zira is gone. Protector of Moon, Luobai, was astonished. Don't worry, look at our malevolent cup. It's still absorbing his strength, isn't it? Protector of Wind, Qinli, gloated. Once Yin Zira's strength was completely drained, he would be crushed into fragments by the power of the universe Lotus Pagoda's space. After all, how could a mere mortal with no strength withstand the power of the universe Lotus Pagoda? Then, his chaos treasures, including that enigmatic Soishin Ruichi, would all fall into their hands. Inside the pagoda, Yin Zira could feel himself growing weaker. Are you okay? The double-headed whale shark was worried, but there was nothing it could do. I'm fine, Yin Zira said, his face pale. Even now, he didn't want to worry the creature. But deep down, he knew the situation was grim. Was he going to die here? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Yin Zira's mind. Young man, are you giving up? The voice was vast and distant. It felt unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar. Who are you? Yin Zira couldn't help but ask. Who I am doesn't matter. If you can't get out of this predicament, you won't have the chance to meet me anyway. The voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Then, how do I resolve this situation? Yin Zira felt this voice was here to help him. Of course, you must rely on yourself. The voice was authoritative, yet carried an inexplicable sense of closeness. Then, Yin Zira heard a language he had never encountered before. It was solitary, severe, yet it carried an absolute authority. This voice, Yin Zira seemed to understand the meaning of the voice. The meaning was dominion. When Yin Zira opened his eyes again, he had returned to the outside world. His body was now riddled with wounds, utterly disheveled. Well, isn't this the great hero? Why so meek now? Protector of Snow, Xiaoyu, mocked. He watched as Yin Zira appeared, seemingly thrown out of the universe Lotus Pagoda. He didn't seem to have any strength left, did he? Hee, if you hand over the treasures now, we might consider letting you die with your corpse intact. Protector of Wind, Qinli, sneered at Yin Zira. In his eyes, Yin Zira was no better than a dead dog. Yin Zira slowly stood up. The moment he raised his eyes, the three protectors were startled by the ferocity in his gaze. Yin Zira slowly raised his hand and began to chant an incantation. In an instant, golden light erupted, enveloping the sky. Yin Zira was bathed in golden light, so bright it blinded everyone. My eyes! What's happening? What is that? No one knew what was going on. Even the three protectors felt an overwhelming, terrifying power within the golden light. Boss, could it be? This guy still has some tricks up his sleeve? Protector of Moon, Luobai, was terrified. He had always thought Yin Zira was a monster, and now he seemed even more so. Shut up. Protector of Snow, Xiaoyu, growled. The malevolent cup has already drained so much of his strength. What? Zhao Yu's words trailed off in shock, because the power within the malevolent cup had vanished. A wave of energy surged within the golden light. The light dispersed, revealing a figure stepping out. Behind him, grotesque, monstrous wings spread, as if newly formed, and his wounds, completely healed. It was none other than Yin Zira, but now, he looked like a complete monster. What? He actually, Protector of Wind. Qin Li's face froze, but he was the quickest to react. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Protector of Wind. Qin Li drew his golden snake whip, leapt into the air, and lashed out with a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Yin Zira. Chapter 603. The Demon Array, handled with ease. Yin Zira was enveloped in a golden glow, and the power emanating from it was even stronger than before. Moreover, the Thlishin Ruyichi in his hand had also transformed. To the naked eye, the Thlishin Ruyichi had become thinner and longer, its surface cloaked in a golden-purple glow, emanating a chilling aura of death. At this moment, the Thlishin Ruyichi appeared to have transformed into a long saber. Under the incantation's enhancement, Yin Zira's entire body was fortified, and he had never before felt such a powerful surge of strength. He could command the heavens and the earth, even the wind and rain. Although the Wind Protector Qin Li's golden snake whip struck towards him, it was almost instantly blocked by Yin Zira. Not only that, but the golden snake whip also rebounded. Wind Protector Qin Li ended up taking a hit from his own whip. How is this possible? Wind Protector Qin Li couldn't believe his eyes, wondering why this had happened. Could it be? The Snow Protector Zhao Yu beside him also had a grave expression. This technique was not unfamiliar to them. It was the evil art of the saintly brothers Wei Xiao and Wei Yin. But how did it become Yin Zira's technique now? Before they could ponder further, Yin Zira had already advanced with the flaming saber in his hand. Be careful, boss. That weapon of his is very strange. The Moon Protector Luo Bai was already feeling a chill down his spine. He had always been wary of Yin Zira, and now it seemed even more difficult to deal with him. Wind Protector Qin Li had already engaged in a fierce battle with Yin Zira. Facing Yin Zira, Qin Li was forced to evade his rapid and fierce saber attacks. How can this be? Wind Protector Qin Li couldn't believe it. He was at the peak of the true god level. How could? This man was, at most, at the third level of the true god realm. Thinking of how the Deputy Hall Master Haneo had been defeated by Yin Zira and even killed, Wind Protector Qin Li began to feel a bit apprehensive. But he knew that even if he stopped now, Yin Zira wouldn't let him off. There was no choice but to continue. And he had to kill Yin Zira. What are you two waiting for? Let's use that technique. Wind Protector Qin Li's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. When he mentioned that technique, Snow Protector and Moon Protector Zhao Yu and Luo Bai immediately knew what he meant. It was the Demon Array. This move was extremely vicious, and the three protectors of the Three Peaks sect had once made a name for themselves with this Demon Array. The Demon Array instantly unfolded, and each of the three stood on their own formation. Three chains immediately bound Yin Zira's limbs. Humph! Using this move again. Yin Zira concentrated all his strength and almost instantly shattered the shackles beneath his feet. What? Snow Protector Zhao Yu couldn't believe what he was seeing. Yin Zira had easily, as if kicking away trash, broken their chains. Those chains were the demon shackles, and in theory, even a master higher than the peak of the true god realm might not be able to break free. Yet Yin Zira had shattered them in just 1 second. This is impossible. Snow Protector Zhao Yu was trembling. But now was not the time to be timid. He pulled out his snow-white bow and instantly shot a deadly rain of arrows towards Yin Zira. Snow Protector Zhao Yu was known as the Divine Bow Snow White because he could transform his power into an arrow rain formation. Within that formation, no living being could retain its life force. This should have turned him into a porcupine by now, right? Snow Protector Zhao Yu widened his eyes. because Yin Zira had been engulfed by his snow-white arrow rain formation. In the instant Yin Zira was enveloped by the arrow rain, he swung the saber transformed from the Thixin Ruyi, and the speed of his swings created a protective barrier. Having comprehended the incantation, Yin Zira had refined himself. Now, his strength far exceeded his own level. Moreover, the Thixin Ruyi in his hand had also undergone a transformation. Now, the Thixin Ruyi would change shape according to Yin Zira's needs, and the saber was just one form. It could also transform into other weapons as required. Now, the Sui Xian Rui ruler could change shape according to Yin Zira's needs, and the saber was just one form. It could also transform into other weapons as required. At this moment, he was truly a force to be reckoned with. Yin Zira let out a roar and casually swept the snow-white arrow rain formation away, sending it flying towards Snow Protector Xiaoyu. Before Snow Protector Xiaoyu could react, the rain of arrows had already fallen. Snow Protector Xiaoyu was pinned to the ground, his death gruesome. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a true god level 8, gaining 800,000 villain points. Hearing the system's prompt, Yin Zira remained expressionless. Next, there were still 2 more to deal with. Since you're so eager to take me down, don't you know your own limitations? Yin Zira waved his hand, and a flame instantly appeared. The flame grew stronger and stronger. It was the Earth Fire Lotus. A giant lotus burst into flames in the sky, instantly erupting. Earth Fire Lotus. At this moment, Yin Zira was like a deity, radiating an overwhelming despair that turned the high heavens into a sea of hellfire. The dazzling light was so intense that it was impossible to tell whether it was red, golden, or a void-like white. Now, Yin Zira was like the 3-legged golden crow in the sky, a second blazing sun. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. A painful scream came from the Moon Protector Luo Bai. Originally, he was in charge of defense, but now, Yin Zira was virtually unstoppable. At this moment, he was burned by the flames of the Earth Fire Lotus, and within seconds, he was disfigured. My face, my eyes. The Moon Protector screamed frantically. The pain was beyond what ordinary people could endure. Now, he had to abandon Wind Protector Qinli and flee due to his severe injuries. But Yin Zira had no intention of letting him go. Do you think you can escape? In an instant, with just a step of the golden pong, Yin Zira was behind Luo Bai. The Moon Protector Luo Bai immediately knelt down. Please, please spare me. The Moon Protector Luo Bai was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. If it meant being spared by Yin Zira, he would do or say anything. After all, what was the point of pride when your life was at stake? But unfortunately, Yin Zira had no mercy in his heart. In an instant, he pierced the Moon Protector Luo Bai with his saber. The Moon Protector Luo Bai trembled, staring at the blade protruding from his chest in disbelief. Yuyu. His voice was filled with resentment and reluctance. He had countless venomous words he wanted to curse at Yin Zira, but he had no chance to say them. He could only watch as his life slowly faded away. Chapter 604. The 3 Protectors, all killed. Congratulations, host. Successfully killed a rank 7 deity. Gained 700,000 villain points. With the continuous killing, Yin Zira was no longer as excited to hear the system's notifications as before. Next, there was only one person left, and that was the Wind Protector, Qinli. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, Yin Zira could directly kill the other 2 protectors. No, this can't be happening. It's absolutely impossible. Qinli's heart was already devoid of courage. Everything that had happened was too bizarre to believe. The Yin Zira in front of him was only a rank 3 deity at best, so how could he possess such power? Qinli's chest heaved violently as he breathed, his eyes filled with hatred. Danger detected. Restoring all host status. In an instant, Yin Zira's lost condition was fully restored. Those 2 fools, don't think I'm like them. I'll show you my true strength. Qinli moved to Yin Zira's front almost instantly. Yin Zira could feel the sudden increase in power emanating from Qin Li. As if he had used some sinister method, Qin Li's power erupted, forming a vortex in the air. Golden bell of poison spikes. Yin Zira immediately activated his protective barrier. However, the barrier shattered in less than 3 seconds. Yin Zira was sucked into the vortex and spat out a mouthful of blood. Danger detected. Restoring host status. The system kept exchanging Yin Zira's points to restore his condition. Yin Zira quickly escaped from the vortex, but was immediately met with Qin Li's 18 consecutive whips. The whips caused the surrounding space to distort, showing the immense power behind them. Yet, even with such whips, Yin Zira dared to take them head-on with his bare body. The enhanced body, despite taking the 18 whips head-on, only resulted in a few mouthfuls of blood. The battle in the high sky made those below sweat profusely. Is Yin Zira even human? He looks like a monster. Exactly. The crowd below whispered among themselves. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Yin Zira. It was none other than Miaowan. Watching the entangled figures from afar, Miaowan's heart was filled with anxiety. She had no idea how Yin Zira was faring right now. But now, she had no choice but to wait. The battle in the high sky continued fiercely, the two locked in a stalemate. Although Yin Zira was injured, it wasn't too severe. Still, his body was slightly numb. At that moment, Qin Li attacked again. This time, Yin Zira barely managed to block it, but he quickly activated his protective barrier, deflecting part of the attack. The remaining force still hit him, knocking him back 100 meters. Yin Zira's been knocked out. Yes. Yin Zira. Miaowan saw it too, her heart in turmoil. She desperately wanted to help Yin Zira, but she was afraid that her intervention would only make things worse. However, she couldn't suppress her worry. She was terrified that something might happen to Yin Zira. Heh, it seems you're not much after all. Seeing Yin Zira knocked back, Qin Li prepared to deliver a fatal blow. He knew Yin Zira was no easy opponent, so he didn't intend to hold back, planning to finish him off in one move. But this attack was blocked by Yin Zira. Yin Zira, now drenched in blood but with unyielding eyes, showed that his willpower was stronger than his strength. Without it, he wouldn't have come this far. Don't underestimate me. Yin Zira's determination sent shivers down Qin Li's spine. Die. Just die. Qin Li just wanted to tear Yin Zira apart as quickly as possible. Only then could he feel at ease. Qin Li wildly swung his whip, directly targeting Yin Zira. Yin Zira couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Although the protective barrier could block the damage, Qin Li's power was so overwhelming that it penetrated the barrier and invaded Yin Zira. Yin Zira knew he had no time left and had to make a decision quickly. His current state was all thanks to the curse. Having absorbed so much power earlier, he was on the verge of becoming a cripple, and the effects were starting to show. Yin Zira instantly summoned a flaming wheel and hurled it at Qin Li. Burn! Yin Zira shouted. The flaming wheel, carrying immense divine power, erupted with a thunderous boom, growing larger and larger. Something's wrong. Qin Li sensed the power within the wheel and immediately created a barrier to protect himself. But the barrier was destroyed by Yin Zira's fire technique from the outside almost instantly. In an instant, the entire high sky turned into a fiery hell. Qin Li tried to resist with wind magic, but he forgot one thing. With the wind aiding it, the fire only grew stronger. Now, in the center of the flames, Qin Li could no longer withstand Yin Zira's scorching flames. Ah! Qin Li screamed in agony. Yin Zira pressed his advantage and moved forward, piercing Qin Li's chest with the Sui Xian Rui ruler. A huge shockwave followed, and Qin Li fell to the ground. Yin Zira took a deep breath as the system's voice echoed again. Congratulations, host. Killed a rank 9 deity. Gained 1 million villain points. Yin Zira stood up unsteadily, the surging power within him healing everything. The Three Peaks cult had been annihilated by Yin Zira. The Three Peaks cult has been wiped out by that Miaozi. The elders of the Divine Alliance seemed to have never expected this outcome. They had always known that Yin Zira had great potential, but this was beyond mere potential. He actually has this kind of ability. Even the members of the Divine Alliance now found Yin Zira's power somewhat terrifying. Yin Zira slowly stood up, his mutations gradually returning to normal. Is there anyone else who wants to fight me? Yin Zira's gaze swept across the remaining followers of the Three Peaks cult, who immediately turned and ran. Who in their right mind would challenge Yin Zira at a time like this? After all, no one wanted to die, and seeing Yin Zira's ability to kill across levels, even the bravest would feel some apprehension. Chapter 605. The Return of the Black Soul Dancers. However, some people will always be tempted by enough rewards, regardless of the risks. For instance, shortly after the Three Peaks cult was driven away by Yin Zira, another group rushed in. It was none other than the Dark Soul Hall. Is it you? Yin Zira was slightly surprised. After all, the strongest fighters of the Dark Soul Hall had already been defeated by him. Yet, here they were, daring to challenge him again? His strength had only grown since then. The Dark Soul Hall had their own considerations. They still had 5 Black Soul Shadow Dancers left. Although these 5 were not as powerful as their strongest fighters, they were still among the top tier of experts. And no matter how strong Yin Zira was, he was still human, right? Even the strongest humans get tired eventually. After all those battles, Yin Zira must be exhausted by now. That's why they planned to be the proverbial hidden arrow, striking from behind. Stop! At that moment, the elders of the Pantheon Alliance descended from the sky. They could clearly see the intentions of the Dark Soul Hall and were at a loss for words. To think these people could be so shameless. They absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. The Pantheon Alliance, so unwilling to accept defeat, it's laughable, roared the leader of the Black Soul Shadow Dancers, Beast King, laughing heartily. But today, you have no say in this. Yin Zira was right there, and killing him to seize the treasure was too tempting. The elders of the Pantheon Alliance were now preaching about morality to the Dark Soul Hall, which only made them seem naive and ridiculous. Third, fourth, hold them off. With that, 2 of the Black Soul Shadow Dancers charged at the elders of the Pantheon Alliance. Elders, be careful. Yin Zira was also getting anxious. He hadn't expected the Dark Soul Hall to still have so many Divine Realm 7th grade experts. Despite his body being enhanced, the intensity of this battle was still overwhelming. System. Convert points. Yin Zira made a quick decision. Convert points. Body renewal. As the points were converted, Yin Zira's body was once again strengthened, and the system rapidly repaired the injuries from before. At that moment, the Black Soul Shadow Dancers attacked. With 2 of them holding off the Pantheon Alliance elders, 3 were left to deal with Yin Zira. Yin Zira moved swiftly, using his golden rock steps to dodge their blades and arrows, searching for a way to survive. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. Among these 3, it seemed that 2 of them, despite wearing black robes, had particularly graceful and slender figures beneath their garments. Could they be women? This is bad. Yin Zira realized something was wrong. In that split second of distraction, he felt his body weaken and grow limp. This is the soul-stealing incense specially made by our bone butterfly sisters. Once inhaled, it will sap your strength. One of them spoke, confirming that she was indeed a woman. Not only that, but she and the other one were sisters. Yin Zira could feel his golden rock steps slowing down. It was at this moment that the leader of the Black Soul Shadow Dancers, Beast King, lunged forward with a spear strike. Yin Zira dodged quickly, but the sheer force of the attack still shook him. What do I do now? Yin Zira thought, as the fragrance around him seemed to grow stronger. At this point, he could only hastily activate his Poison Thorn Golden Bell cover. The Poison Thorn Golden Bell cover worked, blocking out the toxic fumes. Yin Zira quickly purged the remaining toxins from his body and then unleashed the Earth Fire Green Lotus. The Earth Fire Green Lotus shot out like a fiery serpent, directly toward the two women. The two women couldn't withstand the power of the Earth Fire Green Lotus and were engulfed in flames, struggling in the inferno. At that moment, Beast King quickly formed hand seals and summoned a massive black wolf. The black wolf roared and charged at Yin Zira. The wolf's attack was fierce, and Yin Zira felt an overwhelming force. What is this thing? Yin Zira was shocked. It's an illusion, but also a manifestation of his power. The voice of the double-headed whale tiger shark echoed in his mind. Yin Zira dodged left and right, but the wolf managed to pin him down. Just as the wolf was about to slash down with its claws and rip out his heart, Yin Zira kicked out, sending the wolf flying. The wolf disappeared mid-air, as it was never a real entity to begin with. Impressive, quite skillful. Beast King seemed even more excited. He was an extremely ruthless man, completely unconcerned about the safety of the two bone butterfly sisters, directly ignoring their lives as he attacked Yin Zira. You don't need to feel wronged. I, Beast King, have killed countless people. Beast King revealed a sinister smile. Truth be told, I didn't necessarily have to kill you, but you've killed many of our Dark Soul Hall members, and you have so many treasures. In this world, the only thing that could drive someone to take such risks was profit. With Yin Zira's treasures, ruling the world would no longer be a dream. It would be a reality. If you want to kill me, you'll have to prove your worth first. Yin Zira's face turned pale. The toxins in his body seemed impossible to fully purge, and he felt himself growing weaker by the second. Time was running out. Yin Zira gripped his Sui Xian Ru E scale tightly. He had to seize this opportunity. Blazing God Strike. Yin Zira roared. In the sky above, 3 colored flames appeared. Within them, a massive green lotus was forming. He had used the soul burst technique he had just learned. His power was now burning fiercely. In the face of the apocalyptic flames, everything would be reduced to nothingness, consumed by his annihilating fire. With a surge of energy, Yin Zira sent the flames hurtling toward Beast King. The flames seemed to have a mind of their own, rapidly spreading toward Beast King. Trifling tricks. Beast King opened a barrier, directly facing Yin Zira's attack. It was a pure clash of power, and the weaker one would be eliminated. Beast King was confident. In his eyes, Yin Zira was just a cunning brat. But in an instant, the barrier shattered. The flames engulfed Beast King. This can't be. Beast King's desperate cry echoed. He couldn't believe it. How could he be defeated by Yin Zira? But within the enhanced version of the Earth Fire Green Lotus, he didn't even have a chance to utter a final word. It was both pitiful and laughable, as he vanished like smoke. Meanwhile, the other Black Soul Shadow Dancers were also dealt with. However, Yin Zira had no more strength left and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 606, Yin Xiao's Coma, Miao Wan's Care. The elders of the Divine Alliance quickly rushed over, along with another figure who sprinted towards them. It was none other than Miao Wan. Yin Zira, don't scare me. Miao Wan, upon seeing Yin Zira in a coma, tears immediately streamed down her face. She felt so foolish for not having come earlier. She had watched helplessly as Yin Zira fought alone, only to end up unconscious now. Miss you. The elders of the Divine Alliance, seeing Miao Wan's reaction, could understand the relationship between her and Yin Zira. Can you save him? I know you are from the Divine Alliance. He did this for the Divine Alliance. Miao Wan, her face wet with tears, looked both delicate and heart-wrenching. Of course. We will immediately call for the best doctors. Miss, please do not worry, one of the elders of the Divine Alliance said. Since Yin Zira had been injured while fighting for the Divine Alliance, they naturally wouldn't ignore his condition. The Divine Alliance quickly summoned the best doctors and placed Yin Zira in a healing sanctuary within their headquarters. The other women also rushed over, shocked that Yin Zira had sustained such severe injuries. Is he going to be okay? The cat spirit, seeing Yin Zira's pale face, began to weep with worry. It seemed to be the first time Yin Zira had sustained such severe injuries. In addition to the cat spirit, everyone else was equally concerned. The divine physician, seeing the gathered women, felt slightly awkward. Ladies, would it be possible for you to step outside for now? It's a bit inconvenient for me to treat him with so many of you here. Hearing this, Huamiao immediately said, You all go out first. I'll stay here to take care of him. The women looked at each other, none of them wanting to leave, but considering Yin Zira's condition, they reluctantly stepped out of the room to allow for quicker treatment. Inside the room now only Huamiao and the divine physician remained. Huamiao, full of worry, asked, Doctor, how is Yin Zira's condition? She was anxious, but had been holding back her vulnerability in front of others. I'll need to examine him to know for sure. The physician quickly sat down to check Yin Zira's injuries. Upon seeing the severity of the wounds, the physician's expression turned grim. Yin Zira's injuries were indeed severe, so much so that the physician had never seen anyone survive such wounds before. However, from the pulse, he discovered something extraordinary. Yin Zira's body seemed to be continuously healing itself, regulating and recovering on its own. I've never encountered a patient like this before. The physician's forehead was beaded with sweat. What do you mean? Huamiao grew even more nervous, fearing the worst. Don't worry, Mississippi. His injuries are indeed serious, but his recuperative abilities are astonishing, the physician explained. I'll just need to prepare some special medications, which you can brew and have him drink. The physician immediately produced a prescription containing rare and precious herbs like Xinling Chao and Miaoling Dan, all known for their powerful healing properties. Originally expecting a complex treatment, the physician was surprised to find that Yin Zira's incredible recovery meant he only needed to prepare some medicinal broth. The prepared medicine was quickly brought over, and Huamiao immediately began brewing it as instructed. Once ready, she gently helped Yin Zira sit up, feeding him the medicine bit by bit since he was still unconscious. After a day and night, Yin Zira finally awoke. His lips were dry and pale. Water, I need water. Hearing Yin Zira's voice, Huamiao, who had been exhausted and drowsy, instantly woke up. Yin Zira, you're awake. Huamiao's eyes widened, and she felt like crying again, but quickly fetched water for him. Here's the water, she stammered. Yin Zira quickly drank the water, and his vision gradually cleared, allowing him to see Huamiao. Miao, you? Yin Zira looked at her, momentarily unable to recall what had happened. What's going on? You scared me to death. Huamiao threw herself into Yin Zira's arms. Seeing Huamiao crying in his embrace, Yin Zira quickly comforted her. Miao, I'm sorry, At this point, fragments of his memories began to return. He remembered battling the Three Peaks cult, then being challenged by the Dark Soul Hall. He seemed to have defeated them too. His memory was fuzzy after that, but he did recall the elders of the Divine Alliance and someone else rushing toward him. That person must have been Huamiao. Miao, did you take care of me while I was unconscious? Yin Zira's voice was incredibly gentle. A warm feeling surged through him. After all, someone who cared so deeply for him deserved all his affection. It was me. You really scared me. Huamiao felt a sense of relief, looking at Yin Zira with a mix of joy and a hint of reproach. You must promise me you won't do anything so dangerous again. Well, Yin Zira chuckled wryly. His current path wasn't something he could control, but he understood Huamiao's concern. I know what I'm doing. This time, it turned out fine, didn't it? Yin Zira reasoned. Or do you think I'll lose someday? Of course not. In my heart, you're the strongest, Huamiao quickly replied. That's settled then, Yin Zira smiled, patting her head. Don't worry. Huamiao looked at him, wanting to say more, but suddenly remembered it was time to prepare his medicine. You need to take your medicine. I'll go brew it for you. Rest some more. With that, Huamiao left with the herbs. After she left, Yin Zira began meditating to regulate his energy. To his surprise, he found his strength had grown even stronger. He was now at the peak of the true God Tier 3 level. This sudden leap left him astonished. But considering the numerous high-level opponents he had defeated, often surpassing his own limits, the system's abundant rewards made such rapid progress seem normal, though it might still be a bit slow. Yin Zira muttered to himself. Chapter 607. Meeting the Elders, Juhong's Unconsciousness. After all, there were many things Yin Zira wanted to accomplish. Dealing with the Three Peaks cult was naturally the top priority. Although they had already eliminated some of the cult's elite, who knew what tricks those evil cultivators might have up their sleeves in the future, there were probably even more formidable opponents waiting for him. To ensure he could always emerge victorious, he needed to strengthen his own power. Only then could he fulfill his promise to Hua Miaowan and not worry her. After Hua Miaowan prepared the medicine, she quickly brought it over. Drink this quickly. It's medicine to help restore your body, Hua Miaowan said. Yin Zira nodded, took it, and drank it down. It was indeed quite bitter. After finishing the medicine, Hua Miaowan went out to call the group of women who had been waiting for Yin Zira. Upon hearing that he had woken up, the women quickly rushed over. The kitten spirit was the most eager, bouncing in and directly jumping in front of Yin Zira. Are you okay? You scared us to death. I'm sorry for making you all worry, Yin Zira said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he was a man, yet 5 women were so deeply concerned about him. We were all worried about your injuries. Are you feeling better now? Yuan Lingdan, Yao Jiahong, and Jiang Yin were also very concerned. Don't worry, I'm almost fully recovered now, Yin Zira said. But I need to go meet with the elders of the Divine Alliance later. Upon hearing this, the 5 women nodded. After taking the medicine, Yin Zira tidied himself up and then went directly to meet the elders of the Divine Alliance. When the elders of the Divine Alliance heard that Yin Zira had come, they were somewhat surprised. You are already better? The elders looked at Yin Zira with astonishment. They had seen his severe injuries. Could it be that his recovery ability was also so strong? I'm almost fully recovered, Yin Zira said concisely. I must thank the elders for inviting the divine physician. The medicine was very effective. Although Yin Zira knew that his own regenerative power was exceptionally strong, the medicine provided by the divine physician was indeed of high quality and had been of great help. That's nothing. After all, you were injured while fighting for the Divine Alliance. If we ignored you, what kind of people would we be? One elder said straightforwardly. The other elders exchanged glances, and eventually, the most respected and authoritative among them spoke. Now that you have repelled the Three Peaks cult, what are your plans next? The elder asked. Yin Zira was momentarily taken aback. His plans? Of course, I will continue, Yin Zira said, but you have already won. Why must you pursue them to the end? The elder asked gravely. This is not about pursuing them to the end, but about protecting ourselves, Yin Zira said. If we retreat now and give them a chance to retaliate, they will surely come back to seek revenge on the Divine Alliance after regrouping their forces. This was Yin Zira's true intention. Even though they had won this time, they must press their advantage. They could not give the Three Peaks cult any chance to recover. Showing mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. The elder's eyes revealed a hint of approval. If a person only possessed strength but lacked strategy, they would be difficult to rely on. Now, the elders held even greater admiration for Yin Zira. Is there anyone else causing trouble? Yin Zira suddenly remembered. After he had fainted, would the Divine Alliance be in trouble? Yesterday, after you repelled the Three Peaks cult and the Dark Soul Hall, the rest of them left, another elder said. After all, these two were the most troublesome factions among the evil cults. With them gone, the others saw which way the wind was blowing and did not dare to cause trouble, so they all retreated. This crisis for the Divine Alliance was resolved largely thanks to you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to handle, the elder said gravely. No, this is what I should do, Yin Zira said sincerely. He truly believed that those evil cultivators serving the demon god had gone too far, committing many atrocities in secret. Therefore, eliminating them was justified. Even if you say that, we must express our gratitude. We know you have sacrificed a lot, the elders said, looking at each other. So, if you ever encounter any difficulties, you can always seek our help. This was the promise of the elders of the Divine Alliance. For many, it would be an invaluable offer. Since the elders hold me in such high regard, I will do my best and not let you down. Yin Zira bowed. After leaving the elders of the Divine Alliance, Yin Zira returned to the place where he had been staying. But as soon as he entered, he heard a commotion. Yin Zira was startled and quickly went inside. What's going on? Upon entering, he saw several women gathered together. You're back. Hua Miaowan immediately came up. Yao Jiuhong. She suddenly fainted. Fainted? What happened? Yin Zira was startled. How could Yao Jiuhong suddenly faint for no reason? We don't know. We were just talking together, and suddenly Yao Jiuhong said her head was killing her, and then she fainted, the kitten spirit said in a hurry. She had been talking with Yao Jiuhong when suddenly Yao Jiuhong clutched her head, looking extremely pained, and said her headache was unbearable, and then she fainted. Fortunately, the divine physician from the Divine Alliance hadn't left yet, Hua Miaowan quickly said. We asked him to examine Yao Jiuhong, but even he couldn't figure out what was wrong. How could this be? Yin Zira was at a loss. He couldn't understand what was going on and felt that the situation was very peculiar. At that moment, Yuan Lingdan's voice came from inside the room, filled with both surprise and joy. Jiuhong is awake. Hearing this, everyone rushed back into the room. Yao Jiuhong was lying in bed, now being helped up by Yuan Lingdan. What happened to me? Yao Jiuhong touched her head, looking as if her headache was still severe. We don't know either. You said your head was killing you, and then you suddenly fainted. We were all so scared, the kitten spirit said, her straightforward nature showing, but her concern for Yao Jiuhong was genuine. I fainted. Yao Jiuhong's face turned pale. Jiuhong, what exactly happened? Yin Zira came over and sat by the bed. After all, they were all together now, and if anything happened to anyone, it would be a problem. So he was very concerned about what had happened to Yao Jiuhong. Yao Jiuhong looked at Yin Zira, then at everyone else, and shook her head. I don't know. I just feel like I had a very long dream. Chapter 608, Dream Guidance, A New Journey. A long dream? Yin Zira was even more astonished upon hearing Yao Jiuhong's words. Yao Jiuhong nodded. It seems like I dreamed of a secret chamber. Her words piqued everyone's curiosity. Dreaming of a secret chamber was indeed an unusual occurrence. A secret chamber? What did it look like? Even Yin Zira couldn't help but ask. Yao Jiuhong roughly described the place she saw in her dream. A chamber filled with artifacts, yet she had never been there before and didn't know why she would dream of it. I felt as if something was waiting for me there. Yao Jiuhong recalled the dream in her mind. At that moment, the little cat Yao huddled in Yuan Lingdan's arms. Oh, don't make it sound so scary. No one noticed except for Hua Miaowan, who had turned pale. Yin Zira was the first to notice. Miaowan, what's wrong? Hua Miaowan was startled and then looked at the group, her expression slightly peculiar. How should I put it? I might know where that place is. What? Yao Jiuhong's expression became excited. You know where it is? From your description, it sounds a lot like the secret chamber in our family's cellar, Hua Miaowan admitted truthfully. But I don't know why you would dream of our family's secret chamber. Could you take me there? Yao Jiuhong's eyes lit up. You want to go? Hua Miaowan was surprised. In truth, she was a bit hesitant. After all, the underground secret chamber of the Hua family wasn't just open to anyone. That place is very important to me. The voice in my dream told me that going there could uncover many truths I want to know. Yao Jiuhong's tone revealed her genuine desire to go. Hua Miaowan felt a bit helpless, but Yin Zira patted her shoulder. Miaowan, maybe we... You don't need to say anything, Hua Miaowan sighed. I'll take you there. Thank you so much, Miaowan. Yao Jiuhong sincerely expressed her gratitude. Originally, she had been completely lost about the place in her dream, with no leads. Without Hua Miaowan, she would never have found it. To reach the Hua family, they would have to go to Xianxia, Firestar. For the others, Xianxia was unfamiliar, so Hua Miaowan was the only one who knew the way. Hua Miaowan led the group to a transportation station where they could travel to Xianxia, though it would be quite a journey. On the way, Yin Zira found a moment to speak privately with Hua Miaowan. Miaowan, bringing us back won't cause you any trouble, will it? Yin Zira was still a bit worried. It might be a bit difficult, since our family's secret chamber isn't open to just anyone, Hua Miaowan sighed. In truth, she hadn't wanted to, but Yao Jiahong was Yin Zira's friend. Miaowan, are you doing all this because of me? Hearing Yin Zira's words, Hua Miaowan's face turned red, but she quickly turned away to hide it. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm doing this for the greater good. It seems Yao Jiahong really has something to uncover there, so helping her isn't a problem. Hua Miaowan shrugged. This was, after all, the truth. As the eldest daughter of the Hua family on Xianxia, she wasn't the type to let personal feelings dictate her actions. She helped Yao Jiahong mainly because she sensed that Yao Jiahong had a genuine purpose there. Perhaps this could also help Yin Zira and the others. Arriving in the capital of Xianxia, Hua Miaowan felt a sense of familiarity. It had been some time since she had been home. Being here brought back a familiar feeling, as this was where she truly belonged. Miaowan Jiejie, is this your home? The little cat Yao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she took in the lively streets. Her lively personality made her the most curious among the group, and she was fascinated by everything Xianxia had to offer. Yes, do you like it here? Hua Miaowan smiled. Of course, the little cat spirit replied. At that moment, they all noticed a grand mansion at the end of the road. The sign above read, Hua Family in bold, flowing characters. This is the Hua family residence, isn't it? Even Yin Zira was momentarily awestruck by the grandeur. Yes, Hua Miaowan said, but I need to go home first. What about us? The little cat Yao asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. I'll take you to a place to stay. Hua Miaowan led Yin Zira and the other 4 women to a mansion not far from the Hua family residence. Though not as grand, it was still quite luxurious. Young mistress. The servants at the gate were at the true god first rank, which made Yin Zira realize the Hua family's extraordinary strength. Yes, these are my friends. I want them to stay here tonight, Hua Miaowan said calmly. Understood. We'll arrange it immediately. The servants didn't question the young mistress's orders. After bringing Yin Zira and the others inside, they found the guest rooms to be 100 times more luxurious than the finest inns outside. Miaowan, going through all this for us, you must be exhausted, Yin Zira said with a look of guilt. It's nothing. I need to go home first, Hua Miaowan said with a smile. After settling Yin Zira and the others, Hua Miaowan returned to the Hua family residence. As soon as the Hua family patriarch learned that his precious daughter had returned, he quickly came out to greet her. Daughter, why didn't you tell us you were coming home? The patriarch, having missed his daughter for so long, was overjoyed to see her. It was a last-minute decision, Hua Miaowan explained. Father, tonight, I have some friends who need to visit our family's secret chamber. The secret chamber? Hearing this, the patriarch's expression changed. What kind of friends? They want to enter our family's secret chamber? Oh, they're definitely not bad people, Hua Miaowan shrugged. One of them dreamed of our secret chamber, but from her description, it seems she only saw the entrance, not the inner parts. So, I think you should agree, right? Hua Miaowan had considered this carefully. According to Yao Jiahong's description, the place she saw was just inside the entrance of the secret chamber, not the inner parts with the traps. If they only went there, her father shouldn't object, right? The patriarch still looked displeased. It seemed he didn't want anyone entering the Hua family's secret chamber, even if they were Hua Miaowan's friends. Chapter 609. The Cloud Flame Mountain, the Fire Family's Secret Chamber. Father, I am, after all, a member of the Fire family. Can't you trust me? Fire Miaowan furrowed her brows. She couldn't understand why her father was so resistant to her, even going to the outer chamber of a secret room. Seeing his beloved daughter upset, the head of the Fire family quickly put on a conciliatory smile. Of course not. But Miaowan, I need to make it clear. You can only go to the outer chamber. All right, I understand. Fire Miaowan nodded. She wasn't naive. She knew there were many treasures of the Fire family that couldn't be shown to outsiders. Having received her father's approval, Fire Miaowan quickly returned to inform Yin Zira and the others about the development. Upon learning that the head of the Fire family had agreed to let them visit the secret chamber at night, Yao Jiuhong expressed his gratitude profusely to Fire Miaowan. Miaowan, I truly can't thank you enough. Yao Jiuhong's voice trembled with excitement. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found this place so easily. Yao Jiuhong hadn't expected to find the place from his dreams, and he owed it all to Fire Miaowan. You don't need to thank me. Fire Miaowan waved her hand dismissively. She wasn't the type of woman who would mince words over trivial matters. After the group left, Yin Zira found Fire Miaowan alone. Miaowan, Yin Zira called out to her. What is it? Fire Miaowan looked puzzled. After all, that's your family's place. Did your family give you a hard time? Yin Zira seemed somewhat concerned. From the moment they arrived, he had been thinking that even if the Fire family refused, they wouldn't have much to say. Unexpectedly, Fire Miaowan had managed to convince her family to agree. No, it's fine. The place Yao Jiuhong mentioned is just the outer chamber of our family's secret room. As long as we don't go inside, my father won't say anything. Fire Miaowan shrugged. So, you all don't have to worry about me. Just make sure to follow me. Of course, Yin Zira immediately agreed, still feeling a bit grateful to Fire Miaowan. That night, after resting and preparing, the group headed toward the Fire family's secret chamber. The secret chamber wasn't located within the Fire family's main residence, but on a mountain outside the city where the Fire family resided on Flamestar. This mountain, I sense a powerful force, Yin Zira whispered. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, Yin Zira felt a strong energy. Naturally, this mountain is called Cloud Flame Mountain and is under our Fire family's jurisdiction, Fire Miaowan explained. Step back a bit. Although they were puzzled, the group still followed Fire Miaowan's instructions and stepped back. Fire Miaowan formed a hand seal, and as she pushed it out, they immediately felt something dissipate. What was that? Yin Zira was stunned. I told you, Cloud Flame Mountain is under our Fire family's jurisdiction, and it houses our secret chamber. Of course, there's a barrier protecting it, Fire Miaowan said. Let's hurry. We need to close the barrier after we enter. Fire Miaowan had only opened a small gap in the barrier set up by the Fire family on Cloud Flame Mountain. Now, she needed to close it again. The Fire family's secret chamber was inside a cave within Cloud Flame Mountain. As they approached the cave, Yin Zira could feel that this was the most powerful spot on the entire mountain. This place truly is a treasure trove, Yin Zira couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it was a place of immense power, which was why the Fire family had chosen it as the location for their secret chamber. This is our secret chamber. Fire Miaowan pointed to the cave in front of them. However, the entrance was guarded by a red bronze door. Fire Miaowan walked to the side of the cave, where a statue stood, and moved the pearl held in the dragon's mouth. As Fire Miaowan shifted the pearl in the dragon's mouth, the dragon seemed to come to life, stirring slightly, and the red bronze door opened. Wow, is the dragon alive? Yao Jiuhong's eyes widened in astonishment, even a bit of fear. No, it's just a sculpture infused with some power. Fire Miaowan shook her head and returned the pearl to the dragon's mouth. The group entered through the door, and the red bronze door closed behind them. Speaking of which, isn't this mechanism a bit too simple? Yin Zira whispered to Fire Miaowan. After all Fire Miaowan had done was move the pearl in the dragon's mouth. Could the entrance to the Fire family's secret chamber be that easily opened? It seems simple, but there's a hidden complexity. Fire Miaowan winked mysteriously. Only those of direct Fire family lineage can make it work. Oh, I see. Yin Zira now fully understood the depth of the Fire family's secrets. As someone from such a prestigious lineage, Fire Miaowan was, by all accounts, a noble lady of the mystic arts. In theory, he should have paid a formal visit to her family. Thinking of this, Yin Zira asked, I didn't pay a formal visit this time. Will your family mind? Fire Miaowan looked baffled. We're not going to be here for long. If you want to pay a visit, you'd need to prepare a lot of things. She thought Yin Zira's question was absurd. She wasn't an ordinary girl who would rush to invite others to her home for a visit. Seeing Fire Miaowan's reaction, Yin Zira didn't say anything more. Soon, they arrived at a clearing. Before Yin Zira could ask, Yao Jiuhong was already overcome with excitement. This place, it's exactly like the scenery I saw in my dreams. Yao Jiuhong exclaimed, his face filled with excitement. How could he not be excited? This was the very scenery he had seen in his dreams. Really? Fire Miaowan was also somewhat surprised. Initially, she had been half-doubting the connection between Yao Jiuhong's dreams and reality. Could dreams really have such a profound link to the real world? It seemed the answer was yes. Just as Yin Zira was about to say something, the ground suddenly shook violently. What's happening? Whoa! The little cat demon transformed back into its true form, a black and white calico cat, its fur standing on end in fright. I don't know. Fire Miaowan frowned, unsure why this was happening. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from within the cave, and a purple-black magic array appeared in the center, adorned with inscriptions Fire Miaowan had never seen before. What is this? Yin Zira's face turned serious. Although he didn't know what kind of magic array this was, he could feel an incredibly powerful force emanating from it. From the center of the magic array, a giant serpent slowly emerged. What is that? The others, including Yuan Lingdan, were stunned. This was the Fire family's secret chamber, and all eyes turned to Fire Miaowan. Fire Miaowan felt her scalp tingle. I don't know. I really don't know. Damn it. She had never heard of such strange things existing in her family's secret chamber. Be careful. At that moment, the giant serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged at Yao Jiuhong. Chapter 610. Triggering the secret array. The giant snake's sudden attack. Yao Jiuhong's face was as pale as a sheet, and her legs felt like they were weighed down with lead, unable to move a single step. Fortunately, Yin Zira reacted quickly, stepping into the golden rock steps and directly positioning herself in front of Yao Jiuhong. She drew her Sui Xian Rui ruler and blocked the snake's gaping maw. Run! Yin Zira could barely keep her eyes open due to the stench emanating from the snake's massive jaws. Yuan Lingdan quickly dragged the petrified Yao Jiuhong away. It was then that they noticed a faint red aura connecting Yao Jiuhong to the array. Yao Jiuhong, you! Yuan Lingdan was also frightened, unsure of what was happening. It seems like she's resonating with some kind of array. Hua Miaowan's tone was urgent. After all, this was her family's secret chamber, yet she had never heard of or seen this array before. The immediate priority was to deal with the formidable snake monster. I'll help you, Hua Miaowan said, taking out her weapon, a precious sword, to assist Yin Zira. At the same time, the little cat Yao also gathered her courage, brandishing her claws and pouncing at the giant snake. I'll help too. However, the snake's power was simply too formidable. The little cat Yao hadn't even managed to touch it before being knocked back by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Little cat demon. Yuan Lingdan hurried over to hold her. It's too strong. The little cat Yao reverted to her human form, her face filled with pain. She hadn't even launched a proper attack, yet she had already been injured by the snake's powerful aura. Earth Fire Green Lotus. Yin Zira gathered her strength and unleashed a fiery green lotus, which exploded and spread flames. However, the Earth Fire Green Lotus hit the snake, causing it to roar in anger, but it didn't seem to be significantly injured. Instead, it opened its mouth and spat out several purple-blue lightning orbs, targeting Yin Zira. Yin Zira quickly stepped into the golden rock steps, moving at lightning speed. Even so, she was struck by one of the orbs, immediately feeling a dull pain in her chest. Yin Zira. Seeing Yin Zira in pain, Hua Miaowan rushed over, but before she could reach her, the snake had already attacked Hua Miaowan. Be careful. Yin Zira immediately sprang into action, despite the pain in her chest. Seeing Hua Miaowan about to be struck, her speed increased even further. Yin Zira and the snake collided, creating a massive shockwave. Everyone in the chamber had to dodge to avoid being injured by the wave. Miaowan, protect them. Yin Zira's voice was anxious, and fine beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead. Although Hua Miaowan had also been slightly injured, she quickly erected a barrier to protect the severely injured little cat demon and the others inside. Meanwhile, the connection between Yao Jiuhong and the array was growing stronger. My head, it hurts so much. Yao Jiuhong's face was pale, and she rolled on the ground in agony, looking quite frightening. What on earth is going on? Yuan Lingdan was frantic. The little cat demon was severely injured, and now Yao Jiuhong was in such agony. If they had known this would happen, they never should have come to the Hua family's secret chamber. Even though Hua Miaowan was a member of the Hua family, it seemed she didn't know what was happening either. Besides, they had begged her to let them come, so they couldn't blame her now. In fact, Hua Miaowan was even more anxious than they were. She had no idea what was going on in front of her. Take care of them, especially Yao Jiuhong. Hua Miaowan was confident in her barrier. She needed to go out and help Yin Zira deal with the giant snake. Seeing Hua Miaowan preparing to fight alongside Yin Zira, Yuan Lingdan was extremely worried. However, someone needed to stay behind to care for Yao Jiuhong, who was in agony, and the severely injured little cat Yao. Be careful, Yuan Lingdan said. The fierce battle between Yin Zira and the snake was in full swing, with Hua Miaowan assisting from the sidelines. Although Yin Zira had been hit by one of the snake's lightning orbs earlier, she quickly adjusted her state and continued fighting. From Yin Zira's perspective, this snake seemed to be a guardian beast stationed here. You don't even know what your family's secret chamber's guardian beast is? Yin Zira asked. Hua Miaowan was also confused. I don't know what this thing is. The Hua family's secret chamber did have a guardian beast, but it wasn't a giant snake. There was also that mysterious array. It seemed that their intrusion had triggered something strange. Forget it. Seeing that Hua Miaowan didn't know what this creature was, Yin Zira decided to focus on defeating it first. Yin Zira accelerated her golden rock steps, moving at lightning speed through the snake's gaps. The difference between her and the snake was in size. The snake's massive body made it cumbersome and less agile, allowing Yin Zira to maneuver around it with ease. Be careful, Hua Miaowan suddenly exclaimed. The snake opened its mouth and sprayed a barrage of poison needles. Yin Zira immediately activated her toxic thorn golden bell cover, blocking all the attacks. She then unleashed a full-powered earth fire green lotus. The snake, having just opened its mouth, swallowed the entire fireball. However, it quickly realized its mistake and tried to spit it out, but it was too late. The earth fire green lotus exploded inside its mouth. SSS. The snake let out a painful hiss before collapsing. Is it over? Yin Zira was surprised. She hadn't expected the snake to be so easily defeated. Congratulations, host. The system notification sounded. Successfully killed the guardian beast of the Xingtian array, the Starlight Lightning Snake. Gained 500,000 villain points. Only 500,000, Yin Zira pouted. Though she hadn't expended much effort and had only suffered minor injuries. What is this Starlight Lightning Snake and the Xingtian array? This array contains infinite power and can only be activated by a resonating individual. The explanation left Yin Zira feeling even more confused. It seemed to say everything, yet nothing at all. Jiuhong, wake up. Yuan Lingdan's voice came from the side. It was then that Yin Zira remembered the struggling Yao Jiuhong and quickly went over. Yao Jiuhong's face was pale, and she was trembling. My head, it hurts so much. What's going on? Hua Miaowan also frowned. Earlier, Yao Jiuhong had fainted from a headache and dreamed of this place. Now, she was in pain again? Look, Yuan Lingdan exclaimed. The red light on Yao Jiuhong's body was growing brighter, connecting her to the Xingtian array. Chapter 611. Restoration of the Star Domain, Spatial Teleportation. Yao Jiuhong woke up, her eyes gradually clearing. Jiuhong, are you all right? Yin Zira's eyes were filled with concern, unsure of what had happened to Yao Jiuhong. I feel it. The array. It's calling me. Yao Jiuhong pointed towards the direction where the large snake had appeared earlier. Yin Zira was startled. This meant that Yao Jiuhong indeed had a connection with the Xingtian secret array. The system had mentioned that the Xingtian secret array contained immense power. Could Yao Jiuhong be the legendary resonance being? I don't know what this array is either. Hua Miaowan's gaze fell on Yao Jiuhong. But since Yao Jiuhong feels something, perhaps she has a connection with this array. Hua Miaowan believed this matter had nothing to do with her family, as she had returned, and if there were any secrets, her family would have told her. I think so too. Yin Zira agreed with Hua Miaowan's speculation, recalling what the system had said. Yao Jiuhong stood up and slowly walked towards the Xingtian secret array. The closer she got, the stronger the sensation of being called, the feeling intensifying. Yao Jiuhong didn't know why she felt this way, but she could sense a force pulling her towards the array. Because of this feeling, Yao Jiuhong knew what she had to do next. The guidance seemed etched into her mind, though she was certain no one had ever told her before. But as soon as she entered and felt the power of the array, she understood everything. At that moment, the entire chamber began to shake violently once again. What on earth is happening? Hua Miaowan was bewildered, not understanding why this was happening, or even how the array had appeared in the first place. Look everyone! Yuan Lingdan suddenly exclaimed. A gust of wind blew through, tousling Yao Jiuhong's hair, her face illuminated by the array's light. It seemed as if her arrival here was destined. Yao Jiuhong felt a headache coming on, but she vaguely sensed that the answers she sought were within the array. So now, she had to endure and uncover the truth. Yao Jiuhong gently opened her lips and sang an incantation that no one else could understand. As she formed hand seals, she extended her hand and sent the seal into the array's light. Star Heaven Summon. Yao Jiuhong placed her hands on her shoulders, closed her eyes, and a blinding light shot up from the array. Everyone, be careful. The power was so immense that even Yin Zira felt overwhelmed. The light not only broke through the array, but also pierced through the entire mountain and even the clouds. What on earth is happening? Yin Zira's face turned pale. This power was on a scale that seemed to merge with the heavens and earth. He vaguely felt that this must be related to the secrets of the star domain integration. Yin Zira had always known that this star domain was just one of many, but he still didn't understand what was happening now. Since he didn't know, he could only turn to the system for help. Host, how can I assist you? The system was quite perceptive, sensing that Yin Zira had questions, and immediately appeared. What exactly is happening? Yin Zira asked. The outside world has undergone a massive change, host, the system replied. Just moments ago, when Yao Jiuhong resonated with the Xingtian secret array, the outside world underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously torn and fragmented star domains had now reintegrated, all because Yao Jiuhong had unlocked the secrets within, and she had done so prematurely. Take the closest flame star, for example. The people in the capital were in a state of panic. An omen from the heavens, something must be happening. Judging by this, something really is about to happen. That's the direction of Yunhua Mountain. Even the Hua family was baffled, with the head of the family himself not knowing what was going on. The Divine Alliance was also affected. Several elders rushed out and saw the towering light. What exactly is happening? Such a phenomenon usually occurs during a major celestial event. Could it be that the 5 minor star domains of the Qingyuan star domain are reconnecting? How is that possible? At this moment, everyone in the 5 minor star domains of the Qingyuan star domain was shocked by the celestial phenomenon, but no one knew what was happening. However, during the activation of the array, the previously fragmented 5 minor star domains had now all merged together. The Qingyuan star domain has been restored. Yao Jiuhong exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, a teleportation array appeared before them. Can we go to the Qingyuan star domain through this? Yin Zira was half believing, half doubting. The Qingyuan star domain had been destroyed for a long time, yet it had just been restored? Yes, I want to go. I want to return. Yao Jiuhong was already in tears. Jiuhong, don't cry. Yuan Lingdan quickly comforted her, seeing Yao Jiuhong like this. You still have to find the truth. You can't lose your strength crying. Yin Zira was about to say something when he heard a prompt from the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully helped restore the Qingyuan star domain, gaining 10 million villain points. Yin Zira was stunned. 10 million villain points. This was a number he hadn't even dared to dream of. Now Yin Zira believed that the Qingyuan star domain had truly been restored. Since that was the case, they should follow Yao Jiuhong to investigate further. Through the spatial teleportation array, the group arrived in the Qingyuan star domain. But as soon as they arrived, the scene before them shocked everyone. Before them was a wasteland, awkwardly pieced together, but it was clear that a devastating battle had taken place here. Is this the Qingyuan star domain? Huo Miaowan frowned. The scene before them was rather eerie. Yes, this is it. Upon arriving here, Yao Jiuhong's mind was already hazy. But having finally returned to her homeland, she naturally wanted to rely on her memories to find something. After taking just a few steps, Yao Jiuhong collapsed to the ground once more. Jiuhong. Everyone rushed to her side. Yin Zira helped Yao Jiuhong up. Jiuhong, are you all right? Yao Jiuhong's head was splitting with pain. The closer she got to what she sought, the worse the pain became. But having come this far, how could she give up now? Yao Jiuhong forced herself to stand up. No, I have to find it. Chapter 612. Seeking the Truth, the Nightmare Worm. At this moment, it was sheer willpower that was propping up Yao Jiuhong, urging her to keep searching. Is it really possible to find them here? Huo Miaowan whispered. What lay before them was clearly the result of Yao Jiuhong resonating with the magic array, reconnecting the broken ruins. In Huo Miaowan's eyes, finding any family members here seemed highly unlikely. Yao Jiuhong, relying on her memory, walked towards a house. It was already unrecognizable. Could this be? Everyone exchanged glances, unsure. Yao Jiuhong dashed straight inside. This was her former home. Father, mother. Yao Jiuhong cried out as she rushed in. Because the Star Heaven Secret Array had connected the 5 small star domains, the destroyed Qingyuan star domain had been restored to its original state. However, now it was just a pile of broken ruins, looking eerily desolate. Worried that Yao Jiuhong might get into trouble, everyone quickly followed her inside. But when they saw the scene in the room, all fell silent. Although the place was now a ruin, the restoration by the Star Heaven Secret Array allowed them to faintly see what it once looked like. It was clear that this house had once been a warm and cozy home. This was Yao Jiuhong's home, and at this moment, Yao Jiuhong suddenly knelt down and cried out loudly, "Father, mother!" Everyone lowered their heads, stunned into silence. On the ground lay 2 skeletons. Even though they had turned to bones, they still leaned against each other tightly. Could these be Yao Jiuhong's parents? Yao Jiuhong crawled towards the 2 skeletons, tears streaming down her face. Only she knew the pain tearing through her heart. Originally, despite the slim chance, she had held onto a sliver of hope because the Qingyuan star domain had been restored by chance. But now, even that last shred of hope had been shattered. The people closest to her in the world had already perished in that disaster. What exactly happened here back then? Yin Zira frowned. The destruction of the entire Qingyuan star domain was shrouded in many mysteries. Now that the Qingyuan star domain had been restored, would it be easier to uncover the truth? Just as everyone was pondering what to say, suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. What's going on? Huo Miaowan asked. This wasn't an ordinary earthquake. Even Huo Miaowan could sense a strong, dangerous aura. Yin Zira felt it too. He immediately ran outside. A purple-black magic array appeared outside, similar to the one used by the giant snake earlier. What kind of array is this? Yin Zira frowned. From the center of the array, thick black smoke emerged. When the smoke dissipated, a giant, wriggling worm appeared in the center. System notification. Host. This creature is the nightmare worm triggered by the resonance of the Star Heaven Secret Array. Nightmare worm? Yin Zira frowned. This thing looked incredibly disgusting, no matter how you looked at it, but it also seemed to possess immense power. Defeating the nightmare worm will grant access to the resonance realm, allowing you to uncover the truth of this place. Hearing the system's explanation, Yin Zira understood. This nightmare worm was likely the key to unlocking the truth of what had happened here. If that's the case, then there's no choice but to fight. Yin Zira declared. The nightmare worm was massive, writhing as it opened its giant mouth towards Yin Zira. As it opened its mouth, Yin Zira was hit with a foul stench, feeling an immediate discomfort and weakness. Crap, this breath must be toxic. Yin Zira held his breath and activated the Poison Thorn Golden Bell Cover. The Poison Thorn Golden Bell Cover could block some toxins, an experience Yin Zira had gained from previous battles. Yin Zira wielded the Sui Xian Rui ruler and began to engage the worm in combat. The two clashed, the worm roaring in apparent fury at Yin Zira. Due to his smaller size, Yin Zira began to toy with the worm, further enraging it. The worm lunged, and despite Yin Zira's quick dodge, he was still hit by its poison stinger. Wow, this thing can actually fly. Yin Zira was a bit speechless. Who would have thought such a large creature could fly? The next part of the battle required Yin Zira to stay on high alert. The worm opened its mouth and fired several large energy balls. Yin Zira dodged quickly between the energy balls, which left scorched, blackened craters in the ground. It was clear that being hit by one of those energy balls would lead to a gruesome end. At that moment, the worm's body emitted a purple-black glow. With a flash of light, the worm transformed into a man wearing a purple-black robe. What? Yin Zira was stunned. What was going on? System notification. Nightmare worm has humanized. Yin Zira was even more shocked. This thing could humanize? The nightmare worm summoned a purple-black whip and lashed out at Yin Zira. Yin Zira leaped into the air, using the golden rock steps, but the whip's speed was too fast. Each strike released a wave of purple-black toxic mist, and under countless corrosive attacks, even the poison thorn golden bell cover seemed to be weakening. This isn't going to work. Yin Zira grew anxious. Now, he had to finish it with one decisive strike. Yin Zira unleashed all his power and charged at the nightmare worm, blazing God strike. The ground cracked with bright fissures, and the earth fire lotus spread along the cracks, erupting into a towering inferno. The blazing flames sent the nightmare worm flying back dozens of meters, crashing to the ground. Now's the chance. Yin Zira quickly pursued, aiming to finish it with a decisive strike from the Sui Xian Rui ruler. But at that moment, Yin Zira suddenly felt a weakness in his wrist. Looking at his arm, the Sui Xian Rui ruler had been snatched away by the whip. Shameless! Yin Zira shouted. With their distance now close, Yin Zira unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending a shockwave that pierced through the nightmare worm's human form's chest. Ah! The nightmare worm's human form let out a hideous roar, and with another flash of purple-black light, it transformed back into its giant worm form. Yin Zira quickly reclaimed his Sui Xian Rui ruler and, like a wave-splitting blade, descended from the sky, slicing the nightmare worm in half. Black blood splattered everywhere. But as the nightmare worm was split in two, its remains dissipated into the air as purple-black smoke. Congratulations, host! You have successfully slain the nightmare worm, earning 2 million villain points. Yin Zira was still catching his breath. He began to circulate his energy, trying to purge the remaining toxins from his body. At that moment, a purple-black circle slowly rose. Yin Zira's vigilance spiked. Seriously? After dealing with the nightmare worm, is there more? No respect for the rules? But it seemed the situation wasn't that simple. Chapter 613. Discovering the Truth, the Evil Sect's Role. Within the slowly rising purple-black disk, images flowed continuously, resembling memories. Yin Zira suddenly realized that the system had mentioned before that the nightmare worm was the key to uncovering the truth. Since she had successfully killed the nightmare worm, she could now see what had actually happened back then. Yin Zira quickly returned to the house and asked everyone to help lift Yao Jihong up. Jihong, I know you're feeling devastated right now, but we need to figure out what exactly happened back then, Yin Zira said earnestly. Yao Jihong's eyes were swollen from crying after seeing her parents' remains. When she heard Yin Zira's words, she abruptly raised her head. What exactly happened back then? Is there a way to find out? Huamiao quickly added, Come out quickly. Yin Zira just killed the nightmare worm and can now see what happened back then. However, it probably requires your resonance. After all, Yao Jihong was the heir of the Qinyuan star domain. Being able to return to this space was also thanks to her resonance with the Xingtian secret array. Therefore, to uncover the truth from the purple-black disk, Yao Jihong's resonance would be necessary. Yao Jihong ran out and, upon seeing the array, immediately understood. She extended her hand and, using the same method she had used to resonate with the Xingtian secret array, established a connection with the purple-black disk. Once Yao Jihong's resonance was established, images began to appear in the disk. Everyone looked up, eager to know what had led to the destruction of the entire Qinyuan star domain. The images showed familiar figures that looked like the Three Peaks evil sect. Is this the Qinyuan star domain? A low, aged voice asked. Yes, Grand Elder, this is the Qinyuan star domain. Here, we can find what we're looking for, someone beside him respectfully replied. This person was none other than the Grand Elder of the Three Peaks evil sect. Yin Zira clenched her fists. Could it be that the Three Peaks evil sect was involved in the incident back then? These people mentioned looking for something in the Qinyuan star domain. Jihong, do you know what it is? Huamiao couldn't help but ask. From these people's words, they could deduce that there was something specific they were searching for. If Yao Jihong knew what it was, things would be much easier. I don't know. Yao Jihong shook her head. Huamiao sighed. It was understandable since Yao Jihong was probably quite young back then and wouldn't have known about such matters. Everyone continued to watch the images flowing in the purple-black disk, knowing that the truth would eventually be revealed. The next scene that unfolded left everyone gasping in shock. The Grand Elder of the Three Peaks evil sect, accompanied by some of his highly skilled disciples, all at the level of true gods, began a brutal massacre in the Qinyuan star domain. They were searching for the Bingling Xiantian sword, and anyone who refused to tell them or simply didn't know was killed without mercy. So, they were after the Bingling Xiantian sword. Yao Jihong's eyes turned red. What exactly is the Bingling Xiantian sword? Yin Zira quickly asked. Given how obsessed the Three Peaks evil sect was, it must be an earth-shaking treasure. The Bingling Xiantian sword is a treasure of the Qinyuan star domain, meant to protect it. But I remember my mother saying that only someone recognized by the sword could become its master, Yao Jihong explained. You people, do you intend to destroy the Qinyuan star domain? A familiar voice echoed. Yao Jihong looked up and exclaimed, It's my father. The figure on the screen was indeed Yao Jihong's father. Her family had been guardians of the Qinyuan star domain, so they naturally couldn't allow the Three Peaks evil sect to wreak havoc. However, since the sect was after the treasure, they wouldn't easily give up without obtaining it. The Grand Elder directly attacked Yao Jihong's father, who was a powerful warrior but ultimately overwhelmed and defeated. Next, the members of the Three Peaks evil sect found Yao Jihong's mother and brought her over. If you tell me where the Bingling Xiantian sword is, I might consider sparing your wife's life, the Grand Elder sneered. He believed that using Yao Jihong's mother's life as leverage would force her father to comply. But he didn't expect Yao Jihong's mother to be a strong-willed woman. To prevent her husband from being threatened by her safety, she chose to commit suicide by sword. This unexpected turn of events left Yao Jihong's father heartbroken. He let out a mournful cry to the heavens and then activated a forbidden technique called Heaven and Earth Sacrifice, essentially detonating his own power, causing heavy losses to the Three Peaks evil sect. The couple fell together, which explained why Yao Jiuhong found their remains still clinging to each other. At this moment, Yao Jiuhong was inconsolable. She had never imagined that things had unfolded this way. Perhaps her parents had foreseen that Yao Jiuhong would be in danger and had sent her away early. Little did they know that this would be a final farewell, separated by the heavens. Father, mother, it's my fault for being unworthy. Yao Jiuhong deeply regretted her inability to protect them and her ignorance of these events. Jiuhong, don't say that. You can't blame yourself for this, Huo Miao once said, her heart aching for her friend as she tried to comfort her. The Three Peaks evil sect is truly ruthless. Yuan Lingdan gasped in shock. Witnessing the atrocities of the Three Peaks evil sect, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Yes, they're truly despicable. Little Cat Demon was also furious, her cheeks puffed up in anger. She had always been unforgiving of evil and had a particularly bad impression of the Three Peaks evil sect. Now that Yao Jiuhong knew her true enemies were the Three Peaks evil sect, she suddenly seemed to awaken. She knelt directly in front of Yin Zira. Mr. Yin, I've never asked you for anything before, but please, I beg you to agree to this. Yao Jiuhong's tears streamed down her face, but her voice was filled with determination. Yin Zira was startled and tried to help Yao Jiuhong up. What is it? Just tell me properly. You don't need to do this. Yin Zira said, a bit flustered as she looked at Yao Jiuhong. Chapter 614. Formulating a plan, preparing for the raid. Yin Zira felt a pang of anxiety at this moment and quickly helped Yao Jiuhong to her feet. Yao Jiuhong, however, refused to stand up. Young Master Yin, if you don't agree to my request, I have no way to get up. Unable to refuse, Yin Zira said, you are a very precious friend to me. How could I possibly refuse you? Just tell me what you need. Yao Jiuhong wiped away her tears. The actions of the Three Peaks cult are something that should have been handled by our own Qingyuan Star region. However, unfortunately, I am not the hero like young Master Yin, and I don't possess such abilities. But as a daughter, I cannot stand idly by and not seek revenge for my parents. Young Master Yin. Before Yao Jiuhong could finish, Yin Zira interrupted her. Jiuhong, I understand what you mean, Yin Zira said gravely. Seeing the madness of the Three Peaks cult and their atrocities, even if Yao Jiuhong hadn't spoken, Yin Zira would have made sure the cult paid the price. So, young Master Yin. Yao Jiuhong's eyes were filled with pleading. I will definitely help you with this, Yin Zira said. You don't need to say anything more. So much has happened today, and the Qingyuan Star region needs to be rebuilt. It's best if we return first. Yao Jiuhong's gratitude was beyond words, and she could only nod. Indeed, what Yin Zira suggested was the best course of action. On the way back, Huo Miaowan stayed close to Yin Zira. Miaowan, do you have something to say? Yin Zira asked softly. He knew that Huo Miaowan's feelings for him were different from the other women, so he was willing to explain things to her alone. I don't have anything to say, Huo Miaowan shrugged. Yin Zira was about to say something, but he didn't expect such a reaction from Huo Miaowan. What? You don't think I'm the kind of woman who would get jealous over something like this, do you? Huo Miaowan chuckled. Yin Zira scratched his neck, feeling a bit awkward. He couldn't quite put into words what he was feeling, but he knew that Huo Miaowan was different from the other women largely because of her bold and straightforward nature. However, hearing that Huo Miaowan wouldn't be jealous over him made him feel quite uneasy. Don't worry, I can still see the bigger picture, Huo Miaowan sighed. The plight of the Qingyuan Star region is something that anyone would find appalling. The actions of the Three Peaks cult are despicable. Since we were already planning to deal with them, this incident only strengthens our resolve. Although Huo Miaowan didn't say it outright, she was subtly encouraging Yin Zira in her own way. And Yin Zira understood her unspoken message. He reached out and gently patted Huo Miaowan's head. I understand. Thank you, Miaowan. Upon returning, Yin Zira immediately began formulating a plan. Having already severely damaged these cults during the battle at the League of Gods, Yin Zira had originally planned to launch an attack on the Three Peaks cult during this period. However, certain circumstances and Yao Jiuhong's sudden appearance had delayed his plans. Now, Yao Jiuhong's situation had only strengthened their resolve, so Yin Zira decided to expedite the matter. With his current standing, finding connections wasn't difficult. Young Master Yin, the person you asked me to contact has been arranged. You can meet them at the tea house this afternoon, the person Yin Zira had sent to make the arrangements said respectfully. Yin Zira nodded. Got it, thank you. He then handed out some coins as a tip, as it was his habit never to be stingy with such matters. In the afternoon, Yin Zira went to the tea house and met with the person he had arranged to see. The man immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Yin Zira. So you are young Master Yin. I've heard so much about you. A young talent indeed. The story of Yin Zira single-handedly defending the League of Gods and annihilating the cult members had spread far and wide. Being able to associate even slightly with someone like Yin Zira was a matter of pride for those who liked to boast. No need for such formalities. You must be the renowned Weinuosiji, right? Yin Zira said calmly. The man before him was the well-known informant Weinuosiji, someone who was said to know everything. Indeed, that's me, Weinuosiji replied. Young Master Yin, I assume you want information about the Three Peaks cult? Yes, Yin Zira nodded. The Three Peaks cult has committed many atrocities, and we plan to take them down. We need some information about them. His tone was sincere. I know you might be afraid of retaliation from the Three Peaks cult, but we will ensure your safety. Unexpectedly, Weinuosiji laughed and pulled out a piece of paper. Young Master Yin, I didn't expect you to be such a man of honor. I am truly impressed, Weinuosiji said. This is a map of one of the Three Peaks cult's branch locations. Even I could only find this much. Yin Zira quickly took the map and examined it. It was indeed a map of one of the Three Peaks cult's branch locations. These cult members were notoriously elusive, and even just finding one branch was a significant achievement. As for the headquarters, it would likely take much more time and effort to uncover any leads. Regardless, I am deeply grateful, Yin Zira said. No need. The world has suffered long enough under the tyranny of these cults. If you can eliminate them, it would be a great service to the people. Weinuosiji waved his hand. Returning from the tea house, Yin Zira's mood was excellent. The women were all waiting for him at their residence. As soon as Yin Zira returned, they immediately surrounded him. How did it go? Miaowan asked first. Did you get any information? They were a bit worried that the informant might not be reliable, fearing that Yin Zira had made a wasted trip. We found a branch location of the Three Peaks cult. It's not the headquarters, but it will allow us to dismantle a significant part of their forces, Yin Zira said confidently. This time, we will definitely succeed. That's great, everyone exclaimed with joy. With that, Yin Zira began to formulate a plan for the raid on the Three Peaks cult. It was decided that the little cat demon would lead the charge, drawing attention and allowing the rest of them to infiltrate the cult's branch quietly. I guarantee I'll complete the mission, meow. The little cat demon was full of spirit upon hearing she had been given a task. The next day, everyone prepared to set off for the branch location of the Three Peaks cult. Meanwhile, the cult members at the branch had no idea what was about to happen, nor did they realize that disaster was imminent. Chapter 6:15. Raid on the branch hall, handling the underlings. Soon, the group arrived at the branch hall of the Three Peaks cult. There weren't many guards here, so when Yin Zira and the others arrived, they first observed from a distance. Although this is supposed to be a branch hall of the Three Peaks cult, it doesn't seem to have many people, Miaowan frowned. Could there be a trap? I've been thinking the same thing, Yin Zira said, pretending to think. The Three Peaks cult. I always worry they have some hidden schemes. Having previously dealt with members of the Three Peaks cult, who were far from virtuous, it was only natural to be cautious. It's okay. We've made such a thorough plan. Nothing will go wrong, Yuan Lingdan reassured everyone. Yin Zira nodded, and then looked at Yao Jiuhong beside him. Jiuhong, you must follow our plan exactly as we discussed. Don't act rashly. Yin Zira was most worried about Yao Juhong, as this matter involved Yao Juhong's parents. He wasn't sure if Yao Juhong could stay calm. To his surprise, Yao Juhong's tone was unexpectedly calm. "Don't worry, young Master Yin. I understand the importance of biding my time for the greater plan. I won't act rashly." Although it had only been a night, Yao Juhong seemed to have gained a sense of determination and courage that wasn't there before. It was clear that this matter had a significant impact on Yao Juhong. Hearing Yao Juhong's words, Yin Zira nodded. He trusted Yao Juhong. If she said she wouldn't act rashly, she wouldn't. "Let's hurry up, meow." The little cat demon was eager to get started, as she had long wanted to play with the members of the Three Peaks cult. "All right, let's go now. Little cat demon, remember to be careful," Yin Zira reminded her. "Got it, meow." With that, the little cat demon darted forward. The little cat demon quickly attracted the attention of the guards, who immediately chased after her, shouting, "Intruders!" However, their speed made it practically impossible to catch her. Still, the members of the Three Peaks cult weren't exactly known for their intelligence. "Now's our chance. Let's go in," Yin Zira said. With the guards distracted by the little cat demon, the group had the opportunity to infiltrate the branch hall of the Three Peaks cult through the main entrance. Once inside, Yin Zira was surprised to find that there were far fewer people here than he had expected. A few rogue cultivators soon appeared and noticed Yin Zira and the others. "Intruders!" Their shouts alerted the surrounding rogue cultivators, who rushed out and surrounded Yin Zira and his group. Yin Zira took a closer look and saw that these were just scattered underlings, with the highest cultivation level being only True God 3rd stage. "Who dares to trespass into the branch hall of the Three Peaks cult? Do you even know where you are?" The leader among them, a True God 3rd stage cultivator, glared coldly at Yin Zira and his group. The Three Peaks cult was one of the stronger rogue sects, so they believed Yin Zira and his group had come here to die. "Of course, I know you're the Three Peaks cult. If you weren't, I wouldn't have come looking for you." Yin Zira sneered and then charged forward. Seeing Yin Zira challenge them alone, the rogue cultivators of the Three Peaks cult became furious and engaged him in battle. Yin Zira fought against them, but they outnumbered him, attacking from all directions. "How shameless!" Yin Zira snorted. Knowing what their grand elder had done to the Qingyuan star domain, Yin Zira felt even more determined to eradicate the Three Peaks cult. Aside from a few True God 2nd stage cultivators, the rest were at True God 1st stage. Seeing Yin Zira's boldness, they attacked him from all sides. Yin Zira activated his Poison Thorn Golden Bell cover, and their techniques couldn't even get close to him. Moreover, Yin Zira used the reverse thorn technique he had learned from a pair of Saint Sons of the Three Peaks cult. When their techniques hit Yin Zira's Poison Thorn Golden Bell cover, not only did they fail to harm him, but they were immediately reflected back, injuring themselves. The rogue cultivators fell to the ground, injured by their own techniques. What kind of demonic technique is this? Yin Zira internally rolled his eyes. This was a technique practiced by the Saint Sons of the Three Peaks cult. Didn't they even know what their own people practiced? He was quite annoyed, but his current target was the True God 3rd stage cultivator. "So, it seems you've also learned some demonic arts, how meowsy. But today, you've come to the Three Peaks cult to cause trouble. Trespassing here means you're seeking death." The man's voice was sinister as he drew his twin blades and vanished. "Heh, a trifling trick," Yin Zira scoffed. Although the man seemed to have disappeared, Yin Zira's heightened senses, enhanced by his superior techniques, quickly detected the fluctuations in the air. The moment the man reappeared behind Yin Zira unsheathed his Sui Xian Rui ruler, which transformed into a short blade and pierced the man's throat. How is this possible? The man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had planned to use his stealth to catch Yin Zira off guard and deliver a fatal blow. But how could this have happened? Yin Zira had found him instantly and countered him. "You can blame your own weakness," Yin Zira said coldly. "Congratulations, host. for killing a true god 3rd stage cultivator. You've earned 200,000 villain points. Only 200,000? Yin Zira internally complained. As his level increased, the value of killing such opponents had diminished. He hoped to encounter some more formidable foes, as these were just small fry. Meanwhile, the true god 1st stage rogue cultivators had all been dealt with by Hua Miaowan and the others. Let's keep moving forward, Yin Zira said. Having already infiltrated the branch hall, they might as well destroy it entirely today. As they ventured deeper, they found a vast space inside. As soon as they stepped in, they sensed a dangerous aura ahead. Be careful! Yin Zira instinctively shouted and activated a protective barrier. A burst of blazing light exploded in front of him. The power was significantly stronger than that of the previous rogue cultivators, suggesting the presence of a true god 9th stage expert. Chapter 616. Massacre at the Branch. Experience points. The explosion stopped at the barrier in front of Yin Zira, sparing Hua Miaowan and the others from harm, but only because Yin Zira had reacted extremely quickly. Yin Zira looked up and saw a man in a long robe standing in front of him. Who dares to trespass into the branch of the Three Peaks Demon sect? The man glared at Yin Zira, then glanced at the women behind him. Tisk, bringing a group of girls with you? Are you here to give us some fun? Ha ha ha. The man laughed without restraint, and even the surrounding underlings leered at Hua Miaowan and the others with malicious intent. Yin Zira felt a surge of anger, but he knew that these people were only trying to provoke him. He looked at the man in front of him, who was indeed at the 9th rank of True God. And in this room, everyone present was at the 4th rank of True God or higher, with no particularly strong individuals. Is this branch of the Three Peaks Demon sect only worth as much as a mere 9th rank True God like you? Yin Zira's casual remark made the man's face twist with rage. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? The man screamed in fury. I am the 3 evil flame lord, Wongi. Wongi was furious. How many people could spend their entire lives without reaching the 9th rank of True God? Yet Yin Zira dared to mock him for it. Moreover, wasn't Yin Zira himself just a measly 3rd rank True God? Yin Zira sneered. What kind of nonsense is the 3 evil flame lord? Never heard of it. You're asking for death. Wongi roared. Brothers, crush this wretch. At Wongi's command, the men around them charged at Yin Zira. A few others went after Hua Miaowan and the other women, who drew their weapons, confident they could handle these underlings. Yin Zira, on the other hand, found the situation even easier. Some men swung their weapons at him, but Yin Zira used his golden rock steps, dodging their attacks like a playful monkey. He weaved through their attacks, visible but impossible to catch. Then, Yin Zira activated Earth Fire Lotus. Cracks of blazing golden lines spread across the ground, and then erupted. Many of the attackers didn't even touch the edge of Yin Zira's clothes before they were reduced to ashes. Congratulations, host. Successfully killed a 4th rank True God. Obtained 300,000 villain points. Congratulations, host. Successfully killed a 5th rank True God. Obtained 400,000 villain points. The continuous kills kept the system spewing out notifications. Although the numbers weren't large, with the sheer number of enemies, they still managed to rack up some experience points. In Yin Zira's eyes, this branch was nothing more than a bunch of experience points. At that moment, 2 7th rank True Gods charged at him. Both wielded golden hammers, looking slightly more formidable than the previous group. The burly man swung his hammer directly at Yin Zira. Yin Zira drew his Sui Xian Rui scale and clashed with the hammer. The impact of the golden hammer and the Sui Xian Rui scale released a massive shockwave. Yin Zira was pushed back slightly by the force. A 7th rank True God still had some strength. Compared to the previous enemies he could easily dispatch, these two required a bit more effort. Meanwhile, the skinny man attacked Yin Zira from the other side. Yin Zira found himself under pressure as he simultaneously dealt with both attackers. Fortunately, his golden rock steps were fast enough to find a sliver of opportunity amidst the hammer attacks. Seeing how agile Yin Zira was, the burly man roared in anger. This guy is too cunning. Looks like we'll have to use that move. The skinny man quickly understood his partner's intent, and both began forming hand seals. A flash of light later, multiple images of the burly and skinny men appeared in front of Yin Zira. Crap, it's an illusion. Yin Zira's heart raced. At that moment, the real and illusionary figures all attacked Yin Zira simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zira was struck twice and sent flying dozens of meters away. Ugh. Yin Zira landed on the ground not far away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest. This wasn't looking good. Are you all right? At that moment, the voice of the double-headed whale shark appeared. Yin Zira felt like he'd caught a lifeline. With the double-headed whale shark now present, it could lend a hand. Double-headed whale shark, what do I do against them like this? Yin Zira asked urgently. The double-headed whale shark replied, since they're illusions, they're only meant to confuse you. If you just focus and sense the power, you can easily tell who's real, right? Hearing this, Yin Zira immediately understood. That's right, he just needed to calm down and sense the power. Ha ha ha, little guy. You can handle too, but what about all of us? Can't handle that, can you? Seeing Yin Zira knocked down, the burly man laughed triumphantly. Yin Zira deliberately furrowed his brow, putting on a look of fear. Seeing this, the burly and skinny men thought Yin Zira was afraid of them. Hmph, thought you were some hero, but now it seems you're just a coward. The skinny man mocked, and then the two attacked again, aiming to end Yin Zira's life. As the illusions surrounded Yin Zira once more, he calmed himself and focused inwardly. Indeed, among the illusions, only two directions carried real power. The other illusions had very weak power, making the difference obvious. In an instant, Yin Zira activated his Poison Thorn Golden Bell cover and the counter-thrust technique. Ah! Both the burly and skinny men cried out in pain. They had intended to smash Yin Zira with their hammers, but not only was Yin Zira unharmed, their full force had rebounded onto themselves. How is this possible? Injured, the two could no longer maintain the illusionary formation. In an instant, they were pushed back. At that moment, Yin Zira gathered his strength, with three types of flames converging around him. Yellow, orange, and blazing golden flames formed three fireballs, circling Yin Zira. Yin Zira took a deep breath, channeling all his power into the three fireballs. The fireballs merged and erupted into a massive sea of flames, engulfing and consuming the burly and skinny men. Ugh! The two men screamed in agony. But in the scorching inferno of the flame god's strike, they could only be roasted alive. Congratulations, host. Successfully killed 2 7th-ranked true gods in a row. Obtained 1.5 million villain points. These 2 7th-ranked true gods were indeed worth something. Yin Zira took a deep breath. Now, in front of him, there was only that Wongi. Looks like you're the most valuable one here, huh? Chapter 617. Ice-based spells, falling behind. Yin Zira had used the phrase, most valuable. Now, he directly viewed the entire branch of the Three Peaks cult as a gathering place for experience points. There probably weren't any important figures from the Three Peaks cult here, only some underlings. Even treating them as experience points was giving them too much credit. Wongi's expression was extremely complex. He hadn't expected that the two true gods' 7th-rank cultivators, Fatty and Skinny, had been defeated by Yin Zira, a true god 3rd rank. Moreover, it seemed Yin Zira hadn't even exerted much effort. Without any patience, Yin Zira kicked the corpses of Fatty and Skinny into the Universe Lotus Pagoda to absorb them. These two true gods' 7th-rank cultivators still had some value. You dare to massacre here. Do you not fear the Three Peaks cult? Wongi demanded. The Three Peaks cult was no weak force outside. How could this man be so reckless, not fearing the retribution that would come from enraging the cult? Heh, it seems you don't know who I am, Yin Zira sneered. You didn't participate in the recent siege of the Alliance of Gods by the Three Peaks cult, did you? Wongi was stunned. He knew that was a matter of the main sect, not something their branch was involved in. What if I do know? Wang Qi frowned, not understanding what Yin Zira meant. What are you trying to say? Your vice hall master, Haneo, was killed by me. Do you think I care about insects like you? Yin Zira found it truly amusing. You. Wang Qi's eyes flashed with shock. He hadn't expected that Yin Zira was the one who had single-handedly lifted the siege on the Alliance of Gods. You've caused such great slaughter. Do you not fear karma? Wang Qi asked. Hearing this, Yin Zira almost burst out laughing. If someone else said that to me, I might consider it. Yin Zira coldly looked at Wang Qi in front of him. When your Three Peaks cult slaughtered an entire star domain, did you ever think about karma? Although Yin Zira didn't experience it himself, seeing Yao Juhong's plight made it hard not to feel sympathy. In the Qingyuan star domain, apart from Yao Juhong's parents, many were ordinary people who were brutally killed just for not revealing the location of the treasure to the Three Peaks cult. Some of these people were even children, or the elderly. The Three Peaks cult could commit such inhumane acts, so why shouldn't he act as a force of justice? When you do these things, you should have expected the consequences, Yin Zira coldly said. It seems you'd rather face punishment than accept a friendly offer. Wang Qi saw that Yin Zira showed no sign of backing down and immediately changed his tone. He had originally hoped to trick Yin Zira with these words, but to his surprise, Yin Zira was so resolute. Well, no more pretense. Heh, I knew it. How could people like you truly repent? Yin Zira didn't care. The Three Peaks cult was rotten to the core, and he had long been prepared for this. Being reprimanded by Yin Zira, Wang Qi, who was older, became even more furious. Yin Zira flicked his sleeve, and a crimson flame slowly rose in his hand. He coldly gazed at Wang Qi. The crimson flame in Yin Zira's hand quickly grew, and in a short time, the originally small fireball had become a massive one. Yin Zira gathered his strength, and the fireball split into 3 colors. As he chanted an incantation, the 3 fireballs quickly merged into one, creating a dazzling array of colors. As Yin Zira's flames surged, the corpses he had just dealt with in the branch were scorched by the intense heat, filling the air with a nauseating stench. With a loud shout, Yin Zira sent the fireball flying directly toward Wang Qi. The fireball collided head-on with Wang Qi. However, the fireball didn't harm Wang Qi. Instead, it was blocked by a barrier. The barrier emitted a chilling aura, causing the fireball's speed to slow until it was completely frozen. Yin Zira was greatly surprised. Wang Qi was cultivating ice-based spells. Yin Zira had never lost before, but he had also never encountered someone practicing ice-based spells. This was simple. Ice-based spells required extremely high talent, and most people couldn't master them. Even Yin Zira was more suited to fire-based spells. Most importantly, ice-based spells were easily countered, which made them impractical in actual combat, hence the rarity of practitioners. While Yin Zira was pondering this, he suddenly felt intense pain. 6 ice crystals had pierced his body, from his chest to his abdomen. Yin Zira's eyes flashed with shock. He hadn't even felt when Wang Qi had attacked. Wang Qi chanted a spell, and the 6 ice crystals were pulled out of Yin Zira's abdomen, leaving a trail of blood. Yin Zira, are you okay? Huamiao Wan, seeing Yin Zira injured, cried out in alarm. She hadn't expected Wang Qi to be so powerful. Seeing Yin Zira wounded, she wanted to rush to his aid immediately. But at that moment, Huamiao Wan suddenly found she couldn't move. Ice was beginning to form from her feet. Ha ha ha, today, none of you will leave here alive. Wang Qi laughed maniacally. Host, do you wish to exchange points? Hearing the system's question at this moment, Yin Zira naturally chose to exchange points without hesitation. He could only exchange points to accelerate his body's healing. However, the injuries caused by Wang Qi were healing very slowly. Yin Zira had to endure the pain in his body and continue fighting Wang Qi. Wang Qi's attacks were extremely fierce, quickly overwhelming Yin Zira. Yin Zira was now covered in many bloody wounds, while Huamiao Wan was half frozen. You, despicable, don't touch her. Yin Zira felt his thoughts slowing down. With so much blood loss, half his body was already soaked in blood. Even with the points exchanged, his recovery was very slow. Oh, do you regret it now? Wangqi looked at Yin Zira and sneered. Young man, sometimes, some lessons must be paid for in blood. Wangqi laughed heartily. Seeing the once brilliant prodigy in such a wretched state, his sense of pride and accomplishment was impossible to hide. Yin Zira lowered his head and looked at Huamiaowan. Her face was pale, and she seemed on the verge of collapsing. But Huamiaowan still looked up at Yin Zira. Yin Zira, I forbid you to bow to him. Chapter 6:18. The Art of Ice, Desperate Counterattack. Upon hearing Huamiaowan's words, Yin Zira, who had been slightly muddled in thought, suddenly felt a flash of clarity. I can't fall here. Yin Zira clenched his teeth. How could he give up? Even Huamiaowan was still holding on. He knew how difficult it was for him to face Wangqi's techniques, and he was well aware of Huamiaowan's strength. Knowing that he was struggling so much against Wangqi's attacks, the pain inflicted on Huamiaowan must be 10 times worse. If that was the case, and Huamiaowan hadn't given up, still believing in him, if he gave up now, would he still be considered a man? With a roar, Yin Zira unleashed a wave of scorching heat from within his body, catching Wangqi off guard and sending him flying. What? You still have the strength to counterattack? Wangqi was furious, but more so, astonished. He had believed that facing Yin Zira, with his own abilities, would be a complete annihilation. How could this guy still have the power to fight back? Recalling how Yin Zira had killed Haneo, Wangqi decided not to waste any more time and prepared to finish him off once and for all. Wangqi stomped his foot, and a magical array immediately appeared beneath him. Ice shatter! Wangqi bellowed. In an instant, a blizzard erupted from the array, but it wasn't an ordinary blizzard. Every snowflake in the storm was deadly. Meanwhile, Yin Zira activated his Poison Thorn Golden Bell cover and used the Exploding Soul technique. Exploding Soul technique, second stage. A blood-red light enveloped Yin Zira as he drew his Sui Xian Rui ruler and held it in front of him. The Poison Thorn Golden Bell cover successfully blocked the deadly ice crystals. What? How is this possible? Wangqi was dumbfounded. He had thought that Yin Zira would be an easy target, someone he could easily defeat. But now, it seemed far from the case. You overestimate yourself. Yin Zira spat out a mouthful of blood, but still managed to stand up. At that moment, a surge of immense power began to accumulate and resonate within Yin Zira. Wangqi sensed a dangerous aura. Wangqi drew his ice blade, leaped into the air, and slashed down at Yin Zira. A loud explosion rang out. The ice blade clashed with Yin Zira's Poison Thorn Golden Bell cover, creating a massive shockwave. In the midst of the shockwave, a corner of the ice blade was shattered. Wangqi was utterly shocked. He couldn't understand why Yin Zira had suddenly gained such incredible strength. He didn't have time to think. All he wanted now was to eliminate this dangerous man as quickly as possible. But at that moment, Yin Zira had already reached the third stage of the Exploding Soul technique. The third stage consumed a lot of Yin Zira's strength, but thinking of Huamiaowan's trust in him, he managed to hold on. Yin Zira leaped into the air, holding the Sui Xian Rui ruler, and slashed down at Wangqi. The Sui Xian Rui ruler clashed with Wangqi's ice blade countless times, each collision sending out massive shockwaves. After several clashes, the ice blade began to crack more and more. And then, it shattered completely. This is impossible. Wangqi screamed in disbelief. Indeed, he was screaming in disbelief. The ice blade was a weapon he had forged from 1,000-year-old ancient ice. And yet, it was destroyed. I'll kill you. Wangqi, seeing his treasured weapon destroyed, was consumed by rage. In his hands, 2 ice blue energy spheres formed and were hurled directly at Yin Zira. Yin Zira, unable to dodge in time, was hit by the spheres and immediately spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Host, double points can be exchanged. Exchange them. Yin Zira didn't hesitate. At this moment, as long as it meant defeating Wangqi, he was willing to pay any price. After exchanging the double points, Yin Zirua's body began to recover at an insane speed. His wounds healed visibly, and even his internal meridians and blood vessels were rapidly mending. Yin Zirua leaped into the air once more. Earth Fire Lotus. A massive, dazzling Earth Fire Lotus bloomed in the air, exploding directly onto Wangqi. Ah! Wangqi let out a pained scream. The shockwave from the explosion sent Wangqi flying, and Yin Zirua, using his golden Pong step, chased after him and slashed down, splitting Wangqi in half. Wangqi couldn't believe it, but he didn't even have time to process his disbelief before his life faded away. Congratulations, host! You have slain a true god level 9 and have broken through to true god level 4. An immense surge of power flowed into Yin Zirua's body, and he could feel a tremendous transformation taking place within him. Killing Wangqi had actually allowed him to break through to true god level 4. But now was not the time to celebrate. He was concerned about someone else. Huamiaowan. Yin Zirua rushed to Huamiaowan's side, as Wangqi's death meant his techniques had dissipated. However, Huamiaowan had been frozen up to her chest. Miaowan. Yin Zirua called out, "Are you okay?" Huamiaowan's face was pale, her lips devoid of color. Yin Zirua, I'm so cold. Huamiaowan shivered. I'm sorry, I might not be able to stay with you anymore. No, don't say that. Yin Zirua panicked. He hadn't realized how serious Huamiaowan's condition was. Don't speak. I'll take you to a doctor right away. Yin Zirua was frantic. Huamiaowan's condition looked extremely dire. He checked her pulse. It was weak, a sign that she was on the brink of exhaustion. But how could he let this happen? I still have some pills from before. Yuan Lingdan quickly pulled out a small bottle, offering some pills to Yin Zirua. Without hesitation, Yin Zirua poured out the pills and made Huamiaowan swallow them. Then, he quickly gathered everyone and left with Huamiaowan. At the same time, the little cat Yao also joined them. What happened to Sister Miaowan? The little cat Yao was shocked upon seeing Huamiaowan in Yin Zirua's arms. Miaowan's condition is serious, Yin Zirua said anxiously. Little cat demon, go find a doctor, the best one you can. I'll go with little cat demon, Yao Zhuhong said. She had remained silent because she felt the most guilty among everyone. She believed that their presence here was partly due to her own affairs. But she had never imagined that because of her, Huamiaowan would be severely injured, now on the verge of death. I'm sorry, Master Yin. I never expected things to turn out like this, Yao Zhuhong said, bowing her head in deep remorse. You and the little cat Yao go find a doctor, Yin Zirua said to Yao Zhuhong. Zhuhong, now is not the time to talk about this. Seeing that Yin Zirua didn't blame her, Yao Zhuhong felt even more guilty. All she could do now was hurry and find the best doctor possible. Chapter 619. Miaowan seriously injured, on the brink of death. Soon, Yao Zhuhong and the little cat Yao returned with a renowned herbalist. Herbalist, please take a look and see if she's all right, Yin Zirua said urgently upon seeing the herbalist. The herbalist quickly sat by the bedside, checked Huamiaowan's pulse, and his expression immediately changed. Young Master Yin, even if I were the reincarnation of the Medicine King, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to save her. The herbalist's face was grim. Upon hearing this, Yin Zirua's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. How can this be? Yin Zirua's voice was filled with desperation. Please save her. Save her. Yin Zirua couldn't believe it. Could it be that Huamiaowan was going to die like this? If Huamiaowan were to die because of this, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. This young lady's internal organs are severely damaged. On the surface, she seems fine, but inside, it's a complete mess. The herbalist looked at Yin Zirua. I still have some excellent elixirs that can temporarily prolong her life. Please stay with her a little longer. After leaving some elixirs, the herbalist took his leave, covering his face. How could Yin Zirua accept such a result? Endless regret now enveloped and consumed him. In his mind, this was entirely because he hadn't protected Huamiaowan well enough. At that moment, The voice of the double-headed whale shark echoed in his ears. Yin Zira, what's wrong? What happened? Since the double-headed whale shark was closely connected to Yin Zira, it could sense his abnormal emotions. Double-headed whale shark, what can I do to save Miaowan? Yin Zira's voice was filled with despair. This was the first time he felt so helpless. The double-headed whale shark checked Hua Miaowan's condition through Yin Zira. She's too severely injured. Her internal organs are all destroyed. The double-headed whale shark knew how important this person was to Yin Zira, but her injuries were indeed too grave. For a moment, it didn't know what to say. Then, what can I do? Yin Zira felt like he was on the verge of madness. Could it be that he had to watch Hua Miaowan die? Yin Zira, I'm in so much pain. Hua Miaowan on the bed let out a painful moan. Hearing Hua Miaowan's voice, Yin Zira felt a searing pain in his heart. He wished it were him lying there instead. Miaowan, can you hear me? Unable to do anything else, Yin Zira quickly took out the elixir the herbalist had given and fed it to Hua Miaowan again. Am I going to die? Hua Miaowan looked at Yin Zira, her eyes filled with sadness. Don't look like that, I don't like it. Yin Zira didn't know what to say. He felt as if he had been drenched in cold rain all over. He couldn't imagine how he would cope if he lost Hua Miaowan because of this. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears, belonging to the double-headed whale shark. Yin Zira, there's a method, though I don't know if it's true or not. In the Tanchi Star region, there's a place called Union Valley, where it's said that the reclusive Medicine King clan resides. They have a herb called the soul-restoring herb, which might be able to save Hua Miaowan, though it's just a legend. The double-headed whale shark said. Seeing how heartbroken Yin Zira was over this, he couldn't bear it and quickly shared what he knew. Upon hearing this, Yin Zira immediately asked, is that true? It's just a legend, but seeing how distressed you are, why not give it a try? Since Yin Zira had learned of this slim hope, he was determined to try it. He stood up, and Yao Jiahong and the others were waiting outside. Young Master Yin, how is Miaowan's condition? Yao Jiahong bit her lip, feeling deeply guilty that Hua Miaowan had been severely injured because of her. She's very badly injured, and I need you to take care of her for now, Yin Zira said to Yao Jiahong. Looking at Yin Zira, Yao Jiahong was puzzled. Young Master Yin, why do you need us to take care of her? Do you have something to do? Miaowan's condition is critical, but there might be a glimmer of hope, Yin Zira said succinctly, so, I must go and try. Could it be dangerous? Yao Jiahong was worried. Since Hua Miaowan had already been severely injured because of her, if Yin Zira were to get hurt as well, she couldn't forgive herself. Yin Zira looked at Yao Jiahong. It's all right. I'll protect myself. Young Master Yin, I want to go with you. The little cat Yao suddenly jumped out, going alone. We wouldn't feel at ease, Meow. Yin Zira shook his head. No, you must stay here and guard Miaowan with them. But, before the little cat Yao could finish, she was pulled back by Yao Jiahong. Little cat Yao, you should stay here and help us take care of Miaowan, Yao Jiahong said. Little cat, stay here with us and take care of Miaowan, Yao Jiahong said. She knew that Yin Zira was most concerned about Hua Miaowan. Although the little cat's spirit was worried, so was she, but they shouldn't add to Yin Zira's burden at this moment. All right, then I'm leaving. Yin Zira glanced at the unconscious Hua Miaowan before turning to leave. The journey to the Tanchi Star region wouldn't take long. Through his connections, Yin Zira managed to gather information about the reclusive herbalist clan. Young Master Yin, are you really going to Union Valley? Yin Zira sought out Bai Wensheng again, and upon hearing Yin Zira's plan, Bai Wensheng was very surprised. That's not a place just anyone can go to. The reclusive herbalist clan possessed many coveted medicinal techniques. Moreover, they were able to live in seclusion, which indicated their formidable strength. Yes, I must go. There's someone important to me who needs their elixir to have a chance at survival. Yin Zira's voice was resolute. If that's the case, you must be careful. Union Valley is located in the southern part of the Tanchi Star region. Bai Wensheng handed over a map. You can follow this to find it, but it's indeed very dangerous. Yin Zira took the map. I understand. Thank you no matter what. The journey to the Tanchi Star region only took half a day. Following by Wenxing's map, Yin Zira quickly found the location of Yunyan Valley. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary mountain, but as soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, Yin Zira felt a powerful force. It seemed that the valley was protected by a barrier. Yin Zira gathered his strength, and 3 balls of fire appeared in front of him. The fireballs gradually expanded to 3 times their original size before unleashing a powerful blast at the barrier in front of him. Boom! With a loud explosion, the barrier collapsed, creating a hole. Through this hole, Yin Zira entered Yunyan Valley. The next step was to find the soul-restoring herb. Since the existence of Yunyan Valley was real, there was hope for the soul-restoring herb. Chapter 620, Cloud Mist Valley, Seeking the Herb. As Yin Zira stepped into the Cloud Mist Valley, he felt the abundant aura of spiritual energy. The surrounding plants and flowers were all enveloped in different colored spiritual lights, which, if sold outside, would likely be considered treasures of extraordinary medicinal value. However, Yin Zira had no such thoughts at the moment. All he wanted was to quickly find the soul-restoring herb and take it back to save Hua Miaowan's life. Double-headed whale shark, do you know where the soul-restoring herb is located? Yin Zira wanted to find out the exact location of the herb, so he quickly asked the double-headed whale shark. After all, the Cloud Mist Valley was vast, and if he had to search on his own, it might take an unknown amount of time. I never thought the Cloud Mist Valley actually exists. The voice of the double-headed whale shark appeared. I thought it was just a legend. However, I don't know the location of the soul-restoring herb. Yin Zira was helpless, but considering that this place was not well known to outsiders, and that the double-headed whale shark didn't know the location of a single herb was quite normal. With this in mind, he could only quicken his pace. After all, Hua Miaowan's life was in critical danger, and every moment was crucial. Just as Yin Zira was unaware, on the other side of the Cloud Mist Valley. Roar! A loud roar shook the ground within a radius of dozens of miles. The ghost tiger indeed had an eerie appearance, exuding a vast aura of ferocity. It seemed that the seal had been completely lifted, unleashing its full power. Even the ground within a radius of dozens of miles cracked due to the ghost tiger's strange blood aura. Not only did the surrounding terrain change due to the ghost tiger's appearance, but all the beasts within the Cloud Mist Valley also sensed its presence and fled in all directions. The ghost tiger slowly opened the third eye between its brows. The third eye emitted an eerie and cold aura. As if sensing something, it immediately dashed towards that direction. Before taking a few steps, Yin Zira felt a powerful force, followed by a deafening roar. What is this? Yin Zira's expression stiffened. He could sense that this was a formidable creature. Indeed, the ground began to shake, and after a violent tremor, a massive tiger beast appeared. The tiger beast's body glowed with an extremely dazzling light, flickering with yellow-white radiance. Its pair of eyes, however, were blood-red, exuding a strong aura of menace. Double-headed whale shark, what is this thing? Yin Zira was a bit nervous. It looked like this creature would be difficult to deal with. This should be the guardian beast of the Cloud Mist Valley, the ghost tiger, the double-headed whale shark said. It's best to hide first when facing this creature. Yin Zira didn't want to engage in a direct battle with it, but the ghost tiger had already spotted Yin Zira. The ghost tiger had clearly identified Yin Zira as its prey and pounced directly at him. Yin Zira immediately activated the golden rock step, barely managing to dodge. The tree where he had just stood, which required at least a dozen people to encircle, was snapped in half by the ghost tiger with a single swipe. Yin Zira gasped. What an incredible display of brute force. Yin Zira quickly evaded, while the ghost tiger opened its mouth and continuously spat out energy spheres. Where the energy spheres landed, flames instantly erupted, and the blackened craters on the ground testified to the immense power of the spheres. There's no time to waste. The ghost tiger relentlessly pursued him, and even with the full power of the golden rock step, Yin Zira couldn't match its speed. Unable to do anything else, Yin Zira instantly activated the Earth Fire Lotus. The lotus flames exploded in front of him, forming a crimson flower, and the shockwave of fire pushed the ghost tiger back dozens of meters. The ghost tiger roared in anger. It could not tolerate its prey daring to challenge it. 3 clusters of flames appeared in front of Yin Zira, and the power within them made the ghost tiger tremble. At that moment, Yin Zira instantly activated the Flame God Strike. The flames expanded, merging the 3 clusters into a massive blazing sphere, which hurtled towards the ghost tiger. Roar! The ghost tiger let out a painful howl. Its exposed fur and flesh were torn apart, looking extremely disheveled. Yin Zira was a bit stunned. He hadn't expected the seemingly terrifying ghost tiger to be so easy to deal with. But just as he thought this, a wave of energy surged, knocking Yin Zira to the ground.
Ugh.
Yin Zira spat out a mouthful of blood. The power within the energy wave was utterly terrifying. As Yin Zira looked up, he saw a woman clad in white emerge from the light. Her eyebrows were as dark as ink, her eyes cold and clear. Even among the many beautiful women Yin Zira had seen, she could be considered a peerless beauty. How dare you? You dare to break the seal and trespass into the territory of the Herbalist clan. The woman held a staff in her hand, her tone cold and authoritative, even without showing anger. Are you a fairy sister? Yin Zira was a bit dumbfounded. The woman was momentarily stunned. What did you say? It was then that Yin Zira realized this woman must be from the reclusive Herbalist clan. Having lived in seclusion for so long, she might be susceptible to flattery. Yin Zira quickly said, "Fairy sister, I really didn't mean to trespass. I know this place is forbidden, but I did it for someone very important to me. She risked her life to save me and is now on the brink of death. Only the soul-restoring herb here can save her." The woman's expression softened. You came here to save someone?
Yes.
Yin Zira quickly nodded. I know it was very rude to intrude into your sacred place, and I am willing to accept any punishment, but I beg you to grant me the soul-restoring herb to save her life. The woman looked at Yin Zira. Although she lived here and rarely ventured out, she was well aware that outsiders had always coveted this place. However, Yin Zira did not carry any malevolent aura, which she could clearly sense. Since you say so, then who are you? The woman asked, frowning. Yin Zira quickly replied, I am Yin Zira, a member of the Divine Alliance. The woman seemed surprised. You are the junior of the Divine Alliance who killed many members of the Three Peaks cult? Yin Zira was even more surprised. Even the Herbalist clan knew about his deeds? Yes, my friend was injured by the Three Peaks cult while we were raiding one of their branches. She is now lying on her deathbed, on the verge of death. Yin Zira quickly explained. Since you know who I am, I won't beat around the bush. Although I, Yin Zira, am not a big shot, if your esteemed place is willing to lend me the soul-restoring herb, I am willing to go to any lengths to repay the favor. The woman remained silent for a moment, then raised her hand. A green light flashed, and a small pouch resembling a sachet appeared in her hand. Take it, she said. The reclusive Herbalist clan found it increasingly difficult to remain uninvolved in the chaotic world. If they could gain a favor from someone like Yin Zira, it would be a good thing for them. As Yin Zira took the pouch, his hands trembled. He was overjoyed. Hua Miaowan was saved. Chapter 621. A narrow escape. Love stronger than gold. But, fairy sister, if you give this to me, won't you be punished? Yin Zira suddenly realized. After all, this item was a treasure of the Union Valley, and the woman before him was just giving it to him? I'm doing this for my clan, the woman said calmly. Young hero, I believe you are an upright gentleman, so I don't need you to make any promises. Just promise me that if one day my clan of reclusive pharmacists truly needs help, you will be willing to lend a hand. Hearing this, Yin Zira asked, Then, may I know your name, miss? Ruoxue, the woman replied. Her name is cold and clear as her persona. Miss Ruoxue. Yin Zira took off a jade pendant from himself. This will serve as our token of agreement. I promise you, If one day the reclusive pharmacists need my help, I, Yin Zira, will surely step in. Using his magic, he sent the pendant to her and then bowed from afar before turning to leave. After Yin Zira left, Wuxia stood there, still watching his retreating figure. Usually, when people saw her beauty, many would harbor evil intentions. But Yin Zira didn't. After taking the item, he left without delay. Wuxia smiled faintly and then turned to leave as well. Yin Zira hurried back to where Miaowan was, and as he approached the door, he heard voices inside. Oh no, Miaowan is vomiting blood. Hearing this, he quickly pushed the door open and rushed in. Miaowan. Yao Zhuhong saw Yin Zira return and hurried over. Young Master Yin. Miaowan's condition. Before she could finish, tears streamed down her face. It's okay. Miaowan will be fine. Yin Zira took out the pouch, inside which glowed faintly green. It was the resurrection grass. Inside the pouch, there was also a prescription. Yin Zira quickly gathered other herbs and added the resurrection grass to the concoction. 2 hours later, the medicine was ready. Yin Zira carried the medicine into the room. On the bed, Miaowan's face was as pale as paper, looking terrifying. Seeing Miaowan like this, Yin Zira's heart ached terribly. He helped Miaowan sit up. She was half asleep and half awake, and when she felt someone touching her, she quickly opened her eyes. Yin Zira. Miaowan's voice was weak. Am I very ugly now? No, not at all. Drink the medicine. Yin Zira helped her sit up. Miaowan coughed violently and vomited more blood. She felt that she might not make it, and all she wanted now was to look at Yin Zira a little longer, to cherish every moment. Just for Yin Zira's sake, Miaowan drank the medicine. After drinking it, she felt a bit drowsy. She looked at Yin Zira with reluctance. Yin Zira, I'm a little tired. Can you leave now? Okay, get some rest, Yin Zira said. Not long after Yin Zira left Miaowan's room, there was no sound from inside. Still uneasy, Yin Zira sneaked back in and checked Miaowan's pulse. This check revealed a miracle. Miaowan's previously damaged internal organs were now repairing themselves. Not only that, but her broken meridians were also rebuilding. Was this the power of the resurrection grass? It was simply miraculous. The next morning, Miaowan could sit up in bed. When she sat up, she even wondered if she was dreaming. What was going on? Was she dead? But everything around her was so familiar. This couldn't be a dream, could it? Yin Zira brought breakfast in and, seeing him, Miaowan ran over and hugged him tightly. Yin Zira. Compared to Miaowan, Yin Zira was even more surprised. Yesterday, she was half dead, and today, she was full of energy. Miaowan, are you okay? Yin Zira asked, almost unable to believe it. Yes. Could it be the medicine you gave me yesterday? Miaowan recalled. Yes, it was made from the resurrection grass. I went to the reclusive pharmacist to get it for you. Yin Zira looked at Miaowan in front of him and hugged her tightly. Miaowan, you are the most important to me, and I only just realized it. I'm so glad you're okay, or I would never be able to forgive myself. Then, did you get hurt while getting the medicine for me? Miaowan was worried and checked Yin Zira's body. No, nothing. Yin Zira shook his head. Even if I had been hurt, I would have done anything, even risked my life, just to save you. This confession made Miaowan feel deeply moved. She hugged Yin Zira tightly and kissed him passionately. The two kissed intensely, and Miaowan said emotionally, Zira, let's get married. Yin Zira was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Miaowan to propose marriage. But after going through so much together, he felt that he and Miaowan should have a future together. Just as Yin Zira was about to speak, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. Miss, are you in there? Miaowan was startled. That sounds like our family servant, Ning. Yin Zira also felt strange. Let's go out and see. Accompanied by Yin Zira, Miaowan went outside, where a group of people from the Hua family were already standing. Why are you here? Miaowan was puzzled. Miss, we heard you went to the branch of the Three Peaks cult and were severely injured. Master and mistress are going crazy with worry. Hearing this, Yin Zira felt embarrassed. He had put Weinuosiji in danger, and now the Hua family knew about it. I'm already fine, Weinuosiji frowned. Sometimes, her father could be a bit over the top, she knew. However, the head of the family still requests your return, regarding the matter of the destruction of the family secret chamber. Hearing this, Weinuosiji was stunned. Last time, they had gone to the family secret chamber and accidentally activated the Xingtian formation, then accompanied Yao Jiahong to the Qingyuan star realm. After that, the Hua family might have been in trouble because of this incident. Miao, maybe I should go back with you to apologize? Yin Zira suggested. He felt that this whole situation was caused by him, and he should return to face the consequences. No, Weinuosiji shook her head. Her father, the head of the Hua family, was a bit stubborn. This time, he was likely to hold a trial, and if Yin Zira went, he might get scolded and it would be a thankless effort. This matter was best handled by Weinuosiji herself, negotiating with her father. This matter is indeed caused by us. I will go back with you, Weinuosiji told the servants, but I need to say goodbye to my friends. Seeing that Weinuosiji agreed, the servants naturally wouldn't object to her saying goodbye to Yin Zira. Chapter 622. Magnificent Splendor, the Jialan Merchant Guild. Weinuosiji and Yin Zira had agreed that after everything was settled, Yin Zira would visit her at the Hua family residence. The previous events had come to a conclusion, and Yin Zira was preparing to set out once again. This time, he had experienced many things and understood many truths, but this did not deter his forward momentum. Just as they were about to depart, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. These individuals were dressed quite peculiarly, standing out from the ordinary populace. Yin Zira looked at them with suspicion, wondering who they were and why they had appeared here. You are Yin Zira, aren't you? A man suddenly stepped forward to block Yin Zira's path. Seeing the man's actions, Yin Zira was initially puzzled but still nodded. He didn't know who these people were, but he was certain they were not friendly. Thinking about the numerous members of the cult he had killed a few days ago, he suspected these might be sent by the cult to seek revenge. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a chill and instantly heightened his vigilance. If they were indeed from the cult, this encounter would be a tough one. Although the group in front of him was not large, their cultivation levels were not low. In fact, they seemed even stronger than those he had previously slain. Who exactly are you? Yin Zira slowly stepped back, and those around him also retreated a few steps. At this moment, all of them looked ahead with suspicion. Unable to determine whether the other party was friend or foe, they had to remain constantly alert. Yin Zira's sudden retreat made them feel a sense of crisis. Young friend, there's no need to be afraid. We are not bad people, the man in front said again. Yin Zira looked at him, feeling even more puzzled. Just moments ago, the man had been cold and aloof, but now he was being so proactive, which raised further doubts in Yin Zira's mind. We really are not bad people. We are from the Jialan Merchant Guild, the man said, mentioning the name. Yin Zira paused, trying to recall it in his mind. The Jialan Merchant Guild was indeed a medium-sized guild, not as large as the major guilds, but still a significant force. Realizing this, Yin Zira became even more confused. He couldn't understand why the Jialan Merchant Guild would come to find him, as he had never had any dealings with them. I don't believe I've had any interaction with your guild. Why have you come to see me? Yin Zira asked, his eyes filled with doubt as he looked at the man in front of him. We have come to invite you to our guild as our guest, the man said, his face showing a calm smile. This smile instantly eased the tension, and those around him relaxed their guard. Yin Zira stroked his chin. The Jialan Merchant Guild was indeed a respectable force. Although he didn't know why they were inviting him, he decided it would be worth seeing what was going on. Just to visit? Yes, this invitation comes from our boss, the man said, showing a hint of respect when mentioning the boss. Yin Zira had never met the boss of the Jialan Merchant Guild, and hearing the term boss made him ponder. All right, I understand. Everyone, follow me. Yin Zira said, waving his hand to the people behind him. Immediately, some of them expressed interest in seeing the world outside. Actually, Yin Zira had always wanted to see what the interior of a merchant guild looked like. This time, with an invitation, he decided to take the opportunity and give a favor. Then please follow us. Hearing that Yin Zira agreed, the man's face lit up with joy. Accomplishing this task for his boss meant he would receive a corresponding reward. The Jialan Merchant Guild was located in the city of Sun Moon, relatively large city in the Star Domain. Yin Zira and his group moved quickly, and it wasn't long before they arrived in Sun Moon City. As soon as they stepped through the city gates, they were amazed by the surrounding scenery. The cities they had visited before were not particularly large, and this was their first time in Sun Moon City, which completely overthrew their preconceived notions. My goodness, this place is truly magnificent, someone exclaimed, as if they were country bumpkins seeing the city for the first time. Indeed, it's very big, Yin Zira said, his eyes showing a calm expression. Looking around, he couldn't help but admire the city. It was his first time in such a large city, and the structure of the city truly impressed him. Esteemed guests, this way please. This is our Jialan Merchant Guild, the man said, gesturing toward a magnificent fortress-like building. The fortress was incredibly tall, and even the gate was several heads taller than them. Looking through the gate, Yin Zira saw that the interior was quite spacious. As he walked in, many servants appeared, as if they had been waiting to welcome them. Sir, please follow me, the man said, leading Yin Zira and his group inside. In the meeting hall of the fortress, a woman was seated. Hearing that Yin Zira had arrived, a charming smile appeared on her face. This smile was somewhat eerie, even seductive. Are they here? The woman asked, her voice filled with allure. The man beside her quickly replied, They have arrived and should be brought to the meeting hall shortly. After saying this, the woman stood up from her seat. Not long after, Yin Zira and his group were led into the meeting hall. Seeing the woman in front of him, Yin Zira was initially puzzled, but then the woman approached him directly. Mr. Yin, I've heard much about you. My name is Jialan. Hearing the name Jialan, Yin Zira immediately understood that the woman in front of him was the female boss of the Jialan Merchant Guild. He had never expected that the boss of such a large guild would be a woman. Moreover, the woman was quite attractive, and her appearance gave no indication of her being the boss of such a significant guild. I've heard much about you as well, Yin Zira said, bowing slightly. Am I a surprise to you? Jialan asked, her voice soft but seemingly magical, directly capturing one's heart. Not too much of a surprise. I just didn't expect that the Jialan Merchant Guild, such a large organization, would have such a beautiful female boss. Chapter 623, VIP Treatment, Rare Auction. If Yin Zira had spoken her thoughts directly, Jialan would have covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, You're not the first one to be surprised. However, I'm not most curious about Jialan's appearance. What I'm really curious about is why Jialan invited us here. Yin Zira was a sensible person. She knew Jialan had invited her for a reason, even if it wasn't explicitly stated. Actually, I invited Mr. Yin here for no particular reason. I just wanted to make a friend. As Jialan spoke, her eyes once again revealed a bewitching smile, which made Yin Zira shiver. If it's about making friends, I'd be delighted. But I wonder why you chose to befriend me. Yin Zira retorted. There are indeed many people one can befriend, but Mr. Yin Zira is different. We've heard of your recent achievements, and that's why we wish to cultivate a good relationship with you. We only hope that if something happens to the Jialan Trading Company in the future, Mr. Yin Zira will lend a hand. Jialan had thought everything through carefully. Yin Zira didn't refuse, but instead smiled calmly. Since Boss Jialan has said so, it would be impolite of us to refuse. Yin Zira nodded and agreed. It was well known that the Jialan Trading Company was one of the influential groups in the Jade Empire. If they could form a good relationship with them, the benefits would surely outweigh the drawbacks. There's one more thing. Today, our company is hosting an auction. I wonder if Mr. Yin would be willing to attend? As she spoke, Jialan stepped closer to Yin Zira and placed her hand on his shoulder. Yin Zira felt uncomfortable with the sudden touch, and quickly moved to the other side. Jialan chuckled and sat down in Yin Zira's original spot.